In the kingdom of Phoenix, Jiang Nanyuan was treacherously pushed off a cliff by her junior apprentice sister. Upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself transformed into a disgraced young lady of a marquis family. For over a decade, she and her mother had been abandoned in a village. Initially, they were bullied by the son of a local official, but she avenged herself by annihilating his entire family. Subsequently, she was coerced into becoming a medicinal catalyst. Vowing to assist the original owner in exacting revenge, she returned to the marquis residence with her mother, causing chaos and disarray, ultimately helping her mother obtain a divorce and reclaim their home.
What?
Upon her return, she faced confiscation and exile. Very well, she would empty the duke's residence, perhaps even seize mere heir. The emperor's inaction would not deter her. She would also strip the national treasury bare before her banishment. As she traversed the path of exile, heavily pregnant, while others subsisted on meager rations, she feasted lavishly alongside the duke's household, giving birth to twins and discovering her two uncles who had perished in battle. The desolate land of exile was barren and lifeless. She feared not, for within her spatial realm lay an immeasurable bounty of resources and a spiritual spring. She would transform this bitter and frigid place into a sanctuary of human prosperity. One day, a medicinal catalyst, who had accompanied her in exile, approached her, inquiring, "I have heard you seek a father for your two little ones. Might I be suitable? I would offer the kingdom as a dowry. Would you consent to marry me, your highness?" Chapter 1. The Sacrifice. In the northern Rome kingdom, during the 22nd year of the Tianyuan calendar, on the first day of the 12th lunar month, the snow had accumulated to 2 feet, and the icy chill pierced to the bone. A wounded girl knelt in the snow, restrained by 2 matrons. "Madam, it is this wretched girl who injured the young master. Shall we beat her to death and discard her?" one matron hissed, glaring at the girl kneeling in the snow, addressing the lady seated at the head of the table. The lady, relinquishing the hot water pot to a nearby maid, advanced to seize the girl's chin, compelling her to look up and delivering 2 fierce slaps to her face. "Wretched girl, how dare you harm my son? What are you worth? Beat her fiercely." The girl's consciousness wavered, a buzzing filled her ears. In the next moment, she was viciously kicked from behind, her body plunging into the snow, pain radiating from her backside as the sound of a whip striking flesh echoed again and again. "Mother, forgive me, I am powerless to save you. From now on, let another accompany you. I hope she treats you well." With such thoughts, the girl forced a bitter smile, biting her tongue sharply as she silently recited an ancient incantation in her heart. Gradually, she felt her consciousness fading, her eyelids growing heavier. "Madam, she has perished. Very well, cast her into the mass grave." The 2 matrons dragged the lifeless girl away, leaving a trail of blood in the snow. In the mass grave, the girl, who had just been discarded, slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she was seized by a shivering chill, her body racked with hunger and pain, and she felt the cold as if she had not experienced such sensations in an eternity. Where was this place? Hadn't I fallen off a cliff with my junior apprentice sister? Why does my body ache so? She rose, surveying her surroundings, when a foul stench assaulted her senses. She wrinkled her nose, only to realize she was near a heap of corpses. At that moment, an influx of alien memories surged within her. Jiang Nanyuan understood the situation. She had not died, but had instead borrowed a body. She had been the divine maiden of the kingdom of Phoenix, but during a celestial battle, her junior apprentice sister had launched a surprise attack, stripping her of all spiritual power and sending her plummeting from the cliff. Yet, in her final moments, she had exerted all her strength to drag her sister down with her. She had fallen into a land devoid of spiritual energy, taking over the body of a girl who shared her name, Jiang Nanyuan, aged 15, who lived with her mother, Lin Jixuan. Peach Blossom Village, relying on one another. This misfortune arose when Lin Jixue fell gravely ill, and Jiang Nanyuan sought to sell her mother's hairpin to procure medicine, inadvertently catching the attention of a young master from the county's Wang family, who had his servants abduct her. With intentions of violating her, the original owner, fiercely independent, chose death over submission and, while evading, had wounded the young master with a pair of scissors. Consequently, she was captured by the young master's wife, brutally beaten, and in her dying moments, she had discovered a secret method to offer her soul as a sacrifice. Thus, the divine maiden from the kingdom of Phoenix was drawn into this body, claiming it as her own. "Oh, foolish girl, rest in peace. I will protect your mother, and I shall avenge you." Jiang Nanyuan sighed softly. Just as she finished speaking, a whisper floated by her ear. "Thank you." Jiang Nanyuan paused, a weight lifting from her heart, as if something had detached from her being. She smiled gently. The original owner must have harbored lingering resentment and was only willing to depart upon hearing her vow. Not wishing to linger in the mass grave, Jiang Nanyuan, feeling immense pain throughout her body, sought to retrieve medicine from her spatial realm, only to discover that her spatial treasure had not accompanied her. Disheartened, she lamented the loss of countless treasures contained within. Alas, I must return and see if I can find any herbs. These wounds are excruciating. This mass grave was surrounded by a range of mountains. She ventured into the forest in search of medicinal plants, but the further she walked, the more she sensed something amiss. An unsettling heat surged within her, accompanying the pain. Upon her arrival in this body, she had not noticed this peculiar sensation. However, it grew increasingly pronounced, and she quickly realized she had been affected by an aphrodisiac. Damn it, in this desolate wilderness, where could she find a man to cure her? As Jiang Nanyuan pondered this, she stifled the rising heat within her, struggling to find usable herbs in the forest. Just then, a gust of wind rushed past her from behind, and sensing something unusual, she turned her head only to lose consciousness before she could discern who approached. When she awoke again, she found herself on a large wooden bed, completely unclothed, instinctively reaching to her side only to find it empty. Vaguely recalling that she had been knocked unconscious, she surmised she had been taken advantage of by a man. Upon reflection, she couldn't remember his features, only a fleeting impression of white hair. Struggling to sit up, she glanced down to find her body marked with red welts, cursing inwardly. What a beast! How could he lay hands on her when she was so injured? Well, it seems this has fortuitously resolved my predicament. We are now even. Yet, she felt a coolness on her backside, the pain no longer as pronounced, as though ointment had been applied. Perhaps this man was not entirely unkind. He even thought to tend to her wounds. As Jiang Nanyuan mused this, she donned a garment nearby, which was unlike any she had previously owned. Her former clothes had been dull and tattered from whippings, and as she finished dressing, a begonia flower bracelet fell from the fabric. Kneeling down, she picked it up and examined it closely. Isn't this one of my spatial treasures? Could it be? Jiang Nanyuan was overwhelmed with excitement. The bracelet, dull and devoid of luster, was gripped tightly in her hand. She bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the bracelet surface, which instantly absorbed the crimson essence. In her heart, she silently chanted to enter the space, and indeed, in the next moment, she found herself transported within. The space around her was filled with familiar sights. A bamboo cottage stood prominently, flanked on the left by half an acre of spiritual fields and on the right by 7 or 8 spiritual trees, their branches laden with vibrant red fruits. Moreover, a hot spring graced the area, accompanied by a well nearby, while various boxes of all sizes were scattered across the open ground. These were treasures she had acquired from the secret realm. Without hesitation, she stepped into the bamboo cottage and approached the medicine cabinet, retrieving several pills which she promptly consumed. As she finished the last one, she felt her myriad wounds, both large and small, heal completely. After eating a spiritual fruit, she took a moment to rest in the space, only to be astonished by the realization that the spiritual energy remained, just as before. Could it be possible to cultivate here? As thoughts raced through her mind, Jiang Nanyuan settled down, closing her eyes in an attempt to gather the spiritual energy. However, she soon discovered that this body was incapable of cultivation. It lacked any spiritual roots. Determined, she rummaged through the medicine cabinet once more and found a pill, her previously concocted marrow-cleansing elixir. Upon ingestion, an excruciating pain surged through her body. She found it nearly unbearable and curled up on the bed, biting her lip to withstand the agony within her. An hour later, the pain began to subside, indicating that healing had commenced. Rising to her feet, she tested her body and was elated to discover that her spiritual roots had emerged, along with a nascent flow of spiritual energy within her. This was splendid news. Feeling sticky all over, Jiang Nanyuan immersed herself in the hot spring for a cleansing soak before changing into a fresh outfit from the space. Only then did she exit and return to the outside world. As she stepped out, she realized she was in an inn. Following the route etched in her memory, she made her way homeward. Recalling that the original owner's mother was gravely ill, diagnosed with tuberculosis by the physician, she felt an urgency to return and assess the situation. Gradually, she walked towards Peach Blossom Village, and after about half an hour, she finally arrived at the village. Heading directly towards a particular house, she reached the entrance just as a fit of coughing echoed from within. With purposeful strides, Jiang Nanyuan entered the house. pushing the door open to find Lin Jixue half sitting on the bed, her complexion as pale as parchment. Clutching a white handkerchief in her hand, upon noticing Jiang Nanyuan's arrival, she hastily concealed it behind her back, struggling to muster a smile. "Your Honor, you have returned." Chapter 2. Who are you? Where has my Yuan gone? Upon witnessing Lin Jixue in such a state, Jiang Nanyuan instantly discerned the presence of blood on the handkerchief she held. "Come here, let me show you," Jiang Nanyuan said, approaching and settling beside her on the bed, intending to examine her. Lin Jixue appeared momentarily stunned. Today, Yuan seemed somewhat different. There was a certain distance between them that had not existed before. And now she was offering to diagnose her? When had she acquired medical skills? It was then that Lin Jixue noticed the exquisite fabric of Jiang Nanyuan's garments. What had she experienced during her absence? Despite her multitude of questions, she extended her hand. Jiang Nanyuan gently placed her fingers on Lin Jixue's pulse, furrowing her brow momentarily before relaxing. Indeed, she was afflicted with pulmonary tuberculosis, yet what perplexed Jiang Nanyuan was the presence of poison within her body, chronic poison no less. It wasn't just Lin Jixue, even the original host was similarly poisoned. Even if the original host did not make a sacrifice, her life expectancy would be severely limited, perhaps a year more, or half a year less. The moment she arrived, she discovered that not only had her soul come along, but also her invulnerable constitution. As she pondered these revelations, an elderly woman approached carrying a bowl of congee. Upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue within the room, she set the congee down on the table. "Madam Lin, this is the congee I just made at noon. I prepared extra, so I brought you a bowl." "Thank you, Aunt Lu, for still thinking of me. Without your care over the years, my daughter and I would have perished long ago. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. It's nothing at all. Please enjoy the congee while it's warm. I must take my leave now," Aunt Lu remarked before turning to depart. Noticing Jiang Nanyuan's unwavering gaze on the departing figure, Lin Jixue gently tapped her hand. "What is the matter, Yuan? Why do you keep staring at her?" Jiang Nanyuan snapped back to reality and cast another glance at the congee on the table, suddenly comprehending the situation. Aunt Lu resided next door and frequently brought them food. Both Lin Jixue and the original host held her in high regard. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that every morsel she delivered was laced with poison. "It's nothing," Jiang Nanyuan replied, shaking her head. She resolved to first restore Lin Jixue's health before broaching this matter. Contemplating, she discreetly retrieved a small porcelain vial from her spatial pocket, grasping it in her hand. She then poured forth a pill and presented it to Lin Jixue. "Take this medicine." Upon seeing the milky white pill resting in Jiang Nanyuan's palm, Lin Jixue hesitated for a moment before accepting it without a second thought. Despite Yuan's apparent transformation, she firmly believed she would not harm her. Jiang Nanyuan watched as she swallowed the pill, subsequently retrieving a silver needle from her spatial pocket to detoxify her system. In merely half an hour, Lin Jixue suddenly felt a remarkable alleviation of her usual pain and fatigue. She sensed a newfound lightness in her body, marveling at the efficacy of the pill, wondering where it had been procured and how much it might cost. Moreover, what could be said of Yuan's medical prowess? How had she acquired the skill to wield silver needles? She yearned to inquire but hesitated, sensing a twinge of fear. "Rest well. I'll step outside for a moment," Jiang Nanyuan instructed, assisting Lin Jixue to recline before turning to exit, not forgetting to take the bowl of congee with her to pour it out in the yard. Setting the empty bowl on the table, she strode purposefully toward Aunt Lu's residence. Upon her arrival, she found the elderly woman dining alone. Noticing Jiang Nanyuan, Aunt Lu smiled and inquired, "Nanyuan, what brings you here? Is the congee insufficient? I have more. Please wait a moment while I fetch another bowl for you." As Aunt Lu turned to leave, Jiang Nanyuan remained silent, swiftly intercepting her, pressing a blade against her throat. "Who are you? Why have you poisoned us?" Aunt Lu was taken aback by the sudden confrontation, her legs trembling as she feigned ignorance. "Nanyuan, what are you talking about? How could I possibly poison your congee? Did I say you poisoned our congee?" Jiang Nanyuan retorted coldly. "If you do not speak, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." She pressed the blade closer, causing blood to surface at Aunt Lu's throat, prompting genuine fear in the elderly woman. "Please do not kill me. I will confess. It was Madame Lu. She commanded me to do all of this. Spare me, I am merely following her orders." "Madam? Which Madame Lu? Explain yourself clearly." Jiang Nanyuan released her grip and took a seat, her gaze as sharp as ice, leaving Aunt Lu trembling and collapsing to the ground. As the elderly woman recounted the entire saga, Jiang Nanyuan learned the truth. Lin Jixue was the daughter of a duke and the wife of a marquis, who had been wronged by a concubine over a decade prior, leading to a fall from a cliff that resulted in amnesia. The marquis and the concubine, upon discovering her plight, had decided to exile Aunt Lu and the mother-daughter pair to this remote village, where they had languished for over a decade. Aunt Lu had been transmitting news back periodically and had consistently poisoned them, wishing for their silent demise in this secluded locale. Now aware of the entire narrative, Jiang Nanyuan realized Aunt Lu could no longer be spared. Rising, she drew the blade across Aunt Lu's throat, blood splattering as the elderly woman's eyes widened in shock. Her life extinguished. Once Aunt Lu's body lay lifeless, Jiang Nanyuan retrieved a vial of corpse-dissolving liquid from her spatial pocket and poured it over the remains, watching as the body dissolved into a puddle, leaving no trace behind. After dealing with Aunt Lu, Jiang Nanyuan lifted her gaze towards the door, her eyes icy as she uttered a few words, "Mother, you may come in." She had long noticed Lin Jixue lingering outside, yet chose not to acknowledge her presence. It was better for her to hear the truth. Lin Jixue emerged, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Yuan had indeed changed, or rather, this was not her Yuan at all. If this was not her daughter, then who is she? You must have many questions. Feel free to ask. And I shall provide the answers, Jiang Nanyuan offered. Upon hearing this, Lin Jixue stiffened, discerning the cold, detached tone in her words. It seemed her fears were confirmed. This was not her Yuan. After much contemplation, she finally mustered the courage to voice her foremost question, "Who are you? Where has my Yuan gone?" Chapter 3. Infiltrating the Wang family estate. As anticipated, Jiang Nanyuan did not withhold the truth, recounting the tale of the original host's body being sacrificed. Upon realizing her daughter had given up her soul to save her, Lin Jixue was struck dumb, her heart aching with an unbearable pain. She clutched her chest tightly, feeling as if she could scarcely breathe. "Oh, how I have failed as a mother. My dear Yuan, why were you so foolish?" Jiang Nanyuan observed her mother weeping inconsolably. Refraining from offering comfort, now was not the time for solace, but rather for her to vent her grief. Crying for quite some time, Lin Jixue finally ceased her tears. She wiped her eyes and, with swollen lids, turned to Jiang Nanyuan. Regardless of the circumstances, this body belonged to Yuan, and she was the one who had chosen it. If she wished, Lin Jixue was willing to accept this daughter as her own, treating her with the same affection she would have shown to Yuan. Yuan, no. How should I address you? I too am called Jiang Nanyuan. Let us simply call me Yuan. Very well, Yuan. What shall we do next? Are we to remain here? Earlier, while Lu Pozi had been giving instructions, she had stealthily followed, feeling perplexed by Jiang Nanyuan's strange behavior. Now, having regained some strength and able to walk, she had trailed behind. Yet, upon hearing such monumental news, flashes of images occasionally invaded her mind, causing her head to throb. Observing that something was amiss with her condition, Jiang Nanyuan supported her back to the room. "Rest well inside. I must attend to some matters and shall return later." Lin Jixue nodded and lay down. Although she had come to accept this reality, her heart remained heavy with sorrow, a dull ache persistent within her chest. After Jiang Nanyuan departed, she turned onto her side and silently wept until she succumbed to sleep. Upon returning to her own quarters, Jiang Nanyuan re-entered the space. After the tumult of the day, she felt somewhat fatigued and contemplated resting on her bed for a while. Later, she intended to visit the county town. Given how the Wang family had treated the original owner, vengeance was imperative. As she lay on the familiar bed, her eyes fluttered shut, yet suddenly, a thought struck her. And she sat up again. "Oh dear, after all this time, I haven't even taken a look at my current appearance." Rising once more, she approached the spirit mirror and finally beheld her reflection. To her astonishment, her visage was identical to her previous self, save for a single red mole at the corner of her eye. Having surveyed her appearance, she felt a sense of relief and finally succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, within a residence in the county town, Xiao Yuqing returned, exuding an icy aura. "Oh, who has dared to provoke our Chung, causing such displeasure?" Yuli, clad in a flowing red dress, adorned her eyes with crimson eyeliner, gently fanning herself with a folding fan. A delicate, pale hand rested upon Xiao Yuqing's shoulder, wafting a fragrant scent towards him. His appearance was extraordinarily enchanting, with skin as white as snow and fox-like eyes shimmering with brilliance. The corners of his eyes subtly arched, exuding an alluring charm when he smiled. His lips were a luscious red, and his slender frame appeared almost ethereal, as if he had stepped straight from a painting. If he remained silent, one might easily mistake him for a woman. Xiao Yuqing could not help but furrow his brow, irritably swatting away his hand. Yuli, behave yourself and assist me in examining my condition. He extended his hand, awaiting Yuli's assessment of the poison within him. Several years prior, while engaged in battle at the western borders, he had inadvertently fallen into an ambush and succumbed to a rare cold poison. Every 15th day, the poison would flare up, causing uncontrollable shivering and a frost to envelop even his eyelashes. Initially, he could endure it, but with each full moon, the symptoms worsened. Yuli, seeing his outstretched hand, retracted his smile and placed his fingers on his pulse, his expression growing serious. Ah Chung, there is no significant issue within you, it is merely the icy poison. I have yet to discover a remedy. At this, Yuli's countenance fell. As a disciple of the divine healer valley, he had treated numerous ailments. Yet he was utterly at a loss regarding the cold poison afflicting Xiao Yuqing. Having known him since childhood, he had tirelessly sought a cure, but to no avail. Upon hearing Yuli's words, Xiao Yuqing withdrew his hand and turned to enter the house. However, Yuli noticed 3 scratch marks on his neck and curiously approached him. Ah Chung, what have you been up to? Who has harmed you? Xiao Yuqing instinctively touched his neck, his expression becoming complex. Today, while handling matters, he had unwittingly fallen victim to an ambush, succumbing to a drug that forced him to have Baijian fetch a woman for him. Baijian had done so, but the woman had arrived battered and bruised, and despite her injuries, she had managed to scratch his neck. Xiao Yuqing revealed the day's events to Yuli without reservation, and upon learning that Xiao Yuqing had been drugged and shared a bed with an unknown woman, Yuli's eyes widened in shock. This is the first time Ah Chung has taken such an initiative with a woman. I wonder who she is? Ah Chung, what are your plans? Yuli inquired. Knowing Xiao Yuqing's character, he would undoubtedly take responsibility for his actions. Glancing behind him, he half expected Xiao Yuqing to bring the woman back with him. No need to look. I did not bring her back. Given the dangers of this return, it would have only compromised her safety. I shall search for her again once it is safe. Xiao Yuqing had left her a letter, assuring her of his responsibility and promising to return for her once matters were resolved. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Nanyuan had never seen the letter, which had been misplaced. After a restful slumber in the space, Jiang Nanyuan awoke and emerged, glancing at the time. It was now evening. She retrieved some spirit fruits from her space and placed them in Lin Jishue's room. Having not eaten in a while during her time in the Phoenix Kingdom, she had almost forgotten about food until her stomach growled. Her space was filled with an array of elixirs and treasures, leaving her devoid of any sustenance. Thus, she procured a few spirit fruits to temporarily quell her hunger. If you feel hungry later, have some of this. I will return with more food. Spotting Lin Jishue awake, she set the spirit fruits on the table and, upon receiving a nod, exited the room. Employing her lightness skill, she swiftly made her way to the county town. Within half an hour, she arrived, contemplating a meal, but found herself without silver. It was mealtime, and surely the Wang family had provisions. With this thought, she scaled the wall into the side entrance of the Wang residence, knocking out a servant to don their attire. After inquiring with other servants, she learned the location of the kitchen and headed there. The cook was busy preparing several dishes, and taking advantage of their distraction, Jiang Nanyuan collected the completed meals into her space. Once in a secluded area, she indulged in a hearty feast within her space, choosing not to rush back outside. Waiting until some commotion ensued, she finally exited the space. Following her memory, she carried the remaining dishes to the room of the Wang family's son, who was idly reclining in bed after having been stabbed in the abdomen by the original owner. Noticing someone bringing food, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Nanyuan. Just place the food there. I have no appetite at the moment. Chapter 4. The Annihilation of the Wang Family. Jiang Nanyuan set the food down but did not hurry to leave. A servant attending to the young master saw this and shouted angrily, "You little girl, what are you still doing here? My master needs to rest." Jiang Nanyuan cast a cold glance at the insolent servant, then swiftly drew a dagger and lunged forward, plunging the blade into his abdomen. The servant had no time to utter a word before he breathed his last. Jiang Nanyuan withdrew the dagger and strode towards the bedside. Young Master Wang, who had just witnessed the scene, was now frozen in terror. Upon recognizing Jiang Nanyuan's face, he pointed at her in horror, stammering incoherently, "Why you?" Jiang Nanyuan gave a cold laugh and advanced step by step. As he attempted to rise and flee, she would not grant him such an opportunity. With a swift motion, she lunged forward, covering his mouth and forcefully slicing at his throat. His body crumpled to the ground like a lifeless dog. She poured a concoction meant to dissolve corpses over their remains. After completing these grim tasks, Jiang Nanyuan retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her hands, her expression one of disdain. Next, she repeated her grim procedure, eliminating everyone within the estate, sparing not even the maids and servants, all of whom met the same fate with the use of the corpse-dissolving fluid. Not only did she take lives, but she also thoroughly ransacked the entire Wang residence, collecting every valuable item into her spatial treasure. Even the provisions and food from the kitchen were not overlooked and were taken as well. By the time she finished, it was already the latter half of the night, and the entire Wang estate was permeated with the stench of blood. Jiang Nanyuan lingered not a moment longer, swiftly departing from the estate and returning to the village. Upon her return, she found Lin Jixue standing at the door, expectantly waiting for her. Was she still awake at such a late hour? Was it possible she was waiting for Jiang Nanyuan? Contemplating this, Jiang Nanyuan quickened her pace towards her. "Why are you still awake at this hour? Were you waiting for me?" Lin Jixue did not respond but instead rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Feeling the warmth of Lin Jixue's embrace, Jiang Nanyuan stiffened momentarily. It had been a long time since she had experienced such familial affection. As an orphan, she had long been unaware of her parents' identities, with only her master having cared for her in the past. Lin Jixue, sensing Jiang Nanyuan's rigidity, remembered that Yuan Yuan's soul had been replaced, and their bond was not yet profoundly deep. Wiping her tears, she released Jiang Nanyuan and said, "I was worried about you. I waited here until I saw you return, and now I can rest easy." A warmth spread through Jiang Nanyuan's heart as she guided Lin Jixue inside. Once inside, she retrieved the food items from the food box and laid them out on the table. These were the dishes she had earlier taken from the Wang estate's kitchen. Some she had consumed, while others were stored in her spatial treasure, which preserved food indefinitely. Seeing such a sumptuous spread on the table, Lin Jixue was puzzled about how Jiang Nanyuan had procured such steaming dishes at this late hour. However, she asked no further questions, since it was provided by Yuan Yuan. She would eat it. Since they had been living in this village, she had not tasted such delightful fare. After awakening from her injuries, she had already been in this village with Yuan Yuan, forgetting everything. Later, she had only heard the fabricated lies from Lu Pozi, truly believing that she and Yuan Yuan were mere villagers, living a life of modest means. Yuan Yuan had followed her since the age of 2. And after a brief period of good fortune, it was now her presence that had led to the loss of their lives. As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Jiang Nanyuan, observing this, surmised that Lin Jixue must have recalled something painful. She chose not to interrupt, but simply bid her farewell and retreated to her own room. In the solitude of her chamber, she lay on the bed, contemplating the events to come. With the immediate threat now vanquished, she pondered Lin Jixue's future intentions. Should she wish to remain here, Jiang Nanyuan would accompany her. If she desired to return, she would do the same. After all, she had promised the original owner to care for her, and she could not go back on her word. Lost in her reverie, Jiang Nanyuan gradually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, it was Lin Jixue's knocking at the door that roused her from her slumber. Exhausted from the previous night's exertions, she had slept soundly. Hearing the knocking, she sat up, approached the door, and found Lin Jixue standing there, her face streaked with tears. "Yuan Yuan, wah." Upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan open the door, Lin Jixue dashed forward and enveloped her in an embrace. Jiang Nanyuan, taken aback, hovered her hands in uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. "What is it? Who has wronged you? I shall avenge you." Jiang Nanyuan could never bring herself to address her as mother, perplexed by Lin Jixue's distress. Lin Jixue shook her head, wiping her tear-stained face, and choked out, "Yuan Yuan, I remember everything. I recall it all. Yuan Yuan, can we go back? I want to return." Jiang Nanyuan was taken aback. Lin Jixue wished to return because she had regained her memories. Intrigued to learn what had transpired, she pulled her inside and began to inquire about the past. Lin Jixue was originally the legitimate daughter of a duke, born into a family of military generals. Despite being the offspring of a warrior clan, she was exceedingly delicate. 20 years prior, while traveling, she encountered bandits and fled into the mountains, only to be inadvertently rescued by Jiang Nanyuan, who was on his way to take an imperial examination. Feeling guilty for causing his injury, she hid with him in a cave for a night, after which they were rescued by the duke's retainers. To preserve Lin Jixue's reputation, Duke Lin Zhaoya sought out Jiang Nanyuan, offering him money to ensure he would keep the day's events confidential. Before Jiang Nanyuan could respond, Lin Jixue interrupted, declaring her immediate affection for him and her willingness to marry him. Duke Lin Zhaoya was furious upon learning of this and took her back home. He had 6 children in total, 5 sons, and only Lin Jixue as his sole daughter, whom he doted on immensely. After returning home, she locked herself away, refusing to eat or drink. Ultimately, Duke Lin Zhaoya relented and consented to their union. But with one stipulation, Jiang Nanyuan must pledge to take Lin Jixue as his only wife, never to take concubines. Without a second thought, Jiang Nanyuan agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to ascend socially. Lin Jixue's father wished for her happiness and fully supported Jiang Nanyuan, providing him with resources, monetary aid, and connections to high-ranking officials. He met everyone's expectations and achieved remarkable results in his examinations, eventually being awarded a title at a young age. Initially, he and Lin Jixue shared a strong bond, supporting one another through thick and thin, but their idyllic life began to unravel shortly after Jiang Nanyuan brought his mother, Zhao, to their home. At first, Zhao did not trouble Lin Jixue, but as 2 years passed without any sign of a pregnancy, Lin Jixue began to doubt her own health, resorting to all manner of remedies and potions. Finally, she became pregnant, giving birth to Jiang Nanyuan, followed by another daughter. Zhao displayed a preference for male heirs, and upon discovering Jiang Nanyuan was a girl, her demeanor towards her grew cold and indifferent. Jiang Nanyuan, too, treated Jiang Nanyuan with a similar detachment, resulting in her having limited encounters with her father. As another 2 years slipped by without any news of Lin Jixue's pregnancy, Zhao, eager for a grandson, began to meddle, administering drugs to Jiang Nanyuan to encourage him to indulge in other women. Despite his anger upon discovering this betrayal, Jiang Nanyuan felt powerless to rectify the situation and ultimately broke his vow, taking in concubines without granting them status. When Lin Jixue learned of these events, though angered, she felt unable to blame her mother-in-law. After enduring months of such oppression, Jiang Nanyuan's concubine became pregnant. One day, while she was taking Jiang Nanyuan to the temple to pray for blessings, their carriage met with an accident, tumbling down a cliff. When she awoke, she found herself in Taohua village. Upon awakening, she discovered that she was pregnant, with Yuaner by her side. Lu Pozi casually assigned her an identity, informing her that she was a village orphan, her husband a hunter who had long since passed away, and that both Yuaner and the child within her were the offspring of the hunter. Lin Jixue accepted this narrative without a trace of doubt. A year later, she gave birth to a boy, yet tragically, he was stillborn. Upon learning this, Lin Jixue wept bitterly, for she had another child to raise. Wiping her tears, she and Yuaner relied on each other in the village. As events unfolded, Yuaner sacrificed her own body to save Lin Jixue. Reflecting on this, Lin Jixue clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without her feeling the pain. A flicker of rage crossed her gaze. All of this was orchestrated by Jiang Nanyuan's concubine. She had lost her obedient and sensible daughter. She yearned to return, to part ways with him, and to sever all ties henceforth. Chapter 5. Mother, we have returned just in time. You wish to go back? I shall accompany you. I will protect you. When do you wish to depart? If possible, we can set out tomorrow. She had not seen her parents or brothers for many years, and she missed them dearly, wondering how they had fared during this time. Very well, you tidy up at home, and I shall go to the county town to procure a carriage. I will return shortly to fetch you. Lin Jixue nodded, and as Jiang Nanyuan departed, she began to gather her belongings. In truth, she possessed little, only a few old garments worn for many years, the rest being of no use. Soon, she finished packing and sat on a chair in the courtyard, waiting for Jiang Nanyuan's return. The weather remained quite cold, yet the thought of returning warmed her heart, making her oblivious to the chill. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan reached the county town, purchasing a rather fine carriage and hiring a coachman. She also procured various provisions, snacks, dried goods, and had ordered several dishes at a tavern. Once prepared, she discreetly stored everything in her space. Furthermore, she bought thick coats and hot water bottles, as the journey would still be frigid, necessitating warmer attire. After spending a considerable sum, though she had ample silver from Wang Yuanwai's household, a veritable chest of silver and treasures, she felt no remorse in her expenditures. Once her errands concluded, she intended to return home, but at that moment, she noticed a troop of soldiers passing by, seemingly headed towards Wang Yuanwai's residence. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Nanyuan followed to ascertain the situation. It was indeed peculiar. She had presumed they would not discover her so swiftly, yet the very next day someone had reported it. Little did Jiang Nanyuan know that earlier that morning, Wang Yuanwai's nephew had come to visit Wang Gongzi. Upon finding no servants guarding the entrance, he gently pushed the door open, intrigued, only to be met with the stench of blood in the air, which immediately raised alarm bells for him. Thus, he reported it to the authorities, leading to the current spectacle. Jiang Nanyuan lingered for a while to observe the commotion. But soon the news of the entire Wang family disappearing overnight spread rapidly. Speculations arose that they had fled under cover of darkness, while others claimed they had perished. Whispers of hauntings emerged, suggesting that their misdeeds had summoned vengeful spirits. Jiang Nanyuan, having watched for a brief period, decided against lingering further. She needed to return quickly to bring Lin Jixue to the capital. Unbeknownst to her, as she departed, a pair of eyes followed her intently. "Aiken, what are you watching?" Yu Li and Xiao Yuqing had also heard of the happenings at Wang Yuanwai's residence and found the matter suspicious enough to investigate. However, upon stepping outside, Xiao Yuqing fixated on a particular spot. Following his gaze, Yu Li saw only a departing carriage, with no one else in sight. "It's nothing. It seems I've lost my mind, thinking that woman resembles the one from yesterday." The woman from yesterday had been swollen and bruised. He had not scrutinized her closely, only recalling a birthmark the size of a mother and child plum blossom on her lower back. The woman he had just glimpsed bore some resemblance in form, yet her face was unblemished, so it could not possibly be her. Shaking his head, he sighed, "Truly, I am going mad." Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan was unaware of the lingering thoughts directed her way, as she had successfully reunited with Lin Jixue and set off towards the capital. They had an arduous journey ahead, spanning 800 miles, which would take approximately a month by carriage at a swift pace. A month later, they finally arrived in the bustling streets of the capital. "Mother, we have arrived." Jiang Nanyuan, hearing the commotion outside, lifted the carriage curtain to glance out. Over the past month, her bond with Lin Jixue had grown, and she genuinely cherished her. The term mother now flowed easily from her lips. Regardless of her feelings towards this body or herself, she was indifferent, as long as there was no threat to her. She did not mind gaining a few more family members. Lin Jixue released her grip and turned to Jiang Nanyuan with resolve. "Good." The reason their journey took over a month was that Jiang Nanyuan had been assisting Lin Jixue in regaining her health. She had been significantly weakened, afflicted by poison and the toll of childbirth, having not properly convalesced. They rested at inns when fatigued and resumed travel when they felt invigorated. Now, Lin Jixue appeared healthier than when they first met, having gained some weight and color in her cheeks. After a short while, the carriage came to a halt, and the coachman's voice called out, "Madam, Miss, we have arrived at the marquis' residence." Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue exchanged glances and smiled, supporting each other as they descended from the carriage. Standing at the entrance of the marquis' residence, Lin Jixue gazed at the familiar sights, her eyes beginning to well with tears. "Hey, what are those two beggars doing? Get lost. Today is our marquis' joyous day. You beggars better scram and not block the entrance." Upon hearing the doorman's words, they both looked up, just then noticing a large red flower hanging on the plaque at the marquis' gate. "Another marriage? Haha, Jiang Nanyuan truly lives a carefree life." It seemed fitting that on such a joyous occasion, they should not miss the opportunity to stir the pot. With this thought, Jiang Nanyuan's lips curled into a smirk. "Mother, isn't this fortuitous? We have returned just in time." With that, Jiang Nanyuan strode forward and slapped the doorman who had just spoken. "You cur, are your eyes blind? Open them wide and see clearly. We are beggars? Where is Jiang Nanyuan? Call him out. I want to ask him who we really are. The doorman, stunned by the sudden slap, stood dazed. The gathering crowd, intrigued by the commotion, quickly encircled them, eager for entertainment. The ruckus caught the attention of the steward, Li Qing, who emerged to find the doorman failing in his duties. With the future madam soon to arrive, he approached with a stern countenance and reprimanded, "What is all this noise? Today is the marquis's joyous occasion. Do not cause any trouble. If you offend the future madam, you will find yourselves in dire straits." Chapter 6. Breaking into the marquis's residence. He had only been at the marquis's residence for a few years and did not recognize the two women before him. He assumed they were merely troublemakers, completely disregarding the fact that Jiang Nanyuan had just called out Jiang Nanfeng's name at the door. The steward, with his back turned to them, cast a disdainful glance at the doorman upon hearing of someone deliberately causing a disturbance. How amusing, he thought. Let's see who dares to create chaos in our marquis's house today. The doorman, feeling a sense of superiority, glanced at the two women and scoffed, offending the steward. They might as well await their doom. When Li Qing turned around and saw Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue, his pupils dilated in shock. "Madam," he exclaimed. "What did you say? She is the madam?" The doorman was taken aback. Wasn't today supposed to be a joyous occasion for the madam? Why was she dressed so poorly? Was this a deliberate act to create a different kind of spectacle? Good heavens! Had he just addressed her as a beggar? Realizing this, his heart sank, and he fell to his knees, frantically bowing his head. "Madam, I am deeply sorry. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence. My tongue was too loose. I deserve punishment." After saying this, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and struck his face multiple times. Not hearing any response from Lin Jixue and the others, he dared not stop. Jiang Nanyuan, supporting Lin Jixue, did not even glance at the doorman, striding directly into the courtyard of the marquis's residence. However, they were soon intercepted again. Li Qing noticed their intent to proceed to the main hall, where the master, the new madam, and guests were present. He could not allow them to cause a scene. After all, the madam was known for her gentle disposition. He would placate them for the time being. In a lowered voice, he said, "Madam, today is a day of great joy for the marquis. Allow this old servant to escort you back to the courtyard first. We can discuss matters there. If that is acceptable?" Jiang Nanyuan was nearly amused to the point of anger. "Well done, Jiang Nanfeng. You wish to marry a new bride and expect us to quietly retreat? If they acquiesce now, who knew how they would be tormented in the future?" Just as she was about to reprimand this ignorant servant, Lin Jixue gently tugged her hand and shook her head. Jiang Nanyuan assumed Lin Jixue was about to concede, but in the next moment, she stepped forward and slapped Li Qing across the face. "Bravo, mother. Go fetch Jiang Nanfeng for me. I have some questions for him. Is it appropriate for a legitimate wife to be absent while he marries a concubine?" Lin Jixue's voice was not loud, yet every servant present heard her clearly. Bowing their heads in fear, Li Qing had never been publicly struck in such a manner. His heart seethed with rage. However, there was nothing he could do. Regardless of the situation, they were still mistresses of the marquis's residence, while he was merely a servant. Reluctantly, seeing their determination to proceed to the main hall, he exchanged a glance with a nearby attendant, signaling him to inform the marquis. He then led the two women slowly inside. In the main hall, Jiang Nanfeng and Luo Yuru were in the midst of their wedding ceremony when the attendant rushed in, interrupting them. My lord, something is amiss," suddenly interrupted. Both Jiang Nanfeng and Luo Yuru exhibited displeasure, though the latter's expression was concealed beneath her bridal veil. The onlookers, curious about the attendant's urgency, wondered what could possibly be more important than the marquis's wedding. As Jiang Nanfeng's icy gaze fell upon the attendant, it seemed to convey a silent threat. If he failed to articulate something of significance, his life would be forfeit. "Speak. What is it?" The attendant trembled in fear, glancing around at the crowd. Did he truly have to announce this in front of so many people? Noticing the attendant's hesitation, Jiang Nanfeng grew impatient. "Speak plainly. Why stutter?" With Jiang Nanfeng's urging, the attendant finally blurted out, "My lord, the madam and the young lady are approaching." "What? Which madam and young lady?" "All the ladies of the household are present. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll break your mouth." Jiang Nanfeng, infuriated, perceived the attendant as a mere troublemaker. The attendant, feeling wronged, explained, "I arrived at the marquis's residence later than most and do not recognize Lin Jixue or Jiang Nanyuan." But I heard Steward Lee refer to them as Madam and Young Lady, so I had no choice but to use those titles. The Marquis must have a short memory. After more than a decade of absence, he has forgotten us entirely. Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan approached, catching Jiang Nanfeng's words. Lin Jixue glanced at him, noting his bright red wedding robe, pulling Luo Yuru beside him, while his face displayed a look of horror. Not only he, but also the matriarch, Madame Zhao, and Lu Shuang seated nearby widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the two women. How did you come to be here? Someone, throw them out. They are not residents of our Marquis' house. Today is a day of great joy. Who allowed them entry? Whoever is responsible shall be punished with 30 strokes. Madame Zhao slammed her cane on the ground in frustration. Lu Shuang, equally terrified, wondered why they were not still in the village. Who brought them here? As Jiang Nanyuan noticed several servants advancing towards them to drag them away, she pulled Lin Jixue behind her and then threw a few silver needles. The encroaching servants suddenly found themselves unable to move. Yuan come sit with us. Lin Jixue, seeing the servants immobilized, took Jiang Nanyuan's hand and, disregarding the gazes of those around them, boldly seated herself in the main position. Jiang Nanfeng, witnessing this, felt his forehead throb with rage. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and demanded, Lin Jixue, what exactly do you intend to do? Marquis, your question is quite peculiar. I am the Marquis' legitimate wife. Should you not be serving me tea as you wed a concubine? Furthermore, how can a concubine wear bright red? Have her change at once. Lin Jixue remained unfazed by his fury, calmly sipping tea. Noticing Jiang Nanfeng standing still, she queried, Did the Marquis not hear me? Shall I repeat myself? Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Nanfeng took 2 strides forward, raising his hand to strike Lin Jixue, only to be seized by Jiang Nanyuan. Do not lay a hand on my mother. Jiang Nanyuan's grip was firm, rendering Jiang Nanfeng immobile. His gaze shifted to Jiang Nanyuan, realizing she was the daughter who had accompanied Lin Jixue. She appears so ordinary, lacking any comparison to Xiao. Let go. I am your father. Do you intend to strike me as well? Upon hearing this, Lin Jixue could not suppress a laugh. Marquis, were you not just denying our existence? Now you remember that Yuan is your daughter? Jiang Nanfeng's countenance darkened considerably as he directed his ire at Lin Jixue. Lin Jixue, is this how you have raised our daughter over the years? Lin Jixue, confronted with his accusation, paled slightly. After years of silence, he offered no greeting, only to criticize her. Pain surged within her chest, but she composed herself and met Jiang Nanfeng's gaze, speaking calmly. May I ask, Marquis, have you ever cared for her even a little in these past years? Moreover, my Yuan is admirable. She does not require your judgment. Jiang Nanfeng was nearly driven to the brink of rage, casting a glance at Qi Mei, whose expression had turned sour. This was not the moment to argue with them. Marrying the princess must take precedence, and everything else could be dealt with later. Upon reaching this thought, he approached Lin Jixue, standing before her with a softened tone, murmuring, Lin, today marks my joyous occasion. I implore you to cease your disruptions. Whatever you desire, after this affair concludes, I shall grant your wishes. Let us first proceed with the marriage. Lord, I am not causing any disturbance, Lin Jixue retorted. I merely wish for her to present me with a cup of tea and to change into a different gown. How can that be construed as a disruption? I must inquire of everyone present, what is inappropriate about my request? With a throng of onlookers gathered outside, Jiang Nanfeng, a man who cherished his reputation, could not fathom why she would not yield. Facing considerable distress, he cast a glance at Luo Yuru, who was embroiled in the discord instigated by Lin Jixue, leaving him in a quandary. However, he soon recalled that his plan would soon bear fruit, the entire Duke's residence would soon cease to exist, and Lin Jixue would not revel in her triumph for long. With this in mind, Jiang Nanfeng whispered a few words into Luo Yuru's ear. Upon hearing his words, Luo Yuru clenched the wedding handkerchief tightly, her complexion paling. The decree for her marriage to Jiang Nanfeng was one she had fervently sought, and she was aware that his former wife was Lin Jixue, who had vanished for over a decade, presumed dead by the Duke's household. Thus, she had disregarded all reservations to wed him. Little did she expect to encounter the supposedly deceased Lin Jixue on her wedding day. With a slight mental exertion, she grasped the underlying complications. Nevertheless, she was privy to some of Jiang Nanfeng's previous remarks. Her father and Jiang Nanfeng were conspiring against the Duke's residence, and it would not be long before they bore the brunt of accusations, leading to their banishment. For now, she resolved to endure, believing that her rightful place as the lady of the Duke's residence would eventually be hers. She acquiesced, thinking that once she entered the Duke's gates, she could address Lin Jixue properly, reassured that Jiang Nanyuan would side with her. Very well, I consent. For Jiang Nanyuan's sake, Luo Yuru ultimately yielded. Afterward, she called her maid, Qi Mei, instructing her to assist in changing her attire. Seeing her agreement, Jiang Nanyuan gazed at Luo Yuru with tenderness, murmuring, "My dear, I am sorry for the distress you have endured." He had intended to bestow upon her a flawless wedding, yet it had devolved into chaos. All due to that wretched Lin Jixue. Once this matter was resolved, he vowed to find a way to deal with her appropriately. "It is nothing, my lord." "I am not distressed," Luo Yuru replied softly, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, evoking sympathy from those who heard her. Upon witnessing Luo Yuru's understanding, Jiang Nanyuan felt an even deeper affection for her, while his disdain for Lin Jixue intensified. "Well, are you satisfied now? Look at how magnanimous Yuru is. And then at your own pettiness," he exclaimed in frustration, nearly flinging his sleeve in Lin Jixue's direction. Lin Jixue merely regarded her former lover coldly, pondering when he had transformed into such a callous individual. Perhaps he had always been this way, and her lack of understanding had led her to mistakenly believe him to be virtuous. Now she finally perceived his true nature. "Ah, my lord, how magnificent you are. Do not forget that your current standing is largely due to me, the one you deem so petty." Jiang Nanyuan detested the notion of attributing his achievements to Lin Jixue, as it had long been rumored that his success was a byproduct of the Duke's residence. Though these assertions were factual, he had nearly forgotten them over the years. Hearing Lin Jixue invoke them again ignited his fury, his fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. "Enough. After you finish your tea, you may leave." Seeing him so agitated, Lin Jixue exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Nanyuan, both of their lips curling into faint smirks. Among all present, besides Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan, there was another who shared in their joy, Lu Shuang. The position of the Duke's wife was rightfully hers, yet through some unforeseen circumstance, Luo Yuru had emerged. Today marked Jiang Nanyuan's marriage to his rightful spouse. She could hardly contain her discontent. However, witnessing the commotion created by Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue filled her with delight. Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan were oblivious to the schemes swirling in Lu Shuang's mind, but even if they were aware, it mattered not. Their return was solely for the purpose of separation, and if they could cause a stir, they would do so. How intriguing. The Duke's residence now boasts 2 wives? Yet, why does this lady appear so disheveled? I recall now. This is the Duke's daughter. Indeed, she is a wife of the Duke's residence. How curious, didn't she die? Could it be that she is aware of today's marriage and, dissatisfied with the Duke's choice, has returned from the dead to protest? The speaker recoiled in fright after voicing such a notion. What nonsense are you spouting? In broad daylight, how could one rise from the dead? I suspect there are hidden truths behind this matter, another guest remarked. The whispers among the guests reached Jiang Nanyuan's ears, darkening his expression ominously, while all the servants lowered their gazes, afraid to breathe. As the moments passed, the auspicious hour slipped away. When Luo Yuru returned, attired appropriately, Jiang Nanyuan's demeanor softened slightly, and the ceremony resumed. When it came time for the tea ceremony, Luo Yuru stood before Lin Jixue, presenting the tea with grace. "Sister, please partake of this tea." "Wait." Lin Jixue made no move to accept the tea. "What are you up to now?" Jiang Nanyuan, exasperated, reached the end of his patience, his tolerance for Lin Jixue waning. "Lin, this is still the Duke's residence. I am not deceased, and here my word holds sway." Zhao Shi, unable to endure any longer, struck her cane forcefully, wishing to silence Lin Jixue at once. "The servants here are utterly useless, unable to manage 2 women. Well, if you think you can, then go ahead." Chapter 8. Presenting tea to Lin Jixue. "My lord, she must kneel to serve me tea." "Lin Jixue, do not overstep." Why is the lord so furious? Have I spoken out of turn?" Lin Jixue retorted innocently, entirely disregarding Jiang Nanyuan's face, which had turned a deep shade of anger. Jiang Nanyuan stifled a laugh behind Lin Jixue, thinking that this mother was quite delightful and to her liking. "As a princess, my deference in presenting tea to you should be considered respectful. Do not push your luck." Lin Jixue shot her a sidelong glance, accepting the tea and taking a sip. "Very well, I shall begrudgingly taste it." Having sampled the tea, let us depart, your. Yes, mother, Jiang Nanyuan replied, following Lin Jixue as they exited. Seeing that they had ceased their antics, Jiang Nanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, resuming the wedding rites. Familiar with every corner of the residence, Lin Jixue could navigate to the courtyard of her former abode, the falling flower courtyard, without guidance. As they approached the courtyard, two servants obstructed their path, demanding, "Who are you?" "This is our lady's new chamber, begone." Jiang Nanyuan chuckled inwardly, recalling the tales of a Lu lady, and now a new lady had appeared. Surely, Lu must be incensed. Lady? Which lady of the residence? Jiang Nanyuan inquired playfully. Why, the lady the Duke just married, of course. The young servant, without a moment's thought, replied, but as soon as he spoke, he felt something was amiss. Who are they, after all? Dressed so poorly yet wandering about the marquis' residence, surely they cannot be mere maidservants or relatives of the steward. No, they must not be allowed to roam here. If the madam and the marquis catch sight of them, he would surely face severe punishment for his negligence. Huh, it seems you do not recognize my mother. Step aside. She is the true mistress of this estate. Should you dare to obstruct us again, I shan't hesitate to cripple your hands. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's warning, the young servant, far from being intimidated, burst into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your wits, imagining yourselves to be the marquis' lady? Begone. Do not cause trouble here, or I shall summon someone to have you taken away and punished." "Mother, do not mind this fool. Let us proceed inside," Jiang Nanyuan said, casting the servant a disdainful glance as she pulled Lin Jixue away to enter the house. Hey, what is all this ruckus?" Just as the servant was about to step forward to block them again, a woman's voice came from behind. Turning to look, the servant immediately bowed respectfully, "Lady Lu." "No, I mean, concubine Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Shuang was the concubine who had been with the marquis the longest, having borne him 2 sons and a daughter. Among the concubines in the residence, none held a higher status than she, as the other concubines had only given birth to daughters, while Lu Shuang had provided 2 sons. Naturally, she was deeply favored by both the marquis and the matriarch. Before the new lady's arrival, the servants referred to her as Madam. However, with the new lady now in residence, she was relegated to the title of concubine. Upon hearing herself addressed as Madam, a smug expression spread across her face, but it quickly darkened when she realized the servants had changed their manner of address. Yet, regardless of her anger, the situation was beyond her control. Her status within the marquis' residence remained intact, and soon, all would fall to her son, who was the sole legitimate heir, while the marquis was no longer capable of fathering more children. Thus, everything in the marquis' household would ultimately belong to her son, especially since the management of the household was already in her hands. With this thought, her spirits lifted somewhat. She had followed the 2 girls upon seeing them leave. Now fixing her gaze on Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan, she forced a laugh. "Sister, why did you not inform me of your return in advance? That way, I could have sent someone to receive you." "That won't be necessary. If you had come to fetch me, I might have already met with misfortune on the way. I heard that you are now in charge of the marquis' household, so it is perfect. Arrange for a few maidservants to assist me with my ablutions, and clear out the Jianjia courtyard for my Nanyuan to reside in. Oh, and bring me Granny Zhou, as well as Donghua, Baiji, and Xiaohong." Granny Zhou was her wet nurse, while the other 3 were her former personal maidservants. Upon her departure, these maidservants had not followed her, and after so many years, she wondered how they had fared. Hearing Lin Jixue's words, Lu Shuang was nearly petrified, but she quickly regained her composure, forcing a smile. "Sister, now that you are back, I shall arrange everything for you." Lu Shuang said this and, without waiting for Lin Jixue's reply, led her maidservants away. She intended to first inform the matriarch, uncertain whether the matriarch was aware of this situation. The young servant, who had stopped them, watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded, realizing that concubine Lu had just referred to this woman as sister. Could she truly be the marquis' lady? Hadn't the former lady already passed away? How could she possibly be here now? Reflecting on his previous actions made his face pale with fear, and his legs trembled. "Enough, you may leave," Lin Jixue said, not wishing to trouble him further, as she and Jiang Nanyuan proceeded inside. The courtyard was adorned with red lanterns, and the windows were decorated with the double happiness symbol. Upon entering, they found the bed covered with a red wedding quilt and the table laden with food and wine. Everything felt both familiar and foreign. This was precisely how her own wedding had been arranged. Upon seeing all this, Lin Jixue felt a heaviness in her heart. Someone remove all this at once. She did not dwell on her sorrow for long. Her return was not meant for lamentation. The maidservants outside exchanged glances, unsure if they should comply with Lin Jixue's command. The young servant who had been guarding outside had not left. Upon hearing Lin Jixue's words, he immediately signaled to the several maidservants in the courtyard, "The lady has spoken. Hurry and carry out her orders." "Yes." The maidservants responded in unison, promptly setting about removing everything from the courtyard. Meanwhile, Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan settled into chairs inside. "Nanyuan, I am feeling quite anxious. After causing such a commotion today, why hasn't your maternal family made any move? Could something have gone awry?" Chapter 9. The Frail Young Master. Jiang Nanyuan also found this puzzling. Throughout their journey, Lin Jixue had mentioned how the Duke's household treated her well. That it was she who had let them down. Even if Jiang Nanyuan claimed Lin Jixue had perished, such a public uproar today would surely reach the Duke's ears. Yet, they had not come to investigate, which she found suspicious. "Mother, do not worry. I shall visit the Duke's household tonight." When they entered the capital, Lin Jixue had pointed out the location of the Duke's residence, and Jiang Nanyuan remembered it well. "Is that safe? What if someone discovers you?" Lin Jixue was aware of Jiang Nanyuan's remarkable abilities, her skill in martial arts, and her proficiency in medicine. Yet she remained unaware of Jiang Nanyuan's spatial abilities and the current circumstances at the Duke's household, fearing for her daughter's safety. "Fear not. I will merely slip in and check. No one will notice me." Jiang Nanyuan had confidence in her skills, having practiced a form of stealth technique back in Phoenix Country, which required the use of her spiritual energy. During the journey back, she had noticed her spiritual energy had begun to recover, albeit only enough to last for an hour. That hour would suffice for her needs. "Very well, but do take care." As they conversed, Lu Shuang had already arrived at the banquet hall, where she found the matriarch and relayed the situation to her. Having taken over Luo Yuro's courtyard, she was certain this would provoke her ire, thus suggesting the matriarch take action against her. The matriarch, upon hearing this, slammed her hand down onto the table 3 times in indignation, exclaiming, "What absolute nonsense! This wretch! What is she trying to accomplish? Matriarch, do not let her anger you. Do not let my sister's foolishness affect your health. Today is the day the princess has come to join the family. Her ruckus shows utter disrespect toward both the master and the marquis's household." The matriarch, once a simple peasant, had risen to prominence alongside Jiang Nanyuan, and with Lu Shuang's subtle instigation, she was now being led by the nose. "Go arrange for her to be confined, and her daughter as well. If she resists, have her punished directly." The matriarch harbored a deep desire to imprison her indefinitely, just as they had with Granny Zhou, wishing never to release her again. "Mother, what has happened? Why are you so furious?" Jiang Nanyuan entered the room to find the matriarch's face flushed with anger. Upon seeing Lu Shuang, he initially assumed she was the cause of the matriarch's distress. "Lu, my marriage to the princess is a foregone conclusion. Complaining to the matriarch will avail you nothing. Now, step aside." "My lord," Lu Shuang began to explain. But Jiang Nanyuan shot her an irritated glare. "You still have not stepped aside? Wind, it is not she who has angered me." Lu Shuang was the first to bear the marquis's first grandson, and the matriarch often extended her leniency and support towards her. Upon hearing that the matter did not involve Lu Shuang, he suddenly recalled Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan, and his temples began to throb. Could it possibly be those two again? "Mother, what on earth is happening?" Weary, he rubbed his temples, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The old lady recounted how Lin Jixue had seized the courtyard and demanded a maid. Jiang Nanyuan, equally furious, pondered more deeply. His own affairs had reached a critical juncture, and he could not afford any negligence. It appeared that the pace of this matter must be hastened, allowing her to revel in her triumph for a while longer. "Mother, whatever she desires, indulge her, do not provoke her, for before long, I shall find a pretext to dismiss her no more than 2 months, no less than half a month. And you, during this time, refrain from inciting her ire." Having spoken, Jiang Nanyuan turned to issue a warning to Lu Shuang. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang's face brightened. If the master intended to dismiss her, she posed no threat. Moreover, her time was limited. So what harm was there in letting her linger a while longer in the marquis? She could stir trouble, inciting conflict between the newly arrived princess and that woman. And when they were both worn down, she could reap the benefits. With these thoughts in mind, she withdrew to make arrangements. Just after departing from the old lady, she had not walked far when a young woman clad in a pink dress came running towards her. Upon seeing Lu Shuang, she dashed over and flung herself into her embrace, sobbing, "Mother, someone has taken my courtyard. Look at my face." That vile woman not only seized my courtyard but also struck my face, throwing all my belongings outside. "Mother, you must help me avenge this grievance." The girl clinging to Lu Shuang was her youngest daughter, Jiang Xiuxiu, who was 12 years old this year. Hearing Jiang Xiuxiu mention the courtyard, Lu Shuang recalled how Lin Jixue had instructed her to clear out the Jianjia courtyard. Caught up in her own grievances while reporting to the old lady, she had completely forgotten about that matter. The Jianjia courtyard was where the legitimate young ladies of the family resided, a space she had specifically secured for Jiang Xiuxiu from the old lady. To her surprise, they had audaciously taken it. Heart-aching, she gently rubbed Jiang Xiuxiu's face, which bore a bright red handprint. Filled with maternal concern, she contemplated confronting them, but remembered the master's instructions, which left her with no choice but to temporarily comfort Jiang Xiuxiu. "Xiuxiu, listen to mother. For now, bear this patiently," Lu Shuang whispered softly in her ear. Jiang Xiuxiu pouted, visibly unconvinced, but seeing her mother's resolute expression, she relented, lowering her head in acquiescence. "All right then, mother, I shall listen to you." Lu Shuang tenderly stroked Jiang Xiuxiu's head. "Good girl, shortly, you may draw 500 taels of silver to buy something you like." Upon hearing about the silver, Jiang Xiuxiu instantly perked up. "Mother, is it true?" "Of course it is. For the time being, you shall stay in my courtyard. It won't be long before you can return home. Now, go and fetch the silver. I have some matters to attend to." Jiang Xiuxiu nodded eagerly. "All right, mother. I'll go now." With that, she happily departed with her maid. As Lu Shuang was about to leave, a young servant named Wuzhu, who attended to Jiang Wenjin, hurried over. "Madam, it's not good. The young master, his illness has flared up again. Madam, you should go and see him." Lu Shuang frowned slightly, her earlier smile fading as she glanced at him coldly. "Speak more quietly. Let us go and take a look." She followed Wuzhu towards the Luophone courtyard. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Luophone courtyard. As they approached the entrance, a strong medicinal odor wafted from within. "The young master, madam, has arrived," Wuzhu announced as he rushed into the room, aiding Jiang Wenjin to sit up from the bed. Lu Shuang curled her index finger under her nose, the odor of medicine growing more potent inside. "Mother." On the bed lay a frail young man clad in white, his complexion deathly pale, devoid of color, his body thin and his voice weak. "How are you?" Lu Shuang asked. "Wenju said you fell ill again? Have you seen a doctor?" "Mother, I am fine. It's just my old ailment," Jiang Wenjin replied, casting a cold glance at Wuzhu, who averted his gaze. "Very well, if you are fine, that's good. There are matters in the house I must attend to. If anything arises, have Wuzhu come to inform me," Lu Shuang stated, then turned to leave. The medicinal smell inside was becoming unbearable. Spotting a maid named Xinger cleaning the courtyard, she exchanged a glance with Wuzhu, who nodded in understanding and took a packet of medicine to Xinger. "Xinger, this is the medicine madam had the doctor prepare for the young master. Remember to brew it for him." "Yes." Xinger accepted the package, and once the two had departed, she went to prepare the medicine. Inside, Jiang Wenjin and Wuzhu overheard their conversation. "Young master, you see, madam still cares for you." Jiang Wenjin offered a faint smile, fully aware of his mother's feelings toward him. "Yes, I know, mother still worries about me. Yet, with this frail body of mine, I wonder how much longer I have to live." No, young master. Such words should not be spoken. You will surely live a long life. You always know how to cheer me up." Jiang Wenjin lightly tapped Wenju's forehead with his finger, then suddenly recalled something. He became serious. "By the way, I heard that father married a new wife today. From now on, do not address mother as madam." "Understood, young master." "Today, I heard people talking outside." Wenju proceeded to relay all the news he had gathered about the day's events to Jiang Wenjin. The eldest young master had been in frail health since childhood. Ever since he began living with the young master, he spent almost every day confined to bed. In previous years, his condition was manageable, but in recent times, his health had deteriorated significantly. He frequently fell ill, and whenever he did, he would curl up in bed, moaning as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at him. Each time he witnessed the eldest young master in such a state, Wenju felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Previously, Madame would only visit when the eldest young master was unwell. He could never quite understand why he felt that Madame held little affection for the eldest young master, treating him and the second young master with stark contrast. Yet, regardless of her demeanor, each time Madame visited, the eldest young master would beam with joy for quite some time. Thus, to bring happiness to the eldest young master, Wenju would always find ways to persuade Madame to visit, even if it was just for a brief moment, as on this day. Chapter 10. A night visit to the Duke's residence. You say Madame Lin has returned? Jiang Nanyuan was taken aback. He had long heard tales of a lady from the marquis, a legitimate daughter of the Duke's family, who had once bullied his mother, nearly causing her to miscarry, which prompted his father to send her away to the countryside. Several years ago, he had also heard from Wenju that news of her death had circulated. Now, not only was she alive, but she had also returned. Wenju, later, go to mother and give her a heads up. She must be cautious of that Madame Lin from now on. She almost caused mother to miscarry before. Her return could pose even greater dangers. Understood, young master. I will speak to her shortly. Young master, are you feeling tired? Would you like to rest for a while? Lately, the eldest young master had been increasingly drowsy. At this hour, he often wanted to sleep, yet today, he seemed rather alert. Later, fetch me a book to read for some amusement. Wenju tucked him in and walked over to the bookshelf, retrieving a storybook to hand to him. Typically, the young master had few recreational activities. He occasionally basked in the sun in the courtyard, or Wenju would go out to gather various bits of gossip to share with him, providing some diversion. Sometimes, while basking in the sun outside, he would hear the delightful laughter of the young master next door, which filled the older master with envy. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly wish to venture out and explore the world. As Wenju observed Jiang Nanyuan immersed in his reading, she chose not to disturb him and quietly slipped away to seek out Lu Shuang. In the Jianjia courtyard, Jiang Nanyuan instructed the servants to completely replace everything in the courtyard, particularly the bedding, as those were the very items Jiang Xiao had slept upon, which she found distasteful. Miss, are you in? Just as Jiang Nanyuan settled down, she heard someone calling for her from outside. Upon opening the door, she found it was Li Qing, accompanied by two maidservants. Upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan emerge, Li Qing awkwardly pointed to the two maidservants behind him. Miss, these two are sent by Lu Yinyang to attend to you. Springflower, Autumn Moon, quickly pay your respects to the young lady. The two maidservants immediately knelt and spoke in unison. We are the servants, Autumn Moon and Springflower. We have come to pay our respects to the young lady. Jiang Nanyuan nodded lightly, a cold smile forming in her heart. Huh, they wish to send someone to monitor me? They must possess the capability to do so first. Very well, I accept them. Both maidservants lacked any martial prowess, posing no threat to her whatsoever. Seeing Jiang Nanyuan accept the maidservants, Li Qing sighed in relief. This young lady had a notoriously difficult temperament, and he feared she would reject Lu Yinyang's arrangement, but to his surprise, she accepted them with such ease. Miss, I shall take my leave. Jiang Nanyuan waved her hand nonchalantly, and once Li Qing departed, she turned her attention to the still kneeling Springflower and Autumn Moon. You may rise. You are permitted to follow me, but I have but one demand. Do not betray me. Should you do so, I shall ensure your demise is most dreadful. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, both maidservants exchanged a fleeting glance of unease before hastily lowering their heads. The pressure exerted by this young lady was overwhelmingly intense. Though she smiled, they felt an underlying terror. Yes, Mississippi. They shared a secretive glance before rising together. Having been accustomed to solitude, Jiang Nanyuan had not developed a habit of having attendants, but since they were sent, she had no objection to keeping them around for now, curious to see what their intentions might be. The courtyard contained a small kitchen, and upon learning that Autumn Moon could cook, Jiang Nanyuan instructed her to prepare the meal. She then retreated to her room, leaving Springflower to stand guard outside, as she entered her space to commence her cultivation. The spiritual energy within the space gradually began to revive, allowing her to cultivate, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace, perhaps only yielding a minor improvement over the course of a month. Nonetheless, every bit counted, and this was already a significant boon. As night fell, Autumn Moon completed the meal and brought it in, prompting Springflower to knock on the door. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Nanyuan ceased her cultivation and emerged from her space, opening the door. Miss, the meal is ready. Shall I serve it inside? Jiang Nanyuan nodded. And Autumn Moon set the dishes on the table. Spring Flower handed her a cloth to clean her hands. She accepted it, wiped her hands, and began to eat. Autumn Moon's culinary skills were quite commendable, and the meal was palatable, prompting Jiang Nanyuan to sample each dish. She remained unconcerned about the possibility of poison, for she was impervious to toxins. After finishing dinner, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon prepared water for her bath, but Jiang Nanyuan dismissed them, opting to bathe alone. Instead of using the wooden tub, she entered her space, indulging in the warmth of the hot spring. There was no comparison between soaking in a tub and luxuriating in a hot spring. After nearly half an hour, she dressed and returned to the room, allowing them to come in and tidy up. That night, Jiang Nanyuan did not require them to keep watch and instructed them to retire to their quarters for rest. Lying in bed with her eyes closed, she awaited the stroke of midnight, and as soon as the hour passed, she swiftly opened her eyes, adjusting to the darkness. She retrieved a set of night garments from her space and, employing her concealment technique, stealthily slipped out of the courtyard, making her way towards the Duke's residence. In mere moments, she arrived at the entrance of the Duke's estate, only to discover it heavily guarded by soldiers. How had she failed to notice their presence during the day? Without further contemplation, Jiang Nanyuan chose not to enter through the main gate, but rather slipped in through a side entrance, doing so without attracting the attention of the guards outside. Unfamiliar with the layout of the Duke's estate, she was compelled to explore each courtyard in the dark. After surveying the premises, she noted the sparse number of inhabitants. Only a few courtyards were occupied, while many others lay empty and deserted. Eventually, she found the courtyard belonging to Lin Ji-shui, her maternal grandmother. Upon entering, she immediately sensed something amiss. The scent of medicinal herbs was overwhelmingly strong. Two figures lay upon the bed, and while Jiang Nanyuan had no distinct memories of the Duke and the old Duchess, she surmised that the two on the bed were indeed her grandfather and grandmother. Moving quietly, she approached, finding them lost in deep slumber, completely unaware of her presence. She gently placed her hand on the pulse of one of them, only to furrow her brow and retract her hand. Not wishing to linger at the Duke's estate, she departed and returned to the marquis's residence. Upon her arrival, she did not head straight back, for she spotted Jiang Nanfeng hastily walking with several servants who carried lanterns, heading towards a specific location. Why was he awake at such an hour? Wasn't he today's wedding night? To forego consummation and venture out at this late hour surely indicated something of great importance. Jiang Nanyuan mused as she trailed behind him at a leisurely pace. Chapter 11. Observing the drama. Jiang Nanyuan closely followed Jiang Nanfeng, eventually arriving at the Luofeng courtyard. Noticing his hurried pace, she decided not to pursue further. Instead, she seized the opportunity when the others were distracted and leapt gracefully onto the roof. Once atop the roof, she remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings and discovering numerous hidden guards throughout the marquis's estate, pinpointing their precise locations. However, to her, these guards posed little threat. While they might be formidable for others, they were utterly oblivious to her presence. Gently lifting a tile, she peered down to observe not only Jiang Nanfeng, but also Lu Shuang within the room. The conversation floated up to her, crystal clear as she listened attentively from her perch. At last, you've come, my lord. You must see what has happened to Jean Eyre. No matter how I call, she remains unresponsive. It is all my fault. Earlier, when Ju came to consult me, mentioning Jean Eyre was feeling unwell, I should have been more attentive. It should not have led to Jean Eyre's current condition. Oh, Jean Eyre, it is all Mother's fault for not taking proper care of you. Please, open your eyes and look at your mother. Lu Shuang knelt by the bedside, clutching the hand of the one lying there, her eyes rimmed with red, weeping sorrowfully. Enough. It is not your fault. Jean Eyre has always had a frail constitution. Where is the physician? Why has he not yet arrived? Jiang Nanfeng's words had scarcely left his lips when hurried footsteps echoed from outside, heralding the arrival of the estate's physician, Wang Deshun. Physician Wang, you have come at the perfect time. Quickly, examine Jean Eyre and determine what ails her. I saw her perfectly well during the day. How has she suddenly fallen into a state of unconsciousness? Upon seeing Wang Deshun arrive, Lu Shuang swiftly rose to make way, moving aside as she dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. Jiang Nanyuan positioned herself perfectly to observe Lu Shuang's expression. Although Lu Shuang was dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief, appearing quite sorrowful, Nanyuan noticed the faintest curl of a smile at the corner of her lips. Clearly. She was laughing. How intriguing. The individual below, unbeknownst to them, was being manipulated. With great care, Jiang Nanyuan shifted her position, eager to glimpse the figure lying on the bed. As she lifted a tile and peered down, she was granted a clear view of the person's face. In an instant, it became evident to her that the individual was poisoned, exhibiting multiple toxins within their system. TSK, how fascinating this marquis is. This unfortunate soul below, shrouded in misfortune, was indeed a marvel to have survived in such a frail state. Lord. The eldest son is merely experiencing a recurrence of his chronic ailment and is currently running a fever. Once the fever subsides, he should recover with some medication. Wang Deshan informed Jiang Wenjin after finishing his pulse diagnosis, withdrawing his hand and casting a glance at the standing Lu Shuang before respectfully addressing Jiang Nanfeng. Pa a quack. Jiang Nanyuan nearly rolled her eyes at Wang Deshan's assertion. The symptoms were unmistakably those of poisoning, yet this house physician was brazenly speaking nonsense. Moreover, what was that look he cast toward Lu Shuang? Was it possible that this entire affair was a premeditated scheme? But for what purpose? Jiang Nanyuan furrowed her brow, contemplating intently. My lord, today marks your joyous occasion. Will you not accompany the princess to visit Jiner? Surely, the princess will be displeased? Lu Shuang remarked, prompting Jiang Nanfeng to turn and offer her a nonchalant glance. Not at all. Jiner's health is paramount. Wang, you must promptly procure medicine for Jiner and ensure his recovery, Jiang Nanfeng asserted. Jiang Wenjin, his legitimate son, despite being frail since birth, was Jiang Nanfeng's firstborn, thus evoking a unique affection within him. Furthermore, the house physician had previously informed him that Jiang Wenjin's weakened condition was a consequence of Lin Jixue having poisoned Lu Shuang, leaving behind residual toxins. Hence, Nanfeng harbored even deeper compassion for the son. Each time he fell ill, it pained him greatly, amplifying his animosity toward Lin Jixue. Were it not for her treachery, his son would not be in such a fragile state now. Since Jiang Wenjin's birth, Nanfeng had high hopes for him. Yet his poor health had been a constant source of disappointment. Fortunately, he still had a younger son, who would one day inherit the vast estate of the marquis. They were brothers. He hoped the younger son could provide some measure of support to Jiang Wenjin in the future. Jiang Nanyuan observed all that transpired below from her rooftop vantage point. She had pieced together much of the situation and felt there was little left to uncover. With no desire to linger any longer, she gently restored the tiles to their original state and swiftly returned to her own courtyard. Upon entering her room, she shed her night attire and took a bath in her private space. After a night of exertion, she felt slightly clammy. After soaking in the warm springs for a while, she changed into fresh garments and lay down on the icy bed in her space, gradually drifting into slumber. At dawn the following day, as the first light broke, Lin Jixue arrived with a maid. Having barely slept the previous night, consumed with worry for Jiang Nanyuan's safety and the situation at the Duke's residence, she hurried over at the crack of dawn. Upon reaching Jiang Nanyuan's courtyard, she sensed something amiss. Was Nanyuan awake yet? Madam, Chunhua and Qiuyue greeted Lin Jixue as she approached, immediately performing their courtesies. They were aware of the events of the previous day and recognized that this lady was the marquis's wife. Regardless of their current affiliations, they had been assigned to Jiang Nanyuan's service and were obliged to observe the proper decorum. Is the eldest young lady inside? Is she awake? Lin Jixue inquired. Replying to Madam, the eldest young lady is likely still asleep. Shall I rouse her? Upon hearing that Jiang Nanyuan had not yet awakened, Lin Jixue quickly waved her hand. No need, I shall wait in the main room. If the eldest young lady wakes, have her come inform me. Yes, Chunhua and Qiuyue responded in unison. Curtsying before Chunhua led Lin Jixue to the main room. How peculiar, why did she come looking for the eldest young lady so early? This matter must be reported to Lu Shuang. After leading Lin Jixue to the main room, Chunhua did not linger but found an excuse to leave. Upon exiting, she noticed Qiuyue giving her a knowing glance, then approached her to whisper a few words. Once Qiuyue nodded, Chunhua hurried toward Lu Shuang's quarters. Jiang Nanyuan had already awoken by the time Lin Jixue arrived, yet she chose not to rush out, instead observing how the two maids treated Lin Jixue. She had emerged from her space earlier and stood behind the door, overhearing all that Chunhua had whispered to Qiuyue. A cold smile crept upon her lips. Hey, it has barely been a day, and they are already betraying her. Chapter 12. The tiger does not eat its young. She opened the door and stepped out, startling Qiu Yue, who was stationed outside. Eldest young lady, you're awake. I shall fetch water for you at once. Qiu Yue had assumed Jiang Nanyuan would sleep a while longer and had not prepared the water. Without a word, Jiang Nanyuan cast a chilly glance at her. Seeing the young lady's gaze, Qiu Yue's heart sank. Why was her look so frosty? Could it be that the young lady overheard what Chanhua had said? Did she now know they were Lu Shuang's people? Having just warned them against betrayal, Chanhua had reported the situation to Lu Shuang. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Qiu Yue felt a chill run down her spine, her fear reaching its zenith. After tremblingly completing the task of fetching water, she stood waiting for Jiang Nanyuan's inquiry, her heart pounding. Noticing that Jiang Nanyuan remained silent but gestured for her to leave, she quickly exited the room. The young lady was truly terrifying. Despite not uttering a word, she exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Once Jiang Nanyuan had finished her ablutions, she instructed Qiu Yue to bring in breakfast. Upon catching sight of Jiang Nanyuan, Lin Jixue scrutinized her from head to toe, relieved to see her unharmed. Have the others step outside. No one is to enter without my command. With numerous questions swirling in her mind, Lin Jixue dismissed all the maids from the room. Once they exited and the door was closed, she immediately approached Jiang Nanyuan, taking her hand and sitting down within the confines of the room. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Nanyuan gently shook her head and mouthed 4 words, "The walls have ears." Lin Jixue instantly grasped Jiang Nanyuan's meaning. Despite her eagerness, she had no choice but to restrain herself and refrain from further questioning. When Qiu Yue brought in breakfast, Jiang Nanyuan instructed her to wait outside. "Mother, you arrived so early. Surely you haven't had breakfast yet? Let us eat first." Today's breakfast was quite lavish, featuring bird's nest porridge, crystal shrimp dumplings, barbecued pork buns, a small dish of pickles, and a plate of red date yam cake, all fetched from the grand kitchen by Qiu Yue. It seemed the marquis was treating them well, as there were no cutbacks on their meals, nor any tricks played with their food. Jiang Nanyuan placed a bowl of bird's nest porridge in front of Lin Jixue. "Thank you, Your Honor, but I shall attend to myself." Having long grown accustomed to managing her affairs alone during her time at the estate, Lin Jixue found herself somewhat disconcerted by the sudden return to being waited upon. As she and Jiang Nanyuan quietly partook of their breakfast, an unspoken tension lingered in the air. Lin Jixue, lacking an appetite, barely touched her food, and Jiang Nanyuan, sensing her friend's preoccupation, did not press her to eat more. With her hands discreetly positioned beneath the table, Jiang Nanyuan formed a seal, conjuring a small barrier that consumed her entire day's spiritual energy. This modest barrier would hold for just the duration of an incense stick, but it sufficed for their conversation. "You may speak now, mother. I am aware of your concerns regarding the Duke's residence. I visited there yesterday. The situation is far from optimistic. I observed soldiers stationed at the entrance, and the household appeared to be sparsely populated. Upon further investigation, I discovered that only the women remained in the estate. Moreover, I found that both the Duke and the Dowager Duke, my current grandparents, have been poisoned." "What? How could they be poisoned? Is it serious, Your Honor? Do you possess a remedy?" Lin Jixue knew well of Jiang Nanyuan's remarkable medical skills. It seemed there was no poison she could not cure. Even the poison that had afflicted Lin Jixue for over a decade had been effortlessly dispelled by her. "Do not panic, mother. I can indeed neutralize their poison. But this is not the right moment for it. Their current condition suggests some troubling event has transpired, and we must uncover the truth before proceeding. When I return next, I will assist them and inquire further. By the way, I will need a token from you. I fear they may not recognize me upon my next visit." The reason Jiang Nanyuan refrained from remedying their ailment this time was twofold: her limited spiritual energy and the uncertainty of whether they would trust her if she acted rashly. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's assertion that she had a means to cure the poison, Lin Jixue felt her previously taut nerves slacken somewhat. However, when Jiang Nanyuan mentioned needing a token, Lin Jixue found herself in a quandary, as she possessed no particularly significant item. "Your Honor, do you have any writing materials? I could compose a letter for you to deliver. My parents would recognize my handwriting." Jiang Nanyuan glanced around, but finding no writing materials, she shook her head. "It is of no consequence. You may write it when you return and hand it to me then. By the way, mother, you will not believe what I discovered yesterday." Jiang Nanyuan's eyes sparkled with mischief, unable to suppress her laughter. Lin Jixue, puzzled, asked, "What did you find?" Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nanyuan divulged. I noticed Jiang Nanyuan sneaking out in the middle of the night toward another courtyard. Curious about his nocturnal activities, I followed him and found that Lu Shuang's eldest son was ill, which interrupted Jiang Nanfeng's romantic endeavors. As she recounted the tale, Jiang Nanyuan erupted into laughter, imagining the chaos that must have ensued. Yesterday, that princess must have been beside herself with rage, first delayed by my mother, and then left to spend the night alone. Such a turn of events, exclaimed Lin Jixue, equally astonished, before she too succumbed to laughter. But wait, there's more. I astonishingly discovered that Lu Shuang's eldest son is also poisoned. Mother, can you guess? I suspect she may have poisoned him herself. What? How could that be? Isn't he her own son? How could she commit such an atrocity? Lin Jixue's shock was palpable. Indeed, it seems unfathomable, however. I suspect it may be a ploy of Lu Shuang's to vie for favor. Just look at today, Jiang Nanfeng's joyous occasion was overshadowed by his son's illness, forcing him to abandon his wedding night. Contemplating Jiang Nanyuan's words, Lin Jixue began to ponder the depths of human malice. Realizing the extent to which one could sink for the sake of affection, even disregarding their own child's life. Chapter 13. Stand aside and dare to obstruct me again. Jiang Nanyuan's revelations left Lin Jixue profoundly affected. As the sole daughter of the Duke, she had been cherished her entire life, raised in a household where affection abounded. Although she hailed from a martial lineage, she had never learned the arts of combat, appearing delicate and unassuming, contrary to expectations of a warrior's descendant. Surrounded by devoted caretakers, her sheltered life had shielded her from the sordid intrigues that often plagued noble households. The ease with which Lu Shuang had ensnared her in her machinations had left Lin Jixue defenseless at the time. Now, hearing of the plight of Lu Shuang's son, she felt a wave of sympathy wash over her, recalling the age of her own deceased child. Alas, what a pitiful child, she mused. Her thoughts drifting to the lost life she had once cradled, her heart heavy with sorrow. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Jiang Nanyuan inquired, Mother, what troubles you? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Nanyuan had grown increasingly accustomed to calling Lin Jixue mother and found a warmth in the term that brought her solace. It is nothing. I simply feel a sense of melancholy. That child must be near the age of your late brother. Realizing Lin Jixue's sorrow stemmed from memories of her lost sibling, Jiang Nanyuan felt at a loss for words to comfort her. Instead, she shifted the conversation. By the way, Mother, take these 2 vials of medicine. The contents of one are poison, while the small red porcelain vial contains the antidote. The maidservants Lu Shuang has arranged for us are disloyal. Ensure they consume the poison, and give them the antidote every 5 days. Lin Jixue nodded, accepting the vials from Jiang Nanyuan. She too had sensed the treachery and understood the necessity of vigilance. With Jiang Nanyuan's concoction, she would be better equipped to manage the situation. Mother, do you have any plans for the future? When shall we leave the Duke's residence? I intend to divorce him. Very well, Mother, I support you wholeheartedly. Remaining here brings me no joy, and I see no reason to linger. However, before we depart, I must ensure that everything of value is removed from this place. Jiang Nanyuan kept her intentions to herself, contemplating her plan to subtly explore the estate over the coming days before their departure. Their conversation continued for a while longer, but soon the incense burned low, and the protective barrier Jiang Nanyuan had conjured dissipated. With the essential matters addressed, Lin Jixue took her leave, returning to the Falling Blossom courtyard with her maidservant. Once they were gone, Jiang Nanyuan summoned Xiao Yue into the room. The maid entered in a state of trepidation, only to hear Jiang Nanyuan's cold command, kneel. With a thud, Xiao Yue dropped to her knees, trembling as she prostrated herself. Mississippi. Seeing her kneel, Jiang Nanyuan poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then slowly spoke. Your family is in Lu Shuang's grasp? Yes, it is so. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, Xiao Yue felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. Indeed, the young lady was aware. Her family was under the control of Aunt Lu, leaving her with no choice but to comply with Aunt Lu's wishes. As Xiao Yue spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she knocked her head against the ground with great force, causing blood to seep from her forehead. Jiang Nanyuan sat above her, looking down with an air of authority. Raising her hand, eat this. Jiang Nanyuan produced a poison and extended it toward her. Xiao Yue glanced up, feeling compelled to obey, and without questioning what Jiang Nanyuan had given her, she accepted it and swallowed it whole. What I just gave you is poison. Should you dare to betray me, you will meet a gruesome end, and your parents, well, they might never be seen again. Jiang Nanyuan had discerned from the moment she laid eyes on Qiu Yue that she was poisoned, while Chunhua was not. It was evident that Chunhua was held in higher regard than Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue's complexion immediately turned pallid as she gazed incredulously at Jiang Nanyuan, her lips trembling slightly as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Young lady, may I request leave to return home for a visit? Yes, you may go. After Jiang Nanyuan's consent, Qiu Yue bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude, and with that, she bolted out of the room in a frenzy. Jiang Nanyuan paid her no mind, returning to her chamber to change her attire just as Chunhua arrived back. She, too, intended to take a stroll to familiarize herself with the marquis' residence, ensuring her movements would be unimpeded in due time. Thus, she and Chunhua wandered about the estate, aimlessly meandering through the marquis' residence. Jiang Nanyuan suddenly heard a woman's song drifting from a nearby courtyard. She glanced toward the courtyard, which appeared dilapidated, with weeds overtaking the threshold. The peeling redwood door was secured with a lock. Although she could not discern the lyrics, the woman's voice resonated with sorrow, akin to a lament. Intrigued, Jiang Nanyuan was drawn to investigate the source of the singing, but Chunhua intervened. Young lady, that courtyard is home to a mad concubine. It would be wise to steer clear and avoid any harm that may befall you. A mad concubine? Nonsense, I have a fondness for the eccentric. Come, let us take a look. Chunhua's lips twitched in disbelief. Has the young lady been rendered foolish from her time at the estate? What could possibly be of interest about a madwoman? Furthermore, it is a forbidden area of the marquis' residence. Without the marquis or Aunt Lu's orders, no one is permitted to enter. Chunhua hastily moved ahead, positioning herself before Jiang Nanyuan. Young lady, this is a forbidden area of the marquis' estate. We cannot enter without the marquis' command. Seeing Chunhua blocking her path once more, Jiang Nanyuan narrowed her eyes dangerously, her gaze icy as it bore down on her. Step aside and dare to obstruct me again. Chapter 14. The Mad Concubine in the Courtyard. Terrified, Chunhua immediately knelt. I do not dare. Jiang Nanyuan ignored her, circumventing her and striding directly toward the courtyard. Without Jiang Nanyuan's command, Chunhua remained on the ground, paralyzed with fear. She watched as Jiang Nanyuan approached the locked door of the courtyard. With a swift motion, Jiang Nanyuan struck the lock, causing it to drop to the ground, and pushed the door open. The ancient wooden door creaked ominously, releasing a foul stench that made Jiang Nanyuan grimace. What is that smell? So putrid. It resembles the odor of decay. Overwhelmed by the stench, Jiang Nanyuan held her breath and pressed further inside. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and cobwebs clung to the doorframe. Were it not for the distant singing, Jiang Nanyuan might have assumed the place was abandoned. Who is singing inside? Reluctant to venture further, she called out. As her voice faded, the singing abruptly ceased. Jiang Nanyuan anticipated that the occupant would emerge to investigate the commotion, yet after a brief wait, no footsteps approached, nor did anyone appear. Her curiosity piqued, she took a few steps forward, only to be met with the sound of a woman's laughter echoing from within. Jiang Nanyuan hastily advanced to the door, only to find it secured with a lock, explaining the occupant's inability to exit. With a swift kick, she sent the decrepit door crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that, fortunately, did not affect her as she had held her breath. As the dust settled, she began to discern the scene within. A decaying corpse lay upon the floor. Beside it, a skeleton lay in repose. A woman dressed in a tattered pink garment sat on the bed, her clothing filthy and reeking, rendering the original hue unrecognizable. It was only by the color of her sleeves that Jiang Nanyuan could ascertain the fabric belonged to a maid of the marquis' household. Could she possibly be one of the marquis' maids? Chunhua had mentioned a mad concubine. Why had she lied? Who is this maid? Who are you? What is your connection to the deceased? Why are you confined here? Jiang Nanyuan's gaze met that of the woman seated on the bed, who continued to giggle foolishly, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Nanyuan's inquiries. Realizing the woman's mental state was compromised, Jiang Nanyuan pondered if she was indeed a lunatic. Taking a couple of steps closer, Jiang Nanyuan gently beckoned. Come out, I'll take you to have something delicious. Upon hearing the promise of food, the woman's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet she did not emerge. Instead, she pointed at the rotting corpse on the ground. Delicious, Grandma Zhou. Take Grandma Zhou with you. At the mention of Grandma Zhou, a chill ran through Jiang Nanyuan. Wasn't Grandma Zhou the wet nurse of her mother? Could it be that the decaying body belonged to Grandma Zhou? Was this madwoman perhaps a former maid of her mother? It made sense why they had not taken her mother's former maids and wet nurses away yesterday. They were either mad or dead. It seemed only a maid named Xiaohong had been sent back. Are you called Baiji or Donghua? To confirm her suspicions, Jiang Nanyuan recalled her mother's other two maids, one named Baiji and the other Donghua. As she spoke their names, the woman opposite her appeared momentarily stunned, lifting her head in confusion to glance at Jiang Nanyuan. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but it quickly faded into a vacant expression. Donghua, Baiji, where are you? I'm scared. Please don't die, don't die. The woman's ramblings were nonsensical, and Jiang Nanyuan struggled to grasp her meaning. The fact that she had called out the names of Baiji and Donghua indicated that she was not one of them. Who then was she? And what of the bones and the corpse on the ground? What had she endured to be locked away here, neglected even in death? Jiang Nanyuan approached and felt for the woman's pulse, determining that the trauma she had experienced had driven her to madness. Stepping back, she glanced at Chunhua, who was still kneeling outside. Seeing that no guards were present, Jiang Nanyuan resolved to enter once more. She retrieved a silver needle and administered a few acupuncture points on the woman's head, followed by giving her a pill. As the woman's gaze gradually cleared, she looked at Jiang Nanyuan, confusion filling her eyes. Who are you? Donghua, Granny Zhou, sob. Is that Zhou, Granny, and Donghua lying on the ground? Aren't they the maid and nanny who have been attending to my mother? Could it be that the lifeless bodies on the floor belong to them? No wonder my mother needed assistance. They have yet to be sent away, with only a little Hong being delivered. It seems the others have perished. She has spent the last 7 or 8 years surrounded by their corpses without succumbing to madness. Quite remarkable indeed. What is your connection to Lin Jixue? A jolt of alarm coursed through Jiang Nanyuan's heart. She knew Lin Jixue, and her maid and nanny as well, implying a significant relationship. Daughter. Jiang Nanyuan replied with a hint of indifference. Instantly, the person on the bed became agitated, exclaiming, "You are truly the daughter of Madame Lin. Has Madame Lin passed away?" Before her descent into madness, she had heard whispers of Lin Jixue's demise, yet she had not returned for an extended period. Then, the news of her death reached her again, compounded by the sight of Granny Zhou and Dongxia's lifeless forms before her. Unable to bear such a shocking revelation, she finally lost her sanity. She is not dead. I will take you outside. The stench in this place was genuinely unbearable, and Jiang Nanyuan found it increasingly intolerable. Were it not for the 2 corpses that belonged to Lin Jixue's closest companions, she would have long since employed corpse-dissolving liquid to dispose of them. Anshin nodded and rose, following Jiang Nanyuan out of the courtyard. The sunlight outside was blinding, causing her to instinctively shield her eyes. She had not stepped outside this room for quite some time. The dimness inside had kept her confined to her bed. Now, stepping into the brightness felt somewhat disorienting. Earlier, while in the room, Jiang Nanyuan had not closely observed her. Now that they were outside, Jiang Nanyuan realized how emaciated she was. Her body was almost nothing but skin and bones, giving her an appearance of a disproportionately large head on a frail frame, as if a gust of wind could easily topple her. Follow me outside without concerning yourself with anyone else. Just stay behind me, and I shall protect you. Jiang Nanyuan whispered, leading the way out of the courtyard. Miss, why have you brought this madman out? What if the marquis takes issue with it? Jiang Nanyuan did not respond, her gaze icy as she swept over them. Go find someone to deal with the corpses inside, bury them in a proper place. Do not attempt any tricks. If I discover you have not followed my instructions, I shall sell you off to a brothel. Your contract of servitude is in my possession. Chapter 15. Even if death is inevitable, let it be with closed eyes. Chunhua's heart sank. Wasn't her contract with Lu Ant? How could it be in the young lady's hands? If that were the case, the young lady could sell her off at a whim. And even Lu Ant would be powerless to intervene. Yes, young lady, I shall handle it at once. Chunhua was uncertain whether Jiang Nanyuan truly possessed her contract, but she dared not take the risk. Should it be true, she certainly did not wish to be sold away. Lu Ant had mentioned that once the eldest son regained his health, she would assign Chunhua to serve him as a concubine. Moreover, if this matter reached Lu Ant and the Marquis's ears, they would undoubtedly be furious and confront the young lady. At that point, she could shift the blame entirely onto the young lady, as it was she who had compelled her to act thus. Having resolved these thoughts, she promptly set about managing the 2 corpses in the courtyard. Jiang Nanyuan led Aunt Chen back toward her own quarters, drawing the attention of several servants along the way. They could not help but steal glances at the unusual sight. This soon reached the ears of Lu Shuang, Jiang Nanfeng, and the matriarch. Jiang Nanfeng was furious upon learning that she had brought that madwoman out. Aunt Chen was already deranged, having previously scratched and bitten servants in the estate. One servant had even been bitten before. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Nanfeng promptly sent Lin Jishue's several maidservants to attend to her. He wondered whether those maidservants were alive or dead. Now that Lin Jishue had returned, demanding those maidservants and Granny Zhou, he feared the chaos that might ensue if they were not delivered to her. He truly felt a pounding headache. "Marquis, what are you pondering? Why do you frown so tightly?" Luo Yuru, accompanied by Qi Mei, entered to find Jiang Nanfeng sulking alone. Upon seeing Luo Yuru, Jiang Nanfeng's expression softened with guilt. He quickly approached her, wrapping his arm around her waist as they entered the room. "What brings you here?" "I am truly sorry for yesterday's events. I shall make amends today." The thought of her being left alone due to Jiner filled him with remorse. Luo Yuru was the daughter of the distant royal house's Luo Feng. The current emperor was foolish and indulgent, enamored with beautiful women from all corners, lost in a life of extravagance. Luo Feng had gained his title as a noble by procuring exquisite beauties for the emperor, thus earning the emperor's favor. However, he and Jiang Nanfeng were aligned in secret, both supporting the second prince. Once the second prince ascended the throne, their positions would surely rise as well. Hence, he was clandestinely gathering private troops, which required considerable funds, and Luo Feng possessed ample wealth. Luo Yuru's marriage to him could provide significant support. "Do not fret, my lord. I shall await you tonight," Luo Yuru said, tracing circles on Jiang Nanfeng's chest with her finger. Jiang Nanfeng felt a tickling sensation as he grasped her playful hand. "Very well, return to your quarters. I have matters to attend to, but I shall seek you out this evening." Luo Yuru was exceptionally beautiful, surpassing the other concubines in the estate. Although she could not rival Lin Jishue's beauty, she was still among the most stunning women in the capital. He had never anticipated that Luo Yuru would take a liking to him. Seeing that Jiang Nanfeng was busy, Luo Yuru did not disturb him and left first. Regarding her solitude the previous night, she harbored some lingering feelings. Before marrying, she had thoroughly investigated the marquis's household and all his concubines. In truth, Jiang Nanfeng did not have many concubines. Besides Lin Jishue, he had only two others. One was Lu Shuang, who had borne him 3 children, while the other 2, Luo Min and Chen Kursen, were relatively inconspicuous and had not given birth. Thus, it was no wonder the matriarch had entrusted her with managing the household's affairs. Her status in the marquis's residence was almost on par with that of the main wife. How interesting, she mused. Initially, she intended to visit Lu Shuang, but upon reflection, she realized that her greatest threat came from Lin Jishue and that insufferable girl she had brought. Just thinking about their actions that had humiliated her since her arrival made her seethe with anger. "Welan, come here." Welan was Luo Yuru's maid and trusted confidant. Upon hearing her call, Yuelan leaned in attentively. Luo Yuru whispered a few words in her ear, and after listening, Yuelan nodded vigorously before hastily departing the estate. After her departure, Luo Yuru smiled ominously. Did they truly believe she was so easily bullied? With a cold laugh, Luo Yuru departed with her other maidservants. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan returned to her quarters with Chen Kursen, and at that moment, Qiu Yue had also returned. When she returned, her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having wept. Upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan, she immediately knelt before her. "Miss, I beseech you, save me. I do not wish to die. I will serve you faithfully from now on." The young lady's words rang true. She had not been home for a long time, believing her family to be well. Today, upon her return, she discovered that her parents and her brother and sister-in-law had all met untimely ends. All that remained were a collection of memorial tablets and graves. After inquiring with the village chief, she learned that her family had succumbed to poisoning. The chief assumed they had consumed toxic mushrooms from the mountains and gave it little thought. However, Qiu Yue suspected otherwise. Just days ago, Aunt Lu had threatened her with her parents' lives, insisting she serve her diligently. But now, with her entire family deceased under suspicious circumstances, it was evident that Aunt Lu was behind it. Otherwise, the coincidence was too uncanny. Were it not for the young lady's reminder today, she might have remained oblivious to Aunt Lu's malevolence. She was even unaware that she too had been poisoned. Now, The only person who could save her was the young lady. She did not wish to perish, for the young lady was formidable. She yearned to witness the young lady bring Aunt Lu down from her pedestal, thus avenging her family. Even if death awaited her thereafter, she would at least die with her eyes closed. Chapter 16. Qiu Yue's Betrayal. Please rise, we shall discuss this matter momentarily. First, fetch some water to cleanse her. She gestured towards Chen Kursen, who had been standing silently behind her. Recognizing Chen Kursen as the former Aunt Chen, Qiu Yue was puzzled as to why the young lady had brought her here, given that she had been confined by the marquis. Despite her confusion, she wasted no time in preparing water to assist Chen Kursen in bathing and changing clothes. Throughout the process, Chen Kursen was exceedingly cooperative after years of deprivation. Simply being able to bathe felt like a blessing. Once Qiu Yue had washed her clean and dressed her in a set of her own clothes, she brought her out. Chen Kursen appeared rather gaunt in Qiu Yue's garments, which hung loosely on her frail frame. Just then, Lin Jixue rushed in upon hearing the news. She paused in shock at the sight of Chen Kursen, whose appearance bore little resemblance to the woman she once knew. She looked utterly emaciated. Her body was devoid of flesh, her eyes bulging, and her cheeks sunken. Had it not been for her familiarity with her, Lin Jixue might have struggled to recognize her. Madam Lin, you truly live. I thought you were dead. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice quavered with emotion. Lin Jixue was desperate to understand what had transpired. Why had Aunt Chen been reduced to such a state? Moreover, she had heard from Xiaohong that donghua, Baiji, and Zhou Momo had accompanied Aunt Chen. But what had happened to the others? Kursen, how did you come to look like this? Mother, Aunt Chen has suffered a mental shock and no longer remembers the past. After saying this, Jiang Nanyuan exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Jixue, who immediately understood that there was more to the story, nodding in silent agreement. Lin Jixue then lingered in her courtyard for a while. When Chunhua returned, Jiang Nanyuan inquired about her progress and, satisfied with the results, she shared the news of the deaths of their two relatives with Lin Jixue. The news shocked Lin Jixue to her core, leaving her in a daze as she returned home. After Lin Jixue departed, Jiang Nanyuan instructed Qiu Yue to prepare a room for Aunt Chen and to attend to her needs. Chunhua remained in the courtyard, distractedly glancing in Aunt Chen's direction. It struck her as odd that despite the passage of time, the news must have reached the marquis and Aunt Lu by now, yet no one had come to trouble the young lady. She had expected the marquis to confront the young lady, but such a confrontation never materialized. As night fell, Jiang Nanyuan found an excuse to send Chunhua away and instructed Qiu Yue to bring Aunt Chen to her chamber. Once they were settled, she produced a small porcelain vial from her sleeve and placed it on the table. This contains the antidote. Pour one out and consume it. Thank you, Miss, Qiu Yue said, kneeling in gratitude before rising to retrieve the vial, pouring out a pill without hesitation and swallowing it. Turning to Aunt Chen, she instructed, please sit and extend your hand. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's assurance that Qiu Yue was to remain, Aunt Chen took a seat and placed her hand on the table. Jiang Nanyuan gently examined her pulse for a moment before withdrawing her hand. Aunt Chen's condition was exceedingly frail, marked by severe malnutrition. But there were no significant ailments that could not be remedied with proper nourishment. Aunt Chen, please explain what has transpired. Miss, if you have matters to discuss, I shall step outside and keep watch. Qiu Yue, discerning the need for discretion, began to withdraw. Yet Jiang Nanyuan had no intention of excluding her, having brought her along for a reason. No need, I shall have further questions for you shortly, so remain here. At this, Qiu Yue nodded and stepped aside. Aunt Chen, seizing the moment, recounted the entire sequence of events. She had been imprisoned because she overheard Lu Shuang and Jiang Nanyuan plotting against Lin Jixue, intending to frame her and secretly amass private troops. They aimed to have her fall into a trap and perish. In the past, while Lin Jixue had shown her kindness, their relationship had grown closer over time. Thus, when she inadvertently overheard their treachery, she resolved to inform Lin Jixue of the truth. However, in her attempt to leave, she accidentally made a noise, alerting the two conspirators within. Jiang Nanyuan had captured her, fearing she might divulge their plans, initially confining her alone. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhou Momo, donghua, Baiji, and Xiaohong were subsequently imprisoned alongside her. Initially, she was oblivious to their intentions, but eventually realized that it was Jiang Nanyuan's scheme. Periodically, They would visit and interrogate her, demanding to know if she had overheard anything, but she steadfastly denied it. Though she recognized that the others were Lin Jishue's trusted maids, she feared they might betray her. So, despite being confined together for days, she divulged nothing. Later, Lu Shuang visited twice, executing both Donghua and Zhou Momo before leaving their bodies in the room, unburied, forcing her to coexist with their corpses. Initially, Xiaohong and Baizhi kept her company, but for reasons unknown, Xiaohong was taken away by Lu Shuang and did not return. Eventually, only she and Baizhi remained. And fearing for Baizhi's life, she devised a plan for Baizhi to escape through a dog hole, providing her with some valuable jewelry to aid her in hiding. Once Baizhi had fled, she was left alone with the two corpses, enduring the same grim existence day after day, year after year, until she could bear it no longer and succumbed to madness. From then on, she wept daily in the courtyard, sometimes crying out in the night. News of her madness spread, and Jiang Nanyuan, witnessing the chaos, some dead, others driven mad, could extract no further information. He resolutely abandoned her. And upon learning that Baizhi had fled, he continuously dispatched people to search for her whereabouts. Nonetheless, he still instructed the servants to deliver a meal to Chen Kursin every day, contemplating whether to let her fend for herself. At that moment, Jiang Nanyuan could never have anticipated that she would possess the fortitude to survive. Upon hearing what Aunt Chen had said, Jiang Nanyuan fell into deep thought. And after a long while, she finally lifted her gaze towards Qiuyue. Qiuyue, you served Luanti in her courtyard before, did you not? Chapter 17. Infiltrating Jiang Nanyuan's study. Indeed, I am not Luanti's confidant, but I served as a first-class maid in her courtyard. She had been by Lu Shuang's side for nearly 7 or 8 years. And because of this, when she discovered that Lu Shuang had not only poisoned her but also harmed her family, her heart sank to the depths of despair. Now, when the young lady inquired about anything, she spoke the truth without any concealment. Then tell me, what did she do that made her so fearful of you revealing it? What prompted her to poison you to silence you? Qiuyue pondered carefully. Lu Shuang had indeed tasked her with many things. Yet none of those seemed particularly severe, merely trifles that should not warrant such drastic measures. Suddenly, she recalled a particular incident and realized that it was likely that matter which compelled Lu Shuang to silence her with poison. Young miss, I remembered an incident. Lu Auntie previously took away the little maid Hong who served Madame Lin. It is unclear what method Lu Auntie employed, but Hong immediately betrayed Madame Lin and is now devoted to Lu Auntie. Furthermore, Lu Auntie secretly had someone poison both Madame Lin and the young lady. Impossible. You must be lying. Hong would never betray Madame Lin. She is not that kind of person. As soon as Qiuyue finished speaking, Aunt Chen became agitated, unable to accept the idea that Hong would betray Lin Jishue, especially since they had once been inseparable. Moreover, if Hong had intended to betray, she would have done so long ago. How could she have switched loyalties so quickly after being taken away by Lu Auntie? No matter how one looked at it, Aunt Chen refused to believe it. Seeing Aunt Chen's distress, Qiuyue sighed helplessly. Aunt Chen, I understand that you may struggle to believe me, given that Hong has spent so much time with you. But consider this. Why did Lu Auntie take Hong away and never return? And you saw for yourself that Madame Lin was accompanied by Hong today. Why is she now by Madame Lin's side, seemingly unscathed, while you all have been imprisoned? Jiang Nanyuan is right here. If you still doubt, you may ask her and you will know the truth. After Qiuyue's words, Aunt Chen's face turned ashen. Initially skeptical, she could not help but believe upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan nod in agreement. Jiang Nanyuan, being Lin Jishue's daughter, would surely not deceive her. But why? Madame Lin treated Hong so well. Why would she betray Madame Lin? Nanyuan, Hong has already betrayed Madame Lin. Now that she is still by Madame Lin's side, could she pose a danger to her? Aunt Chen, having accepted Hong's betrayal, immediately became concerned for Lin Jishue, fearing for her safety. Knowing that Lin Jishue was still unaware of Hong's treachery and likely trusted her more than any other maid. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Nanyuan was not particularly surprised. Initially, when Hong returned to Lin Jishue's side, she had not thought much of it, assuming it was Lu Shuang's arrangement. However, after seeing Aunt Chen, her perspective shifted. Given the dire circumstances surrounding them, it was suspicious that only Hong remained unharmed. She could not believe that there was no ulterior motive at play. Yet, having just met with Aunt Chen, these were merely her speculations, and she had not yet communicated them to Lin Jishue. Enough, I will handle this matter. You may leave now, Jiang Nanyuan said to Qiu Yue, as she had more inquiries to make of Chen Kursin. Qiu Yue, understanding her cue, withdrew. Once she had departed, Jiang Nanyuan turned to Chen Kursin and asked, "Where have you hidden Baiji?" Chen Kursin divulged Baiji's location to Jiang Nanyuan, then hesitated, appearing to want to say something but unsure how to express it. "And, please speak your mind." Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's encouragement, Chen Kursin contemplated briefly before responding. "Could you possibly help me escape? I no longer wish to stay in this marquis' residence." Jiang Nanyuan was taken aback by her request, glancing at her in surprise that she wished to leave the marquis' residence. Recognizing her loyalty, she nodded in agreement. "Very well, go prepare and I shall escort you out." Chen Kursin, elated by Jiang Nanyuan's immediate willingness to help her leave, quickly expressed that she had nothing to take with her. After discovering this, Jiang Nanyuan led her out of the marquis' residence, escorting her to the city gate and presenting her with 200 taels of silver for her journey. Chen Kursin expressed her heartfelt gratitude, attempting to kneel in thanks, but Jiang Nanyuan stopped her. Watching her depart, Jiang Nanyuan considered that since she was already out, she might as well check on Baiji. She swiftly made her way to Baiji's residence, arriving at a house in a village outside the capital. Seeing the candles still flickering within, she climbed through a window and startled Baiji, who was about to scream until Jiang Nanyuan covered her mouth. "I am Jiang Nanyuan, the daughter of Lin Jishue. I will release you shortly, but please do not scream." Baiji nodded vigorously, and once Jiang Nanyuan let go, she turned in fear to face her and knelt, exclaiming, "Young Mississippi!" Baiji instantly recognized her. Her brows and eyes resembled Jiang Nanfeng's, while the rest mirrored Lin Jishue's. Jiang Nanyuan nodded, said little, and took her back to the marquis' residence, allowing her to share a room with Qiu Yue temporarily. After returning to her chamber, Jiang Nanyuan retrieved the dowry list that Lin Jishue had written for her and examined it thoroughly. The items listed here are all exquisite treasures, though they pale in comparison to the rarities I have discovered in my spatial realms. Nevertheless, within this context, these items are indeed of the highest quality. After reviewing the list, she stored it away and returned to her space to lie on the icy bed and rest. At the hour of the pig, Jiang Nanyuan opened her eyes, donned a set of night garments, and stealthily slipped out from the courtyard. Having familiarized herself with the layout of the marquis' residence during the day, she knew the location of the warehouse. Her primary objective this night was to explore the treasures concealed within. Approaching the vicinity of the warehouse, she found only 2 shadow guards stationed there, which made it easy for her to slip past them. A copper lock hung on the warehouse door, yet this posed no challenge for Jiang Nanyuan. She produced a vial of highly corrosive poison and poured it over the lock. In no time, the lock was rendered useless, and she entered the warehouse. The interior was dim, and she summoned a luminous pearl from her space to illuminate the surroundings, finally revealing the scant items housed within the marquis' warehouse. There were not many goods. Only about 10 boxes were present. She opened each one to inspect its contents, wrinkling her nose in disdain. To her, the items were mere trifles, worthless ornaments, some fabric, and a few boxes of silver. The remaining jewelry and knickknacks seemed hardly valuable. However, since she was already there, she decided to take everything. With a mere thought, she collected all the items in the warehouse into her space. After relocating the items from the warehouse, she intended to return to her courtyard. However, upon reflection, she recalled that yesterday Jiang Nanyuan had instructed Luo Yuru to guard the empty house alone. Surely, he would be occupying her courtyard today. Thus, she decided to take a stroll in his study to see if there was anything worth taking. Fortunately, she was already aware of the study's location, and with this thought in mind, she hastened towards it. As she neared his study, Jiang Nanyuan noticed the presence of 4 hidden guards surrounding the area. Such an abundance of guards indicated that either treasures were hidden within the study or some confidential matters were at play. Intrigued, she stealthily evaded the guards and slipped into Jiang Nanfeng's study. She rummaged through the room, but found nothing particularly valuable. The documents on the desk contained no sensitive information. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? No, that was utterly inconceivable. She refused to believe that if there was nothing of importance, so many guards would be stationed outside. Determined, Jiang Nanyuan searched the study meticulously until she finally discovered a mechanism on the bookshelf. Just as she was about to manipulate it, footsteps echoed from outside. Who could it be? Chapter 18. Emptying the marquis' residence. Hearing the sounds from outside, Jiang Nanyuan swiftly concealed herself within her space. Just as she entered, the door to the study swung open, and Jiang Nanyuan stepped inside. He first scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of anyone, which left him puzzled. It was strange. He had distinctly heard sounds emanating from within the study. Was it possible that he had misheard? Uneasy, Jiang Nanyuan summoned 2 hidden guards to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that no one had entered, he realized that he had indeed been overly cautious and subsequently left. Jiang Nanyuan, remaining patient in her concealed space, anticipated that Jiang Nanfeng's suspicious nature would prompt him to return. Indeed, mere moments later, he re-entered, thoroughly inspecting the study once more. After shifting the mechanism to access the hidden chamber, he conducted another examination of its contents. Finding nothing amiss, he finally felt reassured and exited the chamber. Unbeknownst to him, as he entered the hidden chamber, Jiang Nanyuan had emerged from her concealed state, stealthily trailing behind him. Once he departed, she revealed herself, initially surveying the chamber. It was not particularly spacious. A desk occupied one side, while 7 or 8 boxes were arranged nearby. On the desk lay a stack of envelopes, with little else to be found. Jiang Nanyuan had anticipated that the boxes would contain gold, silver, or precious jewels. But upon opening them, she was nearly blinded by the sight within. Each box was filled with weaponry, great swords, long swords, and even bows and crossbows. Jiang Nanyuan had secretly hoarded such an arsenal. What was his true intention? Pondering this, she waved her hand and stored all the weapons into her space. Approaching the desk, she noticed the stack of envelopes and randomly selected one, extracting the letter inside. To her astonishment, she discovered that the contents detailed correspondence between him and the second prince. It turned out that the weapons in the hidden chamber were stockpiled for the second prince. The second prince harbored aspirations of rebellion, and they had been clandestinely amassing private soldiers. Jiang Nanyuan quickly perused the remaining envelopes, her gaze sharpening dangerously upon reading one in particular. It revealed their insidious plans. The letter disclosed that their greatest concern was the renowned general, Prince Xiao Yuqing. They had already petitioned the emperor, accusing Xiao Yuqing of plotting treachery and rebellion. Xiao Yuqing had achieved numerous military victories along the border and had recently returned triumphantly after repelling the northern barbarians. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had fallen victim to an ambush on his way back, sustaining grave injuries. All of this was orchestrated by the second prince and Jiang Nanyuan. They had jointly accused Xiao Yuqing of treason, and the foolish emperor had believed them. In Jiang Nanfeng's study, Jiang Nanyuan also discovered an imperial decree. Upon glancing at it, she realized that the deluded emperor had succumbed to their deceit. A net was being cast to ensnare Xiao Yuqing upon his arrival in the capital, ready to imprison him. Furthermore, the decree listed officials whose houses were to be raided, and Jiang Nanyuan's eyes fell upon Lin Zhaoya's name. So, this was their scheme. Huh. They wish to raid their homes? Then I shall first empty the marquis' residence. With this resolve, Jiang Nanyuan returned the decree to its place and proceeded to gather all remaining items from the hidden chamber into her space. Not stopping there, she made her way to the matriarch's courtyard, where she collected every valuable item from the old lady's quarters, including all ornaments and jewelry, leaving nothing behind. Next, she ventured to Lu Shuang's courtyard. To her surprise, Lu Shuang was still awake, throwing a tantrum and smashing things in her room. After eavesdropping for a while, she learned that Lu Shuang was upset because Jiang Nanyuan had spent the day with Luo Yuru. Since Lu Shuang was still awake, Jiang Nanyuan decided to explore other courtyards. She thoroughly emptied everything from each courtyard within the residence. Only Lu Shuang's and Jiang Wenjin's courtyards remained. Returning to Lu Shuang's courtyard, she found that Lu Shuang was still not asleep. Jiang Nanyuan produced a sleeping powder and blew it into her room. Soon enough, Lu Shuang lay unconscious on her bed. Jiang Nanyuan swiftly collected all the valuables from her room, which were indeed quite plentiful. Although there was a considerable amount of treasure, she discovered that Lu Shuang had not hidden Lin Jishua's dowry there. Searching the room thoroughly, she found no secret compartments. Could it be that those items were hidden elsewhere? As this possibility crossed her mind, she caught a glimpse of something unusual about the spot where Lu Shuang lay. It appeared that the area where she was resting was somewhat elevated. Jiang Nanyuan approached and yanked the slumbering Lu Shuang off the bed, tossing her onto the floor. Upon examining the bed frame, she felt a difference. This particular plank was higher. She lifted the bedboard and was astonished to find a hidden tunnel leading downwards. Lu Shuang was indeed crafty. She had constructed a secret passage beneath her bed. Intrigued by where this tunnel led, Jiang Nanyuan retrieved a luminous pearl and ventured inside. The deeper she went, the more spacious it became. However, after a short distance, the path ahead was blocked, indicating that the tunnel was still incomplete. Nonetheless, Jiang Nanyuan made a significant discovery. Lu Shuang had concealed Lin Jishue's dowry within this tunnel. She promptly stored everything in her space and retraced her steps back through the tunnel, restoring the bed to its original state. She paid no heed to the still unconscious Lu Shuang and strode out. Finally, she arrived at Jiang Wenjin's courtyard, which was quiet and serene. She initially intended to casually search for items to add to her space. However, upon her arrival, she discovered that the most valuable possessions in Jiang Wenjin's abode were merely brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Lacking interest in such items, she chose not to take them. Jiang Nanyuan refrained from returning to her own courtyard and instead made another visit to the Duke's residence that night. The Duke's mansion was now heavily guarded, and while the situation had not escalated to a full-scale raid yet, she intended to preemptively evacuate all its contents. If they sought to seize her family as assets, then let them seize nothing but air. Stealthily, Jiang Nanyuan infiltrated the Duke's mansion, meticulously scouring every corner. Beyond this, she even ventured into the residences of the second prince and the foreign noble, Luo Feng, to conduct a thorough search. Every ounce of wealth, whether overt or covert, was unearthed and collected into her space. After plundering the two residences, she proceeded to ransack the homes of those implicated in the imperial decree. After all, they were destined for confiscation, so it was better that the spoils benefited her rather than the foolish emperor. Chapter 19. Emptying out, completely emptying out. She toiled throughout the night, ultimately clearing out the storerooms of those households. By the time she returned home, dawn was breaking. This body, after all, was not what it once was. Previously, she required neither sleep nor sustenance. Yet now, her spiritual energy had yet to fully recover, rendering her susceptible to hunger and fatigue like anyone else. Thus, upon her return to her courtyard, exhaustion overwhelmed her and she collapsed into a deep slumber. However, her rest was short-lived, interrupted by a cacophony from outside. "Jiang Nanyuan, you wretched girl, come out." The raucous shouts displeased Jiang Nanyuan, prompting her to frown. Rubbing her temples, she rose and donned a fresh outfit before opening her door. Standing outside was Jiang Xiuxiu. Upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan finally emerge, Jiang Xiuxiu pointed accusingly, preparing to speak. But before she could utter a word, Jiang Nanyuan struck her sharply across the face. Jiang Xiuxiu stared wide-eyed, clutching her reddened cheek in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Nanyuan. "You wretched girl, how dare you hit me?" After being slapped once over the courtyard incident, she found herself struck again. She had never been hit in her life until now, and her eyes brimmed with anger. Smack! Before she could react, Jiang Nanyuan delivered another resounding slap to the other side of her face, achieving symmetry in her punishment. You wretched smack! Smack! Jiang Xiuxiu's words were cut short by two more blows. She was left utterly stunned. "What are you making such a racket for outside my courtyard so early in the morning? Furthermore, I detest being insulted with fingers pointed at my nose. As your legitimate elder sister, your disrespect is intolerable. My slaps are but a mild reprimand for your insolence. What do you think you are?" Jiang Xiuxiu instinctively sought to retort, but the murderous glint in Jiang Nanyuan's eyes silenced her, forcing her to swallow her words. "Speak. What brings you to my door? If you have no business here, then leave at once. I find your presence irksome." It suddenly dawned on Jiang Xiuxiu why she had come. Upon waking that morning, she discovered her precious jewelry missing. Her first suspect was Jiang Nanyuan, for she had grown up in the countryside, sheltered from the world. She suspected that her lost treasures had been pilfered by her, prompting her to storm over in a fury without even having breakfast. "Did you steal my belongings? All my jewelry is gone. You thief. I shall inform grandmother and have her punish you." Jiang Xiuxiu felt a twinge of fear at Jiang Nanyuan's piercing gaze. Having suffered twice already, she dared not linger, leaving her threats behind as she hurried towards the old matriarch's quarters. Jiang Nanyuan watched her retreating figure with a cold smile. Qiu Yu approached with a wash basin, dutifully assisting Jiang Nanyuan in her morning routine. Concerned, she cast a wary glance at her, hesitating to speak. If the second miss sought to report to the matriarch, it was certain the matriarch would support her, leading to trouble for Jiang Nanyuan. Should she offer a warning? Speak plainly, Jiang Nanyuan urged, prompting Qiuyu to drop her reservations. Miss, the second miss has gone to the matriarch to lodge a complaint. It is likely you will face her ire. Given the affection the matriarch held for the second miss due to the two young masters, the concern was valid. Fear not. Today they are preoccupied and will not seek me out. Go and fetch my mother, Jiang Nanyuan instructed. Though Qiuyu was puzzled by Jiang Nanyuan's confidence, she obeyed and departed for Lin Jishue's quarters. As Chunhua brought breakfast, Jiang Nanyuan sat at the table, leisurely enjoying her meal. Just as she finished, Lin Jishue hurried in with her maid. After dismissing the maid, she closed the door to converse privately with Jiang Nanyuan. She relayed the events of the previous night, including the betrayal by Xiao Hong. The news of Xiao Hong's treachery saddened her momentarily, but she quickly accepted the reality. Her spirit had grown resilient through a series of trials. Your Honor, on my way here, I overheard the servants gossiping that the residence has been plagued by thieves. Several courtyards have suffered losses. Isn't that peculiar? Lin Jishue swiftly composed herself, sharing the intelligence she had gathered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyuan immediately thought of the implications. Though she had not disclosed the existence of her space, she knew that Jiang Nanyuan possessed remarkable abilities, and if she were responsible, it would come as no surprise to her. Rather, she would commend her for it. Jiang Nanyuan smiled faintly at Lin Jishue's words, but chose not to engage with that topic, redirecting the conversation instead. Mother, shall we bring Baiji back with you? Or should she stay with me for now? Let Baiji accompany you for the time being. I have to deal with Xiao Hong first. Very well. She can stay with me. Now, Mother, I've shared everything I needed to. I still feel quite tired and wish to catch a bit more sleep. After stating this, Jiang Nanyuan could not suppress a yawn, as she was still weary from being awakened so abruptly. Rest then, Your Honor, I'll take my leave. Lin Jishue, observing Jiang Nanyuan's fatigue, felt increasingly certain that the recent thefts were somehow linked to her daughter. After departing with her maid, Jiang Nanyuan instructed Qiuyu and Chunhua to guard the door, intending to indulge in a brief nap. As Jiang Nanyuan sought her rest, chaos erupted throughout the capital. Numerous affluent households reported thefts. At the gate of the Jingao Yin's residence, a crowd gathered, all there to report their losses. When Jiang Xiuxiu arrived to complain to the matriarch was already seething with indignation over the missing items. At that moment, Jiang Nanfeng was also present, having discovered that something was amiss in her quarters upon rising. Once a simple village woman, she had never been exposed to such circumstances, but as the matriarch of the marquis' household, she had developed a taste for opulence, adorning her home with treasures. So many precious items vanished overnight. How could she not feel heartbroken? Immediately, she summoned Jiang Nanfeng to her side, pouring out her grief over her lost possessions. Jiang Nanfeng, being a dutiful son, approached her to offer words of comfort, assuring her that he would replace the lost items in due course. Just as he managed to soothe the elderly matriarch, Jiang Xiuxiu arrived. Before she could utter a word, the maidservant beside Lu Shuang and the maid from Luo Yuru's courtyard made their entrance simultaneously. They knelt before Jiang Nanfeng, pleading, "My lord, items have gone missing from the princess's courtyard. We kindly ask for your presence." "My lord, there are also items missing from Lady Lu's courtyard." Chapter 20. Chaos in the Capital. Jiang Nanfeng looked at the two women in astonishment. "What did you say? Items are missing from their courtyards as well? What has been taken?" "My lord, everything is gone from inside. Even the furnishings in the rooms have vanished. You should go and check on the princess. All the dowry she recently brought in has also disappeared." Upon hearing that Luo Yuru's dowry was among the missing, Jiang Nanfeng's expression changed drastically. That dowry was wealth sent by Luo Feng for the purpose of amassing private troops. If it were lost, how could he assist the second prince in maintaining his army? "Let us go. You lead the way to Xihua Courtyard." Xihua Courtyard was where Luo Yuru currently resided. As soon as her maid heard Jiang Nanfeng's intention to head there first, she immediately rose, casting a smug glance at Lu Shuang's maid. As if she could compete with the princess. Seeing Jiang Nanfeng leave without a word, both the elderly matriarch and Jiang Xiuxiu were left dumbfounded. What is happening? How could the entire marquis' residence be robbed overnight? What a coincidence. "Grandmother, I will check on Aunt Lu's side," Jiang Xiuxiu declared, not wishing to linger. After bowing to the elderly matriarch, she hurried back towards Lu Shuang's courtyard, having been unaware that her mother's possessions had also been stolen. Previously, She suspected Jiang Nanyuan of orchestrating the theft, but now, witnessing the widespread loss, she believed Jiang Nanyuan lacked the capacity for such a grand scheme. As Jiang Nanyuan followed Luo Yuru's maid halfway, Li Qing hurriedly approached and knelt before him. "My lord, trouble has arisen. The storeroom of the estate has been robbed, and everything within it has vanished." Jiang Nanyuan stumbled back a few steps, suddenly recalling the strange noises he heard in the study the previous night. Could it be? He dared not pursue the thought further. The items stored there were confidential, and any mishap would be disastrous. With this in mind, he disregarded his visit to Luo Yuru and strode purposefully towards his study. The maid of Luo Yuru stood frozen in place, stunned by Jiang Nanfeng's abrupt departure. She had not anticipated that the marquis' storeroom had also been plundered, which audacious thief possessed such remarkable stealth to abscond with everything inside. With Jiang Nanyuan having left mid-journey, she had no choice but to return and report. Upon seeing their maid return without Jiang Nanyuan, both Luo Yuru and Lu Shuang interrogated her simultaneously about the situation. Lu Shuang assumed Jiang Nanyuan had gone to Luo Yuru's courtyard, while Luo Yuru was taken aback to learn that the storeroom had also been robbed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan hastened towards his study. Upon reaching the door, he summoned the hidden guards stationed there. The few guards, sensing his grave demeanor, emerged and knelt before him. "Did you see anyone enter the study last night?" Upon hearing Jiang Nanfeng's inquiry, the guards exchanged glances before shaking their heads. "My lord, we have been stationed at the door all night and did not see anyone enter the study." Their words rang true. They had not left their post for even a moment. Jiang Nanyuan had meticulously selected these guards and held great faith in their abilities. Relieved that they had noticed nothing amiss, he quickly entered the study, activating the mechanism on the bookshelf. As the door creaked open, his heart raced in anticipation. Upon stepping inside, he was met with an empty room, collapsing helplessly onto the floor in despair. "It's over. Everything is gone." Suddenly, a thought struck him. He sprang back to his feet, rushing toward the desk. He intended to search for something, but upon glancing at the desk, he realized there was nothing left aside from an ominous imperial edict. "I must inform the second prince of this matter." Resolving this, he dashed from the study, summoning a carriage to head towards the second prince's residence. Unbeknownst to him, several other households in the capital faced the same unfortunate fate. Upon reaching the second prince's residence, he was astonished to find Luo Feng had also arrived. They both disembarked from their carriages, momentarily stunned at the sight of one another, as they each recognized something was amiss. "Your Highness, why have you come here?" Jiang Nanyuan harbored a dreadful suspicion but dared not voice it, fearing it would materialize into reality. "And what brings you to the second prince's residence?" It is a long story. Let us discuss it inside." At this moment, Jiang Nanyuan simply wished to relay the news to the second prince so they could strategize their next steps. Their efforts to amass troops were only halfway complete, and without financial support, their endeavors would falter. Both men shared a tacit understanding, opting not to discuss further at the entrance, and proceeded together into the second prince's estate. The doorman recognized them and did not impede their passage as they frequently visited. Upon entering the estate, they found it in disarray. Servants knelt everywhere, and the second prince was in a furious rage. Jiang Nanyuan and Luo Feng exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Something has gone terribly wrong. The second prince, Xiao Yujing, noticed both Luo Feng and Jiang Nanyuan had arrived together and signaled to his guards. He then led them to the study for a discussion. Once in the study, he instructed the guards to stand watch at the door while Jiang Nanyuan urgently relayed the news of the theft from his estate. Upon hearing the details, Luo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Jiang Nanyuan. "Did you just say your estate was robbed? Everything was stolen?" Confounded by Luo Feng's reaction, Jiang Nanyuan nodded gravely. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Lord Luo, could it be that your estate has also—" Seeing Luo Feng nod in affirmation, they both turned their gazes toward Xiao Yujing. "Your Highness, this situation is exceedingly peculiar. What should we do?" Xiao Yujing, his forehead veins bulging with anger, slammed his hand on the desk. "What audacious thief dares to steal from the prince? If I find them, they shall face dire consequences." Luo Feng and Jiang Nanyuan exchanged glances, realizing the implication of the second prince's words. Could it be that the second prince's residence has also been robbed? The thought sent chills down their spines. "Your Highness, could it be that this was directed at us? It is too coincidental that all our allies have faced theft." Chapter 21. My lord, please continue. As a few individuals sat in profound silence, a sudden knock echoed through the door. A guard's voice emerged from outside, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the second prince. Calamity has befallen the capital." The gravity of the guard's words struck the group with an unsettling realization. What transpired? They inquired. Upon hearing Xiao Yujing's question, the guard entered and knelt before him, recounting the dire situation outside. "Your Highness, chaos has erupted. Numerous officials have gathered at the gates of the Jing'ao prefecture, reporting a theft. In the span of a single night, the treasury has been completely emptied." Jiang Nanyuan had been speculating whether this incident was aimed at the faction of the second prince, but now, upon learning of other households also having suffered theft, he felt a sense of urgency. Before the second prince could respond, he hastily inquired, "Which households have been targeted?" The guard, noting that Xiao Yujing had yet to speak, glanced at his expression. Seeing a slight nod, he proceeded to list the affected families. Jiang Nanyuan recognized these names well. They were among those mentioned in the imperial edict for confiscation. Beyond them, the other robbed residences belonged to the three of them, which only deepened the mystery. "Your Highness, could this be the handiwork of the ninth prince? How could it be so coincidental? Perhaps he dispatched someone to steal and stumbled upon the secret edict I have concealed." Observing the names of those slated for confiscation, thus, he took the opportunity to plunder their estates entirely. Both Luo Feng and Xiao Yujing fell silent at Jiang Nanyuan's conjecture, contemplating the potential truth in his words. Xiao Yujing gestured for the guard to leave, who promptly exited and closed the door behind him. Once alone, Xiao Yujing narrowed his eyes dangerously, recognizing that time was of the essence and that they must expedite their plans. "You should return and prepare swiftly. Our actions must be hastened. As for amassing private troops, we shall set that aside for now until we secure sufficient funds." Xiao Yujing felt a deep sense of frustration. His own treasury had been stripped bare, but fortunately, he still possessed some wealth hidden away in a secret chamber. It would suffice for a while. Yet it was far from adequate for raising private forces. He needed to devise a means to acquire more silver from the emperor. Jiang Nanyuan and Luo Feng had been deliberating in the second prince's residence for an extended period. It was only as the sun began to set that they finally departed, each returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving, Jiang Nanyuan was immediately beset by a throbbing headache. The matriarch, along with Lu Shuang and Luo Yuru, occupied the main hall, their faces etched with despair. As soon as they noticed Jiang Nanyuan's return, they flocked to him, lamenting their woes. Jiang Nanyuan felt overwhelmed. Their lamentations served no purpose, particularly when he himself lacked funds. "Silence. Enough of this noise. Return to your quarters. I have matters to attend to and do not wish to be disturbed." All he desired was a swift escape from their presence, yearning for solitude. He needed to find a way to procure funds quickly, for by next month, he might struggle to cover even the household expenses. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden thought struck him. Lin Jixue still possessed a portion of her dowry. If he could retrieve that, it might alleviate the dire situation facing their household. With this plan forming in his mind, he resolved that he could no longer maintain his current attitude towards Lin Jixue. He must treat her with more kindness to earn her trust before cunningly acquiring the remainder of her dowry. With this determination set, he made his way directly to the courtyard where Lin Jixue resided. Inside the Jianjia courtyard, Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue were engaged in conversation when Xiaohong arrived from outside to announce Jiang Nanyuan's approach. Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Jiang Nanyuan's intentions. Did he intend to cause them trouble? Before they could ponder further, Jiang Nanyuan stepped into the courtyard. Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan did not rise to greet him, which irked Jiang Nanyuan slightly. Nevertheless, he suppressed his annoyance, focusing instead on his forthcoming scheme. Striding confidently toward Lin Jixue's quarters, he was met with her furrowed brow. "Your Grace, what brings you here? What is your purpose?" Seeing the once compliant Lin Jixue now displaying such indifference stirred an uncomfortable sensation within Jiang Nanyuan. In the past, she had always yielded to his whims, never casting him a disdainful glance. How had she seemingly transformed into a different person? Perhaps she was still miffed at him for sending her to the countryside, neglecting her for so many years. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging her fiery temperament, but decided to placate her for the sake of her dowry. Noticing Jiang Nanyuan still present, he coldly instructed, "You may step out. I wish to speak with your mother." There is no need, Jiang Nanyuan replied. I am her daughter. What is there that I cannot hear? Speak freely. Jiang Nanyuan had intended to speak more intimately, but with Jiang Nanyuan present, he found certain topics inconvenient to address. Especially as he noticed Lin Jixue appeared to have gained a more voluptuous figure compared to her previous self. She had always been strikingly beautiful. And despite her years spent in the countryside, she seemed to have grown even more alluring. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. Yet suddenly, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her, though he could do nothing while Jiang Nanyuan remained nearby. Xiaoxue, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. It is not suitable with you honor here. I understand you may harbor resentment towards me for sending you away all those years. However, I had my reasons. Now that you have returned, I vow to treat both you and Yuan'er well, ensuring you are never wronged again. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? And Yuan'er, can you also forgive your father? Jiang Nanfeng's heartfelt words even brought a slight mist to his eyes. Jiang Nanyuan, who had been listening quietly, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, unable to suppress a shudder, as if she might retch. The sincerity of Jiang Nanfeng's speech was so nauseating that she instinctively gagged a couple of times. Just as Jiang Nanyuan had begun to cultivate a tender atmosphere, Jiang Nanyuan's retching interrupted the moment. Both he and Lin Jixue turned their gazes toward her. Observing their focused stares, Jiang Nanyuan quickly covered her mouth, forcing a sheepish smile. My apologies, I just couldn't hold it back. Please continue, Your Grace. Chapter 22, Hoarding Supplies. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's retching, Lin Jixue had initially felt a pang of concern, thinking she might be ill. However, realizing that she herself was a skilled physician, she quickly deduced it was a deliberate reaction. A smile crept over her lips as she found Jiang Nanyuan's antics endearing. Jiang Nanyuan, disrupted by her interruption, found it impossible to continue. He had intended to share sweet nothings with Lin Jixue, but it was clear that as long as Jiang Nanyuan remained, his plans would be thwarted. He decided to postpone his visit until the evening. Since Yuan'er is unwell, Xiaoxue, please summon a physician to tend to her. I have just recalled some pressing matters I must attend to. I shall return later tonight. Jiang Nanyuan finished speaking and rose to leave without a backward glance. The moment he departed, Lin Jixue immediately instructed Xiaohong to fetch a basin of water, vigorously scrubbing her hands. She had endured the discomfort of his touch. But now that he was gone, she felt an overwhelming urge to wash her hands 100 times over. Ever since his return, she had developed a strong aversion to Jiang Nanfeng's contact. Especially when she heard him mention visiting that evening, rather than feeling joy, she was instead filled with revulsion. She even felt a slight urge to retch, akin to Jiang Nanyuan's reaction. Yuan'er, he just said he would come to see me tonight. What should I do? I don't want him to come, do you have any plans? They had not yet divorced, and if he insisted on coming for that kind of encounter, she would be unable to resist. However, her heart was unwilling, so she sought Jiang Nanyuan's assistance to see if she had any clever solutions. It seemed she had asked the right person. Jiang Nanyuan might not possess other items, but her space was filled with peculiar objects. With a smile, she nodded, Mother. Let Xiaohong fetch some incense from my place shortly. You can light it before bed tonight. This incense, known as rosemary, was something she had concocted out of boredom. Its effect was only on men. Those who inhaled it would feel utterly weakened at night. It posed no serious harm to the body, merely resulting in a lack of strength. However, excessive exposure could potentially affect their virility. Nevertheless, given that the target was Jiang Nanyuan, she was unconcerned about his well-being. All right. Yuan'er, I'll personally go fetch it for you. Since discovering Xiaohong's betrayal, she feared that sending Xiaohong alone to Jiang Nanyuan's place might result in her substituting her items. It was safer to retrieve them herself. The reason she still kept Xiaohong around was to observe her intentions. Upon hearing that Lin Jixue intended to accompany her, Jiang Nanyuan said nothing. She could have retrieved the items herself, but it seemed more prudent to appear unprepared. She led Lin Jixue back to her courtyard, entered her room, and took out the rosemary from her space, handing it over to her. After receiving the incense, Lin Jixue did not linger in Jiang Nanyuan's courtyard, but returned home instead. Jiang Nanyuan had her own matters to attend to. She considered stocking up on supplies in case the Duke's residence was ever raided. Although her space was filled with precious treasures and wealth, it lacked food and grain, so she needed to purchase some to store away. If the Duke's residence were to be seized, she might find herself exiled alongside Lin Jixue. After all, she had nowhere else to go. So accompanying them could be seen as a mere adventure. With this in mind, she intended to prepare thoroughly, gathering a substantial supply of necessities. Food, supplies, and weapons if possible. She would have some forged, stored in her space. They would not spoil, and in case they encountered any rogues or bandits on their journey, it would serve as a precaution. Once outside the Duke's residence, Xiao Yue and Chunhua initially intended to follow her but were stopped. She had much to procure and did not wish for them to accompany her. Alone, she made her way to the marketplace, first seeking a discreet location to change into men's attire from her space. Chanting the incantation for disguise, her visage gradually morphed into that of a man. At this moment, even if Lin Jixue stood before her, she would remain unrecognizable. This illusion, crafted through spiritual energy, would not last long, approximately 2 hours, so she needed to complete her shopping within that time frame. Emerging from her space, Jiang Nanyuan began her purchasing spree. She first visited the grain shop, requesting 500 pounds of fine rice, 500 pounds of white flour, and 500 pounds of rapeseed oil. The shopkeeper, astonished by such a large order, informed her that they currently lacked sufficient stock and inquired if she could wait a few days. Jiang Nanyuan, unhurried, initially provided half of the deposit, promising to return for the remainder in 3 days. The shopkeeper agreed to deliver the supplies on that timeline. After leaving the grain shop, Jiang Nanyuan proceeded to a pastry shop to buy an assortment of delicacies. Time stood still in her space, so these items would not spoil. She then purchased a considerable amount of fabric before finally arriving at a weapons forge. In this establishment, crafting weapons required official documentation from the authorities, and commoners were not permitted to forge weapons freely. However, this posed no challenge for Jiang Nanyuan, as she had discovered Jiang Nanfeng's authorization for weapon production while organizing her space. Although the document permitted the forging of only 500 weapons, that was sufficient. The forge owner nodded at Jiang Nanyuan's documentation, informing her that it would take over half a month to complete the order of 500 weapons. Jiang Nanyuan likewise paid half of the deposit up front, agreeing to settle the remainder upon delivery. Exiting the weapons shop, she noticed that the sky had darkened considerably. She had been out for over an hour and decided it was time to return. She slipped into the shadows, returned to her space to change back into her original attire, and finally made her way back to the Duke's residence. That evening, Xiao Yue fetched dinner from the large kitchen. Upon seeing the meager meal she brought, Jiang Nanyuan couldn't help but grimace. The spread consisted of some steamed buns and greens, lacking even a hint of meat. She had forgotten that the Duke's residence likely had no funds left and that they were fortunate to have such food. However, having already dined while shopping earlier, she declined to eat and instructed Xiao Yue to take the food back. Xiao Yue assumed she was dissatisfied with the meal's quality, so she said nothing further, adhering to her mistress's wishes. The following morning, Xiao Yue again brought a lackluster meal, which Jiang Nanyuan found intolerable. She retrieved 100 taels from her space and handed them to Xiao Yue. Go purchase some ingredients from outside. We will cook for ourselves in the small kitchen. Also, buy an extra portion to send to my mother. Yes, Xiao Yue replied, taking the silver and exiting. Curiosity swelled within her. Where had the young lady acquired such silver? Chapter 23, Stockpiling Supplies, Part 2. Once Xiao Yue departed, Jiang Nanyuan became increasingly curious about whether Jiang Nanfeng had spent the night at Lin Jixue's. If he had, and word reached Lu Shuang or Luo Yuru, how would they react? Setting aside Luo Yuru for the moment, Lu Shuang was notoriously envious. If she learned that Jiang Nanfeng had stayed in Lin Jixue's courtyard, she would likely lash out at Lin Jixue. Yet this time, Jiang Nanyuan was resolute. With her presence, she would ensure that Lin Jixue would not suffer any further schemes against her. Jiang Nanyuan's foresight proved accurate. Upon learning that Jiang Nanfeng had spent the night in Lin Jixue's courtyard, Lu Shuang was both astonished and enraged. Did the Duke not harbor a strong dislike for Lin Jixue? Why had he chosen to stay in her quarters? If Lin Jixue were to regain the Duke's favor, what chance would she have of becoming the Duchess? No, she could not allow Lin Jixue to reclaim the Duke's heart. She had to take action. Lu Shuang meticulously plotted her next move in her mind, and as her thoughts crystallized, a sinister smile crept across her face. Initially, she had resolved to refrain from taking action, but it seemed that abstaining was no longer an option. With this realization, she produced a small silver whistle, bringing it to her lips and blowing into it. Meanwhile, Luo Yuro received alarming news, discovering that Jiang Nanfeng had spent the night in Lin Jixue's quarters. Her fury boiled over, and in a fit of rage, she hurled every object within reach to the ground. That wretched Lin Jixue, hadn't she already perished? How could she possibly be here? Moreover, she had dared to create a scene at her wedding. It had to be a deliberate act, for the timing was too coincidental. Jiang Nanyuan had assured her that his feelings for Lin Jixue were extinguished, so why was he now lodging in her chamber? She had to confront him and demand answers. With determination, she stormed towards Lin Jixue's residence, accompanied by her maid. In the meantime, within the Jianxia courtyard, Lin Jixue had ignited a sprig of rosemary before retiring for the night. She had presumed that Jiang Nanyuan was merely jesting and would not actually come. Yet to her surprise, he had indeed arrived. However, she was unperturbed. She had confidently lit the rosemary in advance, trusting in its efficacy as promised by Jiang Nanyuan. After bathing, she lay in bed, and soon thereafter, Jiang Nanyuan joined her, the delightful fragrance emanating from her body tantalizingly wafting toward him, stirring a sense of desire within him. Just as he contemplated his next move, an overwhelming wave of lethargy washed over him, rendering him utterly powerless and weak. What was happening to him? Why this sudden affliction? Startled, Jiang Nanyuan feared that something was amiss with his health and wished to summon the household physician for a thorough examination. However, before he could utter a word, a profound drowsiness enveloped him, and his eyes drooped as he succumbed to sleep. Lin Jixue lay beside him, anxious that he might attempt something untoward. But upon hearing his steady breathing, she turned her head to find him sound asleep. Unbeknownst to her, the effects of the rosemary were a mystery. She had not inquired. Nor had Jiang Nanyuan divulged its properties. "My lord, are you asleep?" she whispered uncertainly, unsure if he truly slumbered or was merely feigning. When Jiang Nanyuan offered no reply, she promptly sat up, gazing down at his handsome visage. At 32, he appeared more mature and composed than in his youth, and her past admiration had transformed into profound disdain. She reached out and lightly slapped his face twice. My lord, can you hear me?" Receiving no response, she intensified her efforts, striking his face several times. As she continued, a sense of exhilaration surged within her, prompting her to kick him off the bed. She had no desire to share a bed with him. The following morning, Lin Jixue awoke first and noticed Jiang Nanyuan curled up on the floor, appearing quite cold. A smile threatened to escape her lips, but upon hearing footsteps outside, she quickly masked her amusement and donned a worried expression as she descended from the bed, vigorously shaking Jiang Nanyuan. My lord, what has happened? Why are you sleeping on the floor?" Jiang Nanyuan stirred, groggy and disoriented, acutely aware of the aches throughout his body, especially the sharp pain in his face. My lord, you are finally awake. What has happened to your face? It is so red and swollen." Lin Jixue gasped, feigning astonishment. Before Jiang Nanyuan could grasp the situation, the door to their chamber was suddenly kicked open with great force. Lin Jixue, quick on her feet, stepped back just in time, while Jiang Nanyuan was caught off guard as the door crashed down upon him. Lin Jixue turned to see Luo Yuro standing at the entrance, the culprit of the door's demise. Casting a glance between Luo Yuro and the shattered door, Lin Jixue thought to herself, this princess is indeed a force to be reckoned with, able to kick down a door with such ease. How dare you, Luo Yuro? Are you intent on harming my lord? He has treated you with such kindness, and you dare to enter and threaten him? What are your true intentions? Lin Jixue launched into a tirade, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Luo Yuro, not spotting Jiang Nanyuan, was perplexed by Lin Jixue's words. Could it be that the news she had received was false, and the lord had not spent the night here? What do you mean by that? How could I possibly wish harm upon my lord? Trapped beneath the fallen door, Jiang Nanyuan struggled for breath, growing increasingly frustrated by the ongoing conversation. "Oh, Lin Jixue. Luo Yuro, cease your bickering and summon the physician." Upon hearing his voice, Luo Yuro searched the room curiously, but Jiang Nanyuan remained hidden from view. Just as she was beginning to wonder about the situation, Lin Jixue pointed downward, and realization dawned upon Luo Yuro. Jiang Nanyuan was beneath the door. Startled, she rushed to lift the wooden panel off him. My lord, what has happened to your face? It is so red and swollen." At that moment, Jiang Nanyuan, having been struck in the abdomen by the door, was in no state to respond to her inquiries. "Stop standing there and get me a doctor," he urged, desperation in his voice. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Yuro quickly instructed her maid to fetch the physician while she helped Jiang Nanyuan to his feet. During the wait for the physician, Jiang Nanyuan cast a puzzled glance at Lin Jixue. How strange it was, last night he had yearned to engage with her, yet had been beset by sudden weakness and fatigue. To add insult to injury, he awoke on the floor, his face throbbing with pain. Achoo, achoo. Having spent the night on the cold ground without a blanket, he was now suffering from the chill. When the physician arrived, he examined Jiang Nanyuan's pulse. My lord, did you truly sleep on the floor all night? This level of exposure could lead to severe illness. Jiang Nanyuan was equally bewildered, having awakened on the floor that morning. He cast a wary glance at Lin Jixue. Could it be that her anger had led to this predicament? How had she managed to inflict such harm without his awareness? Could this truly be the Lin family's eldest daughter he once knew? Though Jiang Nanyuan felt a surge of anger, he suppressed it, remembering the considerable dowry Lin Jixue possessed. The physician prescribed some medicine, and Jiang Nanyuan, unwilling to linger any longer, departed alongside Luo Yuro. As he left, Lin Jixue stifled her laughter on the bed, reveling in the joy of having dealt with Jiang Nanyuan. It had been far too long since she had laughed so heartily, and the memory of striking him brought her immense satisfaction. Luo Yuro, supporting Jiang Nanyuan back to her quarters, gazed at him with a mixture of concern and lingering resentment. My lord, did you not promise me that you held no feelings for her? Then why did you spend the night in her courtyard? Did you not assure me that you would send her away? Luo Yuro's tone was laced with bitterness, revealing her evident jealousy. Jiang Nanyuan recognized her displeasure and gently pulled her to sit beside him, attempting to clarify. Ruer, do not misunderstand. Nothing transpired between her and me last night. I merely visited her to discuss her dowry. You are aware that our mansion was robbed of all valuable possessions overnight, leaving us without any money. If we could persuade Lin Jixue to part with her dowry, it would provide us with much-needed funds. Although the dowry she possessed was only half of what was typical, it was still sufficient to cover the expenses of our household for 5 years. Upon hearing that Jiang Nanyuan's interest in Lin Jixue was driven by financial need, Luo Yuro felt a slight alleviation in her heart. Yet, as she pondered further, her discontent returned. If the lord sought funds, why did he not confide in her? While it was true that her own dowry had been stolen last night, she could simply return home and request some money from her father. Why then must he seek Lin Jixue's dowry? My lord, do not fret. I shall return to my family home shortly and ask my father to spare us some funds for the time being. Luo Yuro was unaware of the events unfolding outside, nor did she realize that the Luo family had also suffered a robbery. Were it not for this, why would he bother to curry favor with Lin Jixue? Jiang Nanyuan sighed helplessly and recounted the details of the incident to her. Upon hearing the news, Luo Yuro gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could this be? Who possesses such skill? To have stolen from so many officials in a single night. My lord, who do you think is behind this? Is the thief a solitary individual or a gang? As she spoke, she shook her head. Clearly, it must be a group. It is inconceivable for one person to empty so many households overnight. Enough of that for now, Ruer. I'm feeling rather fatigued and wish to rest here for a while. Noticing Jiang Nanyuan yawning repeatedly and occasionally sneezing, Luo Yuro ordered someone to prepare medicine for him and assist him to bed. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang had become fully aware of the events that transpired that day, thanks to the numerous informants within the mansion. She had learned everything that occurred in Lin Jixue's courtyard. Upon discovering that Jiang Nanyuan was drawn to Lin Jixue due to her dowry, she felt a surge of panic. If Jiang Nanyuan were to find out that the dowry had already been taken and used extensively, and that it had now been stolen, he would undoubtedly hold her accountable. This matter must not be allowed to surface. She needed to devise a plan to deal with Lin Jixue first. She had previously arranged for someone to poison Lin Jixue, and her health should be deteriorating soon. Perhaps with one more potent dose, if she were to die. This secret would remain hidden. Once she was gone, Little Hong could not be spared either. The condition that had once led her to persuade Little Hong to betray Lin Jixue was quite simple. Once Jiang Wenjin, her son, took a wife, Little Hong would be made a concubine. Such a simple condition had successfully tempted her to turn against Lin Jixue, which was truly laughable. Elviju, summon Xiaoyu to me. She had already sent word to the palace regarding her plans, which were now set to unfold. First, she would take care of that detestable daughter of Lin Jixue, and then she would deal with Lin Jixue herself. Upon receiving Lu Shuang's command, Elviju hurried to the courtyard of Jiang Nanyuan. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jianjia courtyard, Elviju did not enter directly but instead blew two soft whistles from a distance. This was their unique method of communication. Upon hearing the whistle, Donghua and Qiuyu exchanged glances, their eyes starting to Jiang Nanyuan, who was sipping tea indoors. "Miss, I suddenly have a stomachache. I wonder if I might have eaten something bad. May I go to the restroom?" Donghua and Qiuyu were uncertain whom Elviju had come to see. Donghua signaled to Qiuyu with her eyes and pretended to clutch her stomach. Jiang Nanyuan glanced up, coolly regarding her before waving her hand dismissively. After seeking Jiang Nanyuan's approval, Donghua quickly exited the room. Once outside, Qiuyu spoke. "Miss, someone sent by Lu Mama has come looking for you." That whistle was a signal. After saying this, Qiuyu couldn't help but internally ridicule Donghua for being so naive. How could she not see that the miss was adept enough in medicine to recognize Donghua's pretense? "Oh? What do you suppose Lu Shuang wants with her?" Qiuyu shook her head helplessly. "I am but a simple servant. I cannot guess." She truly had no idea what Lu Shuang intended. Jiang Nanyuan shared her uncertainty, but felt no fear. As the two pondered, Donghua returned, her head bowed as she approached Qiuyu. She urgently gestured for Qiuyu to come closer. Qiuyu quickly understood that Donghua was indeed summoned for her, not daring to leave immediately. She glanced at Jiang Nanyuan first, hoping for her approval, but noticed Jiang Nanyuan was engrossed in her tea and a painting book, paying her no mind. Just as Qiuyu contemplated finding an excuse to step out, Jiang Nanyuan spoke up. "Qiuyu, go buy me some snacks. I have a craving for osmanthus cake." Chapter 25. Turning the Tables. The miss truly was remarkable. It was as though she could read the thoughts within their minds. She had clearly been focused elsewhere moments ago. Yet she knew Donghua had been signaling her. By sending Qiuyu to buy pastries, she was providing her with an opportunity to leave. "Yes, miss. I shall go at once." After bowing, Qiuyu exited the room, encountering Elviju, who had been waiting outside. Elviju first scanned the surroundings cautiously before pulling Qiuyu into a secluded spot. "Did the miss seem suspicious when you left?" Qiuyu nodded vigorously. "No. As luck would have it, the miss asked me to fetch her some osmanthus cake, so I used that as an excuse to come out." Hearing this, Elviju felt fortunate. She quickly shared Lu Shuang's plan with Qiuyu and handed her a package. "Qiuyu, do you understand what I just said?" Qiuyu nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, Sister Elviju, I know what to do next." With Qiuyu's assurance, Elviju felt reassured and left. She failed to notice that the moment she turned to leave, Qiuyu's previously cheerful expression morphed into one filled with deep-seated hatred. Her hands involuntarily tightened, almost crushing the package of medicine within her grasp. Realizing this, she quickly relaxed her grip, concealing the medicine as she set off to buy osmanthus cake for Jiang Nanyuan. When she returned with the osmanthus cake and presented it to Jiang Nanyuan's room, she found no sign of Donghua. She placed the cake before Jiang Nanyuan and then knelt before her, lifting the package of medicinal powder given by Elviju high above her head. "Miss, this is what Lu Mama entrusted to me. This evening, they intend for the servant to administer the drug into your meal. Yet the specifics of their plans have not been disclosed to me." Qiuyu is also oblivious to the purpose of this package of powder. Lu Zhu merely approached her with the directive to poison Jiang Nanyuan without further elaboration. Jiang Nanyuan's gaze fell upon the package of powder, and she reached out to take it, opening it to inhale its contents. Subsequently, she let out a soft laugh, recognizing it as a mere low-grade soporific. What could they possibly want to achieve by drugging themselves tonight? "Very well, I understand. I shall turn the tables on them, as you comprehend, correct?" "Yes, my lady. I am aware. It appears that the young mistress has already devised a strategy." "Haha, it seems that Luinyang is destined for misfortune. Why provoke anyone else when she has chosen to antagonize the young mistress? If the young mistress seeks retribution, it would be well-deserved. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, please bear with me. Once I have avenged you, I shall join you," Qiuyu thought, her eyes glistening with tears. Jiang Nanyuan noted her emotional shift, but chose not to comment, simply gesturing for her to leave. Later, she learned that Lin Jixue had beaten Jiang Nanfeng the previous night. And not only that, Jiang Nanfeng had suffered through a night of cold and was now running a fever. She could hardly contain her laughter. In the memories of the original owner, her mother was well-read, graceful, and gentle. She never imagined that her mother possessed such a side, truly. She was the daughter of a general with a spirited nature inherent within her. As night fell, Qiuyu brought the evening meal, meticulously arranging the dishes before Jiang Nanyuan. "All right. You may all leave. I shall dine alone. Jiang Nanyuan dismissed Chunhua and Xiao Yue. Once they exited, Jiang Nanyuan leisurely enjoyed her meal, which had not been tainted with any drug. After finishing, she instructed Chunhua to clear the utensils and summoned Xiao Yue back inside. She then handed her a package of powder. When you report to Lu Shuang's courtyard shortly, sprinkle this powder on your sleeve. Yes, my lady, Xiao Yue responded respectfully, accepting the package. Jiang Nanyuan then produced another package. Pour this into water and find an opportunity to have Chunhua drink it. After she has consumed it, you may proceed to Lu Shuang's courtyard. Xiao Yue nodded once more, stowing away the second package before departing to follow Jiang Nanyuan's instructions. When Xiao Yue administered the drug-laden water to Chunhua, it wasn't long before Chunhua collapsed backward. This startled Xiao Yue, who was momentarily unsure of how to react. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but admire the potency of the young mistress's concoction. Chunhua had only taken a sip, and the drug's effects were so swift that she had fallen unconscious. Xiao Yue maneuvered around Chunhua's body to knock on Jiang Nanyuan's door. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, she pushed the door open. My lady, Chunhua has ingested the drug. What shall we do next? Find a way to carry her to your sleeping quarters. Then go to Lu Shuang and inform her that I have succumbed to the drug and am now unconscious. Xiao Yue nodded and returned to Chunhua, attempting to drag her back into the room. Lacking the strength to carry her, she resorted to dragging her along, inadvertently causing Chunhua's head to strike the leg of a chair. Even in her stupor, Chunhua felt the pain, her brow furrowing slightly. After a struggle, Xiao Yue finally managed to get Chunhua onto the bed and covered her with a quilt. Noticing that night had fallen, she lit a lantern and hastened towards Lu Shuang's courtyard. Upon her arrival, she found Lu Shuang and Jiang Xiaoxiao engaged in conversation, with Jiang Xiaoxiao well aware of Lu Shuang's intentions. They had been waiting for Xiao Yue's arrival. As soon as Xiao Yue appeared, Jiang Xiaoxiao sprang to her feet, brimming with excitement. Xiao Yue, has it succeeded? Is that wretched girl truly unconscious? Xiao Yue knelt respectfully, replying to the second young lady, the young mistress fell into a deep slumber right after dinner. Ha ha, mother, let us go. We shall seize her at once. Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, eager to leave, but Lu Shuang grasped her arm, shaking her head at Jiang Xiaoxiao's confused expression. It is still too early. We must wait a little longer. Xiao Yue, you return and keep watch. Do not allow anyone to approach. Understood. Xiao Yue acknowledged and exited the room. Once she departed, Jiang Xiaoxiao impatiently queried, Mother, why did you stop me? We could seize her now, and if the drug wears off, what then? The thought of Jiang Nanyuan's prior attack on her filled her with an inexplicable fear. Thus, her instinct upon hearing of the drug was to ensure Jiang Nanyuan was restrained, so that even upon awakening, she would be powerless to resist. Chapter 26. The Emperor truly seeks his own demise. Xiaoxiao, return to your chamber and refrain from involving yourself in the remaining matters. Moreover, why the haste? We shall discuss this later. Jiang Xiaoxiao pouted, displeased at being dismissed, but reluctantly acquiesced. Oh, fine, mother, I shall return to my room. As she turned to leave, she was unprepared for the moment she opened the door to find her mouth covered. The two maidservants behind her attempted to cry out, but before they could utter a sound, they succumbed to sudden dizziness and fell unconscious. Jiang Xiaoxiao instinctively tried to scream, yet no sound emerged. The one covering her mouth was none other than Jiang Nanyuan, who had followed shortly after Xiao Yue's exit. Earlier, she had attempted to eavesdrop from the rooftop, hoping to glean some useful information, but had heard nothing. Seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao about to return to her room, she had anticipated her arrival. Noticing Jiang Xiaoxiao's struggles, Jiang Nanyuan swiftly delivered a chop to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Jiang Nanyuan glanced at the two fallen maidservants, kicked them aside, then pried open Jiang Xiaoxiao's mouth to administer a small pill. Once Jiang Xiaoxiao swallowed it, Jiang Nanyuan promptly transported her into her space and exited Lu Shuang's courtyard, hastening back to her own residence without alerting the hidden guards within the manor. Upon her return, she found that Xiao Yue had just returned as well. Xiao Yue was about to report to Jiang Nanyuan, but after knocking for a while without hearing a response, she assumed Jiang Nanyuan had retired for the night. Just as she was about to head back to her own room, she heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Jiang Nanyuan approaching. My lady, why are you out so late? She asked, hurrying towards her to bow. My lady, I have done as you instructed at Luin Yang's. What further actions do you require of me? Tonight, you shall guard the door, acting as an insider, regardless of what they intend to do, feign ignorance. Understood. After giving her instructions, Jiang Nanyuan entered her chamber, retrieving Jiang Xiuxiu from the space and depositing her onto her bed, covering her with a quilt. Subsequently, Jiang Nanyuan entered her space to cultivate, and at the stroke of midnight, she heard footsteps outside. Opening her eyes with a smirk, it's time. She emerged from the shadows, swiftly making her way to the bedside, where she employed a transformation spell. Before long, the figure of Jiang Xiuxiu on the bed bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. Just as the door was about to open, she concealed herself in the darkness. Lu Shuang entered the room accompanied by several maidservants. First, she lifted the covers off the bed for a glance, confirming it was indeed Jiang Nanyuan, before instructing the maidservants behind her, carry her to the side door. Someone awaits there to escort her to the carriage. Understood, the maidservants replied in unison, moving forward to wrap Jiang Xiuxiu, bed and all, and carried her away. Once they had departed, Xiuyu was left in a state of alarm, drenched in sweat. Had they truly taken the young lady away? Had it not been for Jiang Nanyuan's prior warning to ignore everything they witnessed, she would have certainly raised an alarm. Jiang Nanyuan felt a sense of satisfaction with Qiuyu's compliance. She had followed closely behind the departing maidservants, her invisibility spell ensuring that they could not perceive her presence, even as she trailed them openly. Arriving at the side door, Jiang Nanyuan observed them placing Jiang Xiuxiu into the carriage. Where could they possibly be taking her? Could it be to a brothel? Lu Shuang, oh Lu Shuang, I am most eager to see your expression when you realize that you have personally delivered your daughter away. With this thought in mind, Jiang Nanyuan joined them inside the carriage, which began to move slowly. The carriage meandered for over half an hour before coming to a halt. Jiang Nanyuan had anticipated reaching their destination and was just about to peer outside when, to her surprise, the carriage resumed its journey. She settled back in, waiting until it finally came to a stop once more, confirming that they had indeed ceased movement. She dispelled the transformation spell from Jiang Xiuxiu's face and exited the carriage as the others were carrying Jiang Xiuxiu down. Upon witnessing the scene outside, she gasped in astonishment. This was not a brothel, but rather the imperial palace. What on earth was Lu Shuang planning? Was she truly intending to deliver herself to the emperor? How could she have overlooked this? The current emperor was notoriously foolish and fond of beauty. Perhaps Lu Shuang intended to present herself to him. It was laughable to entertain such thoughts, yet one could only wonder if the emperor might take a liking to her, granting her a title, after which she could return and exact her revenge. Jiang Nanyuan pushed aside these musings as she noticed a eunuch approaching. He lifted the cover to inspect Jiang Xiuxiu and nodded in satisfaction. Take her to His Majesty. Jiang Nanyuan calculated the duration of her invisibility spell. With an hour and a half remaining, she would have ample time to observe the unfolding events. Thus, she followed closely behind the eunuchs who were carrying Jiang Xiuxiu. They entered a palace, and as the eunuchs brought Jiang Xiuxiu inside, Jiang Nanyuan trailed behind. Before she could step in, she heard the sound of several women weeping from within. Intrigued, she peered inside, discovering a grand bathing pool filled with several beautiful women clad in revealing garments, weeping as they soaked. Some bore the marks of whips on their exposed arms, while a corpulent man sat among them, wielding a barbed whip and grinning lewdly. Suddenly, the man stood up and Jiang Nanyuan, caught off guard, glimpsed something she ought not to have seen. She felt as if 1,000 shocks coursed through her. His sunken, dark eyes and his naked, greasy flesh were a sight most disturbing. How could one indulge in women at such a state? He was already so decrepit, without moderation. He would surely perish at the hands of a woman. In an instant, she recalled the scene from the back mountain. Fortunately, the man there had been in good shape. Had he resembled this emperor, she would have preferred to die from poison rather than seek an antidote. Wu Hai, bring me my medicine and take these women away. Replace them with another batch. Yes, replied the eunuch named Wu Hai, the very same she had seen earlier. He approached a drawer and retrieved a small box, presenting it respectfully to the emperor. Jiang Nanyuan's curiosity piqued regarding the contents of the box. She made her way to the spot where Wu Hai had fetched the medicine, opened the drawer, and discreetly pocketed a pill. In her mind, she examined the pill. It was a concoction designed to restore a man's vigor. How utterly reckless of the emperor to seek such perilous pleasures. With little interest in remaining in this place, Jiang Nanyuan resolved to explore the palace further, ensuring her visit would not be in vain. As she passed by the Yangxin Palace, she paused. This was where the emperor typically reviewed memorials. With the emperor absent and only 2 guards stationed outside, she easily infiltrated the premises. Scanning the room, she found nothing particularly remarkable, save for a multitude of unopened memorials on the table. She approached and idly flipped through them. Half of these documents were aimed at denouncing the so-called Prince Xiaojiao. What had he done to instill such fear in them? Jiang Nanyuan shook her head, placing the memorial back down, glancing over a few more. Most contained similar content, but one caught her attention. Several regions to the south had experienced flooding, while drought plagued the northwest. These 2 memorials were tucked away at the bottom. This foolish emperor neglects such critical matters, leaving the common folk to suffer under his rule. Jiang Nanyuan lamented the plight of the people under such a ruler. Finding nothing special, she noticed a few luminous pearls embedded in the wall, which she pried loose and stashed away. Leaving the room, she wandered about, collecting all valuables she could find along her way, filling her space with treasures. Eventually, she arrived at a location heavily guarded, with 8 guards posted at the entrance and 4 more hidden nearby. It appeared to be a place of great significance. Estimating her time, she realized she had approximately half an hour left. Instead of entering directly, she picked up a stone and tossed it aside to divert the guards' attention. Once they were distracted, she swiftly approached, scattering some powdered medicine from her space. The guards inhaled the powder, their expressions turning vacant. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nanyuan slipped into the treasury. Upon entering, she was almost blinded by the gleaming gold and jewels within. This foolish emperor had hoarded such wealth. With a mere thought, she transported the entire contents of the treasury into her space. Over the past few days, she had filled her space to the brim with treasures. Having emptied the treasury, she stood at the entrance and snapped her fingers, whispering, "You have seen nothing, heard nothing." With that, she made her quick exit, her bounty substantial. As she made her way home, she fortuitously passed by the Imperial Medical Institute. Naturally, she entered and collected all the medicinal herbs into her space. As the time for the concealment technique drew near, Jiang Nanyuan realized she could no longer linger there. She needed to expedite her departure from the palace, eagerly anticipating the spectacle that awaited her the following day. Upon her return to the Ho residence's Jianjian, it was already the early hours of the morning. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Qiu Yue seated at her doorstep, her head bowed as she dozed off, nodding intermittently. "Go back and get some rest," Jiang Nanyuan suggested. Startled awake, Qiu Yue beamed upon recognizing Jiang Nanyuan's return. "Miss, you're back. Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. By the way, early tomorrow morning, you must pay a visit to Lu Shuang and inform her that I am asleep in my room. Remember to act a bit flustered and fearful." "Understood, miss," Qiu Yue replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Once Jiang Nanyuan retreated into her quarters, Qiu Yue made her way back to her own room. The next morning, at a quarter past the hour of the rabbit, Qiu Yue woke early, recalling Jiang Nanyuan's instructions from the previous night. She hurriedly made her way to Lu Shuang's courtyard. Upon arriving, she theatrically stumbled into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Lu Auntie, something terrible has happened." Lu Shuang had stayed up late the previous night and was still in a deep slumber at this hour. Observing the commotion, the maid Lu Zhu frowned disapprovingly and halted Qiu Yue's advance. "Lu Auntie is still resting. Why are you causing such a ruckus?" "Whatever it is, you can wait until she wakes. It's urgent, Sister Lu Zhu. I implore you to notify her." Sensing Qiu Yue's distress, Lu Zhu felt a twinge of unease and replied, "Wait here, I'll go inform her." With that, she entered the room. Determined to maintain her ruse, Qiu Yue began pacing back and forth at the entrance. Inside, Lu Zhu roused Lu Shuang and relayed Qiu Yue's frantic demeanor. Lu Shuang, awakened and irritable, was nevertheless intrigued, suspecting that Qiu Yue's visit must pertain to Jiang Nanyuan. "Bring her in," Lu Shuang commanded. Lu Zhu complied, exiting to fetch Qiu Yue. As Qiu Yue entered, she fell to her knees, exclaiming, "Lu Auntie, something is terribly wrong." I saw. What did you see? Speak clearly." Lu Shuang's agitation was palpable. Qiu Yue, pale and trembling, stammered, "This morning, I passed by the Mrs. room and saw her inside, asleep." "Last night, it was not." "No, it cannot be," Lu Shuang interjected urgently. She had witnessed Jiang Nanyuan being taken away the previous night. There could be no mistake. She had even scrutinized her face to confirm her identity. "Lu Zhu, go fetch Granny Sue immediately." Lu Shuang ordered. Granny Su had accompanied Jiang Nanyuan to the side door, and Lu Shuang trusted her to carry out her duties without error. Lu Zhu departed quickly, soon returning with Granny Su. Upon entering, Granny Su noticed Xiao Yue and cast a puzzled look at Lu Shuang. "Madam, did you summon me? Did you personally see that wretched girl off to the carriage last night?" Granny Su paused briefly before nodding. "Indeed, madam. I watched her leave until the carriage was out of sight." Hearing this, Lu Shuang's gaze shifted back to Xiao Yue, who was still trembling. "Are you certain you saw her asleep in the room?" "Yes," Xiao Yue affirmed firmly. "Let us go and see for ourselves," Lu Shuang declared, her curiosity ignited. She needed to verify the situation personally. With Lu Zhu and Granny Su assisting her in donning her attire, Lu Shuang hastened towards Jianjian. Upon arrival, the maids outside paid their respects as she passed, but Lu Shuang was too preoccupied to acknowledge them. Her sole focus was on confirming Jiang Nanyuan's presence in her quarters. "Xiao Yue, open the door," she instructed. Approaching the entrance, she hesitated, fearful of what she might find inside. Upon hearing her command, Xiao Yue approached the door and knocked. "Miss, I'm coming in." She then pushed the door open. As it creaked ajar, Lu Shuang felt her heart race. Upon fully entering, she cast her gaze towards the bed, which lay empty, leaving Xiao Yue in shock. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang exhaled a sigh of relief before turning furiously towards Xiao Yue. "You wretched maid, do you dare to deceive me?" Chapter 28. Is there such a matter, Jing's Hoyan? Fuming, Lu Shuang kicked at Xiao Yue, causing her to kneel in pain. Lu Shuang raised her hand to strike her face, but before she could do so, her wrist was seized firmly. "Auntie, why such fury so early in the morning? How has my maid offended you that you would come to strike her?" Jiang Nanyuan appeared seemingly out of nowhere, startling both Lu Shuang and her companions. "Lu Zhu and Granny Su. How can she truly be here? Could it be that the one we witnessed last night was not her?" "No, that cannot be. I distinctly observed her face. There was no mistake, it was indeed her." "Auntie, are you feeling unwell? You're sweating profusely," Jiang Nanyuan remarked, producing a handkerchief from her sleeve, attempting to wipe the sweat from Lu Shuang's forehead. Lu Shuang instinctively recoiled, her eyes wide with terror. "How are you here?" Jiang Nanyuan feigned confusion. "Auntie, what do you mean? This is my courtyard. If I am not here, where else would I be? By the way, did you come seeking me for something? You appear rather pale. Are you unwell?" "Xiao Yue, please summon the doctor from the Wang residence to examine my aunt properly." "Yes," Xiao Yue replied as she prepared to leave. "No need. I'm not ill. I just remembered that I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave," Lu Shuang hastily stated, departing with her maid and Granny Su. Once outside her courtyard, she turned to Lu Zhu and Granny Su, her voice trembling. "You all saw that, didn't you? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Both Lu Zhu and Granny Su were equally bewildered. They had participated in the events of the previous night, and upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan emerge, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "Madam, something terrible has occurred. The second miss, she is missing." At that moment, Yulian, Jiang Shouxiu's maid, rushed over to report. "What? Clarify yourself. How could the second miss be missing?" Yulian recounted the events of the previous night, revealing that she had not seen Jiang Nanyuan's face and was unaware of her identity, only knowing that Jiang Shouxiu had been restrained. Just as one crisis seemed to resolve, another emerged. Lu Shuang, disregarding Jiang Nanyuan's situation, hastily made her way back to her own courtyard. Meanwhile, after Lu Shuang's departure, Jiang Nanyuan disdainfully wiped her hands with the handkerchief she had just used. "Xiao Yue, come here." Jiang Nanyuan beckoned her over and whispered a few instructions in her ear. Xiao Yue nodded, clutching the silver Jiang Nanyuan had given her as she exited. "Lu Shuang, just wait, the real drama is yet to unfold." After the tumult of the morning, Jiang Nanyuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She yawned and retreated to her room to rest. Little did she know, chaos was brewing within the palace. That morning, during court assembly, the emperor whimsically decided to reward Jiang Nanyuan, having been greatly pleased with the beauty he had received the night before. However, Wu Hai, sent to fetch supplies from the treasury, was horrified to discover it utterly bare, collapsing in shock. He rushed to inform the emperor, who, upon hearing the news, was equally taken aback. He commanded the secret guards to detain all ministers present in the hall. Accompanied by Wu Hai, he hastened towards the treasury, only to find the guards stationed there kneeling in fear. Upon witnessing the scene, the emperor, in a frenzy, dashed towards the royal treasury to ascertain the situation. Upon entering, he was rendered utterly despondent as he sank to the ground in despair. It is over, all is lost. My treasures, how could they have vanished? Who could possess such audacity to thieve from the imperial palace? He called out to Wu Hai, quickly, send someone to investigate whether my precious elixirs are still intact. Wu Hai nodded and signaled to another eunuch, who promptly departed to conduct the search. As the eunuch left, Wu Hai approached the emperor, assisting him to his feet. Your Majesty, do not be alarmed. The thief is brazen, yet with so many valuables in the treasury, it is improbable he could have taken everything. With this reminder, the emperor began to reconsider the situation. Indeed, how could so many items have disappeared overnight? He knew it was night because just the previous day he had dispatched someone to retrieve items from the treasury. Bring me a search party. We shall dig 3 feet into the ground if we must. That rogue must be found. The emperor's command ignited a flurry of activity throughout the palace. The captain of the imperial guard, along with his subordinates, scoured every corner of the palace. Even the several ministers who had been detained within the palace were not spared. They were thoroughly searched, despite the futility of expecting them to conceal anything on their persons. Yet, to reassure the emperor, they fulfilled their duty with utmost diligence. Ultimately, the search yielded no results, and in a fit of rage, the emperor executed those guards who had failed in their duties and punished others, prompting fear among the ministers attending the court. They dreaded the emperor's wrath might fall upon them. Whispers circulated among the ministers, speculating on the identity of the audacious thief who had dared to infiltrate the imperial palace. The emperor, having reprimanded those responsible for the security breach, turned his attention to the ministers present. Esteemed courtiers, you are all aware of the gravity of our current predicament. The treasury has been plundered. We face floods in the south and droughts in the northwest. These calamities demand our urgent attention. Each of you, holding a rank of 5th grade and above, shall bring 10,000 taels to the palace, while those below 5th grade must deliver 5,000 taels. Failure to comply shall result in your voluntary resignation. He was acutely aware that many of these officials had embezzled funds in private, often turning a blind eye to their misdeeds. The courtiers exchanged glances, particularly those whose households had been emptied by Jiang Nanyuan. How could they possibly produce such sums? However, the alternative, losing their official titles, was dire. Among them, Jiang Nanyuan felt the weight of his precarious position. This rank was hard-earned and vital to him. Yet he found himself unable to procure the demanded silver unless he swiftly acquired the portion of Lin Jishue's dowry. Father, I have something to say. The second prince stepped forward, drawing the attention of all present. Speak, the emperor replied, his head throbbing with the burdens of the day, eager to conclude the court session. To be candid, Father, several officials, including myself, have recently been robbed by this thief. The silver I possess is insufficient. One by one, ministers knelt in agreement, confirming their similar misfortunes. The emperor, startled by the sheer number of kneeling officials, realized that he had been unaware of this widespread calamity. Jiang Nanyuan, step forward and clarify this matter. Jingyao Prefect Chinlide rose from the crowd and knelt. Your Majesty, it is true. I submitted a report regarding this incident yesterday. The emperor, feeling a sense of helplessness, acknowledged that he had yet to read those reports. Given the circumstances, compelling these officials to provide silver seemed futile. Father, I have a plan. Would you care to hear it? The second prince, Xiao Yujing, offered a glimmer of hope amid the emperor's distress. Speak quickly. What is your scheme? Noticing the numerous officials still present, Xiao Yujing cast a glance at them. The emperor, sensing the urgency, waved his sleeve, dismissed. You may all leave. The officials, relieved as if they had been parched fish finding water, hurriedly exited, particularly Jiang Nanyuan, who felt fortunate to have escaped scrutiny. Once the court was cleared, the emperor eagerly turned to Xiao Yujing. Now, tell me your strategy. I am desperate for silver. Without it, the palace will become a hollow shell, rendering my reign meaningless. Father, we could confiscate properties. The residences of the 9th prince and Lin Zhaoya contain numerous valuables. Additionally, we could increase taxes, compelling corrupt officials across the regions to remit silver to the throne. Upon observing the emperor's interest, Xiao Yujing further contemplated that those households previously targeted might now hold little wealth, allowing for a fresh round of confiscations. Why should the other princes be exempt when my own household has been stripped bare? Surely the crown prince's residence has some wealth to offer as well. Ha ha. My dear second prince, your plan is commendable. We shall proceed as you suggest, and I entrust this matter to you entirely. Yes, father, Xiao Yujing replied respectfully. Should we also demand contributions from the other princes and the crown prince's household? The emperor pondered momentarily before nodding. Let them all contribute. Wu Hai, procure an imperial decree. Wu Hai promptly retrieved a blank edict, which the emperor swiftly filled out. Handing it to Xiao Yujing, he wearily massaged his temples and waved him off. You may leave now. Xiao Yujing, clutching the edict, departed with a smile, recognizing the lucrative opportunity ahead. After his exit, the emperor turned to Wu Hai. Bring forth that beauty from yesterday. Wu Hai instantly understood the emperor's intentions and nodded, descending to make the necessary preparations. Yesterday marked the emperor's first experience with a woman's unconsciousness, a sensation that had left him yearning for more, having indulged several times throughout the night. Jiang Xiuxiu found herself in the unfamiliar confines of the palace's donghua hall, curled up in bed, gripped by fear. She was bewildered as to how she had ended up here. Her mother had initially intended for Jiang Nanyuan to be the target. So why had she been brought in instead? Could it be that her mother had orchestrated this all along, intending to use her as a pawn? Shaking her head vigorously, Jiang Xiuxiu dismissed the notion. No, it cannot be. Mother has always treated me with kindness, never wishing to harm me. Something must have gone awry. Her mind was clouded with confusion until a flash of memory struck her. Jiang Nanyuan had infiltrated her chamber and rendered her unconscious, and upon awakening, she found herself in this predicament. Fueled by rage, Jiang Xiuxiu clenched her fists tightly. Jiang Nanyuan, just wait. I will not let you get away with this. Miss Jiang, you're awake. Prepare yourself. The emperor wishes to summon you. As Wu Hai entered the room, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Xiuxiu in tears, a scene he had witnessed countless times before. It was nothing more than officials attempting to curry favor with the emperor, who harbored a fondness for beautiful women. They would send fair maidens or their own daughters into the palace, and if the emperor took a liking to them, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to be bestowed with titles like concubine or consort. Miss Jiang, he advised gently, I urge you to look at this with a broader perspective. There is nothing inherently wrong with accompanying the emperor. He has his peculiarities. But if you accept and cooperate with them, his affection for you will grow, and you shall find that you can have anything you desire. Wu Hai, in truth, had been won over by Xiao Yujing, who had assured him that should he ascend to the throne, Wu Hai would remain the chief eunuch of the palace, with his status unchanged. He recognized Jiang Xiuxiu as the daughter of Jiang Nanyuan and had initially presumed this to be a scheme orchestrated by the second prince, aimed at enticing Jiang Xiuxiu to amuse the emperor, thereby indulging in a life of debauchery. It was under the impression that she was unaware of the plot that he offered his counsel. Jiang Xiuxiu absorbed his words, reflecting on her situation. Indeed, given that she had already surrendered herself, her only recourse against Jiang Nanyuan was to ascend the social ladder, and this was an excellent opportunity. With newfound resolve, she dried her tears and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, eunuch, for your guidance. I wish to take a bath. Though the emperor's inclinations were somewhat perverse, after the events of the previous night, she reasoned that this slight humiliation was a small price to pay for revenge. Seeing that Jiang Xiuxiu had come to terms with her fate, Wu Hai promptly summoned 2 palace maids to assist her in bathing and changing. Once she was prepared, he escorted her to meet the emperor. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan had returned to his residence, only to be met with the distressing news of Jiang Xiuxiu's disappearance. He could not help but rub his temples in frustration. It seemed that trouble was brewing anew. He hastened to Lu Shuang's quarters, demanding an explanation as to how a well-bred young lady could vanish from the marquis' estate. Could it be that she had encountered a flower thief? If such a fate befell her, her virtue would be irreparably tarnished. Jiang Xiuxiu was naturally blessed with a delicate and enchanting appearance, embodying the finest qualities of both her parents. Especially in recent years, she had blossomed into an even more captivating beauty. He had intended to keep her in the household a while longer, with the hope of eventually sending her to the second prince's estate as a concubine. Should the second prince ascend to the throne, her status would rise accordingly, thereby securing his own position. However, upon learning of her disappearance, his ire was palpable. This matter must not be publicized. I fear she may have been abducted by a flower thief, and her virtue is at stake. Ensure the servants keep their lips sealed. Anyone who dares to spread this rumor shall face severe punishment. Jiang Nanyuan understood Lu Shuang's urgency, yet he felt compelled to issue his warning. The search for Jiang Xiuxiu would have to be conducted discreetly. However, he mused, even if he recovered her, she would be of little use to him. But then he remembered he had another daughter, Jiang Nanyuan, whose beauty surpassed even that of Jiang Xiuxiu. The second prince had yet to lay eyes on her. He resolved to arrange a meeting between them at the opportune moment. Nevertheless, for the time being, his priority lay in securing the dowry in Lin Jishui's possession. Jiang Nanyuan's mind raced with calculations, while Jiang Nanyuan, unaware of his schemes, sneezed several times in her quarters. "Miss, are you unwell? Have you caught a chill?" Autumn Moon inquired, noting Jiang Nanyuan's sneezing as she perused her medical texts. "It is of no consequence. Tell me, how did the matter I entrusted you with fare? The servants have successfully spread the rumors as you instructed, using the silver to secure some accomplices." Jiang Nanyuan nodded, satisfied with Autumn Moon's resourcefulness, finding her far superior to Chunhua. "Keep a close watch on Lu Shuang's movements. If she exhibits any unusual behavior, inform me immediately. She remains ignorant of Jiang Xiuxiu's abduction to the palace. Her connections within the palace may prove more complex than anticipated." As Jiang Nanyuan had issued a gag order, believing Jiang Xiuxiu to have been taken by a flower thief, it was likely he had abandoned her. How amusing it was that he considered only schemes devoid of familial affection. Once Autumn Moon departed, Jiang Nanyuan returned to her reading. As evening approached, Autumn Moon hurried back, breathless with news. "Miss, I just saw Lu Yinyang leave the estate." Setting her book aside, Jiang Nanyuan turned to her. "Did she go alone, or did she take maidservants with her?" Lu Yinyang left in the company of Sister Green Pearl and Matron Su in a carriage. Upon hearing that Lu Shuang had taken her attendance, Jiang Nanyuan's interest piqued. "Very well, I understand. You may go now and keep an eye on Chunhua." Autumn Moon nodded in compliance, aware of Jiang Nanyuan's intentions. The young lady wished to act without drawing Chunhua's attention, especially since Chunhua was recovering from a head injury sustained the previous day. When Chunhua woke, she was immediately struck by a throbbing headache. She inquired about the events leading to her current discomfort, to which Autumn Moon fabricated a casual excuse, claiming she had fainted and fallen. Chunhua, not suspecting any deceit, worried that her sudden fainting spell might indicate an illness. "I must consult the physician at the Wang residence. My head is unbearable. If the young lady seeks me, I shall return shortly." Assured that her visit to the physician would not interfere with Jiang Nanyuan's affairs, Autumn Moon nodded, "Go swiftly and return promptly." As their conversation unfolded, Jiang Nanyuan had already slipped out of the marquis's residence, unaware of Lu Shuang's destination and relying on luck. Among the few streets, she soon spotted the marquis's carriage parked outside a tea house. Just then, she caught sight of Lu Shuang alighting from the carriage, her demeanor cautious as she scanned her surroundings before entering the tea house. Accompanying her were Green Pearl and Matron Su, who followed her inside. Employing a disguise, Jiang Nanyuan adopted a masculine appearance and proceeded toward the tea house. She noted that Lu Shuang and her entourage had ascended to the second floor, which housed private rooms. After inquiring, she found an available room on the second floor and instructed the waiter to lead her there. After ordering a pot of tea and some pastries, she dismissed the waiter, instructing him not to return unless summoned. Fortune smiled upon her. Her room was adjacent to Lu Shuang's. Once the waiter delivered her order, she sent him away. And as soon as he departed, Jiang Nanyuan stealthily exited her room. Pretending to visit the restroom, she returned not to her own room, but to the one occupied by Lu Shuang and her companions. Pushing the door open, she strode straight inside, casting a quick glance around before immediately donning a rather embarrassed expression. My apologies, I seem to have entered the wrong room." With a forced smile, she paid no heed to the murderous gaze directed at her from within, calmly shutting the door behind her and making her way to the adjacent private chamber. Moments earlier, she had spotted Lu Shuang seated face-to-face with another man in the room, the latter draped in a black cloak. Even indoors, he wore a hat, preventing Jiang Nanyuan from discerning his features, but she could feel the chill of his icy glare piercing through her. This man exuded a foreboding aura, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. "I'll take a look. Wait for me here," the man across from Lu Shuang rasped, his voice grating. Lu Shuang, seemingly accustomed to it, merely nodded and picked up a piece of pastry from the table to nibble on. The man approached Jiang Nanyuan's door and knocked. Realizing it was the same man seeking to ascertain whether she had indeed erred in her entrance, she smirked slightly, her ruby lips parting. "Please come in." As expected, The door creaked open, and the cloaked figure stepped inside. Without waiting for him to speak, Jiang Nanyuan greeted him warmly. It's you. I was quite rude earlier. I went to the restroom and, upon my return, mistakenly entered the wrong room. How about I offer you this pastry as an apology? She shyly pushed the plate of pastries toward him. Throughout this exchange, the man remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Nanyuan like a hawk, as if attempting to see through her very being. Could you please stop staring at me? It's quite unnerving, Jiang Nanyuan ventured, feigning fear. I have already apologized. What more do you want from me? It was genuinely an accident. Just as she finished speaking, the man extended his hands toward her, claws poised. Terrified, Jiang Nanyuan immediately crouched down, covering her head, and cried out, "Spare me, I don't wish to die." His hands halted just an inch above her head, and then, without uttering a word, he turned and departed. After he left, Jiang Nanyuan narrowed her eyes. How intriguing! He possessed demonic energy within him. Yet, it did not seem particularly potent. She had noted his intent to take her life, and at the moment he removed his gloves, she sensed a familiar trace of demonic energy emanating from his palm. Strange, was this continent not devoid of the ability to cultivate? Why then did this man possess demonic energy? Chapter 31. A shocking revelation. Reflecting on this demonic energy, she could not help but think of her junior sister, Zhao Ling. During their battle with the demon clan, she had been cornered atop a sheer cliff, surrounded by over 100 demons while she stood alone, finding it exceedingly difficult to fend them off. The companions she had brought suffered numerous casualties, prompting her to consider self-detonation to take the demons down with her. Just as she contemplated this, she saw her junior sister arrive with reinforcements, and fear gripped her that her sister might be attacked by the demons. She shouted for her to flee with the remaining clan members, but to her shock, her sister not only stayed, but engaged in battle alongside the demons. The clan members she had brought were already injured and utterly outmatched, swiftly falling to the demons. She watched helplessly as her kin perished before her eyes. In that moment, her only thought was to protect her junior sister, ensuring her survival as she prepared to self-destruct in a bid to eliminate their foes. She pulled Zhao Ling behind her, urgently instructing her to escape as she prepared for her own demise. Yet, she never anticipated that her beloved junior sister would betray her, delivering the final blow. Zhao Ling manifested demonic energy, her hands morphing into claws that pierced Jiang Nanyuan's body. As the demonic energy surged through her, Jiang Nanyuan could no longer withstand the onslaught. Falling backward, in a desperate moment, she clenched her teeth, gripping her sister's arm, and together they plummeted from the precipice. As these memories resurfaced, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. With the recent emergence of demonic energy on this continent, could it be that she, like herself, had also arrived here? Furthermore, could she wield demonic energy? No. This matter warranted thorough investigation. If she discovered that Zhao Ling was indeed behind this, she would personally exact revenge. It appeared that her master and senior brothers had also fallen victim to her machinations. She had long wondered why they were harmed by demonic energy. Now, it all became clear. Zhao Ling had been the orchestrator behind it all. Shaking her head, she temporarily cast aside these thoughts and quickly recited a mantra, forming hand seals as she directed a surge of spiritual energy toward the wall. Moments later, even while seated at the table, she could distinctly hear the conversation taking place on the other side. The man imbued with demonic energy had a low magical power, rendering him oblivious to Jiang Nanyuan's spiritual presence, unaware that she had overheard their dialogue. "Brother, our Xiao has gone missing. You must think of a way to find her," lamented a voice. "She is our daughter, oh woe. Enough of the tears, do not fret. I shall aid you in searching for her. By the way, have you located that treasure from the marquis estate?" He and Lu Shuang had once been childhood friends, and upon learning that the marquis estate had unexpectedly acquired a treasure that could aid his cultivation of demonic energy, allowing him to ascend to a higher level, he had eagerly persuaded Lu Shuang to assist him in obtaining it. Initially resistant, Lu Shuang eventually acquiesced to his honeyed words, facilitating his entry into the marquis estate. For years, she had been searching for that treasure while maintaining regular contact with him. Despite their extensive search, the treasure remained elusive. Lu Shuang had even laid out every precious item from the marquis estate for him to inspect, yet none were what he desired, compelling her to continue her search within the estate. However, the child Lu Shuang bore for Jiang Nanyuan was not his, it belonged to the man before her. Their frequent trysts had imbued her with traces of demonic energy, which subsequently infiltrated Jiang Nanyuan's body. As an ordinary man, he was utterly incapable of withstanding such an invasion, leading to his deteriorating health and a bleak future for progeny. Lu Shuang was fully aware of this. Yet for reasons unknown, the demonic energy seemed to have no adverse effects on her. Within the confines of the room, Jiang Nanyuan sipped tea and savored pastries, eavesdropping on the gossip. Today's revelations were quite substantial. Not only had she learned that Jiang Xiuxiu was not the child of Lu Shuang and Jiang Nanyuan, but that there was also a treasure within the marquis estate. What treasure were they seeking? All the items from the marquis estate were essentially stored within her spatial realm. She would need to investigate thoroughly to determine whether the treasure was among them. Having gleaned all she wished to know, Jiang Nanyuan departed the tea house. Since she was already out, she decided to visit the grain shop and the weaponry shop to check on her supplies. Today, she found herself once again transformed into the very visage she had donned during her last visit to procure supplies. The grain merchant had dutifully delivered all the provisions she required, while the armory was somewhat slower in its service. However, Jiang Nanyuan remained unperturbed. A few more days of waiting posed no inconvenience for her. She instructed the grain merchant's assistant to transport the goods to the side entrance of the marquis's residence, a place typically devoid of watchful eyes. After concluding the transaction, she sent the young attendant on his way. Once he had departed, she surveyed her surroundings and, noticing the absence of onlookers, swiftly concealed the grain within her spatial realm. With a graceful leap, she effortlessly scaled the courtyard wall, reverted to her original appearance, and returned to her own courtyard. Upon her return, Xiao Yue immediately approached her, informing her that the young lady was awaiting her in the main hall. Jiang Nanyuan nodded and proceeded toward the room. Inside, Lin Jixue was savoring tea. Hearing Jiang Nanyuan's voice, she set down her cup and came forward, taking her hand. Yuana, I am nearly driven to distraction by his incessant visits. Is there any means by which you could dissuade him from seeking me out? Jiang Nanyuan seemed to have taken a peculiar interest in her, frequently appearing at her courtyard and showering her with sweet nothings. In times past, Lin Jixue would have found such attention delightful. However, after all she had endured, those words now filled her with profound revulsion. Jiang Nanyuan was taken aback by the extent of Lin Jixue's disdain for Jiang Nanyuan. Her lips twitched slightly. One need not ponder deeply. It was evident that Jiang Nanyuan had set his sights on her dowry. If Lin Jixue did not disclose the whereabouts of her dowry soon, it was likely he would continue to pester her daily, and it was no wonder she felt so exasperated. Mother, I do possess a method to ensure he no longer seeks you out, though it may be somewhat detrimental to one's health. Yuana, I care not for the toll it may take on my body, as long as it does not lead to peril. Anything to prevent him from bothering me further. Lin Jixue was consumed by her loathing for him, her thoughts solely occupied with evading his unwelcome advances. Very well, mother. Take this elixir. Devise a way for him to ingest it. Once he does, he shall find himself unable to approach you again. Lin Jixue accepted the vial from Jiang Nanyuan, curiously peering inside to find a series of white pills, devoid of any fragrant aroma or medicinal scent. Yuaner, what manner of medicine is this? What effects does it possess? In response to Lin Jixue's inquiry, Jiang Nanyuan smiled enigmatically, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Mother, this elixir is a hasty concoction of mine. A substandard product known as the bone-piercing pill. Should you administer it to him and subsequently consume one yourself, he will experience excruciating pain upon encountering you, rendering him incapable of drawing near. The reason this elixir was deemed inferior was due to Jiang Nanyuan's distraction during its creation, resulting in a diminished potency. Initially, she had intended to discard it, as its efficacy within their Phoenix Kingdom was nearly non-existent. However, for the common folk of this continent, this flawed potion would still prove beneficial. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's explanation, Lin Jixue was utterly astonished. Could such a wondrous pill truly exist? Were it not for Jiang Nanyuan's assurance, she might have dismissed it entirely. Very well, Yuaner. I shall prepare at once. The next time he comes, I will find a way to make him take it. Jiang Nanyuan nodded, and just as Lin Jixue prepared to leave, a thought struck her, prompting her to grasp Lin Jixue's arm once more. She leaned in to whisper a few more words. After hearing Jiang Nanyuan's revelations, Lin Jixue's eyes widened in terror as she locked gazes with her daughter, as if seeking to discern the truth of her words. Mother, trust me. I would never deceive you. Observing Lin Jishua's expression of shock and skepticism, Jiang Nanyuan added, "I have just shared the gossip I overheard from Lu Shuang this afternoon." The revelation that the children she bore were not Jiang Nanfeng's biological offspring left Lin Jishua astounded. Yet, in a moment of reflection, she erupted into laughter, tears of mirth brimming in her eyes. It felt as though the universe had conspired to deliver poetic justice. Were Jiang Nanfeng to learn of this, he would surely descend into madness. Your Honor, since you are aware of this matter, why not inform Jiang Nanfeng? Lin Jishua pondered, realizing that had she known sooner, she would have rushed to confront him with the truth. Mother, there is no rush. We currently lack evidence, and Jiang Nanfeng may not even believe us. I shall devise a plan for him to witness it himself, though I do not intend to reveal the origins of the children. Let him remain the unwitting fool, raising another's offspring, only to grant his title to them in the future. When the truth is revealed after many years, I can only imagine the depth of his despair. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's scheme, Lin Jishua considered the implications. If, after years of nurturing those children, he were to discover they were not his own flesh and blood, it would drive him to madness. Haha, Your Honor, you are truly brilliant. This plan is simply exquisite. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Jiang Nanyuan had matured significantly compared to the girl Lin Jishua once knew. It seemed she now sought her counsel for everything. Lin Jishua found herself smiling wryly at this realization. Your Honor, if you were to see the remarkable person you have become, I believe you would bring comfort to my spirit. You shield me from harm, and those who have wronged you shall taste their comeuppance. I wish for you to find peace and be reborn into a kind family, free from the folly of your past. Though Lin Jishua felt a deep sorrow at her daughter's departure, she gradually came to accept the bitter reality. Perhaps it was because Jiang Nanyuan's current form still bore the essence of her daughter that she began to regard her with maternal affection. Sometimes, she could scarcely distinguish whether Jiang Nanyuan was truly her flesh and blood or merely a spirit from another realm. There lingered a question in her heart that she longed to ask. How had she met her end in that other world? Yet, fearing it might offend her, she kept that thought locked away. Noticing her daughter's fatigue, Lin Jishua decided not to linger, urging her to rest well. She then took the vial of elixir and departed with Xiaohong and 2 other maidservants. After their departure, Jiang Nanyuan indeed retreated to her chamber for a brief respite. After nearly half an hour, she awoke, gathering her thoughts and recalling the treasure that man sought. She swiftly entered her spatial realm. The space was now brimming with an assortment of boxes. Fortunately, she had made a note of each item she had stored, allowing her to keep track of their origins. Soon, she swiftly located the pile of belongings that had been moved from Jiang Nanfeng's dark chamber. She opened all the boxes and meticulously rummaged through their contents. Aside from several crates of weapons, she discovered a few boxes filled with gold, silver, jewels, and exquisite calligraphy paintings. The remaining boxes contained gold and silver, though not in abundance. However, none of these items exhibited any unusual characteristics, nor did they bear any traces of demonic energy. Since the treasure they sought was said to enhance the demonic aura of that man, it was certain that the coveted object must be heavily imbued with such energy. Yet, despite her thorough search, she found nothing resembling that artifact. Unwilling to accept defeat, she resolved to return to his courtyard that night for a more diligent search. That item must not fall into the hands of that man, otherwise, his demonic energy would ascend to a new level, posing a calamity for others. With just a slight release of his power, he could cause death without resistance. Today, she sensed that the demonic energy within him was not potent, nor could he unleash it at will. She would wait for another opportunity to eliminate him. The reason she refrained from acting today was that he still held some usefulness. As the clock struck midnight, she stealthily slipped out of her courtyard and swiftly made her way to Jiang Nanfeng's abode. This evening, Jiang Nanfeng was absent from his quarters, and she had no knowledge of which courtyard he had chosen to rest in. Presumably, he had gone to Lin Jishua's place, which fortuitously allowed her greater freedom to maneuver. This time, she searched with utmost diligence, examining nearly every item with great care. Ultimately, she did discover something. This object was rather inconspicuous, hardly qualifying as a treasure, which perhaps explained why Lu Shuang had been unable to locate it for so many years. Moreover, the demonic energy attached to this item was minuscule. Had she not accidentally brushed against it earlier, she might have overlooked it entirely. What she held in her hand was a candlestick, the very treasure that the man and Lu Shuang were so desperately seeking. She feared that even if she presented this candlestick before them and proclaimed it to be the object of their desire, they would likely remain incredulous. Having found the item, Jiang Nanyuan did not linger in his courtyard any longer. Initially intending to return to her own quarters, she reconsidered and instead headed in the opposite direction towards Lu Shuang's courtyard. Earlier, she had instructed Qiu Yue to spread rumors about Jiang Xiuxiu. She wondered if Lu Shuang had heard them upon her return. Upon arriving at Lu Shuang's quarters, she saw that the room was brightly lit with candles, indicating that Lu Shuang had yet to retire for the night. Jiang Nanyuan leaped onto the rooftop, lifting a tile to peer inside. She observed Lu Shuang seated at the head of the bed, wielding a whip, while two maidservants knelt beside the bed, their backs marked with welts from the whip. Jiang Nanyuan recognized these maidservants. They were Yulian and Hua, who had once served Jiang Xiuxiu. They knelt at Lu Shuang's feet, softly weeping, their backs bearing the scars of punishment. Think carefully about the circumstances. Why was the second miss abducted? Lu Shuang shouted in frustration, raising her whip to strike the maidservants' backs once more. Unable to locate Jiang Xiuxiu, Lu Shuang found no solace in sleep, channeling her pent-up wrath onto the two maidservants. While she understood that the maidservants were not to blame for Jiang Xiuxiu's disappearance, she sought an outlet for her own fury. Her anger had escalated upon learning that Jiang Nanyuan remained indifferent and was spending the night with Lin Jixue. Although she had initially married Jiang Nanyuan to assist her brother in recovering treasures, over the years, she had developed feelings for him. Jiang Nanyuan observed the scene from the rooftop, finding it utterly tedious, and thus she ceased her eavesdropping. Departing from Lu Shuang's courtyard, she returned to her own quarters and immediately entered her spatial realm. She retrieved the candlestick, realizing it must be destroyed, yet such destruction required the use of exotic fire. In the past, she had possessed such fire, but in her current body, she could not cultivate, and her had not accompanied her. While it was possible to destroy the item using spiritual energy, her current spiritual power was insufficient for such a task, especially against a man endowed with demonic power. For now, she decided to temporarily store it in her spatial realm, planning to see if she could later break through her cultivation level to facilitate its destruction. Jiang Nanyuan found an empty box and placed the candlestick, infused with demonic energy, inside, sealing the box with her spiritual energy. Even within her spatial realm, she felt a sense of unease. After securing the item, she organized her belongings within the space and recalled that her medicinal herbs required watering. Thus, she tended to her precious plants, which were rare and valuable, some possibly non-existent on this continent. She mused that as her spiritual energy slowly recovered, cultivating more herbs would enable her to attempt alchemy within her spatial realm. In the past, she had used for alchemy, but before acquiring it, she had relied on spiritual energy. The quality of the elixirs produced with was superior. If the opportunity arose, she would seek out the existence of on this continent. Finding it would be ideal, but if not, it was of little consequence. After watering all her medicinal fields, she exited the spatial realm and lay down to sleep. She awoke the next morning to the cacophony of voices outside. Rubbing her ears, she sat up in bed, perplexed by the commotion. Rising to her feet, she irritably opened the door, only to find the elderly matriarch and Lu Shuang, accompanied by a throng of maidservants and matrons gathered in her courtyard. What could possibly bring such a crowd to her quarters at this early hour? Before she could grasp the situation, the matriarch, leaning heavily on her cane, stomped the ground forcefully. "Rebellious girl, kneel before me." Jiang Nanyuan was taken aback by her audacity. Who did she think she was, demanding that she kneel? Refusing to comply, she stood her ground, questioning why she should submit to such indignity. Seeing Jiang Nanyuan not only refuse to kneel but also daring to confront her, the matriarch's fury escalated as she stamped her cane against the ground once more. "Seize her and bring her before me to kneel." The moment her command fell, the matrons behind her rolled up their sleeves, advancing towards Jiang Nanyuan with a menacing air. "You have offended the eldest daughter. Do not blame us for being heavy-handed." They approached with the intent to force Jiang Nanyuan to kneel before the matriarch, but before they could lay a hand on her sleeve, she delivered a swift kick, sending two of them careening out of her doorway, crashing to the ground. They groaned, clutching their abdomens as they writhed on the floor. Witnessing Jiang Nanyuan's brazen defiance, the matriarch felt her authority threatened. This impudent girl disregarded her entirely, leaving the matriarch humiliated. What is happening here? In the early morning, a cacophony erupted in the courtyard. Upon returning from court, Jiang Nanyuan was greeted by the butler's announcement. Learning that both his mother and Lu Shuang were in Jiang Nanyuan's courtyard, he hurried over. Jiang Nanyuan still held value for him. He intended to use her beauty to ensnare the second prince. They had best not provoke her, as he had yet to curry favor with this daughter of his, and should they ruin things, it would be quite troublesome. Upon entering Jiang Nanyuan's courtyard, he was met with an astonishing scene. The old matriarch and Lu Shuang, upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan's return, immediately began lamenting with tear-filled eyes. "My son, you have finally returned. If you had not, I fear I would have been bullied to death by your good daughter. Just look at what she has done to my two maids. She even attempted to strike me. My son, you must expel her from the marquis. The Jiang family cannot tolerate such a daughter, so coarse and vile." Before the old matriarch could finish her tirade, Jiang Nanyuan appeared before her, striking her sharply across the face in front of Jiang Nanyuan and Lu Shuang. A stunned silence enveloped the courtyard as the maids and servants gaped in horror, hardly daring to breathe. Even the two maids on the ground, still howling, fell silent, too frightened to continue. The old matriarch, momentarily taken aback, finally found her voice, incredulous as she pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Nanyuan. "You, how dare you strike your grandmother?" With a feigned innocence, Jiang Nanyuan shrugged her shoulders, replying, "Did you not just say that I should strike you? I had no intention of hitting you. But having heard your words, I felt compelled to oblige." Chapter 34, A Confrontation for Justice. Jiang Nanyuan, look at your precious daughter. She dares to strike her own grandmother. What else would she not dare do? If you do not expel her today, I will end my own life before you. Jiang Nanyuan, who held filial piety in the highest regard, was taken aback by her threat. He could not believe she would resort to such an extreme measure to pressure him into banishing his daughter. Upon hearing the old matriarch's words, he hastened to inspect her bruised visage, his heart aching with concern. Yet, as he turned to face Jiang Nanyuan, his expression darkened. "You ungrateful daughter, kneel before me. Li Qing, fetch the family discipline." Seeing the situation unfold, Jiang Nanyuan's demand for punishment indicated he intended to reprimand the young lady. He recalled how arrogant she had been, which had cost him his dignity, and he dashed to retrieve the family discipline, eager to witness how the marquis would punish her. Lu Shuang, upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan summon the family discipline, felt a surge of delight. The thought of her precious Xiuxiu being ensnared by Jiang Nanyuan filled her with pain. This morning, after a day of being missing, Jiang Xiuxiu had finally returned. She rushed to Lu Shuang's courtyard, tearfully recounting her harrowing experience. Upon learning that Jiang Nanyuan had orchestrated her entry into the palace, where the emperor had played with her at will, Lu Shuang's heart ached with despair. She had long known Jiang Nanyuan intended to send her daughter to the second prince's residence as a concubine or even a main wife. However, with the emperor's involvement, those hopes had been dashed. The hatred that brewed within Lu Shuang was insatiable, yet Jiang Xiuxiu's loathing surpassed her own. Having exerted herself to the utmost to please the old emperor, finally granted a fleeting hour to return home, she was determined to inform her mother she had not been abducted by a scoundrel. Unbeknownst to her, rumors had begun circulating outside, and she had overheard discussions about her plight on her way back. She relayed this information to Lu Shuang, who, without a second thought, immediately suspected Jiang Nanyuan was behind it all. Undoubtedly, it was she who had brought such calamity upon her beloved Xiuxiu. Lu Shuang could not allow her to escape unscathed. Thus, upon hearing Xiuxiu's account, she took her daughter to the old matriarch's courtyard to wail for justice. Upon hearing their grievances, the old matriarch insisted on confronting Jiang Nanyuan for an explanation. However, since the emperor had only granted Jiang Xiuxiu a single hour, she could not accompany them, repeatedly pleading with her grandmother and mother for retribution. Lu Shuang and the old matriarch readily agreed, and soon, they, along with a throng of maids and servants, made their way to Jiang Nanyuan's courtyard. Before long, Li Qing arrived with the family discipline, a rattan switch adorned with barbs. Jiang Nanyuan cast a fleeting glance at the switch, realizing it would surely inflict great pain if used upon her. "Ungrateful girl, kneel before me. Striking your elders, has your mother taught you nothing?" Jiang Nanyuan seized the switch from Li Qing. Jiang Nanyuan stood her ground, showing no sign of submission. Infuriated, he swung the switch toward her face. However, Jiang Nanyuan remained unmoved. With a cold smile, she extended two fingers to catch the switch just before it made contact. yanking it back with such force that Jiang Nanyuan was propelled forward. As he stumbled, she deftly sidestepped, causing him to crash down, his weight landing on the barbed switch, which pierced his flesh, eliciting a grimace of pain. "My lord, are you all right?" Lu Shuang, witnessing Jiang Nanyuan's fall, cast him a disdainful glance. "Truly useless. Unable to best your own daughter." Despite her internal contempt, she feigned concern on her face. Jiang Nanyuan, helped to his feet by Lu Shuang, felt both humiliated and astonished by Jiang Nanyuan's unexpected strength. It dawned on him that she seemed to possess some martial prowess. Truly, she was the granddaughter of a brutish warrior, utterly unlike him. "You ungrateful girl. Today, I shall see to it that you are properly disciplined. Zhou Wen, Zhou Ming. Come forth and seize her." As soon as Jiang Nanyuan's words fell, two figures clad in black leaped from a nearby tree, having witnessed the entire exchange. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's command, they advanced toward Jiang Nanyuan, albeit cautiously, recalling how swiftly she had struck the old matriarch mere moments ago. Their admiration for skilled fighters was overshadowed by their duty as the marquis's hidden guards, and they understood they must obey his orders. "Miss, you have offended," the two men proclaimed as they approached Jiang Nanyuan. Just then, Lin Jixue, having learned of the situation from a maid, rushed over in a flurry. Spotting Jiang Nanyuan about to harass Jiang Nanyuan, she sprinted forward and forcefully shoved him from behind. Caught unawares, Jiang Nanyuan stumbled once more to the ground. Ignoring him, Lin Jixue stepped protectively in front of Jiang Nanyuan, her hands raised. "Let it be known, should anyone dare to harm my Yuyan, they shall have to tread over my corpse first." The two dark guards, taken aback by Lin Jixue's sudden appearance, hesitated, unsure whether to proceed with their orders. They turned to seek Jiang Nanyuan's guidance. To his astonishment, he turned around only to find him lying on the ground. Just moments ago, their attention had been solely focused on Jiang Nanyuan, oblivious to the commotion behind them. When had the marquis found himself on the ground? The two of them hurriedly rushed forward to assist him. "Bold Lin family, you and your daughter are utterly lawless. Kneel before me at once, or I shall immediately compel Feng to divorce you." In the past, she had dreaded the thought of Jiang Nanyuan casting her aside. Initially, she had been reluctant to go to the estate, but she had later wielded that very threat against her. To avoid being abandoned, she had no choice but to compromise and depart the marquis residence with Jiang Nanyuan to the estate. "Old Qianpa, I have endured you for far too long. If you wish to cast me aside, go ahead, I welcome it. Jiang Nanyuan, you must provide me with the divorce papers at once. From henceforth, let our ties be severed." Lin Jixue had originally aimed for a divorce to reclaim her dowry, but now all the wealth in the residence had been stolen. Her dowry had long since vanished, let alone the prospect of reclaiming it. Moreover, Xiaohong had betrayed her long ago, leaving her with nothing of her dowry. The option of divorce had become less significant to her. The mere thought of leaving the marquis residence and Jiang Nanyuan was something she could hardly wish for more. Chapter 35. A Request for Divorce. The onlookers were taken aback by Lin Jixue's proclamation, their eyes widening in astonishment, especially Lu Shuang and the recently arrived Luo Yuru. Had they truly heard her correctly? Not only had she audaciously insulted the matriarch, but she was also eager for Jiang Nanyuan to cast her off. Was this a ploy to feign vulnerability, or did she genuinely desire to be discarded? The most incredulous of all was Jiang Nanyuan himself. He had always known Lin Jixue's profound affection for him. How could she possibly want to leave him? Surely, this was some trick she was playing. A desperate attempt to protect that rebellious daughter of hers, and she was using these words to threaten him. No, she cannot be allowed to leave. Her dowry is still within my grasp. Feng, you must divorce her now. We shall not have such a woman as the mistress of our household. Let her and her rebellious daughter depart our residence. The old matriarch was indifferent to Jiang Nanyuan's thoughts at this moment. All she desired was to expel the two of them from her sight. She could not bear to see them for another second. Mother, do not underestimate Jiang Nanyuan's intentions. The old matriarch, however, was unaware. Just as he was about to explain, her cane struck him twice on the back. So you no longer heed your mother's words? Your father passed away long ago. I have raised you through hardships, endured every trial to see you grow. Now that you have achieved success, you dismiss my counsel? How cruel is my fate. I might as well perish. Old man, wait for me. I am coming to join you. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she made a move towards a large tree. Jiang Nanyuan could hardly bear her words. Every utterance pierced his heart. At the tender age of 10, He had lost his father, and she had single-handedly raised him and his two sisters through adversity. He was well aware of her struggles. She had even sold his sisters to gather funds for his education. After rising to prominence, he had searched for them for years, but to no avail. Ultimately, he had to abandon that quest and bring his mother to live with him, honoring her sacrifices. For many years, he had been entirely obedient to her. Without her initial sacrifices, he would not be who he was today. Now, she threatened him with death to abandon Lin Jixue. It was not that he was unwilling. He had once harbored impulses towards Lin Jixue, but now, upon seeing her, an overwhelming discomfort engulfed him and pain coursed through his body. Witnessing her actions today had extinguished any remnants of that initial impulse. Jiang Nanyuan, arms crossed and a smile gracing her lips, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted towards the old matriarch, she sidled up to Lin Jixue and whispered a few words in her ear. "Enough, mother. Cease your antics. I shall agree to the divorce if it pleases you." Upon hearing Jiang Nanfeng's concession, the old matriarch's expression brightened, and she cast a triumphant glance in Lin Jixue's direction. Still thinking you can outmaneuver me? Feng will only heed my words. That shameless wretch should have been discarded long ago. And that wretched Jiang Nanyuan, she must ensure Feng gives her a proper beating before she is expelled. Otherwise, I cannot swallow this humiliation. Wait, Jiang Nanyuan, you cannot divorce me. The moment Lin Jixue uttered these words, Jiang Nanyuan could not help but smirk inwardly. Oh? Just moments ago, you were eager for me to cast you aside. Now that the moment has come, you wish to put on a fade? Lin Jixue, I have made my decision. Your attempts to retract it are futile. Bring me the writing materials. Jiang Nanyuan said this deliberately, anticipating Lin Jixue would plead with him, thus allowing him to manipulate the situation to his advantage. He could agree to her request if she revealed her dowry, but it was merely a stalling tactic. Once he acquired the dowry, he would be swift to divorce her. Soon, the servants brought the writing materials. Jiang Nanfeng's attendant stepped forward to prepare the ink, and he picked up the brush, poised to inscribe the divorce papers. Jiang Nanyuan, are you hoping for the remaining dowry in my possession? I could agree to grant it to you, but I have two conditions. If you agree, I will reveal the location of my hidden dowry. Upon hearing Lin Jixue's words, Jiang Nanyuan paused in surprise, raising his head. How could she possibly know he sought her dowry? Had he been so transparent in his desires? Yet, even if she knew, what of it? If she was willing to divulge the location, he could hardly refuse. It was simply a matter of acquiescing to her two conditions. One condition would be for him not to divorce her, while the other remained a mystery. However, in pursuit of that dowry, he nodded in agreement. Lu Shuang, upon hearing Lin Jixue's conditions, felt a jolt of alarm. If she revealed the location of her dowry to Jiang Nanyuan, and he discovered it was empty, would the blame fall upon her? No, she must deflect any suspicion towards the thief. While Jiang Nanyuan was yet unaware of her involvement, she needed to eliminate any potential consequences. It seemed Xiaohong could no longer be allowed to remain. What are your conditions? She inquired. The first condition is that I wish to divorce you, and we shall sign a divorce agreement, severing all marital ties henceforth. The second condition is that I want the contracts for Xiaohong, Baizhi, and Qiuyue's servitude. If you agree, I will immediately disclose the location of my hidden dowry. Luo Yuru, upon hearing these conditions, lifted her head in surprise, not expecting Lin Jixue to propose a divorce so readily. She had thought Lin Jixue's return to the marquis residence was to contest for the position of mistress. It seemed her concerns were unfounded. Now, she eagerly awaited Jiang Nanfeng's affirmation. Lu Shuang's thoughts mirrored Luo Yuru's. She too had not anticipated Lin Jixue's proposition for divorce. When she heard the mention of Xiaohong's servitude contract, Lu Shuang nearly burst into laughter internally, blissfully unaware that Xiaohong had already betrayed her. Feng, what are you waiting for? Agree to her terms. It is just a divorce. As long as they do not linger in our household, let her have the divorce papers and those wretched contracts. Give them whatever they desire, and let them leave our marquis residence. Old hag, mind your words. The slap I just gave you is merely a gentle reminder. Should you utter another word, I cannot guarantee that I won't strike you again. Perhaps this time it might knock a tooth loose. Jiang Nanyuan could no longer endure the prattle of the old woman. She extended her hand, forming a fist in her direction. Upon witnessing this, the elderly lady immediately fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. Having just received a slap, Her face still throbbed with pain, and she was acutely aware that this impudent girl was capable of anything. She certainly did not wish to endure another blow. Very well. I shall comply. I will draft the divorce document for you at once. The old woman could have taken her dowry with her, but since the estate had been ransacked, there was no dowry left to claim. The divorce was merely a more palatable term for abandonment. Her demands were not overly excessive, and thus Jiang Nanyuan acquiesced. He swiftly penned the divorce document, and Lin Jixue approached to examine it. The two then pressed their fingerprints upon the document. Subsequently, Jiang Nanyuan instructed his servant to retrieve the contracts of the three maidens. However, he refrained from handing them to Lin Jixue. Both the divorce document and the contracts are in my possession. First, enlighten me as to the whereabouts of your dowry, and I shall return these items to you. Jiang Nanyuan was wary, fearing she might abscond with the items without revealing the location of her dowry. Chapter 36. Your Honor, something is amiss at the Duke's residence. Very well. I shall disclose to you the location of my dowry. Lin Jixue shot him a cold glare before revealing the place where she had hidden her dowry. After divulging the information, she extended her hand towards him. I have shared the location. Now give me the items, and I shall depart with Your Honor. Jiang Nanyuan turned to signal a guard behind him, who promptly left the scene. Lin Jixue observed his every action, fully aware he was sending the guard to verify the location she had mentioned. She felt no worry. Your Honor had assured her, and she trusted her implicitly. Approximately 15 minutes later, the guard returned, nodding slightly at Jiang Nanyuan. Only then did he pass the divorce document and the contracts of the maidens to Lin Jixue. You are to vacate our marquis immediately. You are not permitted to take anything belonging to our household. The old woman, seeing Jiang Nanyuan had acquired what he sought, held her head high, gazing at Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan with disdain. The latter too ignored her, and Jiang Nanyuan turned to retrieve a few of her belongings before calling for Qiuyue and Baizhi to join her. Within the marquis, she possessed very little. Most of her items were stored in her spatial pocket. She only asked Qiuyue to fetch a few change of clothes. Observing Qiuyue carrying a small bundle, the old woman glanced at the matron standing behind her, prompting the matron to step forward and obstruct Jiang Nanyuan's path. Open her bundle. I wish to see if she has pilfered anything from our marquis. The old woman commanded, and several matrons advanced to seize the bundle from Qiuyue. Jiang Nanyuan chuckled, covering her mouth. What is so amusing, you insolent girl? The old woman felt a surge of discomfort upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's laughter. It is truly laughable. What treasures could your marquis possibly still hold that we would want? Upon Jiang Nanyuan's words, the others exchanged glances. Indeed, the marquis was nearly emptied. Had it not been so, how could the marquis still seek to supplement the estate with Lin Furen's dowry? The old woman's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she retorted. Who knows if you might sneak away with something else? Jiang Nanyuan could not be bothered to argue with her, casting her a disdainful glance before addressing Qiuyue and Baizhi. Qiuyue, Baizhi, let us depart. The two maids immediately fell in step with Jiang Nanyuan. As they made their way out, everyone had focused their attention on Jiang Nanyuan, failing to notice that Baizhi appeared unusually composed today, unlike her previous erratic behavior. Had her madness subsided? Thoughts swirled among the onlookers, particularly Lu Shuang. Earlier, she had observed Jiang Nanyuan signaling to a guard, clearly instructing him to investigate the location Lin Jixue had indicated for the dowry. When the guard returned with a nod, Lu Shuang was left dumbfounded. How could this be? Hadn't the dowry already been removed? How could there possibly be anything left? She pondered this for an extended period, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. After Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan departed, Jiang Nanyuan was eager to inspect the remaining dowry for himself. He hastened toward the designated room, followed closely by Lu Shuang, who wished to see for herself to feel at ease. Upon noticing their departure, Luo Yuro decided to accompany them as well. The old woman, along with her entourage of matrons, returned, nursing the grudge of having been struck by that insolent girl. Meanwhile, Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan, after swiftly packing a few garments, exited the marquis together. Your Honor, the Duke's residence is heavily guarded. Do you think we can return? Mother, let us not return to the Duke's residence just yet. We shall find an inn to stay for the time being. The current situation at the Duke's residence suggests that entry will not be easy for them. Furthermore, should they manage to gain entry, it would only lead to our confinement within the estate, making our eventual exit quite cumbersome. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's reasoning, Lin Jixue acquiesced to her judgment. The two casually sought out an inn, securing a few rooms to temporarily reside in. Once inside, Jiang Nanyuan noticed that Qiu Yue had been shadowing her closely. Her brow furrowed in concern. "Speak your mind if you have something to say." Jiang Nanyuan, having noticed Qiu Yue's hesitation, cast her a cool glance. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's prompt, Qiu Yue followed her into the room, glanced around, and closed the door. Finally, she voiced her query. "Miss, did not Lu Yinyang already take away the lady's dowry? Why did the marquis not uncover anything unusual during his investigation today?" Upon hearing Qiu Yue's question, Jiang Nanyuan smiled softly. "It is because I took measures to conceal the genuine dowry. What was displayed was merely an illusion crafted from stones. Once the hour of midnight passes, the illusion will dissipate. Did they truly believe I would generously leave them silver or dowries to squander? How naive. Naturally, I orchestrated this. Now, there is nothing more for you to do here. Return to your room and rest. And do keep a close watch on Xiao Hong. Should she display any peculiar behavior, report to me immediately." Jiang Nanyuan had retained her contracts for a reason and ensured Xiao Hong was in the same room as Qiu Yue when they checked into the inn. "Understood. Miss, I shall keep a vigilant eye on Xiao Hong." Over the days spent with Jiang Nanyuan, Qiu Yue had grown increasingly fond of her. She was fierce yet succinct, and those who crossed her would face immediate retribution. She was determined to fulfill the tasks entrusted to her. Jiang Nanyuan waved her hand, signaling Qiu Yue to take her leave. No sooner had Qiu Yue departed than Lin Jixue arrived, accompanied by Baiji, knocking urgently at the door. The urgency of their knocking spoke volumes about their anxiousness. Jiang Nanyuan rose and opened the door, only to find Lin Jixue and Baiji standing outside with expressions of urgent distress. Lin Jixue's eyes were even tinged with red, tears glistening at the corners. What could have happened? "Mother, what troubles you? Please come in and speak." Jiang Nanyuan stepped aside, inviting them into the room. Together, Lin Jixue and Baiji entered, with Baiji closing the door behind them. Lin Jixue grasped Jiang Nanyuan's hand, her voice laden with urgency. "Nanyuan, something dire has occurred at the Duke's residence." Chapter 37. The Second Prince's Decree to Seize the Duke's Estate. Upon hearing of the incident at the Duke's residence, Jiang Nanyuan was momentarily taken aback. The estate was already under heavy guard. What further calamity could unfold? "Mother, please remain calm. Sit down and recount the events slowly. What has transpired at the Duke's residence?" Jiang Nanyuan assisted Lin Jixue to a chair. "Just moments ago, Baiji and I were out shopping and happened to pass by the Duke's residence. We witnessed numerous soldiers forcibly escorting everyone from the estate. After inquiring, I learned that the second prince has taken troops to seize the estate, and they have imprisoned all within." "Nanyuan, what should we do?" Lin Jixue was overtaken by panic, her composure shattered. Unbeknownst to her, the severity of the situation involved exile and confiscation. She had only overheard the crowd speaking of grave offenses, possibly leading to the execution of entire families. Without fully grasping the situation, she instinctively believed Jiang Nanyuan would have a solution, and thus had hastily returned with Baiji. Jiang Nanyuan furrowed her brow, recalling the secret letter she had seen in Jiang Nanfeng's hidden chamber. According to their original plan, they were to wait until they captured the ninth prince before launching a confiscation. She hadn't anticipated this premature action. Reflecting further, she deduced that this unexpected turn of events was indirectly related to her. They likely believed that by seizing the Duke's estate, they could claim its wealth for themselves. However, they would never suspect that she had already preemptively moved all valuable possessions from the Duke's residence into her own space. "Mother, do not fret. The situation may not be as dire as you fear. Please return home and rest for a while. Do not dwell on it too much. I shall venture out to gather more information." Observing Lin Jixue's distress, Jiang Nanyuan resolved to take a stroll and see if she could uncover any pertinent news. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lin Jixue nodded, and she and Baiji departed from Jiang Nanyuan's room. After their exit, Jiang Nanyuan left the inn alone, heading in the direction of the Duke's residence. She noticed that the soldiers stationed outside had already dispersed, indicating that the threat had diminished. "Have you heard? I just saw the second prince heading towards the ninth prince's residence, seemingly intent on seizing it as well. Rumor has it that the ninth prince harbored treasonous intentions and has already been apprehended, being escorted back to the capital." "Indeed, I also heard that. I refuse to believe the ninth prince could be such a person. It seems the Duke has become embroiled in this turmoil due to his connection with the ninth prince." "Enough of such discussions. Let us go to the ninth prince's residence and witness the commotion. Just as Jiang Nanyuan was about to leave the duke's estate, she overheard several people discussing the matter. Quietly trailing behind them, she absorbed every word of their conversation. Hearing about the ninth prince, she felt a wave of regret for neglecting to visit his residence earlier, leaving behind some of her valuables. This was a grave oversight. She needed to observe the spectacle. Perhaps she could seize the opportunity to pilfer some items later. With this thought, Jiang Nanyuan followed the group to the ninth prince's gate. A sizable crowd had already gathered at the entrance, and she blended in, listening to their chatter while keeping an eye on the activity within. As she watched the soldiers haul out boxes upon boxes of goods, she could hardly contain her astonishment. So many treasures. It was unthinkable to let them fall into the wrong hands. Jiang Nanyuan lingered at the entrance for quite some time, only leaving once the soldiers had finished removing all contents from the estate. However, after departing, she stealthily circled back, eager to discover where Xiao Yujing intended to transport the seized items. Would they be taken to the palace or his own estate? She followed silently until she reached the second prince's residence, where she witnessed him directing the majority of the boxes into his estate, leaving only a few for transport to the palace. The transporters were a cadre of 8 or so guards, all skilled in martial arts. Jiang Nanyuan contemplated her chances of reclaiming those items. After the guards departed, she closely trailed them, seeking an opportunity to draw near. Should she manage to approach, a mere thought could whisk those items into her space, ensuring they never reached the clutches of the cruel emperor. After several attempts, she found the daylight unfavorable for her plans and ultimately decided to abandon her endeavor, reasoning that the haul was not particularly substantial. She resolved to return to the second prince's residence that evening. With this plan in mind, she lost interest in lingering outside and returned to the inn. Upon learning of her return, Lin Jixue promptly visited her room to inquire about her findings. Jiang Nanyuan briefly shared the news she had gathered. Mother, tomorrow I shall attempt to arrange a visit to the prison to see the Duke and Duchess. Lin Jixue agreed readily, having been permitted to visit them once a day. However, she realized she had left the house without a single coin, rendering her unable to make any arrangements. She wondered if Nanyuan had any money. Mother Lin Jixue sat lost in thought, completely oblivious to Jiang Nanyuan calling her. Mother, what occupies your mind? After a prolonged silence, Lin Jixue finally registered Jiang Nanyuan's voice. Huh? Nanyuan, what did you just say? Mother, look at these property deeds. They are all part of your dowry, are they not? Lin Jixue was taken aback as Jiang Nanyuan produced several property deeds. When Lin Jixue glanced at them, her eyes widened in astonishment. These are indeed my dowry properties. Nanyuan, how did they come to be in your possession? Lin Jixue's incredulity prompted a sudden realization, and she turned to Jiang Nanyuan, her eyes wide with disbelief. Nanyuan, could it be that you are the legendary thief of great renown? Lin Jixue's mouth fell agape, her eyes bulging as she was nearly overwhelmed by her own conjecture. Upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan smile and nod, her astonishment grew, her mouth widening to the point where an egg could nearly fit within. She struggled to process the revelation. Mother, I discovered this in Jiang Nanfeng's secret chamber. Look here. Having decided to no longer conceal the truth, she presented the letters from Jiang Nanfeng for her mother to see. Lin Jixue, puzzled, picked up the letters and scrutinized the contents. The further she read, the more agitated she became. How could he treat me this way? My parents were nothing but kind to him, yet he has shown such ingratitude. I was truly blind to have chosen him. The letters detailed Jiang Nanfeng's collusion with the second prince to conspire against the duke's family, plotting their confiscation and exile. Mother, there is no need for excessive worry. As far as confiscation and exile go, it is not likely to result in execution. Since exile is imminent, my dear mother, I suggest you find someone to liquidate these shops tomorrow and convert them into silver for our convenience. Once they are exiled, these establishments will hold little value for them. It would be far more prudent to transform them into currency that could prove useful on the journey. Upon thoughtful reflection, Lin Jixue agreed with this reasoning and gathered the property deeds, intending to make arrangements the following day. Mother, when you go to sell the shops tomorrow, it would be wise for you to avoid making an appearance. Instead, enlist the help of a stranger, Jiang Nanyuan advised earnestly. There was no telling whether Lu Shuang would catch wind of the sale, and if they discovered Lin Jixue's involvement, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, relying on outsiders could prove to be a gamble. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiang Nanyuan felt a surge of unease. Never mind, I shall handle it myself. Once the shops are sold and the silver is in hand, I will provide you with the banknotes. She pondered the potential risks of Lin Jixue enlisting unreliable individuals who might betray her, deeming it far safer to take matters into her own hands. Very well, my dear. You may keep the proceeds from the sale. I have no immediate need for silver, Lin Jixue replied, fully trusting Jiang Nanyuan without a hint of doubt. After they reached an agreement, Lin Jixue returned to her chamber. That night, Jiang Nanyuan lay in bed, resting her eyes, eagerly awaiting the stroke of midnight when she would don her night attire and stealthily infiltrate the residence of the second prince once more. As the hour approached, she donned her outfit and activated her concealment technique. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, she was unexpectedly confronted by several shadowy figures. What a remarkable coincidence. To encounter fellow miscreants at such a late hour, Jiang Nanyuan mused, her curiosity piqued. She lingered, eager to discern the intentions of this group, and was astonished to find that they were headed to her inn. Once they had all entered, she followed suit, wondering which unfortunate soul was about to meet their fate. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she was struck with shock, for it was none other than herself who was in peril. The group split into two factions. One pair advanced toward her room, while the others headed toward the quarters of Qiu Yue and her companions. Jiang Nanyuan stood frozen in place, watching their actions unfold as they produced a smoke bomb and blew it through the window into the room. Just as the two black-clad figures prepared to enter, she stealthily approached from behind and delivered a swift kick to their backsides, inadvertently aiding their misguided endeavor. "What are you doing, kicking me in the middle of the night?" one exclaimed. "You're the one who kicked me," retorted the other, both believing they had been assaulted by their companion. Realizing something was amiss, they exchanged bewildered glances and slowly turned to peer outside. Jiang Nanyuan, cloaked in her invisibility, remained unseen. The doorway stood empty, eliciting a look of terror as they exchanged incredulous glances. "There's no one out here. I distinctly felt a kick. Were you not also struck by someone?" They had initially suspected their comrade, but now recalled that they had both stumbled in from outside. Jiang Nanyuan, observing their expressions of fear, was not inclined to engage them further. Instead, she swiftly made her way to the room occupied by Qiu Yue and the others. The menacing figures were armed with large blades, indicating their sinister intentions. Upon her arrival, she found that the black-clad intruders had already raised their weapons, poised to strike down the two women resting on the bed. Jiang Nanyuan quickly retrieved several silver needles from her spatial pouch and hurled them at the assailants, each needle finding its mark at vital pressure points. The men suddenly found themselves immobilized, capable only of moving their eyes and speaking. With no time to spare, Jiang Nanyuan dispelled her invisibility and entered the room, shutting the door behind her. The two black-clad figures stood before her, their weapons raised, mere inches from the faces of Qiu Yue and Xiaohong. Had she arrived even a moment later, their lives would surely have been forfeit. As she stepped inside, the heavy scent of the smoke bomb filled the air. But it had no effect on her. She maneuvered around the two men, approached the bed, and held a small porcelain vial beneath the noses of Qiu Yue and Xiaohong, allowing them to inhale its contents. Slowly, their eyes fluttered open, only to widen in terror at the sight before them. They attempted to scream, but fear had rendered them voiceless, and they were bewildered to awaken to the presence of two armed intruders. "You've come to?" Jiang Nanyuan inquired, observing their fright. The two women, still in shock, glanced toward her. The darkness obscured her features, and clad in black, they feared she was yet another assailant. "Please, noble sir, spare us," Qiu Yue and Xiaohong pleaded, trembling as they knelt beside the bed, desperately bowing their heads in supplication. "Enough. Recognize who I am," Jiang Nanyuan commanded. And upon hearing her familiar voice, Qiu Yue slowly lifted her gaze, recognizing Jiang Nanyuan's face. "Why is it you, Miss Jiang?" she stammered, confusion evident in her eyes. "Are you here to harm us?" While Qiu Yue grappled with her thoughts, Xiaohong cowered in a corner, quaking in fear. "Speak. Who sent you? Why were you attempting to harm my maidservants?" Jiang Nanyuan demanded, shifting her attention toward the two immobilized figures. "We shall not divulge anything. If we are captured, do as you wish, death is but a release," the black-clad men declared defiantly. Jiang Nanyuan, appreciating their resilience, clapped her hands in admiration, though she knew that such valor was of little benefit in her presence. "Very well, if you refuse to speak, then death it shall be," she proclaimed. As her words hung in the air, she produced a small red vial from her pocket and tossed it toward Qiuyue. Since you wish for your demise, feed them this. Qiuyue caught the vial just as it reached her and nervously poured out 2 pills, trembling as she prepared to administer them to the stubborn men. Yet, they clenched their jaws tightly, refusing to comply, and Qiuyue, lacking the strength to pry their mouths open, turned to Jiang Nanyuan for assistance. Miss Jiang. They wanted to open their mouths. The scene was set for a perilous confrontation. Seeing this, Jiang Nanyuan helplessly stood up and approached the 2 men in black. With one hand, she forcefully grasped their jaws, while her other hand reached out towards Qiuyue. Qiuyue promptly placed a pill into her palm, and Jiang Nanyuan effortlessly administered the pills to the 2 men. The pills dissolved instantly, leaving them no chance to expel them. What exactly did you make us ingest? The 2 men in black questioned, their voices trembling. Jiang Nanyuan shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing much. Didn't you wish for death? Consider this a favor. This is poison. Though it won't lead to an immediate demise, you will perish only after 7 days. During this time, you will gradually experience the sensation of dying. First, your bodies will be gnawed upon by myriad insects, leading to decay, and you will witness your flesh slowly disintegrating until only bones remain. Yet, even then, you will not be dead, merely devoid of flesh. At that point, an unbearable itch will consume you, followed by excruciating pain. As for the extent of that pain, I shall leave you to discover it in due course. Jiang Nanyuan's casual tone sent shivers down the spines of the others present. The 2 men in black, upon hearing her words, felt a chill run down their spines. Surely, she must be lying. How could such a poison exist in this world? After all, she was merely a country bumpkin. How could she possibly know so much? They were convinced she was merely trying to intimidate them into revealing their master's identity. As they shared this thought, a faint knock echoed from the door, accompanied by a soft voice. Boss, are you in there? Have you finished? Something's amiss in our room. Miss Jiang is not inside. Just as the 2 men in black were about to respond, Jiang Nanyuan acted quicker, launching 2 silver needles at the nape of their necks. They opened their mouths, but no sound emerged. Hearing the prolonged silence from within, the 2 men outside pondered whether something had gone awry. Without further ado, they pushed the door open, and Jiang Nanyuan had been waiting for that very moment. The instant they entered, she swiftly subdued them. Before they could call for help, she plunged silver needles into their acupoints. In that brief span, the 2 men who had ingested the poison began to feel its effects. They suddenly experienced an unbearable sensation, akin to being gnawed by countless ants. Initially, they could endure it, but as the pain escalated, they found it increasingly intolerable. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. They were martial artists, so minor pain was nothing to them, however. The agony from this poison was beyond their capacity to bear. Jiang Nanyuan remained unhurried, seated calmly at the table, observing them with a faint smile. She was confident in her concoction. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, they could no longer withstand the torment and began to mumble incoherently. Jiang Nanyuan deftly retrieved the needles from their necks. Miss, please, we beg you for mercy. We can no longer endure this. Oh? You can't endure it now? What happened to your bravado from earlier? Jiang Nanyuan retorted. Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to inquire. Were you sent by Lu Shuang? She sent you to kill Xiao Hong, didn't she? And to eliminate Qiuyue and me as mere afterthoughts? Upon finishing, she scrutinized the expressions of the men in black. Their faces reflected sheer terror, indicating her suspicions were indeed correct. Let me take a guess as to why you wish to kill Xiao Hong. It must be because she betrayed my mother. However, Lu Shuang, fearing exposure, dispatched you to silence her, am I right? How do you know this? One of the men blurted out in shock, immediately realizing his blunder. But it was too late. Xiao Hong, Lu Shuang intends to kill you to silence you. And you still plan to continue serving her? Xiao Hong, now petrified, tumbled off the bed in a panic. Ignoring her pain, she knelt before Jiang Nanyuan, her heart racing with fear. How did the young mistress know about all this? If she was aware, then surely the madam must have known as well. She bowed repeatedly. Pleading, mistress, I was wrong. I was bewitched, leading me to betray the madam. I deserve to die. I do not seek your or the madam's forgiveness. I will repay her kindness with my life. Xiao Hong believed that no amount of words could redeem her. She only wished for a swift end. With that, she sprang towards the table's edge, seeking to end her life. Jiang Nanyuan would not permit such an easy escape. She still had matters to attend to, and death would have to wait. Who allowed you to die without my command? Jiang Nanyuan glared at Xiao Hong. Then, retrieving a short blade from her space, she swiftly slit the throats of the men in black. Blood splattered across the room. Qiu Yue and Xiao Hong watched in horror as Jiang Nanyuan executed the men before their eyes, not even flinching. It was a terrifying sight, akin to witnessing a monster. Jiang Nanyuan remained composed, as if she had merely wiped her hands clean with a cloth she had produced from nowhere. Subsequently, she poured a vial of liquid over the lifeless bodies of the men in black. In a terrifying turn of events, the two women witnessed the men vanish before their very eyes. Miss, I was wrong. What would you have me do? I will obey your every command. Xiao Hong, ever the clever maid, quickly understood that Jiang Nanyuan had spared her life for a reason. Jiang Nanyuan smirked. Just the task I need you to accomplish. Get up. Jiang Nanyuan beckoned her. Xiao Hong promptly rose and approached her. Jiang Nanyuan whispered a few instructions into her ear, to which Xiao Hong nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will handle this matter well. Very well, take this, Jiang Nanyuan said, placing a poison pill in her palm. She had little trust in Xiao Hong, for she had betrayed once before, and there was no guarantee she wouldn't do so again. To be safe, precautions were necessary. Xiao Hong, upon seeing the pill in Jiang Nanyuan's hand, grabbed it without hesitation and swallowed it whole. After all, death was death. What difference did it make if it came sooner or later? Chapter 40. Journey to the Prison. Seeing Xiao Hong consume the poison, Jiang Nanyuan felt satisfied. Now, continue to stay in your quarters. She departed from their room, heading straight towards the second prince's residence. Upon her arrival, she was astonished to discover an increased number of guards, particularly outside the storeroom, where not only were there heavy troops stationed, but also a dozen hidden guards lurking in the shadows. Jiang Nanyuan's lips involuntarily twitched. It seemed that the last incident of plundering his residence had left a psychological scar. This time, he had dispatched such a considerable number of guards to watch over the storeroom. Yet, what did it matter? Jiang Nanyuan regarded these individuals with utter disdain. She swiftly retrieved a pouch of powdered medicine from her spatial storage and darted toward their location, scattering the powder into the air without a hint of fear regarding her exposure. Once she ensured that the powder had been inhaled by all, she snapped her fingers. And the guards' expressions dulled, their minds becoming clouded in an instant. Seizing this opportune moment, Jiang Nanyuan effortlessly infiltrated the storeroom, gathering everything inside into her spatial realm. Furthermore, she relocated all the stones within her space to occupy the spot where the boxes had previously been placed. Subsequently, she cast an illusion, and the stones instantly transformed back into their original appearance before her arrival. This time, Xiao Yujing would undoubtedly value these items highly, likely checking on them daily. The illusion would persist for a month, after which it would revert to its true form. Having completed her tasks, Jiang Nanyuan strolled out of the storeroom, snapping her fingers once more. She then projected a voice with her spiritual energy, instructing, "You have seen nothing, heard nothing." This voice reached the ears of the guards stationed outside. Just as Jiang Nanyuan left the second prince's residence, the guards regained their senses. They felt a dull ache in their heads, as if something had transpired moments ago, yet no matter how hard they tried, the details eluded them. Jiang Nanyuan swiftly departed from the second prince's residence and returned to the inn. Unable to sleep that night, she opted to enter her spatial realm for cultivation. She practiced throughout the night, emerging at dawn. Today, she intended to take Lin Jixue to the prison to assess the situation and see if they could offer a bit of silver to visit the members of the duke's household. However, she was in no rush. In the morning, she first disguised herself and set about transferring ownership of several shops in the capital. These establishments were strategically located, and Jiang Nanyuan slightly undercut the market price, entrusting their sale to a property manager. After all, she was not in need of silver at the moment. She merely wished to divest herself of these shops, even if it meant accepting a lower price, better that than enriching Lu Shuang and her companions. The property manager, upon seeing the prime locations of the shops Jiang Nanyuan wished to sell and the reasonable prices she offered, eagerly accepted the commission and set about promoting them. After concluding this matter, Jiang Nanyuan visited a tavern to pack some meals and then stopped by a pastry shop to purchase some delicacies. Carrying 2 food boxes, she stepped into the shadows, removed her disguise, and then returned to the inn, knocking on Lin Jixue's door. Upon seeing her open the door, Jiang Nanyuan extended one of the food boxes, saying, "Mother, let us go see the situation at the prison." The prospect of visiting the prison thrilled Lin Jixue. Each of them carried a food box as they made their way toward the prison. Upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by the guards stationed there. "Excuse me. We wish to visit the Duke and his wife. Could you possibly make an exception? We only intend to exchange a few words before leaving." Jiang Nanyuan approached with a cheerful demeanor, discreetly slipping 2 silver ingots, worth 50 taels, into the hands of each guard. She had already inquired and learned that a few taels of silver would suffice for visiting ordinary prisoners, while those of higher status, like Lin Zhaoya, would require more. The 2 guards, astonished by the generous offering presented before them, were taken aback. Even for a prisoner of Lin Zhaoya's caliber, they would typically collect no more than 20 or 30 taels. However, given the substantial amount of silver being offered, they had no grounds to refuse. Their attitudes softened considerably. And one guard said, "Madam, miss, the Duke is a serious offender. We can only grant you 1 hour for your conversation. So please do not make it difficult for us." Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue exchanged delighted looks upon hearing their concession. "Thank you, esteemed guard," they exclaimed in unison, following one of the guards inside the prison. As they entered, they were greeted by the dimness and dampness of the environment, occasionally catching sight of a few rats scurrying about. Upon their arrival, several prisoners reached out from their cells, crying out in protest of their unjust fates. It was Lin Jixue's first encounter with such a scene, and she felt a surge of fear, gripping Jiang Nanyuan's hand tightly. The 2 followed the guards deeper into the prison, eventually arriving at a cell where one of the guards unlocked the door. "They're inside. And you have only 1 hour. Hurry in, I will come to fetch you when the time is up," the guard informed them. Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue nodded in acknowledgement, and once the guard departed, they stepped into the cell. Lin Zhaoya and Su Shi, hearing the sound of the door opening, simultaneously lifted their heads to see who had entered. The first to step inside was Jiang Nanyuan. They had only known her as a child, and now that she had grown, they did not recognize her. Just as they were pondering her identity, Lin Jixue entered behind her, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. "Shuer, is that you?" "Oh, my Shuer," Su Shi exclaimed, her eyes reddening with tears as she realized Lin Jixue was standing before her. It was nearly unbelievable. Years ago, Jiang Nanyuan had abruptly informed them that Lin Jixue had succumbed to a dreadful illness. The couple had been devastated, truly believing she had perished. Now, seeing her before them, they questioned whether their eyes were deceiving them. It was only when Su Shi rushed forward to embrace Lin Jixue, feeling the warmth of her body, that she could no longer contain her tears. Lin Jixue, too, wept uncontrollably, and Lin Zhaoya's eyes were similarly misty. Jiang Nanyuan glanced around the cell. Besides the 2 of them, there were 4 or 5 other women and children, one of whom was heavily pregnant, her belly round and taut, suggesting she was close to giving birth. Some of these women looked vaguely familiar, as if Jiang Nanyuan had seen them before during her visit to the Duke's household. "Mother, please stop crying, we must speak quickly. We only have 1 hour," Jiang Nanyuan gently reminded Su Shi and Lin Jixue, who were still lost in their tears. After years of separation, she understood their emotional turmoil, but knew they had pressing matters to discuss. Chapter 41. Why did Jiang Nanyuan claim you had long since passed? Lin Jixue quickly wiped her tears, realizing that now was not the time for grief. Together with Jiang Nanyuan, they unpacked the food from the boxes they had brought. Seeing the array of delicacies, Su Shi called over the other women to share the meal. Jiang Nanyuan realized that, although they had brought food for several people, it was not enough to feed everyone. Lin Jixue recognized only her elder sister Jiang Yamen and second sister Zhao Sisi among the younger women present, as the rest were unfamiliar to her. As they settled around the low table, Su Shi finally confided in her, revealing that 2 of the women present were the wives of her 2 younger brothers. The group exchanged pleasantries, while Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan had come with the primary intent of uncovering the circumstances surrounding the Duke's residence. "My dear, what truly transpired? Why did I hear from Jiang Nanyuan that you had already perished?" Su Shi inquired, taking a seat and offering a piece of pastry from the table to the 2 identical little boys, encouraging them to share. These 2 children were Zhao Sisi's twin sons, Lin Zhou and Lin Ji. "Thank you, grandmother," they responded obediently, sitting on either side of her and nibbling delicately on the pastry. "My dear, this matter is rather lengthy to discuss. We shall talk about it later. For now, please tell us what has happened within the residence. Where are your elder brother and younger brother? I do not see them here with you." At this, Lin Zhaoyi and Su Shi's expressions darkened with sorrow. Your elder brother and second brother fell in battle a few years ago. Your 3 younger brothers are currently imprisoned in other cells. Lin Zhishui was taken aback by this revelation. Her elder and second brothers had trained in martial arts under their father from a young age, often stationed at the border due to the pressing military situation, which meant they rarely returned home. Thus, hearing such heavy news about them now was a profound shock. A sense of unease settled within her heart. A sentiment mirrored in the expressions of Jiang Nanyuan and Zhao Cixi, who sat beside her, both displaying their own sorrow. However, their grief was short-lived as Lin Zhishui noticed their pale faces, particularly the 2 children, who appeared as if they had not eaten in quite some time. Their eyes were fixed hungrily on the food on the table, and they couldn't help but swallow hard several times. Observing this, Lin Zhishui promptly lifted the entire plate of pastries and offered it to the 2 boys. Initially hesitant, Lin Zhou and Lin Ji turned to their mother for permission. And upon receiving a nod, they gratefully accepted the plate and expressed their thanks to Lin Zhishui. They continued conversing for a while about the current plight of the Duke's household. Jiang Nanyuan, already privy to the situation, understood that it was all part of the plans devised by Jiang Nanfeng and Xiao Yujing. To put it plainly, they were rather wronged, having suffered due to the schemes of the 9th prince. Yet, there was little they could do. Their current emperor was foolish and easily swayed by the words of unscrupulous individuals. In truth, being exiled could be seen as a blessing, for it meant leaving the capital behind and no longer living in fear, serving that wretched emperor. "Madam, miss, the time has come for you to depart," a soldier announced, having come to remind them that an hour had swiftly passed. Despite her reluctance, Lin Zhishui knew she had to leave. Rising to her feet, she and Jiang Nanyuan exited the cell, glancing back multiple times as they made their way back to the inn. Upon their return, Jiang Nanyuan spotted Xiaohong pacing anxiously at her room's entrance. The look of distress on her face was evident. Upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Zhishui, she rushed towards them and knelt, fervently bowing her head. "Miss, I implore you, please save my family. Please rise and come inside. Tell me what has transpired," Jiang Nanyuan urged, concerned about the commotion outside, which thankfully was not attracting too much attention. Lin Zhishui was curious as to why Xiaohong sought Jiang Nanyuan's help rather than her own. Unbeknownst to her, the events of the previous night had remained unshared. Xiaohong, aware that discussing such matters outside was inappropriate, was too overwhelmed to consider it at that moment. Once inside, she immediately knelt before Jiang Nanyuan again. Lu Shuang had somehow learned that the assailants had not killed her. Today, she received a letter and a packet of poison, instructing her to poison the food intended for Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Zhishui. The letter also revealed that her entire family had been captured, and if she did not comply, they would be executed. Since receiving the letter and poison, Xiaohong had been on the brink of despair. She herself might not mind dying, but her family had committed no wrong and should not be involved in her plight. Had Lu Shuang ordered her to carry out this task before the previous night's events, she would have complied without hesitation. However, after witnessing Jiang Nanyuan's capabilities, she felt a profound fear. Given Jiang Nanyuan's prowess, she feared that, should she be in the marquis' residence, it would be a trivial matter for Jiang Nanyuan to end Lu Shuang's life. Hence, she had hesitated, harboring other concerns. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek Jiang Nanyuan's assistance. But when she arrived, Jiang Nanyuan had already left, forcing her to wait at the entrance for her return. She recounted the events to Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Zhishui. Jiang Nanyuan was surprised at how well-informed Xiaohong was, given that the assailants had perished without a trace the night before. "Follow their instructions. Tell them that you have poisoned our food." Jiang Nanyuan found herself at a loss for words. Having already executed such a plan once, she wondered why Xiaohong had not learned from the experience and was willing to attempt it again. Nevertheless, she decided to play along, but this time, reciprocity demanded she offer a gift in return. "Fear not, I will ensure your family remains unharmed," she reassured Xiaohong, despite her past betrayal of Lin Zhishui. Helping her now in rescuing her family was not an unwelcome endeavor, it was merely a matter of lending a hand. "Do you know where your family is being held?" She needed to ascertain their location before devising a rescue plan. Xiaohong, in truth, did not know, shaking her head in response. "I am unaware, Mississippi very well. After dinner tonight, inform them that the poison has been added to our meal." As for the matter of rescuing your parents, I can only assess it based on the circumstances, as we still do not know where they are being held. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, Xiao Hong expressed her gratitude by bowing deeply several times. Thank you. Mississippi regret washed over her. She lamented her prior betrayal of Lin Jixue for mere trifles. Chapter 42. The show is about to begin. Jiang Nanyuan waved her hand, signaling Xiao Hong to withdraw. Once she left, Lin Jixue voiced her concerns, Your Honor. She has betrayed me before. She is untrustworthy. Lin Jixue feared this could be a trap, concocted by Xiao Hong and Lu Shuang to ensnare them. And she worried for Jiang Nanyuan's safety. Mother, have no fear. They cannot harm me. Just wait and see the spectacle that unfolds tonight, Jiang Nanyuan replied, exuding confidence, which eased Lin Jixue's worry somewhat. That evening, after finishing dinner, Jiang Nanyuan, Lin Jixue, Xiao Hong, Xiu Yue, and Baizhi remained nearby. Once the dishes were cleared, Jiang Nanyuan discreetly signaled to Xiao Hong, who promptly understood and nodded before darting outside to inform Lu Shuang. Just as Xiao Hong departed, Jiang Nanyuan handed Lin Jixue a pill. Mother, you shall return to your room shortly and take this medicine. Having examined the poison Lu Shuang provided to Xiao Hong, Jiang Nanyuan recognized it as the same poison she had previously used on Lin Jixue, now mixed with a sedative. After Lin Jixue's departure, Jiang Nanyuan summoned Xiu Yue. Xiu Yue, shortly you and Baizhi should return to the room and lock the door tightly. No matter what sounds you hear tonight, do not venture out. Understood, Mississippi. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, Xiu Yue sensed that something significant would transpire that evening. Uncertain if it would mirror the events of the previous night, she resolved to stay hidden with Baizhi in their room. Her concern did not lie with Jiang Nanyuan's safety. After yesterday's ordeal, her apprehension was reserved for those sent out seeking a perilous fate. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Lin Jixue swallowed the pill Jiang Nanyuan had given her before bed, then lay down and closed her eyes. Jiang Nanyuan mirrored this action, though she refrained from taking any medication. She lay flat on her back, hands placed upon her abdomen, her breathing steadily evening out. To an unacquainted observer, she would appear to be in a deep slumber. After waiting for over an hour without any sign of Xiao Hong's return, Jiang Nanyuan finally heard the soft rustling of footsteps approaching. The individuals arrived without uttering a word, moving to Jiang Nanyuan's bedside, where they briefly gazed upon her face. Recognizing her identity, they advanced, binding her securely with ropes before carrying her away from the inn. Lin Jixue experienced a similar fate. Both women were unceremoniously tossed into a carriage, which soon began to roll forward. This scene felt hauntingly familiar to Jiang Nanyuan, reminiscent of the last time when it was Jiang Xiuxiu who occupied the carriage, not her. She opened her eyes within the confines of the carriage, while Lin Jixue remained enveloped in slumber, oblivious to the unfolding events, a testament to the effectiveness of the drug Jiang Nanyuan had administered. After approximately half an hour, the carriage finally came to a halt. The journey had been swift and jarring, leaving Jiang Nanyuan on the verge of nausea. Hearing the sound of someone disembarking, she quickly closed her eyes again. She was lifted from the carriage and carried a short distance before coming to another stop. The lady has been brought, one voice announced. Jiang Nanyuan sensed herself being unceremoniously dropped to the ground, a slight furrow forming on her brow. Excellent, she noted, this slight would not be forgotten. Lu Shuang approached the motionless figures of Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue, tapping their faces. When neither responded, a triumphant smile crept onto her lips. She waved to the others in the room, instructing, you all go outside and keep watch for me. After the others had left, Jiang Nanyuan once more felt the faint presence of demonic energy. How delightful, she mused. The one possessing such energy was indeed present. Lu Shuang. Today you have brought this upon yourself, and I shall deliver a fitting retribution. Brother, it is she. She is the one who harmed our Xiuxiu. One voice exclaimed. Last time, she was sent to the palace. I cannot fathom why it was switched to Xiuxiu. Brother, do you not find this suspicious? They had both found it peculiar when they discussed the matter yesterday. This time, they had captured Jiang Nanyuan, intending to imprison her for further scrutiny. As Lu Shuang spoke, the man narrowed his eyes and approached Jiang Nanyuan, squatting down to grasp her chin, forcing her face to turn towards him. In that moment, Jiang Nanyuan abruptly opened her eyes, locking gazes with the man, startling him with her unexpected awakening. The ropes binding her loosened just then, allowing her to free her hands and scatter a fine powder towards the pair. Caught unawares, the man and Lu Shuang inhaled the powder, and in the next instant, both felt dizzy and toppled backward, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Nanyuan rose, brushing off the dust from her attire, and turned to free Lin Jixue from her bindings. At that moment, the guards outside, alerted by the commotion within, did not rush in but first called out, "My lord, my lady, are you unharmed?" After a prolonged silence and receiving no response, they sensed something was amiss and kicked the door open. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of the man and Lu Shuang sprawled on the floor, their expressions shifting to shock as they hurried towards them. Just then, Jiang Nanyuan appeared behind them, brandishing a dagger and swiftly maneuvering between them. Before they could comprehend the situation, each felt a sharp cut across their necks, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Nanyuan poured a substance over their corpses before approaching Lin Jixue, unbinding her and administering another pill. Slowly, Lin Jixue opened her eyes, startled by her surroundings, and sat up abruptly, eager to inquire about Jiang Nanyuan's actions. However, Jiang Nanyuan silenced her with a gesture and shook her head. Understanding. Lin Jixue sealed her lips, refraining from further questions. Jiang Nanyuan calculated the passage of time, estimating their arrival was imminent. She assisted Lin Jixue to her feet and wrapped an arm around her waist. "Mother, I will use my lightness skill to take you to the rooftop. If you feel frightened, just close your eyes. It won't be long before a grand spectacle unfolds. We must find a prime vantage point." With that, Jiang Nanyuan effortlessly lifted Lin Jixue onto the rooftop. Lin Jixue, having been similarly held by Lin Zhaoye in her youth, felt a sense of ease. As they landed securely on the rooftop, Jiang Nanyuan found an ideal spot and crouched down. Not far below, a carriage arrived and came to a halt. The show is about to begin," she murmured with anticipation. "Yuana, why is he here?" Lin Jixue asked, her eyes wide as she recognized the familiar figure below. It was none other than Jiang Nanfeng, accompanied by several servants. Jiang Nanfeng stood in the courtyard, his expression darkening as alluring sounds emanated from within the house. "Go! Break down the door," he commanded the two attendants behind him. They nodded and strode forward, forcefully kicking the door open. Inside, the scene was one of undeniable intimacy, with Lu Shuang and the man entwined on the floor. Astonished by the lack of reaction from those within, Jiang Nanfeng stepped inside and was met with this scandalous sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue observed from their rooftop perch. Even Lin Jixue, despite her previous experiences, felt her cheeks flush. Realizing that Jiang Nanyuan was still an unmarried maiden, she instinctively covered her eyes. "Yuan, we should look away," Lin Jixue suggested. Yet Jiang Nanyuan was engrossed, and upon being obstructed, she reluctantly turned her head, conceding, "Very well, if we must not look, then so be it. There is nothing worth seeing anyway." "Someone, drag those shameless wretches apart," Jiang Nanfeng ordered. With a command from Jiang Nanfeng, two guards entered the room with hemp ropes, swiftly separating the two individuals. They then procured blankets from the bed to bind the two of them back to back, enveloped in fabric. "My lord, they are secured," one guard reported. Despite their restraints, the two individuals squirmed restlessly, prompting Jiang Nanfeng to stride forward and deliver a forceful slap to Lu Shuang. "You shameless wretch," he seethed. The blow jolted Lu Shuang back to a semblance of consciousness, her eyes widening in terror as she recognized Jiang Nanfeng before her. "Why is the lord here? Where am I? Why do I feel so hot?" Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, Jiang Nanfeng's furious visage loomed over her, his hand gripping her jaw tightly. The intensity of his grasp brought tears to her eyes, and she mumbled, "My lord, please be gentle, it hurts." Her voice was laced with an alluring tone, which only fueled Jiang Nanfeng's anger, causing his chest to rise and fall more visibly. "My lord, I am in distress. Will you not assist me?" Witnessing Lu Shuang's provocative demeanor, Jiang Nanfeng's fury escalated, and he clenched his fists, striking her face repeatedly, still unsatisfied. He then vented his ire upon the man nearby with several kicks. He gestured to a servant behind him, whispering instructions, after which the servant dashed away. Shortly thereafter, he summoned buckets of cold water, drenching the two captives. The chill of the water, juxtaposed with the coolness of the evening air, jolted Lu Shuang and the man back to a clearer state of mind. They exchanged horrified glances as they began to comprehend their dire predicament. The man, in particular, was struck with panic as he realized his hands were bound and he was utterly immobilized. What is happening? Why can't I move? Why am I unable to wield my powers? Confusion enveloped both Lu Shuang and the man as fragmented memories began to resurface. Lu Shuang's gaze shifted to the furious Jiang Nanyuan standing before her. My lord, please allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive. He is my brother. And we find ourselves in this predicament because that wretched Jiang Nanyuan drugged us. Yes, it must be so, otherwise. Why would he and my brother be in such a state at this moment? Surely, Jiang Nanyuan must have orchestrated this treachery. How could my brother, so formidable, have fallen into her trap? What cunning did she employ? Lu Shuang's thoughts spiraled until a sharp pain in her abdomen snapped her back to reality. Do you take me for a fool? You claim Jiang Nanyuan has wronged you, yet where is she? And what motive could she possibly have for such an act? Jiang Nanyuan dismissed her words with disbelief, perceiving her as merely babbling nonsense. My lord, I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, investigate for yourself. It truly is that Val Jiang Nanyuan who seeks to ruin me. Furthermore, my lord, consider this. I have borne you 3 children. Why would I betray you? For a fleeting moment, Jiang Nanyuan faltered at her words, contemplating their truth. Yet, even if she were indeed a victim of deceit, it mattered little. She had been sullied. And he would have no further use for her. The marquis now had Luo Yuru, who would be its mistress, rendering Lu Shuang insignificant. Jiang Nanyuan, unwilling to entertain further explanations, cast her a cold glance. My lord, the items have arrived. Shall we proceed with their use? The servant who had departed earlier re-entered, accompanied by several attendants carrying wooden buckets. Very well, pour it out, he replied coolly, then turned to caress Lu Shuang's face gently. Lu Shuang, you have been by my side for many years, and I have never treated you poorly. However, today's transgression crosses my threshold. As long as you live, you will remind me of your betrayal. So do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Go and keep your lover company. With that, Jiang Nanyuan took 2 rags from the servant and gagged Lu Shuang and the man before standing up and striding out without a backward glance. Upon reaching the courtyard, Jiang Nanyuan waved his hand at the servants he had brought with him. They began to douse the area surrounding the room with oil. Once the oil had been thoroughly spread, Jiang Nanyuan took a torch from one of the attendants and tossed it forward. In an instant, flames erupted. Jiang Nanyuan could hardly believe her eyes. She had not anticipated Jiang Nanyuan's heartlessness. Regardless of their past, Lu Shuang had borne him 3 children. Yet he was prepared to incinerate the 2 of them without hesitation. As if that were not enough, she and Lin Jixue, who were crouched on the rooftop, found the smoke rapidly encroaching upon them. Left with no choice, she quietly urged Lin Jixue to follow her as they made their escape. Arriving at the entrance, they spotted Jiang Nanyuan's carriage waiting outside, occupied solely by a coachman, while the others remained indoors. Having been bound and transported to this location, they now faced a long journey back on foot, uncertain of how long it would take. Jiang Nanyuan scanned the surroundings, crouching down to pick up 2 stones, and with a determined flick, sent them hurtling in the direction of the coachman. 1 stone struck his neck, causing him immediate pain, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness and collapsed from the carriage. Seeing this, Jiang Nanyuan quickly pulled Lin Jixue towards the carriage. Mother, hurry and get inside, I will drive. Lin Jixue nodded in agreement, climbing into the carriage just as it began to move. Not long after their departure, Jiang Nanyuan emerged from the residence with his attendants and other servants. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with the shocking sight of their missing carriage and the coachman sprawled on the ground, leaving them all dumbfounded. Where has my carriage gone? You worthless fools. Each of you will receive 10 lashes upon our return. Chapter 44. Go and wake him. The attendants and servants accompanying Jiang Nanyuan, witnessing his fury, lowered their heads in silence, too afraid to speak. They were equally bewildered about the carriage's disappearance. Go and awaken him. Find out what happened. Jiang Nanyuan pointed at the coachman lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant stepped forward, crouching to check for breath at the coachman's nose. Discovering he was still alive, the servant slapped him awake. Ma Chao, what on earth happened? Were you not guarding the carriage? Why is it missing? Ma Chao, bewildered by the abrupt awakening, looked around in confusion. He had merely felt a sharp pain in his neck before losing consciousness, leaving him utterly clueless as to why the carriage had vanished. He recounted the events that had transpired moments before. Jiang Nanfeng's expression darkened further. Today seemed relentless in its misfortunes. With nightfall approaching, even if he sent someone to retrieve the carriage, it would likely not return until dawn. Faced with the necessity of attending the morning court, he had no choice but to lead his entourage back on foot, all the while cursing the thief who had stolen their carriage. As they walked, Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue had already covered half the distance. She skillfully maneuvered the carriage, swiftly reaching the city gates, where they were clandestinely transported beyond the walls. Given the late hour, entering the city would prove difficult without special circumstances. They would need to wait until dawn when the gates opened wide to re-enter the city in their carriage. Jiang Nanyuan would never be foolish enough to wait idly here. She instructed Lin Jixue to dismount the carriage, then stepped forward to embrace her waist, effortlessly employing her lightness skill to vault over the wall into the city. Jiang Nanyuan found a secluded spot at the base of a wall to enter, believing it to be deserted. However, upon her arrival, she collided head-on with an individual hiding beneath the wall. Ouch, have I met my demise? Who is this blind fool wandering about at such an hour? The person she collided with fell to the ground, while Lin Jixue narrowly avoided a tumble, saved by Jiang Nanyuan's quick reflexes. It was quite unexpected to encounter another person stealthily lurking at night, seemingly up to no good. Jiang Nanyuan's gaze fell upon the individual she had knocked over, and she was momentarily taken aback. The woman on the ground was strikingly beautiful, clad in a vivid red garment, rubbing her rear as she rose clumsily from the ground. Her actions were exceedingly unrefined, in stark contrast to her alluring face, which certainly did not align with that of a refined lady from the capital. My sincerest apologies. It was not our intention. I hope you are uninjured? Regardless of the reasons, they had indeed caused the other party to fall, and a twinge of guilt compelled her to inquire. The woman, noticing their polite demeanor and realizing she was unscathed, waved her hand dismissively. No harm done. No harm done. Consider this a chance encounter that never happened. What a stroke of bad luck. She had intended to scale the wall discreetly, only to find someone with the same idea. Yuli took a moment to scrutinize Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue, pondering which noble family they belonged to, wandering about at such an hour. Were they perhaps out seeking clandestine liaisons? With that thought, Yuli shook his head, reminding himself that their affairs were of no concern to him, as he needed to expedite the delivery of the medicine. Otherwise, Xiao Yuchen's life would be at stake. Without engaging further with the two, Yuli, to Lin Jixue's astonishment, effortlessly leaped over the wall. He made no attempt to avoid Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue, as they too had just entered from outside, and it was unlikely they would recognize him. Thus, he paid them no mind. Yuana, this woman is so strikingly beautiful. Venturing out alone at night, could she encounter danger? One could only wonder which household's daughter had the audacity to roam freely at such an hour. Do not fret if she dares to venture out alone. It indicates her skills are commendable, and there is no need for undue concern. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, Lin Jixue found them reasonable and ceased her worries about Yuli, hastening to follow Jiang Nanyuan back to the inn. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanfeng had been traversing the streets with his servants all night long, finally arriving at the city gates as dawn broke. Lord, look over there. Is that not our marquis's carriage? A sharp-eyed servant spotted the familiar carriage parked nearby. The marquis's carriage was easily recognizable, adorned with a character for Jiang on its side. Jiang Nanfeng strode forward, his fury boiling as he confirmed it was indeed his carriage. Who could it be? Who is deliberately scheming against me, forcing me to traverse this distance in vain? Having not walked so far in ages, he felt blisters forming on his feet. Reflecting on the journey, it seemed as if someone had orchestrated this entire ordeal behind the scenes. Initially, he had intended to rest, but upon hearing from the steward that a letter had been thrown over the side gate, tied with a stone, he was compelled to investigate. Li Qing happened to pass by and was struck by the stone, which drew his attention. He intended to scold, but upon closer inspection, he found a letter bound to the stone. Picking it up and reading its contents, he was taken aback and immediately rushed to Jiang Nanfeng's residence. The letter contained a single line: Lu Shuang was out engaging in infidelity. At first, he dismissed it as nonsense. But after taking his servants to Lu Shuang's courtyard for verification, her maid's vehement refusals raised his suspicions about the letter's authenticity. Thus, he set off with his entourage to the location mentioned in the letter. To his astonishment, he indeed caught her in the act. Reflecting on it now, it seemed all of this was part of a calculated plan, and he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Considering Lu Shuang's previous words, Claiming that Jiang Nanyuan was behind it all, doubts began to creep into his mind about her involvement. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head in disbelief. How could she possibly orchestrate such a scheme? Lord, shall we escort you back to the estate, or proceed to the palace? The servant observed Jiang Nanyuan standing beside the carriage, silent and lost in thought. With time slipping away, it was nearly time for him to attend court, and further delays could jeopardize his schedule. The servant's words jolted Jiang Nanyuan from his reverie. Having spent the night out, his clothes were wrinkled and disheveled, naturally. He needed to return home to change. Let us return to the estate. Upon hearing this, the servant waited for him to board the carriage before directing the driver towards the marquis's residence. Chapter 45, Discovery of Beasts in the Dark Prison. Upon returning to the inn, Jiang Nanyuan first escorted Lin Jixue to her room, recalling her promise to assist Xiaohong in finding her family. With Lu Shuang trapped amidst the flames, it was uncertain whether she had survived, and inquiring would yield no results. Instead, she resolved to question Lu Shuang's loyal maid to uncover any potential leads. After ensuring Lin Jixue was safely back, she stealthily infiltrated the marquis's estate, navigating her way to Lu Shuang's courtyard. The courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of even a single maid. This absence led her to suspect that Jiang Nanyuan had confined them, as the old matron and Lu Shuang's confidants would undoubtedly possess critical information. Yet, she pondered where they might be held. Jiang Nanyuan searched throughout the estate's storage rooms, but found no trace of them. Subsequently, she clandestinely entered Jiang Nanfeng's bedroom, meticulously inspecting the area and discovering a hidden mechanism. As she activated it, the stone wall behind her began to tremble and slowly parted, revealing a secret door with another mechanism beside it. After a brief examination, she easily unlocked the door. As soon as the stone door swung open, a foul, damp odor assaulted her senses, nearly inducing a gag reflex. She quickly held her breath and ventured inside, only for the door to slam shut behind her. At that moment, several bamboo arrows shot towards her from all directions. Jiang Nanyuan swiftly reacted, dodging the arrows with agility. All the arrows missed their mark, leaving her unharmed. After reflecting on the situation, she realized she hadn't encountered any traps upon her entry. Why then had the arrows been directed at her? After considerable contemplation, she deduced that she must have inadvertently triggered a mechanism on the ground upon entering. This place, so meticulously concealed and fraught with traps, what purpose did it serve? Within the stone door lay a staircase descending into darkness. Jiang Nanyuan, lost in thought, cautiously descended the staircase. The deeper she ventured, the more pungent the odors became, the stench of decay growing increasingly pronounced. Thankfully, she held her breath, otherwise, she might have succumbed to the overwhelming foulness. As she continued downward, the space widened, and she finally reached the bottom of the staircase, where the source of the repugnant smell revealed itself, an accumulation of putrid rats, their decomposing bodies emitting the ghastly odor that pervaded the air. She paused, hesitating to proceed further into the foulness, for the sheer number of rodents was revolting. Many of them already in a state of decay, their bones scattered about. Peering closely at the pile of bones on the ground, she discerned not only those of the rats, but also human remains. It left her wondering what sort of individuals Jiang Nanyuan had imprisoned here, their fate so dire that their bodies had long since turned to bone. Just as she contemplated retreating, the sound of clanking chains reached her ears, reminiscent of someone dragging their feet, shackled by iron. Her curiosity piqued. There was indeed someone trapped within. She felt compelled to investigate further. Carefully avoiding the fetid rodents beneath her feet, she edged inward. After taking only a few steps, she finally spotted the captive. This individual might still be considered human, albeit in a grim sense. He was bound by chains at both hands and feet to a wooden cross, his hair long enough to nearly touch the ground. Stray strands obscured his face, while his nails were grotesquely elongated. He wore a garment fashioned from animal hides, and upon noticing Jiang Nanyuan's presence, he bared his teeth in a menacing grin. It was then that she observed the ears protruding from his head, standing upright, and his teeth were sharp and elongated, reminiscent of a tiger's fangs. His entire body was filthy, devoid of cleanliness. The exposed skin appeared terrifyingly black, as though a mere rub would release layers of grime. Black hairs clung to the corners of his mouth. Jiang Nanyuan instinctively recoiled in distaste. At that moment, the captive seemed to lose control, thrashing about wildly, emitting guttural roars. Amidst his chaotic movements, Jiang Nanyuan noticed his eyes were a vivid crimson. What manner of creature was this? Neither human nor beast. No. He was a beast man, a hybrid offspring of human and beast. It struck her as peculiar that such beings existed on this continent. While the presence of beastmen might not raise eyebrows in her homeland, the Phoenix Kingdom, their existence here, in this lowly realm devoid of spiritual energy, was indeed baffling. Could it be that animals had cultivated spiritual awareness to transform into humans and subsequently procreated with them, resulting in this beastman? The mere thought left Jiang Nanyuan astounded, compelling her to approach for a closer examination of this creature. However, as she drew nearer, the beastman, his eyes aflame with rage, lunged forward in an attempt to bite her. Jiang Nanyuan, undeterred by fear or the urge to retreat, clenched her fists, channeling her spiritual energy into her hands, and delivered a sharp rap to the beastman's head. Really now, just because a tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm merely a sickly cat? The beastman, struck by her sudden blow, found himself momentarily dazed, grappling with the pain. Who is she? Why did her light tap against his head cause such agony? His skull was as hard as iron. Even a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds could not inflict pain upon him. Yet, this stranger had merely tapped him, and he was left reeling from the discomfort. Behave yourself. If you attempt to bite me again, do not blame me for flattening you, Jiang Nanyuan warned. A flicker of fear crossed the beastman's eyes. He did not wish to endure that torment once more. Stay calm, and I shall free you from these chains. Can you speak? If you can, respond. If not, simply shake your head. Jiang Nanyuan was uncertain whether he possessed the ability to communicate, as lower-tier beastmen were typically mute. She pondered the secrets Jiang Nanyuan kept, hidden away in this dark prison, and the potential consequences of liberating him. The thought of Jiang Nanyuan's reaction amused her. I can speak, the beastman finally replied, his voice gravelly from disuse. Excellent, she said, relieved at the prospect of communication. These chains are unyielding, do not waste your effort. They're forged from millennium-old cold iron, crafted by Jiang Nanyuan's subordinates. Without specialized tools, they cannot be broken. Disregarding his warning, Jiang Nanyuan retrieved a crimson longsword from her spatial pouch and swung it at the chains binding him. The beastman gasped in astonishment as the chains fell away. Now tell me, what transpired that led to your capture? How long have you been imprisoned here? Chapter 46, The Past of Xiaohan the Beastman, known as Xiaohan, slowly recounted his tale to Jiang Nanyuan. He was the offspring of a tiger spirit and a mortal woman. Fearing judgment for her hybrid nature, his mother, who had only recently transformed into a human, retreated into the mountains with him and his father, isolating themselves from the outside world. However, their seclusion was shattered 5 years prior when his father's elder brother appeared unexpectedly, bearing grim news of their ailing grandmother, urging his father to return home for one last farewell. Though his father had long avoided the world beyond, he periodically descended the mountain to visit relatives. Upon learning of his grandmother's condition, he felt compelled to descend once more, bringing Xiaohan and his mother along. They cloaked themselves carefully and accompanied him down the mountain to visit the ailing matriarch. Upon arrival, his father was heartbroken to find his grandmother on the brink of death, feeling a deep sense of filial regret for not being there to care for her over the years. In the midst of his sorrow, Xiaohan's mother approached and gently comforted him, suggesting they step outside for a moment. Once outside, she whispered to him that she possessed a method to restore the grandmother's health and extend her life. His father, astonished yet hopeful, pressed for details, wary of the potential dangers involved. His mother then unveiled a monumental secret. She hailed from the Tiger Roar clan, and her blood possessed miraculous healing properties, capable of curing ailments and prolonging life. However, each bloodletting would cost her a century of her own lifespan. Members of her clan typically lived for 3 centuries, meaning that 3 drops of blood could cost her life. Seeing the pain etched on her husband's face, Xiaohan's mother felt compelled to act. After all, she could live for 300 years, and her husband would not see such a long life. Sacrificing a century seemed a small price to pay. Yet, Xiaohan's father vehemently opposed the notion, unwilling to accept that his beloved wife should forfeit years of her life, even in the face of his mother's imminent demise. He believed that fate had decreed her time had come. As Xiaohan's mother observed his reluctance to agree, she chose to remain silent. Xiaohan's father, mistakenly believing she had abandoned the notion, paid her no heed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she continued to nourish the elderly woman with her fresh heart's blood. When Xiao Han's father eventually discovered this, he was rendered speechless, although fury surged within him. It was eclipsed by a profound sorrow. He wished for his family to remember the kindness of Xiao Han's mother, so he broached the subject with his own mother. She, too, felt immense gratitude towards Xiao Han's mother. After this incident, the Xiao family returned to their mountain abode, but their bliss was short-lived. One day, a contingent of soldiers descended from the mountain and apprehended the entire family. Only after their capture did they learn that the emperor's youngest daughter had fallen victim to a peculiar ailment. A reward of 1,000 taels of silver awaited anyone who could cure the princess. Envious of the bounty, Xiao Han's father's sister-in-law disclosed the deeds of Xiao Han's mother, leading to their arrest. Upon learning of this grievous turn of events, Xiao Han's father was devastated, his anguish manifesting in tears. Soon thereafter, the soldiers transported them to the capital and into the emperor's palace. The emperor, wielding Xiao Han's life as leverage, coerced Xiao Han's mother into healing the princess, promising that if she succeeded, he would release the family. Xiao Han, believing in the emperor's sincerity, felt compelled to assist. Once the princess was revived, Xiao Han's mother naively assumed they could return home. Yet, darker trials awaited them. Having witnessed the miraculous effects of her heart's blood, the emperor lusted to partake for himself, aspiring to extend his own life. He subsequently demanded another drop of her blood, but Xiao Han's mother resolutely refused, unwilling to embrace death just yet. She underestimated the depths of human greed, and the emperor summoned Xiao Han's father before her, brutally executing him in her presence. They even seized Xiao Han to coerce her further. If she resisted, her son would meet the same fate. Overwhelmed with despair, Xiao Han's mother broke down in tears. Fortunately, they remained unaware that Xiao Han had inherited her blood's power. For the sake of her son, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. The emperor, elated, commanded her release, eagerly awaiting her heart's blood. With a heavy heart, Xiao Han's mother cast one last glance at her son, conveying a few words through her spiritual energy before exhausting her powers to send Xiao Han out of the palace. After expending all her energy, she coughed up blood and collapsed, transforming into her original form and passing away. At that time, Xiao Han was merely 5 years old, left outside the palace with no inkling of where to go. By chance, he encountered Jiang Nanyuan, who had heard the news and was anxiously attempting to enter the palace. Spotting Xiao Han weeping alone, he noticed the peculiar shape of the boy's ears and teeth, prompting a cunning idea. He lured Xiao Han into the marquis' residence, where he initially showered him with kindness, meticulously attending to his needs, all in an effort to gain his trust. Gradually, Xiao Han succumbed to the warmth he offered, forgetting his mother's warnings and revealing his identity to Jiang Nanyuan. Upon learning this, Jiang Nanyuan immediately imprisoned him in a dark chamber where he remained for many years, during which his heart's blood was extracted once. Hearing this, Jiang Nanyuan was utterly speechless. The child was alarmingly naive. His mother had suffered greatly, and now he found himself deceived by Jiang Nanyuan, confined in this lightless prison for years. How could he still lack awareness after being so grievously misled? As he recounted his tale, he seemed oblivious to the possibility that she might also harbor ill intentions, seeking his heart's blood. Xiao Han gazed up with innocent eyes, blinking twice, asserting that since his sister had released his chains, she could not be a villain. Jiang Nanyuan, exasperated, placed a hand to her forehead. She had not encountered such a credulous child even in the Phoenix Kingdom. Nevertheless, the fact that Jiang Nanyuan had secretly harbored such a treasure compelled her to take him with her. However, as she glanced at him, she realized with distaste that the dark hair around his mouth was, in fact, rat fur. The notion that he had been consuming rats filled her with revulsion. Although she considered stowing him away in her space, his filthiness deterred her. "Are you disgusted by my dirtiness, sister?" Xiao Han, sensing her disdainful scrutiny, felt deeply wronged. He had not wished to be so filthy. His prolonged confinement and the shackles made it impossible for him to maintain cleanliness. Furthermore, his rodent diet stemmed from sheer necessity. Seeing his woeful expression, Jiang Nanyuan felt a twinge of sympathy. "Very well, let us allow you to stay in my space for now. I have matters yet to attend to. Do not be disheartened. Shortly, I will transport you to my magical artifact. Remain still and do not wander. I will find a way for you to cleanse yourself." Xiao Han nodded obediently. Jiang Nanyuan approached, pinching a small portion of his clothing between her thumb and forefinger. And with a flick of her will, she sent him into her space. As Xiao Han blinked his eyes, he found himself in an entirely different realm, filled with assorted boxes and treasures. Most importantly, this place was suffused with spiritual energy, allowing him to cultivate. Seizing the moment, he seated himself on the floor and closed his eyes to meditate. Jiang Nanyuan, glancing at him as he began to cultivate, chose to leave him be. She exited the dark chamber and searched the marquis' residence, ultimately discovering Lu Shuang's maidservants confined within a room, their hands and feet bound with hemp ropes. She infiltrated the space and, before they could react, sprinkled them with a sleeping powder, causing them to faint. Finding Yulian, she placed a pill in her mouth and shook her awake. "Where's Xiao Hong's family?" she inquired directly. Yulian, dazed, replied, "At Lu Yinyang's estate on the outskirts." After confirming the location, Jiang Nanyuan rendered her unconscious with a swift strike to her neck, having administered a drug to control her mental faculties, ensuring no one could resist her. Departing the marquis' residence, she made her way to the estate. There, only a couple of guards were stationed, and Xiao Hong's family was still alive. Jiang Nanyuan assumed another guise and successfully rescued them. After ensuring their escape, she returned to the inn, where Xiao Hong had been waiting anxiously for her return, eager to learn of her family's fate. However, as night fell, she hesitated to approach, fearing Jiang Nanyuan's fatigue. As Jiang Nanyuan passed by, she coldly remarked, "They have returned home." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong was overwhelmed with joy, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head in gratitude. "Thank you, young lady. Thank you." "Enough, go back." Jiang Nanyuan dismissed her, her thoughts occupied by the troublesome boy in her space. "Xiao Hong, wait a moment. Prepare a bath for me and fill the tub with water." Just as Xiao Hong turned to leave, Jiang Nanyuan recalled Xiao Han and felt a headache coming on. "Yes, young lady," she answered and hurried downstairs to find the innkeeper. Jiang Nanyuan pondered the lack of a suitable bathing space for him. She could not possibly allow him to bathe in her own room. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Nanyuan decided to rent another room downstairs and subsequently requested the waiter to deliver a bathing tub to that chamber. Xiao Hong, witnessing this, felt a surge of curiosity. Why would the young lady open a room so late at night? However, she dared not dwell on it and stood guard at the door. Shortly after, Jiang Nanyuan emerged from the room and, upon seeing Xiao Hong waiting, instructed her to return, asserting that there was no need for her to remain. Heeding her words, Xiao Hong retreated to her own quarters. The next day, as Jiang Nanyuan remained in a state of slumber, a hurried knocking at the door roused her from her dreams. It was Qiu Yue's voice from within, calling, "Miss, are you awake? Something terrible has happened." Blinking in confusion, Jiang Nanyuan gradually collected her thoughts before approaching the door to open it. "Miss, something dreadful has transpired. Xiao Hong is dead." At this shocking revelation, Jiang Nanyuan paused, taken aback. Just yesterday, Xiao Hong had been perfectly fine. How could she suddenly be deceased? She harbored a profound aversion to betrayal, but since Xiao Hong was Lin Jixue's maid, she refrained from overthinking it. "How did she die?" she inquired. Upon hearing this question, Qiu Yue's face paled, her expression morphing into one of sheer terror. Trembling slightly, she murmured, "Miss, it was a frightful sight. Please, you must go and see for yourself." Xiao Hong's demise was indeed harrowing. That morning, Qiu Yue had gone to awaken her. But after knocking for quite some time without a response, she found the door unlocked and stepped inside, only to discover Xiao Hong lying motionless on the bed. Initially believing her to be merely asleep, Qiu Yue approached to rouse her, only to recoil in horror at the sight. Xiao Hong lay there, lifeless, devoid of any color, as if all her blood had been drained away. The gruesome scene had left Qiu Yue so shaken that she fell to the floor. Fighting the urge to scream, she took a moment to compose herself before rising to seek out Jiang Nanyuan. "Mother, please wait here. I shall enter first to investigate," Jiang Nanyuan said as she and Qiu Yue arrived, only to see Lin Jixue approaching with Baiji, intent on entering the room. Having heard Qiu Yue's account of Xiao Hong's terrifying death, Jiang Nanyuan worried that Lin Jixue would be unprepared for such a shock. "Yuan, what has transpired? Why is the door to her room ajar?" Lin Jixue questioned, unaware of the grim fate that had befallen Xiao Hong. "Mother, it is nothing. Please remain here while I take a look," Jiang Nanyuan assured her, stepping inside. Upon entering, she immediately sensed a lingering aura of malevolence in the air. That man had not perished? Jiang Nanyuan's mind raced, realizing that this was undoubtedly the work of Lu Shuang's paramour. He had come here last night. But why had he only killed Xiao Hong and spared the others? He must have known that Xiao Hong had betrayed him, hence his motive to eliminate her. As she pondered this, Jiang Nanyuan's gaze fell upon a familiar hide in the corner of the room. It was unmistakably the same one worn by Xiao Hong. Could it be that he had been involved last night? With this thought, she hastened out of the room and knocked on Xiao Hong's door. When no response came, she contemplated kicking it down, just as Lin Jixue approached, puzzled by her actions. "Yuana, what brings you here?" "This isn't our room," she remarked, mistakenly believing Jiang Nanyuan was knocking on someone else's door. Before Jiang Nanyuan could respond, the door creaked open, and she stepped inside, softly calling, "Xiao Hong?" Scanning the room, she found no sign of him, but spotted a feeble white tiger lying on the bed. It glanced at her momentarily before lowering its head again. "Yuana, be cautious. There's a white tiger. Quickly, step behind me," Lin Jixue exclaimed, instinctively shielding Jiang Nanyuan upon seeing the creature. "Mother, it's all right. It's my pet and poses no threat," Jiang Nanyuan reassured her, uncertain how to explain the situation, ultimately deciding to leave it at that. Lin Jixue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yuana, how extraordinarily terrifying. You've acquired a tiger as a pet?" Chapter 48, Lured into the manor to become a concubine. "Mother, could you please step outside for a moment? I need to handle a few matters and will join you shortly." Clearly, Xiao Hong was in a weakened state. Having exhausted his powers, there was no doubt that he had sensed something amiss in the adjacent room last night and had confronted that man. His cultivation was notably low, making him no match for the man. The very reason the man had fled must have been due to fear of alerting others upon witnessing Xiao Hong revert to his true form. Once Lin Jixue grasped that the white tiger was indeed Jiang Nanyuan's pet, she felt reassured and departed with Baiji. After they left, Jiang Nanyuan wished to ascertain whether Xiao Hong could still speak, but noticing his frail condition, unable even to lift his head, she decided against it. Instead, she summoned him into her spatial realm, allowing him to recuperate there. It would likely take several decades for him to regain his human form, especially given the limited spiritual energy available in her space. Just as Jiang Nanyuan settled Xiao Hong into her realm, a terrified scream pierced the air from Xiao Hong's room. Alarmed, she realized she had forgotten about the situation and that Lin Jixue was undoubtedly frightened by Xiao Hong's corpse. Jiang Nanyuan quickly made her way back to Xiao Hong's quarters, finding Lin Jixue and Baiji both collapsed in terror. She rushed forward to help Lin Jixue to her feet. "Mother, are you all right?" Jiang Nanyuan asked as Lin Jixue grasped her hand tightly, her lips trembling as she inquired. "Yuana, what has happened to Xiao Hong? Why does she look like this?" Jiang Nanyuan reluctantly shared her suspicions with Lin Jixue. Their current location had been compromised, and they had already been visited once. Who could say if they would return again? While she herself was unafraid of that man, she could not bear the thought of him targeting Lin Jixue, lest she be unable to intervene in time and lose her life at his hands. Jiang Nanyuan contemplated whether they should seek lodging at another inn or purchase a residence to stay in, as acquiring a house was not a challenge for her. However, with their impending exile, she worried about the potential waste of resources. Ultimately, she resolved to purchase a smaller property, envisioning that she could set up a simple array within. Sharing her thoughts with Lin Jixue, she found her completely agreeable, as she was now wholly reliant on Jiang Nanyuan's judgment. Having made her decision, Jiang Nanyuan cast one last glance at Xiao Hong's remains before instructing Baiji and Qiuyue to remove her body and find a suitable place for burial. She then sent Lin Jixue back to their room before seeking out the estate servant who had assisted her with selling the shops the previous day. She requested his help in locating suitable properties, and together they inspected several houses, ultimately settling on a modest one upon entry. The house was not particularly large, but it was adequate for their needs. Once she confirmed her desire to acquire the property, Jiang Nanyuan prepared to pay. But the servant instead presented her with several thousand taels in silver notes. "Miss, this is the money from the sale of the shops you completed yesterday. You may deduct the cost of this house from it." Jiang Nanyuan was taken aback by how swiftly the shops had sold, and upon receiving the silver notes, she merely nodded in acknowledgement, not bothering to count, before proceeding with the servant to the government office to register the property deed. By the time they finished their tasks, it was already 1:15 noon, and a pang of hunger struck. Upon returning to the inn, They entrusted Lin Jixue and Xiaoyu Baizhi with tidying up their belongings. After they vacated their room, Jiang Nanyuan led them to their new residence to deposit their things, and only then did they venture out together to dine at a restaurant. During their meal, Lin Jixue suddenly recalled the white tiger she had seen that morning, realizing she hadn't encountered it since. Yuana, where is your pet? Why didn't you bring it back to the residence? It has been left behind at the inn. Has it? Although a sense of unease crept into Lin Jixue's heart regarding the majestic creature, she recognized that it was Jiang Nanyuan's pet and felt compelled to embrace the notion. Mother, I feared it might startle others, so I asked it to stay elsewhere for the time being. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Jixue nodded in understanding. Both Qiuyu and Baizhi were in awe of Jiang Nanyuan. This young lady, raised outside, was indeed remarkable. Not only was she proficient in the healing arts, but her choice of pet was also extraordinary. Which young lady in the capital could boast of having a white tiger as a companion? As they pondered this, Baizhi and Qiuyu felt a swell of pride, as if the prowess belonged to them. After their meal, Jiang Nanyuan did not hurry back, instead taking Lin Jixue to explore the shops in the capital. Once a celebrated young lady of the city, Lin Jixue now donned simple attire, with only a modest wooden hairpin adorning her hair. Gone were the days of lavish jewelry. After enduring years of hardship, she had grown accustomed to this unadorned existence. Mother, let us visit the treasure pavilion and see if there are any suitable pieces of jewelry to select, she suggested, mistakenly believing it was Jiang Nanyuan's desire to purchase adornments. The treasure pavilion was renowned in the capital for its exquisite jewelry, each piece exorbitantly priced yet unmatched in craftsmanship and design. It was a favored destination for the ladies of high society to procure their fineries. Since Yuana wished to go, Lin Jixue decided to accompany her. Together, the two ladies and their maid progressed towards the treasure pavilion. Upon their arrival, the shopkeeper at the entrance obstructed their path. Ladies, our treasure pavilion is not a place for just anyone to enter. If you wish to browse for jewelry, perhaps you should consider another shop, he sneered, his disdainful gaze sweeping over their humble appearances. How could they, dressed so poorly, dare to venture into the treasure pavilion? Seeing his blatant contempt, Jiang Nanyuan could not contain her irritation. She thought to herself, what audacity for a mere shopkeeper to bark at the entrance. You insolent wretch, what did you say? Do you dare to liken me to a dog? The treasure pavilion was owned by the Liu family, the maternal relatives of Xiao Yujing, which explained the exorbitant prices and the haughty demeanor of the staff. They were unafraid of offending anyone, particularly when they discerned that Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan were not dressed in finery befitting the capital's elite. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind them. What is the commotion here? Why are you all loitering at the entrance? The previously arrogant shopkeeper instantly donned a sycophantic smile upon recognizing the newcomer. Your Highness the Second Prince, what brings you here today? Are you in search of jewelry? Please, do come in. The shopkeeper rushed to Xiao Yujing's side, gesturing for him to enter. However, Xiao Yujing disregarded the shopkeeper, his attention drawn instead to Jiang Nanyuan, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. When had such a striking beauty graced the capital? Noting her modest attire, he surmised she was likely not of affluent lineage, perhaps a girl from a small county. Easily deceived, he contemplated luring her into his residence to become his concubine. Xiao Yujing had never encountered Jiang Nanyuan before and did not recognize her. He had previously crossed paths with Lin Jixue, but time had erased her from his memory. He could not recall that she had once been the wife of a marquis or that she was Lin Zhaoya's daughter. Just as he was about to approach Jiang Nanyuan, two young women approached him. Xiao Gij, what a coincidence. What brings you here today? Are you here to purchase jewelry? Xiao Yujing turned to see who had spoken, and a frown creased his brow upon recognizing the speaker, Zhou Qingqing, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. She often trailed after him, calling him Xiao Gij incessantly. His indifference toward her was evident, yet she seemed oblivious to his disinterest. She regularly pursued him, even visiting his residence, which was difficult for him to prevent since she was a close friend of his sister, Xiao Shiru. He cared deeply for his sister, so he tolerated Zhou Qingqing's presence. Xiao Shiru, aware of Zhou Qingqing's affections for her brother, sought to encourage their union, often nudging Zhou Qingqing to approach him. Today, as they arrived at the treasure pavilion, she spotted her brother and promptly urged Zhou Qingqing to approach him. Brother, you arrived just in time. I have my eye on a pair of ruby earrings. Please help me see how they look on me. Xiao Shiru approached, affectionately linking her arm with Xiao Yujing's and signaling to Zhou Qingqing to join them. Seeing them enter, Jiang Nanyuan tugged at Lin Jixue, attempting to bypass the shopkeeper to follow them inside. The shopkeeper, noticing their intent to slip past him, quickly stepped in front of them, blocking their path once more. This time, Jiang Nanyuan was thoroughly incensed. Seizing her thunderfire whip, she brandished it and struck the shopkeeper across the face and body. Ouch! That hurts. The shopkeeper writhed on the ground, howling in agony from the unexpected lash. Xiao Yujing, attempting to extricate himself from his sister's grasp to enter the shop, paused as the pained cries of the shopkeeper reached his ears. All eyes turned towards the unfolding scene. How dare you? Who are you to cause a disturbance outside our shop? Seize them. Xiao Shiru, unaware of the earlier altercation, was incensed to see Jiang Nanyuan assaulting a staff member of her family's establishment. Although the shop was owned by her maternal family, she had come to regard it as her own. How could she stand idly by while a servant was mistreated? Moreover, upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan's striking beauty, jealousy ignited within her. Though Xiao Shiru was not unattractive, a dark mole marred her appearance, which made her envious of any woman more beautiful than herself. In the past, she had resorted to nefarious means to deal with those she perceived as rivals, often resulting in severe consequences for them. Enough, Shiru, she is merely a servant. Let her be, Xiao Yujing interjected, having intended to engage with Jiang Nanyuan before his sister's interruption. Had it not been for her arrival, he might have already struck up a conversation with the enchanting young woman. Xiao Yujing, having concluded his words, took a couple of steps towards Jiang Nanyuan, revealing a smile he deemed irresistibly charming, and addressed her, I beg your pardon, young lady. It appears my shopkeeper has not exercised sufficient diligence, inadvertently offending you. As a gesture of goodwill, please feel free to enter the treasure pavilion and select any piece of jewelry. I shall place it on my account. Upon hearing Xiao Yujing's words, Xiao Shiru and Zhou Qingqing exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. Xiao Shiru instantly grasped her elder brother's intentions. While he exhibited many commendable traits, he had inherited a particular penchant from their father, an inclination for trifling with women. However, he was comparatively more restrained than their father, indulging in such pastimes without becoming ensnared, often departing without a backward glance. It seemed her brother had taken a fancy to the lady before him. Previously, she had felt a pang of jealousy over her beauty, but now she felt none. Being noticed by her brother was hardly a favorable turn of events. For Zhou Qingqing, the situation was different. She genuinely wished for Zhou Qingqing to become her sister-in-law. If her brother were willing to marry her, she would absolutely not permit him to treat her that way. With their thoughts diverging, Jiang Nanyuan paid no heed to Xiao Yujing's words, not even casting a glance in his direction. Calmly, she stowed away her thunder-fire whip and, supporting Lin Jixue's arm, stated, Mother, let us depart. I have no interest in the items here. If necessary, I can return tonight and clear out everything inside. Let us see how they continue to act so arrogantly. As she spoke, Jiang Nanyuan assisted Lin Jixue in making her way back. Both Xiao Yujing and Xiao Shiru wore expressions tinged with displeasure. In the past, any woman he had set his sights on would, upon revealing his identity, gravitate towards him without hesitation, scarcely requiring his efforts. Yet, this young lady, upon hearing the attendant call him the second prince, remained utterly unmoved, stirring within him a sense of frustration. Xiao Shiru, too, felt a sense of indignation. How could this young lady be so ungrateful? Her brother had lowered himself to such humility, and yet she disregarded him entirely, as if she held him in contempt. Just as she was about to command someone to seize the two of them, Xiao Yujing preempted her by grasping her arm and shaking his head. He was well aware of his sister's temperament. She was typically the most attached to him and could not abide anyone mistreating him. Given Jiang Nanyuan's demeanor today, it was evident she wished for someone to apprehend her. This was the first time he encountered such a fierce young woman. But he remained confident in his ability to win her over, hence he intervened to stop Xiao Shiru. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingqing, observing the unfolding drama, felt her expression contort with frustration, nearly crumpling the handkerchief she held. Who is this woman? What sort of seductress had emerged from the shadows, daring to entice her beloved elder brother? Such affronts were tantamount to courting death. With this thought, her eyes cast a venomous glare towards the departing figures of Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue. As they moved farther away, Lin Jixue, concerned, gently patted Jiang Nanyuan's hand. Yuana. That is the second prince. Do you truly believe we can afford to offend him? Might he not seek revenge? Having been through similar circumstances herself, she could discern the meaning behind Xiao Yujing's gaze when he first encountered Jiang Nanyuan. She understood that Jiang Nanyuan likely looked down upon him, but she feared he might resort to unsavory tactics against her daughter. Do not worry excessively, mother. When soldiers come, we shall meet them with arms. Besides, he is hardly my match. Should he dare employ any unscrupulous methods against me, I assure you I will render him powerless, Jiang Nanyuan replied with confidence. Upon hearing her resolute words, Lin Jishue's lips twitched. Suddenly, her concern shifted. It was not Jiang Nanyuan's safety that troubled her, but rather Xiao Yujing's. To provoke her precious daughter was an act of folly indeed. Jiang Nanyuan now radiated an intimidating strength. Moreover, she held unwavering trust in her daughter. Were she to declare intentions to usurp the throne and become empress, Lin Jishue would likely believe her without question. The two did not linger on the street for long. Returning to their newly purchased residence, where Bai Ji and Qiu Yu had thoroughly cleaned both the interior and exterior. Upon returning home, Xiao Yujing immediately dispatched someone to investigate Jiang Nanyuan's background, eager to uncover her origins. It was relatively easy to ascertain Jiang Nanyuan's information, and soon his shadow guard reported back with clarity. She was indeed the daughter of Jiang Nanyuan. This revelation left him greatly astonished, for he had only known of Jiang Xiuxiu as Jiang Nanfeng's sole daughter, and Jiang Nanyuan was a name he had never encountered before. The lack of prior knowledge was understandable. At that time, Jiang Nanfeng had not yet allied himself with him, and his understanding of the marquis's affairs was limited. Upon learning this, he promptly ordered Jiang Nanfeng to be brought forth. Now that she was the daughter of Jiang Nanfeng, matters would be much simpler. They were, after all, family. When Jiang Nanfeng arrived, Xiao Yujing led him to the study, dismissing all attendants before explaining the purpose of his summons. Upon learning that Xiao Yujing had taken a liking to Jiang Nanyuan and sought his assistance in persuading her, Jiang Nanfeng's expression grew troubled. It seemed that Jiang Nanyuan had not treated him kindly upon her return with Lin Jishue. He feared that trying to persuade her might not only be futile, but could also result in a beating. Jiang Nanfeng possessed a degree of self-awareness. However, considering that the second prince was offering him the position of a legitimate consort, should he ascend to that status, Jiang Nanyuan's standing would undoubtedly rise alongside his own. The prospect of future glory and status spurred him to grit his teeth and resolve to find a way to bring Jiang Nanyuan to the second prince's side. Thus, he readily agreed to Xiao Yujing's request and took his leave, intending to devise a plan. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nanyuan, Jiang Nanfeng was plotting against her. After finishing their dinner, she and Lin Jishue sat in the courtyard for a while, chatting, before retiring to their respective rooms to rest. Later that night, Jiang Nanyuan donned her night attire and stealthily made her way to the treasure pavilion. The pavilion was unguarded, allowing her to slip inside effortlessly. She collected all the items within and stored them in her spatial realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Han, who was cultivating within that realm, suddenly sensed an influx of items crashing into his face. A box fell, nearly striking his head. Had he not dodged swiftly, he might have suffered a painful blow. He then understood how his sister had amassed such a wealth of items. This was indeed how they came about. Yet, he could not help but admire her prowess. Not only had she acquired this remarkable space for cultivation, but she could also liberate herself without drawing attention, all while gathering such treasures. Once the deluge of boxes ceased, he closed his eyes once more and resumed his cultivation. He did not wish to remain in his original form indefinitely. He longed to revert to his human shape and spend time outdoors with his sister. Alone in the confines of the space, he felt a twinge of loneliness. Jiang Nanyuan had carelessly discarded all the items from the treasure pavilion into the space, nearly forgetting the existence of Xiaoan. By the time she remembered, she had already consigned those belongings to the void. Feeling a pang of guilt, she touched her nose and hastily left the treasure pavilion, returning home to rest. The following morning, Qiu Yue arrived early to knock on the door. Jiang Nanyuan, sitting up in bed, heard the urgent knocks from outside. Uncertain of what had transpired, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and approached to open the door. Upon seeing her awake, Qiu Yue presented a letter, saying, "Miss, this is a missive from the marquis' residence. Would you care to read it?" Earlier, Qiu Yue had intended to go out for shopping when she opened the door and spotted a young servant waiting outside. He handed her the letter meant for the young lady and departed before she could inquire further. Left with no choice, she returned to pace anxiously in the courtyard, pondering whether she should present the letter to the young lady, especially since the madam had already divorced the marquis. What could the marquis possibly want with the young lady? After much hesitation, she concluded that it was prudent to inform Miss Jiang of the matter, prompting her to knock on Jiang Nanyuan's door. Listening to Qiu Yue, Jiang Nanyuan's gaze fell upon the letter in her hand. She took it, glancing at its contents, which revealed that the matriarch was to celebrate her 60th birthday. As a daughter of the marquis' household and a member of the Jiang clan, Jiang Nanyuan had specifically sent her an invitation, hoping she would attend. Upon reading the letter, a cold smile crept across Jiang Nanyuan's face. It seemed the intentions behind the invitation were not as straightforward as they appeared. She was curious to uncover Jiang Nanyuan's true motives and, since she had been invited, she would reluctantly make an appearance. She was particularly interested in witnessing how Jiang Nanyuan intended to celebrate the matriarch's 60th birthday, especially considering he likely still believed that the dowry left by Lin Jixue would suffice, when in reality, it had long since turned to mere stones. She was determined to observe how they would embarrass themselves. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Nanyuan changed into a different outfit, skipping breakfast as she set out. She directed her steps straight toward the marquis' residence. Knowing the illusions surrounding the dowry had surely faded, she needed to renew them. She was eager to witness what would transpire when he exhausted these resources and, upon their transformation back into stones, how he would respond to the demands for explanations. Chapter 51. Who are you? Why do you appear in my chamber? Jiang Nanyuan skillfully infiltrated the marquis' residence and made her way to the location where Lin Jixue had previously placed the dowry. Outside the door stood 4 hidden guards, indicating that Jiang Nanyuan had not utilized the dowry during this time. Otherwise, he would have certainly noticed something amiss. However, the lack of discovery worked in her favor, allowing her to proceed undetected as she re-enchanted the stones. Just as she prepared to leave, she noticed a young servant hastily rushing to find the household physician. What new ailment afflicted the frail eldest son this time? Since she was already present, she decided to witness the commotion. Jiang Nanyuan swiftly headed toward the courtyard of Jiang Wenjin. It was broad daylight, and with her concealment technique, even if she passed by the maids and servants, they would remain oblivious to her presence. This was particularly advantageous for her, had it not been for the spatial energies accompanying her. Her own lack of spiritual power would have rendered her techniques ineffective. Arriving at Jiang Wenjin's courtyard, she crouched atop the roof, lifting a tile to peer inside. This time, he appeared even weaker than during their last encounter, curled up in bed and trembling. His face was flushed, beads of sweat beading on his forehead, and he muttered incoherently. These were unmistakable signs of fever, compounded by the myriad of toxins that had previously coursed through his body. He undoubtedly suffered greatly. Young master, the physician has arrived. Please endure a little longer, Wenju said as she rushed in with the physician, her heart aching as she regarded Jiang Wenjin in bed. Previously, during such times, the eldest son yearned to see concubine Lu, yet when he had gone to her quarters to summon her, he found her absent, and he returned dejectedly, praying fervently for Jiang Wenjin's recovery. After examining Jiang Wenjin, the physician prescribed him medicine, but from her vantage point on the roof, Jiang Nanyuan could not discern the specifics of the prescription. However, recalling the remedies he had previously provided, she suspected that his concoction would not be particularly effective. Once the physician completed his task, Wenju followed him to procure the medicine, leaving Jiang Wenjin alone in the room. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nanyuan leapt down from the roof, entering the room and approaching Jiang Wenjin's bedside. Observing his features closely, she noted that his condition was dire, and she even contemplated checking his pulse. Yet, she refrained. He likely could not see her, but if she touched his pulse, he would undoubtedly sense it. It was best not to alert him prematurely. Though she did not check his pulse, Jiang Nanyuan could ascertain from his symptoms that he had been poisoned by several potent toxins. The reason he had not succumbed thus far was that these toxins were counteracting each other within him. Consequently, while the affliction was painful, it was not fatal. As she continued to scrutinize him, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. She turned to see a boy of about 8 or 9 years old rushing into the room. He cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Wenjin in bed, then approached, smacking Jiang Wenjin's face with force. Hey, sickly one, wake up. Stop pretending, I know you're fine. Hand over the silver mother gave you, I need it. The boy showed no courtesy, displaying utter disrespect toward Jiang Wenjin. Even Jiang Nanyuan, watching from the side, could not help but frown. Hearing the boy's words, Jiang Wenjin struggled to reach beneath his pillow, retrieving a small pouch of coins and weakly offering it. Cough, here you go. Upon seeing the pouch in Jiang Wenjin's hand, the boy's eyes lit up. He rushed forward to snatch the pouch, then stepped back in distaste. What a sickly wretch. Keep your distance, I don't want your illness. As he spoke, he opened the pouch, and upon discovering only a few pieces of silver within, he scowled. Hey, sickly one, is this all the silver you have? I refuse to believe mother only gave you this much. She gives me 100 taels every month. Surely she must have given you the same. Where is the rest? Show me. Hearing this, Jiang Wenjin's heart sank. These coins were all he had painstakingly saved. How could his mother have possibly given him any? For years, he had received nothing from her. The silver he had was merely a meager 20 taels bestowed upon him by his grandmother, and now only these remained. Coughing, Jiang Wenjin lamented, my mother has not bestowed upon me any silver. This is all I possess. Xiaoming, there is no silver left here. With each utterance, he paused to cough, his voice soft and lacking in strength. After speaking, he cast a furtive glance towards Jiang Nanyuan's direction. Naturally, Jiang Nanyuan noticed his gaze, and a pang of anxiety struck her heart. Had he just looked at her? Could it be that he was able to see her? Or had the duration of her concealment technique expired? No, that could not be the case. If it had, the boy would certainly not have remained oblivious to her presence. Yet, what was truly happening? Confusion swirled within Jiang Nanyuan, prompting her to instinctively take a couple of steps aside, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on Jiang Wenjin's line of sight. Observing that she had not shifted towards him, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that perhaps he had been overly concerned. How stingy. If she did not wish to give, then so be it. There was no need to fabricate excuses. My mother always provided me with silver. How could she possibly deny you? Humph. I shan't converse with you any further. I shall seek out my companions for play. With that, Jiang Ming turned on his heel and dashed away without a backward glance. Seeing that the excitement had dissipated, Jiang Nanyuan intended to leave. Just as she turned and took a step forward, Jiang Wenjin's feeble voice called out from behind, Who are you? Why are you in my room? And why can they not see you? Ever since Jiang Nanyuan had entered his chamber, he had been able to perceive her presence. A woman had suddenly appeared in the room, and he had intended to inquire, but was interrupted by Jiang Ming. His curiosity had been piqued. You can see me? Jiang Nanyuan exclaimed in sheer astonishment, her words slightly stammering. Regardless of whether in the Phoenix Kingdom or other realms, regardless of their cultivation surpassing or falling short of hers, no one had ever detected her while she employed her concealment technique. This was the first instance where someone could see her while she was cloaked in invisibility. How could this not astonish her? Who exactly are you? Why have you appeared in my room? Chapter 52. Speculations on Jiang Wenjin's heritage. Jiang Nanyuan realized that he could indeed see her, and she pondered for an extended period without arriving at any conclusions. Jiang Wenjin, noticing her prolonged silence, was about to inquire once more when Wuzhu entered, carrying a bowl of medicine. Young master, the medicine has arrived. Do you still feel pain? Quickly, drink your medicine. Jiang Wenjin observed Wenzhou making her way directly to his bed, entirely neglecting Jiang Nanyuan's presence. Wenzhou, who is that woman? Why is she in our room? Upon hearing Jiang Wenjin's inquiry, Wenzhou scanned the room, then shook her head in confusion. Young master, there is no one here. Are you certain you did not mistake it? Has the young master perhaps lost his senses due to fever? Jiang Wenjin looked again in Jiang Nanyuan's direction and, seeing her still standing there, instinctively rubbed his eyes. Upon glancing again, she had vanished. How peculiar. Could it be that I truly am hallucinating? Jiang Wenjin murmured softly, taking the medicine from Wenzhou's hands and consuming it. Upon seeing him take the medicine, Wenzhou stepped forward to assist him in lying down, tucking him in and adjusting the covers. Young master, you should rest. I shall remain by the door. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. After drinking the medicine, Jiang Wenjin indeed began to feel drowsy. He nodded and subsequently shut his eyes. Wenzhou stood guard outside, and at that moment, Xinger stealthily slipped out while Wenzhou was momentarily distracted. Jiang Nanyuan observed everything from the doorway and promptly followed suit. She saw Xinger making her way towards the courtyard of the Wangfu physician. Upon reaching the courtyard's entrance, Xinger glanced around before entering, and Jiang Nanyuan immediately trailed behind her. How strange. What business could the maidservant from Jiang Wenjin's courtyard have here? She followed inside and paused outside one of the rooms, where voices drifted out. Physician of the Wangfu, what should we do now? Aunt Lu has been silent for several days. Should we continue administering the medicine to the young master? Administer? How can we? The ingredients required for that medicine are exceedingly rare, and we lack the silver. Besides, we have no idea where Aunt Lu has gone. How can we procure it? Do you happen to have any silver? I do not. However, if the young master does not continue taking it, will he not perish? If he dies, so be it. That is his fate. Had it not been for Aunt Lu's desire to evoke pity from the marquis, he would have perished long ago. After all, he is not Aunt Lu's son. If he dies, it matters not. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyuan lowered her head, deep in thought. Astonishingly, she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Jiang Wenjin was not the son of Lu Shuang. No wonder she treated him with such indifference. This meant that Jiang Wenjin's frail health was entirely orchestrated by Lu Shuang, who had been poisoning him all these years. Whenever she wished to vie for favor, she would increase the dosage, making Jiang Nanyuan feel sympathy. Consequently, Jiang Nanyuan would be unable to attend to the other concubines. It was undeniable that she was quite the schemer. Perhaps once her younger son, Jiang Ming, matured, there would be no further need for Jiang Wenjin's existence. Yet, if he was not Lu Shuang's son, whose son could he be? A thought struck Jiang Nanyuan, and her eyes widened in realization. No. She must return and inquire with Lin Jixue first. Jiang Nanyuan decided against eavesdropping further on their conversation, and left the marquis's residence to return home. At that moment, Lin Jixue was seated in the courtyard conversing with Baiji. Upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan return, Lin Jixue rose and approached her. Yuana, where have you been so early in the morning? Xiao Yu mentioned that you did not even have breakfast. Have you eaten? Baiji, please bring out the food from the kitchen. Yes, madam. Baiji, along with Xiao Yu, descended to fetch the meal, which had been kept warm in the pot and was still steaming when served. Thank you, mother. Jiang Nanyuan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. It had been so long since she had experienced such warmth. Just moments ago, she had not felt it. But hearing Lin Jixue's words made her acutely aware of her hunger. She entered the room and sat down, with Lin Jixue following suit to keep her company. Jiang Nanyuan took the handkerchief from Xiao Yu's grasp to wipe her hands and sat at the table to begin her meal. After finishing, Baiji and Xiao Yu gathered the dishes, and Jiang Nanyuan wiped her mouth before turning to scrutinize Lin Jixue for a long while. Lin Jixue felt somewhat uncomfortable under her unwavering gaze. Yuana, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Lin Jixue remarked, extending her hand to wipe her face. Jiang Nanyuan shook her head. She had not noticed before. But now she realized that Jiang Wenjin bore a striking resemblance to Lin Jixue, especially in his eyes. Mother, I wish to ask you a question. When you gave birth to my younger brother, are you certain that he was a stillborn? Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's question, Lin Jixue was momentarily taken aback, her eyes instantly reddening. Memories of that time flooded back to her. She had just given birth and had initially heard the baby cry a few times. The midwife had brought the child to her for a glance, and she distinctly recalled a red plum blossom mark on the baby's bottom. However, after a while, the midwife took the child away, and the cries ceased. In a panic, the midwife returned the child to her, stating that he had not survived. At that moment, Lin Jixue was heartbroken, not thinking too much as she looked at the lifeless child and fainted from sorrow. When she awoke once more, Zhao Mama informed her that the child had already been buried. Since that moment, Lin Jixue had been in a state of despair, her health deteriorating day by day. Now, upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, could it be that there was some hidden truth to the previous incident? Was it possible that the child had not actually died, but rather had been harmed by them? With this thought racing through her mind, she turned sharply to Jiang Nanyuan, anxiously grasping her wrist. Yuana, he has a red plum blossom birthmark on his backside. Have you uncovered something? Is it true that the child was never dead, but was instead harmed by Zhao Mama? Jiang Nanyuan gently shook her head, patting Lin Jixue's hand. Mother, I have not discovered anything. I was simply curious. It was perhaps best not to divulge her suspicions to Lin Jixue at this moment, especially as she had yet to confirm the accuracy of her conjecture. Upon hearing Lin Jixue mention the birthmark, she found herself in a quandary. How could she verify this? Was she to burst into his quarters and spy on him while he bathed? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she decided against it. The servant named Wenju seemed to be quite loyal. Perhaps she could inquire with him later. Resolute, she exchanged a few more words with Lin Jishui before the latter retreated to her chamber, feeling somewhat melancholic about the matter. Baidi assisted her back to her room to rest. After Lin Jishui's departure, Jiang Nanyuan retrieved the invitation once more, noting that the event was scheduled for the next day. Such short notice suggested that the invitation had been hastily delivered. She intended to investigate the situation thoroughly. Chapter 53. A plunge into the water. Early the next morning, after a light breakfast, Jiang Nanyuan set out for the marquis' residence, accompanied by Qiuyu, who was carrying a box of pastries she had purchased along the way. Upon their arrival at the marquis' estate, Li Qing greeted the guests at the entrance. Jiang Nanyuan took the food box from Qiuyu and presented it. "This is a gift I have brought. Please make a note of it." Li Qing's expression twitched upon seeing the box. Today marked the 60th birthday of the old madam, and the eldest young lady had brought only a box of pastries as a gift. However, the master had given strict instructions that no one should offend the eldest young lady during her visit. With an awkward smile, he accepted the food box from Jiang Nanyuan, acknowledging her status as the eldest young lady. As she handed it over without revealing any emotion, she cast a fleeting glance at him and proceeded inward with Qiuyu. The old madam was currently in the back garden, and with a sense of idleness, Jiang Nanyuan made her way there. Upon her arrival, she noticed several ladies had already gathered. She observed the old madam seated in a pavilion, conversing with a few other ladies, with Jiang Xiuxiu supporting her. She has returned today? Jiang Nanyuan mused. The emperor had favored her for many days. How had she not yet been summoned to the palace? Her presence here suggested she was not to be underestimated. Moreover, she recognized two familiar faces, Xiao Ru and Zhou Qingqing, whom she had encountered the previous day. Their gazes met hers simultaneously, both momentarily taken aback. "Why is she here? Who exactly is she?" Xiao Ru inquired, nudging Jiang Xiuxiu's arm for clarification. At that moment, the old madam was engaged in conversation with Jiang Xiuxiu, and upon hearing Xiao Ru's question, both ladies turned their attention to Jiang Nanyuan, their expressions suddenly souring. "She is my half-sister, just recently brought back from the countryside." Upon Jiang Xiuxiu's explanation, Xiao Ru and Zhou Qingqing shot another glance at Jiang Nanyuan. So, she hails from the countryside. No wonder she exudes an air of provinciality. Sensing their scrutiny, Jiang Nanyuan chose to disregard their stares and led Qiuyu to a secluded area. The back garden featured a man-made lake, and in the chill of winter, few young ladies would venture near. Finding solitude here suited her well. "Eldest miss, what do you suppose the marquis summoned you for?" Qiuyu questioned. "He has never shown much favor towards you in the past, and given that the madam has divorced him, it is unclear why he would want you here. Who knows? We shall see. It is unlikely to be anything good." Just as Jiang Nanyuan finished her reply, a sudden gust of wind swept past her. She instinctively pulled Qiuyu closer. With a splash, a figure tumbled into the artificial lake. "Help! Someone save me. Our young lady has fallen into the water." A maid clad in green rushed over, panic etched on her face as she called out desperately upon seeing her mistress submerged. Jiang Nanyuan narrowed her eyes. Just moments ago, that young lady had clearly attempted to push her into the water. Had she not been quick-witted, it would have been her who fell in. In that fleeting instant, she had not caught a clear glimpse of the young lady's identity. "Gui Xian. Why would your young lady fall into the water?" Xiao Ru and Jiang Xiuxiu hurried over to assess the situation. Noticing the absence of Zhou Qingqing, Jiang Nanyuan immediately deduced who had fallen into the lake. Zhou Qingqing, the very person who had tried to push her. How intriguing that the gathering has not yet commenced, and already someone seeks to harm another. Is it you who caused Qingqing to fall into the lake? How wicked of you. What grievance does she hold against you that you would resort to such malice? Xiao Ru turned her ire towards Jiang Nanyuan, who had long been a source of annoyance for her. "Indeed, sister, if this is truly your doing, once Zhou Miss is rescued, you may simply apologize. She is quite magnanimous and will not hold a grudge." Jiang Xiuxiu chimed in, her voice deliberately raised as she caught sight of the old madam approaching with a throng of guests. Qiuyu, witnessing their accusations directed at Jiang Nanyuan, quickly stepped forward to defend her. "Second miss, it was not like that. It was clearly slap." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Xiao struck her sharply across the face. You insolent maid. This is not your place to speak. Silence your insolent tongue, or I shall have you dragged away for punishment. Seeing Qiu struck, Jiang Nanyuan's countenance hardened. To strike a servant without regard for their master was a blatant disrespect, and Jiang Xiao clearly did not view her as a threat. With a measured glance, she fixed her piercing gaze upon Jiang Xiao. Which of your eyes saw me push her? Would you believe me if I said she merely slipped and fell? Jiang Xiao, taken aback by Jiang Nanyuan's stare, instinctively stepped back. That is preposterous. How could she possibly fall on her own? Xiao surveyed the area, noting the stones piled along the lakeside. Typically, one would have to be quite careless to tumble in. Furthermore, she knew Zhou Qingqing was not a strong swimmer, and she kept her distance from the water. It was evident that Jiang Nanyuan had deliberately pushed her. Jiang Nanyuan shrugged nonchalantly. If you do not believe me, take a step forward. You may find yourselves in the same predicament. You need only try. Xiao and Jiang Xiao exchanged glances, contemplating the stones lining the shore, which were set at a distance from the water's edge. With a cautious approach, they were confident they would not fall in. Unwilling to accept Jiang Nanyuan's words, they exchanged determined looks and boldly stepped forward. Haha, do you see? We stand here unscathed. Yet you utter such nonsense merely to evade responsibility. Xiao declared triumphantly as she cast a smug glance at Jiang Nanyuan. Regardless of how Zhou Qingqing fell today, she was determined to place the blame squarely on Jiang Nanyuan, ensuring she faced retribution. She felt a deep-seated satisfaction at the thought of dragging her off to receive 20 lashes. Sister, just admit it, you. Before Jiang Xiao could finish her boastful remark, both she and Xiao tumbled into the lake simultaneously. The elderly matron, accompanied by a throng of onlookers, rushed to the scene, her heart racing at the sight of their fall. After all, it was the 10th princess. Should anything untoward happen at their estate, the repercussions would be dire. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and rescue them. The matron, standing anxiously at the water's edge, began to rattle her cane, casting frantic glances at the attendants and guards nearby. Chapter 54, A Lesson for Jiang Ming. The attendants and guards exchanged bewildered looks at the matron's command. Did they not wish to assist? Or were they simply too apprehensive? After all, they were unwed maidens, and especially in the case of a princess, they were even more reluctant to intervene. Madam, we are merely guards. The bodies of the princess and the young ladies are precious, and we dare not lay a hand on them, one of the guards replied. The matron, upon hearing this, realized the truth of their words, yet her urgency only intensified. Mother, what has transpired? Why all this commotion? Jiang Nanyuan approached with Xiao Yujing, having spotted his mother from a distance, puzzled by her frantic demeanor. The throngs of people gathered near the artificial lake raised alarm bells in his mind. Could someone have fallen in? Oh, Fenger, you're just in time. You must help save them. Both the princess and Xiao have fallen into the water, and Miss Zhou is barely hanging on. Jiang Nanyuan and Xiao Yujing rushed forward, and upon witnessing the three struggling in the water, Xiao Yujing leaped in without hesitation, first rescuing Xiao from the depths. It was still late March, and the icy waters sent a shock through Xiao Yujing's body. Seeing him plunge into the lake, Jiang Nanyuan quickly signaled to a hidden guard to assist in rescuing the other two. There was no time to consider their reputations. Saving lives was paramount. What on earth had transpired? How had the princess and Xiao ended up in the lake? With such a significant incident occurring at his estate, Jiang Nanyuan feared he would bear some of the blame, but he needed to ascertain the full situation. Ask her, it was all her doing. The matron glared at Jiang Nanyuan with indignation. Jiang Nanyuan followed her gaze, and upon realizing Jiang Nanyuan was at the center of the turmoil, his expression darkened. Jiang Nanyuan, I summoned you to celebrate a birthday, not to wreak havoc. How dare you push the princess into the lake? What kind of rebellious daughter have I raised? Jiang Nanyuan, exasperated, raised his hand as if to strike Jiang Nanyuan. Jiang Nanyuan regarded him coldly, poised to catch his descending hand, but another hand was quicker, seizing Jiang Nanyuan's wrist. Both Jiang Nanyuan and Jiang Nanyuan paused, turning to identify the owner of the hand. Father, it wasn't her doing. I saw that miss attempt to push her, but instead, she fell in herself. Neither my sister nor the 10th princess were pushed by her. They fell in on their own accord. This is not her fault. Jiang Wenjin, despite being Jiang Xiao's brother, felt compelled to defend Jiang Nanyuan. Today was the matron's 60th birthday, and although Jiang Wenjin's health was stable, He had intended to offer some auspicious words. Upon learning they were in the garden, he had his attendant push him over, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Despite Jiang Xiuxiu being his biological sister, he found himself more inclined to protect Jiang Nanyuan from unjust blame. Earlier, he had only caught a glimpse of Jiang Nanyuan's back, unable to see her face, but now, locking eyes with her, he was struck with disbelief. "Is that you?" he whispered, the words barely audible to those around them. Save for Jiang Nanyuan, who heard him clearly. "Jean, what nonsense are you spouting? How could they have fallen in on their own? That's utterly preposterous." Jiang Nanyuan was not convinced. If the marquis doesn't believe, he can simply test it for himself, Jiang Nanyuan retorted with a mocking smile. "Very well. I shall see how that unfolds," Jiang Nanyuan replied, his irritation mounting as he took a few steps forward. "Fomer, do not go. Come back." The matron, having witnessed Xiaoshiru and Jiang Xiuxiu's fall, was desperate to prevent Jiang Nanyuan from meeting the same fate. As he moved closer, her heart raced with dread, knowing the situation was indeed uncanny. Just as she reached out to grasp Jiang Nanyuan's arm, he stumbled forward uncontrollably. The momentum caused the matron to follow suit, both tumbling into the lake. Xiao Yujing, struggling to bring Xiaoshiru to shore, was taken aback when Jiang Nanyuan and the matron fell atop them, plunging them both back into the frigid waters. Xiao Yujing was caught off guard and inhaled a mouthful of water. When he finally resurfaced, he quickly scanned for Xiaoshiru, only to find her unconscious, prompting him to swim over and drag her to safety. The guards, witnessing the matron and Jiang Nanyuan also plunge into the water, were unaccustomed to swimming, flailing about in panic. After considerable effort, they managed to retrieve everyone from the water. Jiang Nanyuan observed them as they emerged, each face pale from the icy shock of the lake. Given the bitter cold, they were fortunate not to fall ill. Did you not wish to celebrate your 60th birthday, matron? How does this grand gift suit you?" Jiang Nanyuan mused, her voice laced with sarcasm. If they sought to slander her, they must be prepared for the consequences. Reaching into her pocket, Jiang Nanyuan procured a packet of powder, which she approached Jiang Nanyuan and the matron. "Marquis, matron, I just remembered I have matters to attend to. I've already given my birthday gift to the steward. I bid you farewell." As she spoke, she scattered the powder into the air, which was colorless and odorless, wafting into the nostrils of those present. Unconcerned about their reactions, Jiang Nanyuan strode towards the gates of the marquis's residence alongside Qiu Yue. Initially, some attempted to obstruct her, but upon revealing her thunderfire whip, they dared not approach her again. "Wait, older sister. I have something to ask you." Just as Jiang Nanyuan reached the entrance, she heard Jiang Wenjin's voice from behind. Instinctively, she halted and turned to see him approaching, propelled by his attendant. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Jiang Nanyuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Wenjin hesitated, clearly grappling with his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to voice, "Older sister, have we met somewhere before?" Jiang Nanyuan could not suppress a laugh, and just as she prepared to respond, a familiar, vexing voice interrupted from behind Jiang Wenjin. "Hey, you sickly wretch. What are you doing at the entrance? What are you discussing with that wretched girl? Come back, you are forbidden from speaking with her." Jiang Ming was uncertain from whence he had emerged, but upon observing Jiang Wenjin engaged in conversation with Jiang Nanyuan, an intense displeasure surged within him. She was the daughter of that woman, and not of commendable character. Upon her return, she had usurped both Lu Yinyang's courtyard and his sister's. Originally, he had been poised to inherit the title of legitimate son. Yet her and her mother's return had thwarted that, leaving his father reluctant to elevate Lu Yinyang to the status of a primary wife. Consequently, he remained a mere illegitimate son, harboring an utmost loathing for Jiang Nanyuan. Jiang Nanyuan, upon hearing him call her a sickly wretch, had intended to teach him a lesson the last time she was in Jiang Wenjin's chamber, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Striding toward him, she seized his ear with one hand while brandishing a lightning whip in the other, delivering several sharp strikes upon his backside. "Is this how Lu Yinyang has instructed you? To be so impudent?" Chapter 55. Elder sister, will I see you again? "You vile creature, release me. By what right do you strike me? I shall inform father and grandmother of your bullying." Jiang Ming wailed, his backside ablaze with pain, his ear throbbing as if it were on the verge of detachment from the force of Jiang Nanyuan's grip. "Sickly wretch. Are you merely going to stand by and watch her torment me? Am I not your own brother? Come and rescue me from this vile wench. He bellowed through clenched teeth, noticing Jiang Nanyuan silently observing from the side, providing no assistance. Third brother, what elder sister has done is justified. Your foul language merits such a reprimand, Jiang Nanyuan responded, observing that Jiang Nanyuan had not inflicted any serious harm, merely administering a couple of lashes that would leave no lasting damage due to his resilient skin. Had Jiang Ming been privy to Jiang Nanyuan's thoughts, he would have been incensed to the point of bleeding from the mouth. Who says it doesn't hurt? You give it a try. Cease this, Jiang Nanyuan. What are you doing? Let go of my brother. Jiang Xiaoxiao, having been rescued from the lake and having changed into dry clothing, learned of Jiang Nanyuan's departure and was instructed by her father to pursue her and bring her back. Although uncertain of Jiang Nanfeng's intentions regarding Jiang Nanyuan, she followed, only to witness Jiang Nanyuan striking Jiang Ming, which ignited her fury. She hurried over, intent on pulling Jiang Ming away. Upon seeing her approach, Jiang Nanyuan swung her whip again. Jiang Xiaoxiao yelped in pain, retracting her hand immediately. This whip is excruciating. She glanced at the back of her hand, where the skin had split and begun to swell. You wretched girl, I shall not let this go. Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened as she lunged at Jiang Nanyuan. Jiang Nanyuan, agile in her movements, evaded her grasp entirely. I will kill you. Jiang Xiaoxiao screeched, her ire boiling over as she charged again. Jiang Nanyuan stood her ground, coldly regarding her approach. As Jiang Xiaoxiao neared, Jiang Nanyuan sidestepped, causing her to tumble face first into the ground. To add insult to injury, a few crows flew overhead, releasing their droppings that unceremoniously landed in Jiang Xiaoxiao's mouth. Jiang Xiaoxiao instinctively smacked her lips together, bewildered. What is this? She wiped her mouth, only to see the contents on her hand, her eyes widening in horror, before she gagged several times and scrambled away, utterly frantic, disregarding the disdainful expressions of Jiang Ming and Jiang Nanyuan nearby. Seeing her retreat, Jiang Nanyuan found the situation sufficiently repugnant. She turned to Jiang Ming and warned, If you dare bully anyone again, I shall strike you each time I see it. Do you understand? Jiang Ming, genuinely frightened by the beating, nodded vigorously in acquiescence. Satisfied with his response, Jiang Nanyuan chose to ignore him further and approached Jiang Nanyuan, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. Upon completion of her inquiry, Jiang Nanyuan's face flushed crimson, as if it were to bleed. Jiang Nanyuan had brazenly asked whether he had a birthmark on his posterior, opting for directness rather than stealth. Jiang Nanyuan stammered, Why do you ask such a thing? His mind raced with the implications. Did this elder sister harbor some undisclosed fascination? Was she inclined to inspect people's rears? How was he to respond? Wait, how did she even know he possessed such a mark? Had she spied on him while bathing? No, that couldn't be. She had only recently returned and had never seen him until… she had indeed appeared unexpectedly in his chamber last time. Had she caught sight of it then? Hey, I'm asking you a question. What are you thinking about? Tell me, do you? Jiang Nanyuan, sensing her unwavering demeanor and lack of shame, lowered his head, finally managing a meek The sound was so faint that had Jiang Nanyuan not possessed keen hearing, she might have missed it entirely. Upon hearing his reply, Jiang Nanyuan felt a surge of excitement. Extend your hand. Jiang Nanyuan, perplexed by her intentions, had no resistance against her words and obediently complied. As he extended his hand, a tickle in his throat prompted a few coughs. Master, are you all right? It's rather chilly outside. We ought to return soon, Wenju whispered, concerned about the length of time Jiang Nanyuan had spent outside. She sensed his well-being might be compromised. Moreover, the peculiar behavior of this young lady left her puzzled. While she couldn't discern what had transpired in their exchange, Jiang Nanyuan's expression suggested it was hardly benign. Jiang Nanyuan noticed Jiang Nanyuan resting her hand upon his pulse and shot a warning glare at Wenju, signaling her to be silent and not disturb the elder sister. Is she diagnosing him? Does she possess medical knowledge? He mused, apprehensive about his own condition, which had failed to improve under the care of the royal physicians. After a brief examination, Jiang Nanyuan withdrew her hand and instructed him to switch to the other. Her brow furrowed deeper as she detected that not only had he been afflicted with various poisons, but he had also been consuming a drug with addictive properties for years. This was the very substance she had overheard Xinger administering to him. The drug contained poppy, and excessive consumption would lead to dependence, causing severe discomfort upon withdrawal. No wonder he had appeared so distressed that day. She had mistakenly assumed it was the toxins plaguing him, when in fact it was this drug. He had been reliant on it for nearly 5 to 6 years, making cessation a formidable challenge, while the other poisons within him were relatively manageable. This particular toxin posed a significant hurdle. His resolve was required to overcome it. She contemplated informing him of this revelation but decided against it, opting instead to share the news with Lin Jishua first. As she turned to leave, she remembered something and retrieved a small porcelain vial from her space, placing it into his hand. Next time you feel unwell, simply take one of the pills inside. Do not exceed one a day. Jiang Nanyuan cast a glance at the small vial in his hand before raising his eyes to Jiang Nanyuan. A wave of emotion surged within him. For the first time in many years, he felt the warmth of concern from someone other than his father. He had never anticipated that this elder sister, whom he met for the first time, would show him such kindness. Elder sister, will I be able to see you again? As Jiang Nanyuan turned to leave, Jiang Nanyuan squeezed the porcelain bottle tightly, summoning his courage to ask. Jiang Nanyuan turned back to meet his hopeful gaze and gently nodded. Once you feel better, I will take you out to play. She was reluctant to return to but spending time outdoors was certainly appealing. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, Jiang Nanyuan's expression dimmed instantly. Given his current physical condition, even being pushed outside by Wenju was the utmost limit. Venturing beyond the estate was simply out of the question. Yet, upon reflection, he understood why Jiang Nanyuan was hesitant to return. After all, for many years, he and Lady Lin had lived on the estate without any concern from their father. If the roles were reversed, he too would likely resist returning to the resigned. He watched as Jiang Nanyuan departed from until she vanished from sight, then turned to Wenju and said, "Please take me back." Wenju immediately obliged, pushing him homeward. The commotion caused by Jiang Nanyuan and his companions had undoubtedly derailed the elderly matriarch's birthday banquet. Particularly concerning was the severe chill that had befallen Xiao Shiru, who remained unconscious. Xiao Yujing had already dispatched someone to summon the imperial physician. Consequently, the matriarch instructed the other ladies to return home for the time being, as the banquet would not proceed. The other ladies, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, hastily took their leave. A crowd gathered in the guest room, anxiously awaiting the physician's diagnosis of Xiao Shiru. The physician arrived in haste, conducting a thorough examination. After his assessment, he stepped back in alarm, his eyes wide with fear. "Your Highness, do not approach the 10th princess too closely. She has contracted smallpox." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, instinctively retreating a few steps, fearful that the illness afflicting Xiao Shiru would spread to them. They had heard of smallpox before, recalling a previous outbreak in a small county in the south. When local officials reported the situation, the emperor, upon learning of the contagion severity, did not dispatch physicians to aid the county. Instead, he sent the imperial guards to eradicate the entire population. This incident had sparked widespread outrage. Some condemned the emperor's brutality, while others argued it was a necessary measure to prevent further spread. At that time, Xiao Yujing had supported the emperor's course of action. Yet, now that his sister had suddenly fallen ill, he found himself beset with worry over potential contagion. The affection he had once felt for her had transformed into trepidation. Recalling the moment she had fallen into the water and his desperate attempt to save her, he was now consumed by concern for his own safety. "Li Tai, come here quickly and check me, see if I have been infected." Upon hearing this, Li Tai hesitated, reluctant to approach for fear of contagion. However, he was bound by duty as the second prince, compelled to obey. Reluctantly, he stepped forward to check Xiao Yujing's pulse, and his face blanched in horror. "Your Highness, you too have contracted the disease." Panic surged through him at the thought that perhaps the entire was afflicted. Today, many guests had attended the matriarch's birthday celebration. If even a few had been infected, chaos would undoubtedly ensue throughout the capital. It was strange that such a plague had suddenly appeared in the capital. His thoughts were in disarray as he saw the anxious look in Xiao Yujing's eyes, prompting him to deliver the grim news. "Your Highness, you have indeed contracted the illness." Li Tai stammered, trembling. This was disastrous. Why had it been him on duty at the Taiyuan hospital today? It seemed his fate was sealed. Li Tai's expression was one of utter despair. Upon hearing the diagnosis, Xiao Yujing's face turned ashen. He recalled the emperor's past handling of such outbreaks and felt a wave of dread wash over him. What if the emperor decided to eradicate them as well? "Li Tai, you are to remain here today. I don't care what method you employ. You must find an antidote for this ailment. Otherwise, I shall take your life. Upon hearing Xiao Yujing's words, Li Tai fell to his knees, wiping the sweat from his brow. Your Highness, my medical skills are limited. Could you possibly send for a few more physicians to assist me? He was acutely aware of his limitations. Relying solely on his own knowledge to find a cure would likely end in failure. Xiao Yujing pondered the matter, realizing it would be impossible to keep this a secret given the number of visitors to the today. Even if they attempted to suppress the news, should any of the departing guests fall ill, the information would inevitably spread. The entire capital would be thrown into turmoil, and surely the emperor would not resort to executing all his subjects. Having come to this conclusion, he instructed Li Tai to summon someone to the palace to report the situation. Li Tai exhaled slowly, rising to fulfill Xiao Yujing's command. As he stepped outside, he encountered his apprentice returning. Earlier, he had sent the boy out to fetch a missing ingredient, and upon seeing him, he covered his mouth and nose with a cloth and whispered a few urgent words to him. The apprentice's eyes widened in alarm, understanding the gravity of the situation, and nodded before dashing towards the palace. By afternoon, panic swept through the capital. Upon hearing the news, the emperor's first instinct was to round everyone up and burn them alive. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that this involved the families of numerous officials. Annihilating them would leave the capital devoid of citizens. What then would be his role as emperor? This line of thought was untenable. After further deliberation, he ordered the physicians at the Taiyuan hospital to find a solution for the outbreak, threatening execution for any who failed. Additionally, he instructed the imperial guards to post notices on the streets, ordering the closure of all shops and mandating that everyone remain indoors. Anyone defying this edict would face execution as a public spectacle. These decrees sent the capital into a state of chaos. The news reached Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue. When Jiang Nanyuan learned of the unfolding events, she merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. This was all part of her design. Yet, what they were suffering from was neither smallpox nor any contagious disease. This is merely a poison she has concocted, resembling smallpox, which is not contagious to humans. Yet the symptoms closely mimic those of the disease. If the antidote is not administered, pustules will gradually emerge on the face, leading to a slow and painful decay. However, it is not particularly difficult to neutralize. Should the physicians of the Imperial Medical Academy possess any competence, they would undoubtedly be able to remedy it. This is but a trifling punishment she has devised. Chapter 57. The plan to steal Jiang Wenjin away. Yuana, what shall we do now that the entire capital is afflicted with smallpox? Did you visit the Ho residence this morning? Could there be any repercussions? Lin Jixue was extremely anxious upon hearing this news. She harbored no concern for the predicament of Jiang Nanfeng and the others at the Ho residence, but the thought of Jiang Nanyuan having also gone there earlier filled her with dread, fearing she might have contracted the disease as well. Though she was aware of Jiang Nanyuan's exceptional medical skills, the severity of this illness left her uncertain if Jiang Nanyuan could find a cure. Having finally cultivated a closer bond with Jiang Nanyuan, she was loath to lose her daughter once more. Do not worry, mother. I am fine. Even if I were to contract smallpox, I have my methods to treat it. Hearing Jiang Nanyuan's assured response, Lin Jixue felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. Yuan, from now on, let's avoid visiting the Ho residence if possible. Their intentions are far from benign. Lin Jixue had returned home with a newfound clarity regarding Jiang Nanfeng and his family. Upon learning that Jiang Nanyuan and Qiu Yue had gone to the Ho residence to celebrate a birthday, she had sensed that Jiang Nanfeng harbored ill intentions, wishing to do something nefarious to her beloved daughter. Fortunately, Jiang Nanyuan was now clever and astute enough to evade their schemes, allowing Lin Jixue to rest easy at home while awaiting her daughter's return. Enough of this, mother. I wish to discuss something with you. But please do not become overly excited after I speak. Lin Jixue's curiosity was piqued by Jiang Nanyuan's words, wondering what she had to say that might provoke such a reaction. Could it be that Jiang Nanyuan had rescued their father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law? It was no wonder she thought so. At this moment, the only thing that could elicit such excitement was indeed this possibility. Mother, please come inside. I will explain everything to you. Jiang Nanyuan guided her mother into the room, where they settled at the table. Slowly, Jiang Nanyuan revealed her suspicions to Lin Jixue. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's revelations, Lin Jixue's hands trembled with excitement, even causing her to overturn the teacup on the table. Her exhilaration was palpable. After a long moment of composure, she finally managed to ask, Your Honor, is what you say true? My child is truly alive? Has he been swapped by Lu Shuang? Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan recount the tribulations Jiang Wenjin had faced over the past few years, Lin Jixue clutched her chest, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Why had Lu Shuang treated her child in such a manner? Since she had replaced him, why not care for him properly? Tears streamed down her face as these thoughts consumed her. Jiang Nanyuan anticipated this reaction. She rose and moved beside Lin Jixue, gently stroking her back in an attempt to comfort her. Though she was not adept at offering solace, she remained by her side in silent support. Once Lin Jixue's emotions had somewhat settled, she wiped the tears from her eyes and looked hopefully at Jiang Nanyuan. Yuana, may I see him? Regret washed over her. Had she known not to part ways with Jiang Nanyuan so hastily, she could have visited him more frequently within the residence. Now that they had moved away from the Ho residence, the thought of seeing him seemed a distant dream. After contemplating, Jiang Nanyuan reasoned that the current turmoil at the Ho residence due to the false smallpox outbreak would likely mean no one was paying attention to Jiang Wenjin. If she were to stealthily extract him, it was probable no one would notice. Mother, I do have a plan to bring him out for you to meet. But we must keep this a secret from him for now. I fear that if I overwhelm him with too much information at once, he may not believe me and could become frightened. Very well, I shall follow your lead, Your Honor. I will say whatever you instruct me to say. Lin Jixue's sole desire was to see him, and whether or not to reveal the truth was of little consequence to her. Upon hearing Lin Jixue's agreement, Jiang Nanyuan whispered a few words in her ear. She intended to visit the Ho residence early the next morning to clandestinely retrieve him. Given the heightened security at the Ho residence, she planned to prepare some sedatives to incapacitate him before safely bringing him back into her possession. She shared her strategy with Lin Jixue, who nodded in agreement. After dinner that evening, both women returned to their respective rooms to rest. The day's events had been overwhelmingly shocking, and Lin Jixue lay in bed for a long while, processing it all. Sleep eluded her as thoughts of seeing Jiang Wenjin the following day consumed her. Resolutely, she rose to sew him a belt, working tirelessly through the night until the early dawn, completing the task. She wondered if he would even like it. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan slept soundly, having retired early. As dawn broke, she opened her eyes, donned a set of dark clothing, and made her way to the Ho residence. She easily infiltrated the estate and proceeded directly to Jiang Wenjin's courtyard. To her surprise, she discovered he was already awake. He lay curled up in bed, trembling slightly, his lips pale as he bit down hard to stifle any sounds of distress. Wenju stood by the bedside, his heart aching for Jiang Wenjin, anxiously pacing as if he were an ant on a hot stove, unsure of what to do. When Jiang Wenjin fell ill, he had rushed to find the royal physician, only to be informed that the medicine Jiang Wenjin had taken earlier had run out. Lacking the silver to procure the necessary herbs, he had no choice but to return for funds. The required medicine cost 50 taels of silver. Hearing such a sum, Wenju's face fell. Their young master had no money, and the little that remained had been taken by the young master. With no other option, he reluctantly sought out Jiang Nanyuan to report the situation. Jiang Nanyuan generally treated the eldest master well, so Wenju assumed he would not neglect him. However, this time, Jiang Nanyuan was overwhelmed with his own troubles. Having no energy to spare for Jiang Wenjin, who was in dire distress, fearing the smallpox would infect him too, he barely heard Wenju's pleas and ordered him to leave. Defeated, Wenju returned, watching helplessly as the young master suffered. Oh, master, if your discomfort is too great, you may bite me, but do not harm yourself, Wenju implored. Seeing Jiang Wenjin biting his lip until it bled, he rolled up his sleeve, extending his arm, hoping Jiang Wenjin would redirect his anguish. Jiang Nanyuan, observing this scene, felt puzzled. Had he not taken the medicine she had given him? Did he not trust her? The thought displeased her. She stepped inside, closed the door, and set up a barrier at the entrance. You are in such distress. Why have you not taken the pills I provided? Do you doubt me? She spoke, her tone tinged with frustration. Jiang Wenjin and Waju turned in fear toward the door, startled by her voice. Earlier, Jiang Nanyuan had used a concealment technique, rendering her invisible to them. They watched in bewilderment as the door closed mysteriously, uncertainty clouding their minds. For some reason, Jiang Wenjin could not perceive Jiang Nanyuan's presence this time. Hearing her voice, they glanced around the room, their eyes filled with trepidation. Frustrated by her own oversight, Jiang Nanyuan snapped her fingers to dispel the invisibility spell and suddenly appeared before them, further intensifying their terror. Miss, how did you come to be here? Could it be that this young lady is a specter? How else could she arrive and depart without a trace? Jiang Wenjin's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan's unexpected presence. He quickly composed himself, donning an expression of joy. Suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he forced a smile. Elder sister, you have come to see me. Chapter 58. A reunion of mother and son. Why haven't you taken your medicine? Jiang Nanyuan's tone betrayed a hint of displeasure. Observing her ire, Wenju snapped back to reality from his earlier astonishment, fearing Jiang Nanyuan might misunderstand the young master. He hastily clarified, Miss, it is not that the young master refuses to take the medicine you provided. Rather, it was young Master Ming who snatched it away and discarded it. Even if our young master wished to consume it, he would be unable to do so. Upon learning that it was that rascal Jiang Ming who had disposed of her medicine, her expression softened somewhat. Concealing her actions with the sleeve of her garment, she retrieved another small porcelain vial from her spatial pouch and tossed it to him. Take this. Jiang Wenjin caught the vial she had thrown and opened it, ingesting one of the pills. Wuzhu had initially intended to speak further, but seeing Jiang Wenjin had already taken it, he held his tongue. He was uncertain whether the young lady's medicine would be effective, but now that the young master had consumed it, there was no turning back. Yet, how did the young lady manage to arrive here? Wenju found himself utterly perplexed. Elder sister, this medicine is truly remarkable. After taking it, my pain has vanished. Jiang Wenjin exclaimed with delight. Despite the bitter and unpleasant concoctions they had been forced to drink, none had ever yielded such immediate results. This pill dissolved seamlessly in his mouth, devoid of any bitterness, and most crucially, he felt significantly better afterward. Good, as long as you're no longer in pain. Rise. I shall take you to a place, Jiang Nanyuan instructed. Miss, given the state of the young master, I fear. Wenju's words trailed off. Startled at Jiang Nanyuan's intention to take Jiang Wenjin out, he had yet to finish his thought when he heard Jiang Wenjin's excited voice exclaim, Elder sister, are you really taking me out? Wonderful. Just a moment, I shall rise at once. Young master, Wenju shot Jiang Nanyuan a reproachful glance, wondering if she was truly unaware of Jiang Wenjin's frail condition, insisting on taking him out without a thought for his well-being. He wanted to offer counsel, but found himself silenced by the warning look Jiang Wenjin cast his way. Resignedly, he fetched a thicker cloak to keep him warm. Miss, there are rumors of an outbreak of smallpox in the manor. The steward is unlikely to allow the young master to venture outside. Wuzhu clung to a glimmer of hope, attempting to dissuade Jiang Nanyuan. Fear not, I have a way to take him out. You shall remain here and ensure no one approaches. Later, I will return him to you safe and sound. With Jiang Nanyuan's assurance, Wuzhu, being merely a servant, could protest no longer and nodded in acquiescence. After wrapping Jiang Wenjin in the cloak, Jiang Nanyuan held him close, and in an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving Wuzhu in a state of utter shock. Could it be that the young lady was a celestial being? To disappear just like that? Shaking his head in disbelief, he resolved to guard the courtyard, ensuring no one intruded, for although the young master's quarters were typically deserted, one could never be too cautious. Jiang Nanyuan effortlessly leapt onto the rooftop, initially intending to render Jiang Wenjin unconscious and transport him through her spatial pouch. Yet, she soon realized that the guards of the marquis residence were lax in their vigilance. It would be a simple matter to escort him away. Thus, she glided through the air with Jiang Wenjin, swiftly exiting the marquis estate. Jiang Wenjin was left pale and speechless, overwhelmed by the thrill of the experience. He longed to scream, but restrained himself, fearing that such a cry would draw attention from within the marquis residence. Upon arriving at the residence where Jiang Nanyuan and her mother resided, she guided him inside, and it took Jiang Wenjin some time to regain his composure. Lin Jixue had been waiting in the courtyard and rushed out in excitement upon their return, her gaze fixating on Jiang Wenjin, unable to tear herself away. Jiang Wenjin, come here. This is my mother. It is your first meeting, is it not? You should greet her as well. Understanding that Lin Jixue likely had much to discuss with Jiang Wenjin, yet recognizing the awkwardness of their inaugural encounter, Jiang Nanyuan took the initiative to break the ice. Mother. Finally regaining his composure, Jiang Wenjin approached respectfully, performing a courteous bow to Lin Jixue. Ah, good, good. What a good child. Since this is our first meeting, I do not know your preferences. Here is a small gift for you. Please accept it without disdain. Lin Jixue presented him with a belt she had prepared in advance. Jiang Wenjin was taken aback. He had heard from Jiang Xiuxiu and Jiang Ming that this Lady Lin was not easy to get along with. Moreover, Lu Shuang had repeatedly warned him that Lin Jixue had nearly caused her to miscarry. She had also instructed him to avoid any closeness with them, as they were the root of his troubles. In his youth, Jiang Wenjin had harbored resentment towards her. However, as he matured, he realized Lu Shuang did not seem particularly concerned about him. Eventually, she ceased to speak of such matters. Furthermore, with Lin Jixue no longer residing in the manor, any lingering animosity had long since dissipated. Yet, upon meeting Lady Lin today, he found her demeanor to be in stark contrast to the image painted by Lu Shuang. Where Lu Shuang described her as envious and scheming, today's encounter revealed a kind and warm woman, who even prepared a gift for him at their first meeting. "Thank you, Lady Lin." Jiang Wenjin knelt, lifting the belt above his head in reverence as he accepted the gift. Noticing his excessive courtesy, Lin Jixue hurried to assist him in rising. The moment their hands touched, she felt the chill in his skin. "It is freezing outside. You should not linger in the cold. I have heard that your health is poor. Let us go inside." The warmth of the charcoal fire inside was a welcome relief from the frigid air outside. Jiang Nanyuan followed closely behind as Lin Jixue ushered Jiang Wenjin into the room. Once inside, Lin Jixue seated him and began to inquire about his well-being, asking him a myriad of questions regarding his likes and daily activities within the manor. Though somewhat shy, Jiang Wenjin answered her questions diligently, stealing glances at Jiang Nanyuan from time to time. Lady Lin's warmth was almost overwhelming. He had not anticipated that Jiang Nanyuan's intent in bringing him here was to introduce him to her mother. Lin Jixue was unfailingly attentive, treating him with the care one might reserve for a family member, showing no hint of disdain. He stayed for lunch, during which Lin Jixue took it upon herself to prepare a meal of his favorite dishes. Over the years at the estate, Granny Zhao had often compelled her to cook, transforming her from a novice into a skilled cook. Fortunately, the dishes Jiang Wenjin loved were among those she had mastered. Surprised that Lin Jixue would personally cook for him, Jiang Wenjin felt a twinge of sympathy for her and Jiang Nanyuan. Chapter 59. Revealing the truth to Jiang Wenjin. Elder sister, these years you have spent in the estate must have been difficult, have they not? For reasons unknown. Jiang Wenjin was deeply curious about the lives Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue had led during their time at the manor. Jiang Nanyuan briefly recounted their lives at Zhuangzi to him, deliberately emphasizing how Zhao Momo had once subjected them to relentless trials. Her intent was rather straightforward. She wished to evoke Jiang Wenjin's sympathy for them, so that when they revealed the entirety of their circumstances later, he would be more amenable to accepting it. Indeed, after she finished speaking, a look of compassion manifested on Jiang Wenjin's face. Following their lunch together, Jiang Nanyuan escorted him back. However, before they departed, Lin Jixue felt an overwhelming reluctance. She longed to prevent him from leaving, even wishing he could stay overnight. Yet, such a notion was utterly impossible. He would inevitably return. In truth, it wasn't only Lin Jixue who felt this way. Jiang Wenjin too harbored a sense of reluctance, despite their brief half-day together. In that short span, he experienced a long-forgotten warmth, and he found himself somewhat reluctant to go back. Upon returning to the marquis' residence, he would again be alone, spending his days with Wenju in the courtyard, devoid of anyone to visit him or offer him comfort. After safely delivering him to the courtyard, Wenju, upon seeing his return, finally felt his anxious heart ease. The young master had been out for an entire morning, and he was quite apprehensive that someone might come looking for him. However, his worries were unfounded. Given the current dire circumstances within the residence, it was unlikely anyone would seek him out. Jiang Nanyuan did not linger in the courtyard. Having seen him safely returned, she departed from her quarters. Back at home, Lin Jixue did not retreat to her room to rest. Instead, she approached Jiang Nanyuan to inquire whether Jiang Wenjin had been safely escorted back. Upon receiving Jiang Nanyuan's affirmative nod, she pulled her back inside, wanting to discuss for a while. She was essentially inquiring about Jiang Nanyuan's thoughts, wishing to know when they might reveal the truth to Jiang Wenjin. After some contemplation, Jiang Nanyuan resolved to postpone the revelation until they had spent more time together. She shared her thoughts with Lin Jixue, and the two engaged in further conversation about various topics. Eventually, Jiang Nanyuan returned to her own room to rest. Lin Jixue, having not slept the previous night, felt weary at that moment. After Jiang Nanyuan departed, she too retreated to her room for some rest. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. The weather gradually warmed, and one day, Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue were having breakfast together in their room. Suddenly, Bai Ji and Xiaoyu rushed in, exclaiming, "Madam, miss, something terrible has happened." Upon hearing their frantic voices, both Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue paused, perplexed, and looked towards them. "What has occurred? Why the panic?" "Miss, today Bai Ji and I were out shopping and happened to see the officials escorting the 9th prince back to the capital. The emperor has issued an order to transport the 9th prince south for exile in 3 days. We even saw the notice posted at the city gate, which indicated that the duke and his family are among those to be exiled." Upon hearing this, Lin Jixue's appetite vanished. She set down her chopsticks. Her face clouded with concern as she glanced at Jiang Nanyuan, feeling torn. Over the past month, she had spent increasing amounts of time with Jiang Wenjin, often accompanied by Jiang Nanyuan. Their bond had steadily deepened. Now, upon learning this news, she was uncertain whether the duke's family being exiled would also implicate her in the same fate. It wasn't that she feared the prospect of exile, rather, she was anxious about leaving Jiang Wenjin alone in the residence. Moreover, she had heard from Jiang Nanyuan that he bore multiple toxins within him. What would happen to him if they departed? "Mother, are you concerned about Jiang Wenjin?" Jiang Nanyuan, noticing Lin Jixue's gaze upon her, instantly understood her meaning. After receiving a nod in response, Jiang Nanyuan fell into deep contemplation. Despite their frequent camaraderie over the past month, where she had subtly been treating Jiang Wenjin's ailments, she realized that his trust in them had grown. It was time to disclose the truth to him. She resolved to reveal everything that very night, leaving the final choice to him without any compulsion on her part. "Mother, I shall visit the marquis' residence tonight to lay bare everything to him. Ultimately, his choice will depend solely on his own will." Lin Jixue nodded, torn between hope that Jiang Wenjin would choose to accompany them into exile and the dread of him doing so. The arduous journey of exile filled her with trepidation, fearing that his fragile health might not withstand it, yet she also worried about him being left alone in the marquis' residence, where he could perish unnoticed. It was indeed a dilemma that left her deeply conflicted. Observing Lin Jixue's turmoil, Jiang Nanyuan reassured her, "Mother, do not overthink it. If he wishes to leave with us, I shall ensure his safety throughout the journey and gradually restore his health. Should he choose not to go, I will leave him some medicinal supplies to gradually alleviate the toxins within him, though continued care will be essential." "All right, Nanyuan, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Were it not for you, I fear I would have met my end long ago." "Mother, do not say such things. You should rest for a while. I must step out." With their imminent departure approaching, she needed to gather more supplies. Over the past month, she had been steadily accumulating provisions. Presently, her storage was filled with several thousand pounds of rice and flour, over 200 weapons, and a considerable amount of prepared food and pastries. Her space was brimming, and she suddenly felt it was somewhat cramped, if only it were a bit larger. As she pondered this, she ventured out to procure additional supplies to store. Xiaoan had spent a month cultivating in her space, and had managed to regain half of his human form. During his leisure, he would help her organize the supplies, neatly arranging everything. Upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan bring in more items, he could not help but twitch his mouth. Yet again, she had accumulated so many things. He promptly approached to assist her in organizing the newly acquired supplies. That evening, Jiang Nanyuan stealthily entered Jiang Wenjin's chamber to awaken him. Jiang Wenjin had long grown accustomed to her unexpected visits. He and Wuzhu both welcomed her presence. Each time she appeared, he felt a surge of joy. Wenzhou, having transitioned from initial resistance to now eagerly anticipating her visits, noted how Jiang Wenjin seemed to brighten for days afterward, and his health appeared to improve. Just seeing Jiang Wenjin happy brought him satisfaction. This time, upon seeing Jiang Nanyuan arrive, he proactively stepped outside to keep watch, allowing them privacy to converse. "Elder sister, why have you come so late today?" He noted that she usually visited during the day to take him out for leisure, rarely appearing at night. Her late arrival set his heart racing, an instinctive feeling that something amiss was unfolding. Chapter 60. Elder sister, mother, I have arrived. "Yes, I have come today to discuss something of great importance with you." Upon hearing her mention an important matter, Jiang Wenjin immediately sat up in bed, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity, eager to listen intently. "Jiang Nanyuan, observing his earnestness, slowly unfolded the tale of her origins. As she spoke, Jiang Nanyuan sat there in stunned silence, his expression vacant, mouth slightly agape, seemingly frozen in disbelief, unable to process the revelation. Elder sister, you must be jesting. You are saying this because you see that no one from the marquis' residence is looking after me. You must think me pitiable. And that is why you are fabricating such tales. Jiang Nanyuan found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. He could scarcely fathom that his mother, whom he had always regarded with utmost reverence, could be such a person, one who not only swapped him at birth but also poisoned him. Yet, upon deeper reflection, myriad truths suddenly crystallized in his mind. He recognized that Lu Shuang had always treated Jiang Xiuxiu and Jiang Ming with great kindness, while he himself had been met with indifference and coldness. He also recalled that her visits to his courtyard had been infrequent over the years, and each time she appeared, it seemed to coincide with his moments of grave illness. Strikingly, it was after consuming the medicinal concoction from Xinger that his health would deteriorate. Everything became painfully clear. The signs were glaringly obvious. Though he verbally resisted acknowledging this bitter truth, his heart had already succumbed to its acceptance. Moreover, the camaraderie he shared with Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue was so profound that it explained their heartfelt kindness towards him throughout the past month. In Lin Jixue, he felt a semblance of maternal affection. In truth, the astonishment he felt at these revelations far outweighed his sorrow. I assure you, all I have spoken is the truth. I am not deceiving you. I have come to convey another matter of utmost urgency. We may soon be exiled alongside the Duke's household, likely within 3 days. My purpose in coming here is solely to inform you of our impending departure. Reflect carefully. Should you wish to accompany us, please send a message with Wenju. If you prefer to remain, stay safely within the marquis' residence. I shall leave you some medicine to gradually alleviate the poisons within you. The most challenging affliction you face is not merely the toxins themselves, but your reliance on the remedies Lu Shuang previously administered. To achieve complete recovery, you must summon your willpower to endure the discomfort without resorting to the pills I provided earlier. If you can withstand this for 5 days, you shall be free of it. Having concluded her words, Jiang Nanyuan did not await Jiang Wenjin's response, but departed his chamber, allowing him the solitude to contemplate. Once she was gone, Wenju entered the room and was met with the sight of Jiang Wenjin, whose countenance was marred by distress. Curiosity piqued within Wenju as to what Jiang Nanyuan had disclosed, especially considering Jiang Wenjin had appeared elated upon her arrival, but now bore a heavy heart. Young master, what troubles you? You may confide in me, Wenju urged. Jiang Wenjin, engulfed in turmoil, turned to regard him. Trusting Wenju as his confidant, he divulged the entirety of Jiang Nanyuan's revelations. Upon hearing this, Wenju was equally taken aback. He had never anticipated that the young master was not Lu Yinyang's son. Most alarmingly was the realization that Lu Yinyang had been administering poison to him for years, each bowl of soup a deadly concoction. The thought sent chills down Wenju's spine, realizing he had inadvertently contributed to the young master's plight. Young master, how do you plan to proceed? Regardless of your decision, I vow to remain by your side, wherever you may go, Wenju declared, resolute in his loyalty. Jiang Wenjin sighed in resignation. He had yet to reach a conclusion. Very well, it grows late. You should rest for now. I will contemplate this matter further before making a decision. Wenju nodded, assisting him to bed and tucking him in before stepping outside to guard the door. 2 days passed swiftly, with Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue diligently preparing for their departure. Yet, despite the time elapsed, Jiang Wenjin had not sent word. They refrained from pressuring him, choosing instead to wait in their home. As night fell without any message, they began to suspect that Jiang Wenjin would not come after all. Perhaps this was for the best. Remaining in the marquis' residence afforded him a semblance of security as the eldest son, and Jiang Nanfeng and the matriarch would likely not treat him harshly. Although understanding his choice was reasonable, Lin Jixue felt a pang of sadness. Their acquaintance had been brief, and it was perhaps too much for him to bear. The following morning, as dawn broke, both Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue remained in slumber, oblivious to the approaching footsteps outside. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air. Listen. Those within. You are surrounded. Change your clothing and come out. Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue, startled, rose from their beds, donned their garments, and emerged to find a squad of soldiers stationed outside. Bai Ji and Xiao Yu knelt on the ground, blades poised at their throats. The sight of this left Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue with little doubt they had come to raid the household. Having anticipated such a turn of events, they remained surprisingly composed. The leader of the imperial guards, noting their calm demeanor, felt a twinge of surprise. Having been accustomed to the shrill cries of other households during similar raids. Lady Lin, Miss Jiang, the Duke's household has fallen from grace and faces exile. You too are members of the household, come with us. Their quiet compliance spared the soldiers considerable effort, prompting a change in the leader's tone. Sir, we shall cooperate. But may we request that our maidservants not be made to kneel? Jiang Nanyuan's words prompted the leader to signal his men, who promptly withdrew the blades from Baiji and Xiaoyu's necks, allowing them to rise. As soon as they stood, Baiji and Xiaoyu rushed to Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue's side, taking their positions behind them. The leader, Li Wei, merely cast a cursory glance at them without further comment. After the soldiers completed their search of the house, one approached Li Wei. Sir, the search is complete. There is nothing of value. Li Wei nodded, instructing Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue to gather a few belongings before leading them away. Suddenly, a voice called out, Elder sister. Mother, I have arrived. Both women turned to see Jiang Wenjin and Wenju standing behind them, their clothes and faces smeared with dirt. What has happened to you? Chapter 61. How could he be here? Jiang Wenjin, disregarding his appearance, stepped forward, two swords positioned threateningly in front of them. Who are you? They are criminals and must not approach. Sir Li, this is my brother. Might we allow him to speak with us for a moment? Jiang Nanyuan suggested, recognizing Li Wei's apparent willingness to accommodate them as he had previously permitted them to gather their belongings. Li Wei, glancing at Jiang Wenjin, noted that he rarely ventured outside his courtyard, and thus, few officials recognized him. However, since Jiang Nanyuan claimed him as her brother, he presumed him to be a young master of the marquis' household and ordered his men to take him along. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue were momentarily stunned. How could they proceed without so much as a question, simply deciding to take him as well? Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue exchanged glances, and as Jiang Wenjin approached to walk alongside them, Jiang Nanyuan finally whispered her inquiry, What happened to you? Why are you so filthy? Upon seeing that Jiang Nanyuan's expression was one of disdain rather than joy at his arrival, Jiang Wenjin pouted sadly. The residence is surrounded by the officials. I could only escape through a dog hole. Upon hearing that the marquis' residence was also besieged, Jiang Nanyuan silently scoffed, recognizing that the turmoil was indeed orchestrated by her own hand. Just half a month prior, she had stealthily infiltrated the palace once more, leaving behind a secret missive on the emperor's desk. This missive primarily accused Jiang Nanfeng of clandestine dealings with the second prince and included allegations of Jiang Nanfeng amassing private soldiers. The emperor, already disinclined toward Xiao Yuchen, immediately dispatched his secret guards to investigate upon receiving the letter. As anticipated, they managed to uncover some clues, which Jiang Nanyuan had deliberately planted. This operation was executed with utmost subtlety. Had she not released a few hints, the emperor's shadows might have failed to uncover anything significant. The clues were derived from the secret letters she had previously perused concerning Jiang Nanfeng. The guards reported their findings about the existence of private soldiers back to the emperor. Coincidentally, today marked the day of confiscation and exile, prompting him to issue a decree for the imperial guard to raid the marquis' residence as well. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nanyuan glanced back at the disheveled Jiang Wenjin, noting the lax security of the marquis' residence that had allowed him to escape through a dog hole. She chose not to share this information with Lin Jixue, as she wished to present her a grand surprise. She could only imagine the look of astonishment and laughter that would grace Lin Jixue's face upon encountering the marquis' family. Following the procession led by Li Wei, they made their way to the city gate, where Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue spotted the duke's family awaiting them. The men from the duke's household were shackled with neck collars and iron chains, their clothing tattered and marred with whip marks and dried blood. The women fared somewhat better, lacking the heavy shackles. Upon seeing Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan being escorted, Su Shi turned, her eyes filled with a flicker of compassion. She had thought that Lin Jixue, being married off, would be insulated from their plight, even if she had divorced. Lin Jixue, upon recognizing Su Shi and her brothers and sisters-in-law, rushed over and embraced her. After exchanging a few brief words, she sorrowfully turned her gaze toward Lin Zhaoye and her 3 younger brothers, all of whom bore neck collars and were bound by iron chains. Her brothers, upon seeing Lin Jixue, gasped in astonishment and tentatively called out to her, "Sister." During their last visit to the prison, they had not encountered her, leaving them unaware that she was still alive. Ah, our Jianian and Jiahua and Zixuan have all grown so tall. Let third sister take a good look at you. Lin Jixue, being the third among her siblings, had 2 elder brothers and 3 younger brothers. The twins, Lin Jianian and Lin Jiahua, were merely a year younger than her, while Lin Zixuan was even younger. Just 11 this year. Lin Jixue had not yet known of his existence when she married. She only learned of his birth during her time at the estate and had visited once, gifting him a gold lock before losing sight of him thereafter. Third sister. It's wonderful to see you. I thought you were dead. I secretly burned paper for you every day in the residence, Lin Jiahua cried, overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, when Lin Jixue approached, he had genuinely believed he was hallucinating. Lin Jixue shot him an exasperated glance, then walked over to Lin Zixuan, carefully inspecting him and tenderly ruffling his hair. Good child, I am your third sister. You've suffered too much. I'm not suffering as long as father and mother are here. I am here too, Lin Zixuan replied, causing Lin Jixue's eyes to moisten once more. Raising her gaze, she noticed Jiang Nanyuan and Jiang Wenjin standing nearby, and she stepped forward to introduce the two. While they were engaged in pleasantries, another figure slowly approached from the city gate. Jiang Nanyuan's attention was drawn as she beheld 2 soldiers pushing a cart toward them. Upon the cart lay a man, covered with a grimy blanket, accompanied by 2 men and a woman. Aside from the woman, the 2 men bore visible injuries. As they drew nearer, Jiang Nanyuan recognized the woman approaching. It was the same woman they had encountered that night at the city gate. Why was she also being exiled? Who is she? From which noble family did she hail? Jiang Nanyuan's mind swirled with confusion, but her gaze soon fixated on the man lying on the cart. The sight of his silver hair filled her with shock. How could it be him? Why was he here? Who is he? In addition to her astonishment, she felt an overwhelming urge to avert her gaze. Before long, the sounds of cries and wails from the city gate drew her attention once more. Upon seeing the throng of people at the gate, Jiang Nanyuan lightly tapped Lin Jixue, a playful smile gracing her lips. Mother, look over there. See who has arrived? At Jiang Nanyuan's words, Lin Jixue instinctively lifted her head toward the city gate. As she beheld the approaching figures, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. Nanyuan, how could they be captured too? Chapter 62, The Beginning of Exile. Jiang Nanfeng and his companions were being led forward. Especially notable was Jiang Nanfeng, who bore a neck collar and bore the marks of a whipping on his body. With a grim expression, he slowly approached Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue. Standing beside him was the elderly matriarch, Zhao Shi, supported by Jiang Xiuxiu and Jiang Ming, tears streaming down her face. In her current state, she was utterly disheveled, wearing the simplest and oldest cotton coat. Jiang Xiuxiu and Luo Yuro fared no better. Their appearances equally dismal, with red spots marring their faces, rendering them particularly frightening. As Jiang Nanfeng and the others drew near, he glanced up at Jiang Nanyuan and her companions. Seeing Jiang Wenjin standing with them momentarily stunned him. He was about to speak when Jiang Ming interjected loudly, "Hey, you sickly wretch, what are you doing next to that vile woman? Get over here." Jiang Nanfeng, upon hearing Jiang Ming's indiscreet remarks, refrained from reprimanding him, but shot an irritable glance at Jiang Wenjin. "You ungrateful child. No wonder I didn't see you earlier. You must have slipped away. Come here at once." It was Jiang Wenjin's first experience being scolded by Jiang Nanfeng, and he looked up in surprise, meeting his father's gaze. "Father." Noticing Jiang Wenjin's reluctance to approach, Jiang Ming smirked and turned to Jiang Nanfeng. "Father, it seems this sickly wretch believes our marquis' residence has fallen into disrepute, which is why he clings to that vile family. He need not come if he does not wish to. I have no desire for such a brother. Moreover, he is frail and in poor health, requiring someone to tend to him on the journey. It would be best for him to accompany them instead." Jiang Nanfeng pondered over Jiang Ming's words, and he too recognized their validity. His health had long been compromised, and he feared that should he become a burden on the road, it might lead to further complications. Thus, he resolved that if he wished to accompany them, so be it. From this moment forward, the Ho residence shall no longer acknowledge him as a son, and we shall sever our ties. Anger surged within Jiang Nanfeng, and he contemplated taking a knife to sever their bond, but upon moving, he discovered his hands were shackled, rendering him immobile. He abandoned this notion and spoke again. Jiang Wenjin, from this day forth, I, Jiang Nanyuan, have no son by your name. You may take care of yourself henceforth. His words were fueled by frustration, for the suddenness of the situation left him unsettled, and he sensed that the troubles befalling their household were far from trivial. Fortunately, earlier, Xiao Yujing had sent someone to deliver some silver and a few words of encouragement, advising him to endure this period of exile and assuring him that he would devise a way to bring him back to the capital. With this assurance, Jiang Nanyuan felt a modicum of relief, his earlier anxiety somewhat alleviated. However, seeing Jiang Wenjin and that wretched Lin Jixue so intimately close ignited his fury anew. At the recent birthday celebration of the matriarch, he had commissioned servants to procure numerous items, only for many merchants to later approach him, claiming that the silver he had given them was merely worthless stones. When the housekeeper relayed this news to him, he vehemently dismissed it, unable to fathom how such a thing could be true. He suspected the merchants were attempting to deceive him for more silver and instructed the housekeeper to ignore their complaints and expel them. Upon realizing the lord of the house had such a disposition, the merchants vented their anger at the entrance for some time, only departing when it became clear their grievances would yield no silver. Jiang Nanyuan's suspicions deepened, and he decided to investigate the location where Lin Jixue had stored her dowry. There, he discovered that all the dowries had been transformed into stones. Although he could not ascertain the method by which they had achieved this transformation, he recognized that he had been played for a fool. Due to the outbreak of smallpox within the residence, he was forced to stifle his indignation and refrain from confronting Lin Jixue and her cohorts. Now, encountering Lin Jixue again, how could he remain composed? Wenjin, since the Ho residence has forsaken you, I shall take you in. From this moment forth, you are my son. Lin Jixue, eager for an opportunity to claim Jiang Wenjin for herself, had no intention of revealing the truth to Jiang Nanyuan. Upon hearing her proclamation, Jiang Nanyuan snorted derisively. He is but a sickly wretch, destined to perish on the road. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have found a treasure. Infuriated by his words, Lin Jixue stepped forward and struck him twice across the face. Jiang Nanyuan, you are truly despicable. Even your own son you would disparage. I wish you a life devoid of offspring, and when the time comes, do not come weeping to me, begging for the return of Jenner. Little did Lin Jixue foresee that her words would one day prove prophetic. You wretched woman, what gives you the right to strike me? Jiang Nanyuan's anger surged. His neck muscles taut and his handsome face flushed with rage. Instinctively, he yearned to retaliate, but his restraints held him fast. Enough. What is all this commotion? Return to your places, ordered Lu Ning, the officer in charge of their escort. He noted their idle chatter with disdain, thinking them to be high and mighty officials, when in truth, they were mere prisoners. With a swift lash of his whip, he aimed to discipline them. Jiang Nanyuan, quick-witted, pulled Lin Jixue aside, and thus the whip struck Jiang Nanyuan instead. The pain seared across his face, but he stifled his rage, recognizing the need for the escorting officer's favor during their exile. He swallowed his pride and returned to his place. They were to be exiled to an county 1,000 miles away, where they would undertake laborious tasks. Lu Ning, satisfied with Jiang Nanyuan's compliance, ceased his harassment, awaiting the arrival of all prisoners at the city gate. Once the relatives had come to bid farewell, they officially commenced their journey to an county. Having traveled only a short distance, Jiang Nanyuan approached Lu Ning, inquiring if he might remove the shackles from Lin Zhaoye and a few of his uncles, offering to pay in silver. Such transactions were not uncommon, and Lu Ning was accustomed to the practice, as escorting prisoners was a lucrative endeavor. He nodded, extending a finger, declaring 100 taels per person. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyuan internally scoffed at the exorbitance, but recognized that this sum was trivial to her. With the entire fortune of the Duke's residence at her disposal, she thought nothing of spending a little. To free the 4 individuals, she generously produced 400 taels and handed them over. Lu Ning, upon receiving the silver notes, tucked them away with glee, then turned to glance at Li Wei, who was leading another group of officers. Unfazed by the happenings around him, he escorted Jiang Nanyuan to where Lin Zhaoye and the others stood, releasing them from their neck shackles, as well as their leg chains. Jiang Xiuxiu and the remaining family members, observing the sudden release of the Duke's household, began to murmur their discontent. Why should they be freed from their shackles while my father remains bound? If you are releasing them, you must do the same for my father. Yes, yes. Release ours as well. They clamored, their voices rising in indignation, as if it were their right. Clearly, they had yet to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Transitioning from esteemed ladies to mere prisoners. Chapter 63. If you feel distressed and wish to weep, then weep. Lu Ning had encountered this scenario countless times before. He had escorted numerous batches of prisoners, and such situations were easily handled. A good beating would suffice. The other officers, armed with whips, swiftly attended to the loudest among the complainers, delivering lashes with precision. Jiang Xiuxiu bore the brunt of their wrath, receiving 3 or 4 strikes that left her howling in agony. If you wish to be freed from your shackles, it will cost you 100 taels. Pay up. And I will see to it immediately. Upon hearing the steep price, the matriarch gasped, such extortion. Are you robbing us? As her words escaped her lips, the officer who had struck Jiang Xiuxiu turned his icy gaze upon her. The matriarch, feeling the weight of his stare, shuddered involuntarily, recalling the punishment Jiang Xiuxiu had just endured. Not wishing to suffer the same fate, she promptly silenced herself. Consider your options. If you wish to remove the shackles, it will cost 100 taels. Should you choose otherwise, you may continue on your way. The journey will be long, lasting anywhere from several months to a year. They are not in a hurry. They will eventually compel you to pay for the removal of your shackles. During this time, a few officials produced silver notes to have their shackles released. Aside from Jiang Nanyuan and the 9th Prince, Xiao Yuchen, the other officials implicated were mostly of minor rank. Some found themselves inexplicably ensnared in this debacle, and the mere thought that it was due to Xiao Yuchen and his actions that they had fallen into such a plight filled them with unvoiced fury. Thus, even though Xiao Yuchen now shared their fate as a prisoner, his notorious reputation in the capital left them too intimidated to voice their grievances. Xiao Yujing had secured 500 taels of silver for Jiang Nanyuan, extracted from his dwindling private treasury, as his resources were becoming scarce. Previously, he had the support of the Jinba Pavilion, but after the recent theft, their losses had been catastrophic, leaving the household with little left. The 500 taels he provided Jiang Nanyuan was already a considerable sum. Jiang Nanyuan, however, spent 100 taels to have his shackles removed, experiencing a sharp pang of regret at such expenditure, but felt helpless. After all, they were now prisoners, and their fate was in the hands of others. The thought of it made him grind his teeth in anger. He could not fathom which scoundrel had penned a secret missive to the emperor, exposing their privately maintained troops and leading to their current misfortune. Jiang Nanyuan was oblivious to Jiang Nanfeng's silent curses directed at her. She walked alongside Jiang Wenjin, who remained silent, his head bowed, presumably affected by Jiang Nanfeng's earlier remarks. Jiang Wenjin, if you feel upset or wish to cry, do so. Do not bottle it up, she gently encouraged. Hearing her words, Jiang Wenjin lifted his gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and attempted a smile. Elder sister, I want to cry. Why should I? Now I have a loving mother, a wonderful elder sister, and 3 uncles, along with my grandparents. I have every reason to be happy, not to cry. In truth, Jiang Nanyuan and the Zhao family had treated him decently while in the marquis' residence, often visiting him in his courtyard. However, as time passed and his health deteriorated, their visits became infrequent. For him, the care he had received from Jiang Nanyuan and the Zhao family was not easily forgotten, hence his sorrow was understandable. All right. If you feel unwell later, just let me know. The road ahead is long. If you're thirsty, drink from the water pouch, Jiang Nanyuan advised, having filled all their pouches with water from her spatial spring. In fact, the health of everyone in the Duke's household was rather poor. While the spring water could not cure their ailments, it would at least alleviate some fatigue during their arduous journey. Jiang Wenjin nodded but fell silent thereafter. Jiang Nanyuan, meanwhile, occasionally cast glances toward Xiao Yuchen, puzzled by his condition. The last time she saw him, although afflicted by cold poison, he had not appeared nearly as weak as he did now, lying on the cart, barely clinging to life. Had she not noticed the rise and fall of his chest moments ago, she might have thought him dead. To her astonishment, the antidote she had carelessly sought had turned out to be for the 9th Prince, now fortuitously traveling in exile alongside her. No, she could not allow him to discover that she had been the one to provide his remedy. It would be best to maintain her distance. With this thought, Jiang Nanyuan instinctively shifted her position away from him toward Lin Jixue. Lin Jixue, preoccupied with concern for Jiang Wenjin, realized that given his frail health, They could not afford to halt for rest along the way. Had she known, she would have purchased a cart like the ninth prince's, allowing Jiang Nanyuan to rest if he grew weary. It was their first day on the road, and the pampered individuals were already showing signs of fatigue after having traversed less than 5 miles. Brother Liu, we truly cannot continue any longer. May we rest for a while? Spoke Jiang Shan, daughter of Jiang Nanfeng's younger brother. The repercussions of Jiang Nanfeng's predicament had even extended to the second and third branches of the family. As Jiang Nanfeng's rank rose, so too did theirs, accompanying him to the capital, albeit they had opted to purchase their own residence rather than reside within the marquis' estate. However, due to Jiang Nanfeng's current situation, both branches harbored grievances against him. Since their meeting, not a single word had been exchanged between them. Hearing the young ladies address him as brother swelled Liu's pride. Elated, he decided it was the perfect time for a break, and he raised his hand to signal the caravan to halt, allowing everyone to rest. The ladies, having grown weary, wasted no time finding a place to sit on the ground, indifferent to the dirt beneath them. Some, with delicate skin, had even developed blisters after walking such a short distance. Observing everyone seated, Liu distributed black, hard buns to all. These buns were cold and tough, likely to cause discomfort while chewing. Jiang Nanyuan found them unpalatable. Noticing Liu holding white buns, she surmised they must be available for a price and approached him to exchange for several. Chewing on the dry buns bored her, and for reasons unknown, she craved meat, particularly roasted chicken. Though her space contained roasted chicken, it would be inappropriate to produce it openly. After some contemplation, she approached Liu and offered him a silver ingot. Officer Liu, may I venture into the nearby woods to hunt some wild rabbits or chickens? I shall return within 15 minutes, and if I succeed, I'll share one with you. Upon hearing about the wild rabbits or chickens, Liu licked his lips, tempted by the prospect, and permitted her to try her luck. He wasn't concerned about her escaping, for as a frail woman, she had nowhere to run, and besides, there was still Officer Li to keep an eye on the prisoners. Very well, go ahead, but you must return in 15 minutes. Chapter 64. Jiang Nanyuan must have run off. With Liu's consent, Jiang Nanyuan made her way toward the woods. Lin Jixue, noticing her departure, hurried over to inquire where she was headed. Jiang Nanyuan explained her intention to seek out some game. Concerned for her well-being, Lin Jixue turned to call for Lin Jiahua to accompany her. Having trained in martial arts under his father, she felt safer with him alongside. Sensing her intentions, Jiang Nanyuan grasped her arm and shook her head. Mother, it's unnecessary. I can go alone. She intended to let Xiaohan out for some exercise. Having kept him cooped up in her space for too long, hunting wild chickens and rabbits would be a breeze for him. Respecting her wishes, Lin Jixue watched her disappear into the depths of the forest, yet still felt uneasy and resolved to wait at the entrance for her return. Seeing this, Su Shi rose and approached Lin Jixue puzzled. Shui, where is Yuantu going into the woods? Mother, Yuantu wants to eat meat. She said she's going to hunt some wild rabbits and chickens. What? Shui, how could you be so foolish? The woods are fraught with danger. How could you let her go alone? In Su Shi's eyes, Yuantu was merely a delicate girl incapable of self-sufficiency. Sending her into the woods alone was a reckless gamble. With this thought, she shot a reproachful glare at Lin Jixue, feeling a mother's instinct to protect her daughter. Su Shi turned to call for someone to go in search of her, overwhelmed with worry. Mother, Yuyan is fine, we trust her. She is far more capable than I am. Just now, I suggested that Jiahua accompany her, but she firmly declined, expressing her desire to go alone. Lin Jixue continued, leaning closer to whisper, Mother, Yuyan possesses remarkable martial skills, perhaps even surpassing father. Upon hearing this, Su Shi widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Lin Jixue. Really? Yuyan's skills are truly that exceptional? Haven't you all spent so many years on the farm? Who did Yuyan learn her skills from? Mother, while at the farm, Yuyan encountered a reclusive master who recognized her talents and taught her martial arts for several years, Lin Jixue explained, a premeditated excuse agreed upon with Jiang Nanyuan. After all, those who were aware of their past had long since passed away, allowing them to speak freely. Upon learning of Jiang Nanyuan's fortunate encounter, Su Shi felt a slight relief, though her heart still harbored some unease, prompting her to wait alongside Lin Jixue. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan had just ventured deep into the forest, releasing Xiaohan. Xiaohan, go assist me in hunting some game, such as wild rabbits and pheasants. Gather as much as you can. Xiaoan nodded and swiftly disappeared into the woods. Jiang Nanyuan took this opportunity to enter her space and pluck several vibrant spiritual fruits, intending to share them with her companions later, as these fruits would benefit their health. Outside, Lin Jixue and Su Shi occasionally glanced toward the entrance, and as time passed, Jiang Nanyuan still had not emerged. Has so much time passed? What if Yuan has encountered some danger? The two began to grow genuinely anxious. Just as they contemplated returning to seek help, Jiang Xiuxiu, who had been watching them closely, smirked. She had seen Jiang Nanyuan enter the forest, and though she was unaware of her intentions, her prolonged absence suggested she had fled. Hey! Escaping during exile is a severe crime. If caught, she could be executed on the spot. With this thought, she approached Lu Ning to report Brother Lu. Jiang Nanyuan has been in the forest for quite some time without returning. Could it be that she has indeed fled? Lu Ning had forgotten the time. While they had agreed on a quarter of an hour, that time was nearly up, and she still hadn't returned. Could it be true that she has run away? Damn it, that wretch dares to deceive me? Lu Ning stood up, signaling to the others, and angrily marched toward the forest entrance with his whip in hand. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Wenjin, disregarding his discomfort, hurried over to block Lu Ning and his companions. Lord Lu, my sister would never run away. Our family is here. She would never abandon us. Please, Lord Lu, just wait a little longer. Jiang Xiuxiu, hearing Jiang Wenjin refer to his sister so affectionately, felt a surge of jealousy. Why haven't I seen him this close to me before? Now, after only a few days with that wretch, he speaks so intimately. Sickly thing, calling her sister. How long have you known her? How can you possibly know her character? I believe she has indeed run away, leaving you behind. Don't block Brother Lu. If you continue to obstruct him, I might suspect you are in cahoots with her, deliberately stalling to allow her escape. Jiang Ming, seizing the opportunity, chimed in. What my sister says is true, Brother Lu. He is certainly trying to delay you to give that wretched woman time to flee. Jiang Ming was eager to support his sister's claims, wishing nothing more than for the current officials to punish the sickly boy, who had the audacity to side with a thief. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Wenjin grew frantic. Brother Lu, please believe me, my sister would never before he could finish. Lu Ning, with a grim expression, interrupted. Enough, go back. If you dare obstruct me again, I will strike you down. Jiang Wenjin, undeterred, stood his ground. Even if he were to be beaten to death, he believed his elder sister would not abandon them. He was determined to buy her some time, convinced she would return soon. Damn it, refusing to heed the warnings only brings punishment. Lu Ning, exasperated by Jiang Wenjin's defiance, raised his whip and aimed it at him. Lin Jianian and Lin Jiahua were startled and rushed forward to intervene, but someone was quicker. Wu Zhu, who had dashed over without warning, embraced Jiang Wenjin, taking the brunt of the whip across his back. The fabric tore and blood instantly seeped through. Wenju, are you all right? Why were you so foolish to protect me? Jiang Wenjin's eyes brimmed with concern. Wenju had grown up alongside him, and apart from Jiang Nanfeng and a few others, he was the one Jiang Wenjin held most dear. Seeing him injured caused tears to well in his eyes. Young master, I'm fine, do not grieve. This minor injury is nothing, Wu Zhu reassured Jiang Wenjin, even as he bore the pain himself, attempting to comfort the distraught young master. What is happening here? Jiang Nanyuan's voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Chapter 65, Pursuing Jiang Xiuxiu and Jiang Ming to Deliver Punishment. Oh, big sister, you finally returned. They said you had deserted us and run away. But I knew you wouldn't. Jiang Wenjin rushed forward to report, his demeanor pitiable. Seeing him in such a state, Jiang Nanyuan stuffed the wild chicken and rabbit into his arms, retaining one for herself. She approached Lu Ning, stating coldly, Officer, it has been a quarter of an hour. I have returned with the promised game. She tossed the game into his arms. Her tone was frigid, causing Lu Ning to instinctively step back, intimidated by her presence. Before he could react further, Jiang Nanyuan had snatched the whip from his grasp and utilized it. As her words faded, she swiftly reached Jiang Xiuxiu and Jiang Ming, striking them before they could comprehend her intention. Is it your tongues that wagged? I warned you to be silent. As your elder sister, I shall teach you both a lesson. Caught off guard by her public reprimand, Jiang Xiuxiu and Jiang Ming yelped in pain, scrambling to evade her strikes. Father, grandmother, help. This wretch has gone mad. She intends to kill me. I'm your only son. If I'm killed, you will have no descendants. Jiang Ming cried out desperately, his words piercing through the air and landing harshly on Luo Yuro's ears. She smirked inwardly. She could have avoided this situation, knowing her father would protect her. Yet she had chosen to come, aware that the second prince would not relinquish his pursuit of Jiang Nanyuan. Her ulterior motive was to eliminate Jiang Wenjin and Jiang Ming, ensuring that only her unborn child would remain in the. Now witnessing Jiang Nanyuan mercilessly strike Jiang Ming, she felt a sense of satisfaction, wishing she could see him beaten to death. Master, do not intervene. Look at Jiang Nanyuan. She is like a madwoman. Be cautious of her whip, if it strikes you. A couple of blows will not cost you any flesh. As Luo Yuro noticed Jiang Nanfeng's intention to intervene, she immediately interjected to prevent him. Upon hearing her, Jiang Nanfeng promptly abandoned his desire to intervene, having witnessed Jiang Ming cower behind Zhao's figure, confirming that Jiang Nanyuan had indeed lost her sanity, even assaulting Zhao in the process. It was evident that Luo Yuro's words rang true. Jiang Nanyuan had gone mad. Though he felt a pang of sympathy for his mother, he was equally unwilling to be subjected to violence himself. Even Bila could not restrain him, as he lacked any martial prowess and would only find himself on the receiving end of a beating. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he saw Jiang Xiuxiu sprinting toward him, particularly alarmed by the sight of Jiang Nanyuan in pursuit behind her. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he shook his head, pleading for her not to approach. Before Jiang Xiuxiu could reach him, however, Jiang Nanfeng dashed away first, showing no semblance of paternal responsibility. The onlookers, particularly Li Wei and his associates alongside Yu Li, merely stood by, as if watching a spectacle. They were utterly astonished by Jiang Nanyuan's remarkable martial skills and inner strength. While outsiders might overlook her prowess, those with discerning eyes could recognize her formidable foundation in combat, perhaps even superior to their own. Although Yu Li was aware of her abilities, having encountered her previously at the city gate, she had not realized the extent of her prowess. Having delivered her lesson, Jiang Nanyuan had no desire to escalate matters further. Her intent was merely to teach them a lesson, should they provoke her again. She would not hesitate to administer another thrashing until they learned to behave. She halted her pursuit and approached Lu Ning, expressing her gratitude for the officer's whip, which she then tossed back to him, indifferent to his displeasure. She harbored no fear of him, as he had not wronged her. Today's display was merely a demonstration of her capabilities. Should he truly provoke her, she could easily resort to poison, ensuring their swift departure, along with the Lin family. To escape, Jiang Nanyuan made her way to Jiang Wenjin, who was dumbfounded, clutching 2 wild rabbits as he absorbed the scene of her recent confrontation. He was utterly captivated, marveling at his elder sister's prowess, which rendered their opponents completely defenseless. A wave of envy washed over him. How he wished he could possess such strength. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he vigorously shook his head, lamenting, what foolishness was he indulging in? With his frail body, he was uncertain if he would even survive to reach their destination. Noticing the wound on Wenju's back, Jiang Nanyuan retrieved a vial of medicine from her sleeve and tossed it to her, instructing her to apply it. Wenju instinctively caught the vial, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, miss. This was a precious medicine, and the fact that the young lady simply offered it to her was deeply touching. Jiang Nanyuan nodded and then approached Jiang Wenjin, taking the 2 wild rabbits from his arms and tossing them to Qiu Yue and Baizhi. Handle these. The 2 exchanged glances. While they possessed some culinary skills, they were now faced with the task of skinning the rabbits. It seemed Lin Jiahuan sensed their hesitation and stepped forward to take the 2 rabbits from them. He then approached Li Wei, respectfully inquiring, Lordly, may I borrow your sword? They had been thoroughly searched upon their arrival and could not bring any sharp weapons with them, thus they sought to borrow from Li Wei. Lin Jiahuan had a fair understanding of Li Wei. He had ascended to the position of captain of the imperial guards through sheer effort and was known for his integrity, unwavering in his loyalty to the emperor's commands. Li Wei cast a casual glance at the rabbits in Lin Jiahuan's hands before passing over his prized sword. Thank you, Lordly. I'll take good care of it and return it clean after use. Very well, Li Wei replied nonchalantly. He respected the Lin family, including the 9th prince, for their dedication to maintaining the stability of the Baron kingdom, often stationed at the borders. He had heard that the Lin family had 2 sons who had perished on the battlefield, and though he sympathized with their plight, he could not defy the emperor's wishes. While on their journey of exile, he would offer assistance wherever possible. Unbeknownst to Lin Jiahuan, Li Wei's thoughts were far from his mind as he began to prepare the chickens and rabbits Jiang Nanyuan had brought back. He set up 2 campfires, skewering the chickens and rabbits to roast. Roasting chicken was his forte, a skill honed from frequent hunting trips with his father. Half an hour later, the savory aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, causing many to swallow hard, clutching their dry steamed buns, which suddenly seemed far less appetizing. Jiang sister, may I inquire how you managed to catch these game? Jiang Shan asked, her eyes gleaming with envy as she witnessed Jiang Nanyuan return with several wild chickens and rabbits after merely a quarter of an hour in the woods. She felt no desire to consume her meager bun and approached with eagerness instead. Just eat. Once you're done, not a word will be uttered, Jiang Nanyuan replied. Glancing at her, not quite recognizing her but vaguely recalling that she was a relative of Jiang Nanyuan. With a nonchalant shrug, she remarked, I merely picked them up in the forest. It was just luck. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's eyes lit up with excitement. She turned on her heel to relay the information to her father and quickly offered Lu Ning some silver, eager to venture into the woods herself in search of fortune. She was skeptical that Jiang Nanyuan had truly hunted all those game and found her explanation of merely picking them up quite plausible. At this moment, Jiang Chao, the eldest son of the Jiang family's 3rd branch, overheard their conversation. He too offered Lu Ning some silver and joined Jiang Shan in her quest into the woods. As the others observed the two spending their money, some felt a surge of eagerness, while others remained cautious, opting to conserve their resources. Realizing that the journey ahead was still long, Jiang Nanyuan paid them no mind as Lin Jiahuan approached, presenting her with a roasted chicken. Yuana, this largest chicken is for you. Next time you go hunting, be sure to call me along. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. He still felt a lingering sense of unease, grateful that nothing had happened to her. Jiang Nanyuan chuckled and shook her head. I can't possibly eat all this. You should share it. Oh, and we ought to express our gratitude to Lord Li for lending us his sword. Lin Jiahuan nodded, having intended to do just that. Hearing Jiang Nanyuan's initiative, he decided not to inquire further. He selected a smaller piece of rabbit meat, bringing it along with the sword to present to Li Wei. Li Wei was taken aback, genuinely surprised that Lin Jiahuan would share food with them. After all, everyone was enduring hardships on this journey, and it was common for people to hoard their provisions. The generosity of offering an entire rabbit was rare. Observing the many members of the Lin family, including children and pregnant women, he felt it inappropriate to take so much and sliced half of the rabbit to return the other half. Lin Jiahuan waved his hands in protest. Lord Li, we have plenty to eat on our side. This rabbit meat is for you and your brothers. Although it may be a bit scant, consider it a light snack. The soldiers accompanying Li Wei were deeply moved by Lin Jiahuan's words. They had not expected such thoughtfulness from the young man. Seeing Lin Jiahuan's offer and observing his fellow soldiers swallow hard, Li Wei had no choice but to accept the rabbit, promising to repay the favor by hunting in the woods next time. Once Lin Jiahuan saw him accept the offering, he returned to distribute the remaining game. Yu Li and Bai Zhan were equally captivated by the enticing aroma of roasted chicken wafting from their direction, their mouths watering in response. Had they known the chicken would be so delectably fragrant, they would have foraged for some wild game themselves. Their primary concern was for Xiao Yuchen's well-being. At present, he resembled a mere shell of a man. During their journey back to the capital, they had fallen into an ambush, coinciding with a flare-up of the cold poison within Xiao Yuchen's body. The medicine left by Jiang Nanyuan had inadvertently fallen during the scuffle, rendering him vulnerable to capture. His tendons had been severed, though he had managed to reattach them in time. However, complete recovery would take a considerable period, leaving him to lie helplessly on the cart. Surely, his spirits were low at this moment, and one could only wonder if he could stomach any food. With the aroma of the roasted chicken so tantalizing, perhaps it would be prudent to ask Jiang Nanyuan for a morsel to bring to him. With this thought in mind, Yu Li shamelessly approached Jiang Nanyuan. Upon reaching her, he raised his hand in greeting, exclaiming, "Hi." Jiang Nanyuan had just plucked a chicken leg to eat when she heard his voice and lifted her gaze, a look of curiosity crossing her face as if to inquire about his purpose. "Could you spare us a bit of that roasted chicken? I am willing to pay. How much would you ask for it?" Earlier, Lin Jiahua had generously given her an entire chicken, which she could not finish. With silver in hand, she had no reason to refuse. Slowly, she raised a finger, intending to suggest 10 taels as a token gesture. However, upon seeing her outstretched hand, Yu Li immediately produced 100 taels in banknotes. Deal. 100 taels it is. Here you go. Jiang Nanyuan was momentarily stunned. Surely he jested. Was he truly willing to spend 100 taels just for a taste of chicken? While Lin Jiahua's roasted chicken was undeniably delicious, it hardly warranted such an extravagant sum. Yet, despite her thoughts, Jiang Nanyuan quickly accepted the banknotes, tore off a chicken leg, and handed over the remaining meat. Here you are. Yuli was taken aback by her generosity, feeling slightly embarrassed. Would you not like to take a bit more? Jiang Nanyuan shook her head, indicating that it was sufficient. Earlier in the forest, she had felt a pang of hunger and had eaten some pastries from her space to tide her over. So she wasn't particularly famished. Yet, she found it peculiar that she had been feeling hungry so often lately, sometimes craving specific foods that, when unattainable, lingered in her thoughts. At other times, the sight of meat made her feel nauseous. She wondered if she might be ill. Seeing that she truly did not want more, Yuli, absorbed in his own thoughts, departed with the chicken. After finishing the chicken leg, Jiang Nanyuan withdrew her water pouch to wash her hands and began to check her pulse, feeling that her body was behaving strangely and that it would be prudent to investigate further. The diagnosis was startling. She was pregnant. How could this be? It was commonly understood that with the cold poison afflicting her body, conceiving a child was exceedingly unlikely. Thus, she had not taken any contraceptive measures, and yet, by mere happenstance, she found herself with child. She had not confided this development to Lin Jixue, merely stating that she had been treated with herbal medicine and had discovered a hot spring in the mountains, which had alleviated her poison. Now, faced with the prospect of motherhood, she pondered whether to keep the child. At this early stage, if she chose not to continue the pregnancy, a simple course of medicine would suffice, especially with the spiritual spring water and the abundance of rare herbs in her space. Terminating the pregnancy would not severely harm her body, save for a few days of fatigue. Nevertheless, she felt deeply conflicted. Previously, in Phoenix Nation, an unfortunate incident in a secret realm had left her injured, and her master had warned her that she might never bear children. This had caused her significant sorrow. Yet, she had gradually come to accept that reality. Now, with the sudden arrival of this child, was it fate? Jiang Nanyuan was engulfed in turmoil, torn about whether to embrace this pregnancy. Perhaps it would be best to deliberate for a few days. In the midst of her contemplation, an excited voice echoed from the forest's entrance. Ha ha, we truly found wild chickens in this forest. Her attention was drawn to Jiang Shan and Jiang Zilong emerging together, both clutching a wild chicken. Jiang Nanyuan's gaze fell upon the two wild chickens in their possession, and a playful smile crept across her lips. It seemed they had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune. However, she thought, let them enjoy their find. Once they had eaten, they would surely keep quiet. Chapter 67. What is that smell? Is it feces? The wild chickens in their grasp had not perished of natural causes, but rather succumbed to illness, even the forest's creatures shunning them. Yet, they were blissfully unaware, treating their find as a treasure. Consuming the meat would not pose any significant risk. Only a few days of diarrhea would likely follow, nothing particularly alarming. Seeing Jiang Shan and Jiang Zilong's haul, Jiang Xiuxiu and the others were envious, lamenting that they too should have ventured into the forest. Now, having been struck by Jiang Nanyuan, they were in agony, unable to take even a few steps without pain. Once the chicken was roasted, Zhao Shi, unable to resist the mouth-watering aroma, approached Jiang Shan with an authoritative tone. Jiang Shan, give me a chicken leg. Jiang Shan glanced up at Zhao Shi. Previously, when Jiang Nafeng was still a marquis, she would have acquiesced to her grandmother's demands. But now, as they were all prisoners, she had no intention of sharing the hard-won chicken, especially since her own family was barely satiated. Grandmother, this chicken is so small, we barely have enough for ourselves. Perhaps you could ask Zilong for some? Her refusal was unmistakable. Zhao Shi, who had never held much affection for her granddaughter, grew irate at her refusal. She slapped Jiang Shan and turned to Jiang Nanyuan. Is this how you educate your daughter? I am her grandmother. What harm is there in asking for a piece of chicken? It's not like I'm asking for the whole bird. Jiang Nanyuan, fearing his mother, reluctantly responded. Shaner, how can you speak to your grandmother like that? She is your elder. Give her a chicken leg. Despite her reluctance, Jiang Shan tore off a piece of chicken and handed it over. Zhao Shi snatched the leg greedily, shooting Jiang Shan a glare before departing. Jiang Shan glared at her retreating figure, muttering under her breath, old hag, always wanting to eat. I hope you choke on it. Shauna, Give the other chicken leg to your sister-in-law. She needs to nourish herself now that she is pregnant, came the voice of Jiang Nanyuan's wife, Kaifeng. Jiang Shan grimaced, but complied, tearing off the remaining leg and handing it to her sister-in-law, Su Rong. Without a hint of gratitude, Su Rong accepted the leg, as if it were her due, and left Jiang Shan with nothing but the chicken's rear. Internally, Jiang Shan cursed everyone for their greed. Though she had no desire for the chicken's rear, which had a peculiar taste, it was still better than nothing. She swallowed her disgust and consumed it. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi, reveling in her prize, returned with the chicken leg, prompting Jiang Nanyuan and the others to covetously watch her eat, their mouths watering. My lord, I am starving. I too wish for some meat. Luo Yuru could endure the hunger no longer. Having never experienced true hunger before, her stomach growled, and she could not bear to look at the white steamed buns any longer. Jiang Nanyuan turned his head, gazing at Luo Yuru with a heart full of compassion. She had scarcely enjoyed a few months of good fortune by his side, and now she was destined to endure hardships alongside him. This simply would not do. She was hungry, and he needed to procure some sustenance for her. His gaze shifted toward Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue, noticing that they had devoured every morsel of meat, leaving not a trace. He then glanced at Jiang Zilong's group, observing that they still had some meat remaining. Rua, wait here for a moment. I shall fetch you some meat, he declared, rising and approaching Jiang Zilong. After a lengthy negotiation regarding his request, Jiang Zilong finally consented to part with a small portion of meat. They barely had enough for themselves, and it was unlikely they would share with Jiang Nanyuan. Had it not been for Jiang Nanfeng's offer of 20 taels of silver, Jiang Zilong would not have acquiesced. Although parting with 20 taels stung, the thought of it being for Luo Yuru's nourishment alleviated his discomfort. Zhao Shi, Jiang Xiuxiu, and Jiang Ming, upon witnessing him return with a meager piece of meat, mistakenly assumed it was intended for them. Their disillusionment deepened when they saw him hand it to Luo Yuru without sparing them a glance. Zhao Shi felt a twinge of discontent, sensing that he had forgotten his mother in favor of his new wife. As for Jiang Xiuxiu and Jiang Ming, their resentment toward Luo Yuru had already taken root in their hearts. They could only swallow their jealousy, as could the other families who had also been deprived of meat. While some went hungry, others, like Xiao Yuqing, had meat but chose not to eat. Yuli had spent 100 taels of silver to purchase half a chicken for him, yet he stubbornly refused to take a single bite. Unfazed by his indifference, Yuli divided the chicken and consumed it herself. After all, it was too delicious to resist. After lingering for too long, Luneng sensed it was nearly time to resume their journey and wiped his mouth before signaling for everyone to prepare to leave. Jiang Nanyuan and her companions were invigorated after their meal, with the exception of Jiang Wenjin, who appeared notably weary. They tidied their belongings and stood up, ready to rejoin the procession. Jiang Nanyuan kept a watchful eye on Jiang Wenjin, noticing his persistent cough and slow pace. She surmised that he was struggling to maintain his strength. Lin Jixue, too, observed his condition and, upon seeing him falter, halted her steps, concern etched on her face. When he finally approached, she inquired after his well-being with genuine care. Jiang Wenjin, not wishing to burden anyone, shook his head at Lin Jixue's concern, insisting that he could persevere. Lin Jianian and Lin Jiahua also noticed Jiang Wenjin's distress. Having heard Lin Jixue recount his past, they felt pity for their young nephew, lamenting that had it not been for that wicked woman's treachery, his health would not have deteriorated so. Lin Jiahua stepped forward, squatting down before Jiang Wenjin. Wenjin, climb on my back, I shall carry you, he offered. Jiang Wenjin, seeing Lin Jiahua's battered back, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He, too, was injured and felt unworthy of such kindness. Fifth uncle, there's no need. I can walk on my own. Please don't trouble yourself, he replied, wishing to spare Lin Jiahua further hardship. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. We must not delay our departure. Lu Ning's voice cut through the air, frustration evident in his tone. They had hoped to reach the inn before nightfall, but at their current pace, it seemed unlikely they would arrive before dawn. Seeing them lingering and impeding progress only fueled Lu Ning's ire. Enough chatter. Get on with it, unless you wish to feel the lash, Lin Jianian urged. Not wanting Lin Jianian to endure another punishment, Jiang Wenjin reluctantly climbed onto his back, feeling sorrowful that he had underestimated his own limits. He had thought he could manage. But the day had barely passed, and his frail body was already giving way. This brief interlude quickly passed, But Jiang Xiuxiu and her companions could not help but snicker at Lin Jianian carrying Jiang Wenjin. Look at this pitiful invalid. What a burden he is. Why must we accommodate him? It's simply foolish, they scoffed. Just then, a foul stench wafted through the air, prompting Jiang Xiuxiu to gag involuntarily. What is that odor? Is someone stepping in filth? She thought, glancing at her feet, finding nothing amiss. Ugh, it's unbearable. What on earth is that smell? She exclaimed as Jiang Ming, standing nearby, also caught a whiff and pinched his nose, casting a suspicious glance at Jiang Xiuxiu. Chapter 68. A stinky chapter, reader discretion advised. What are you looking at me for? I'm not the source of that odor. Jiang Xiuxiu retorted, immediately distancing herself from any implication. Sister, I didn't mean it that way. You smelled it too, right? What could it possibly be? I feel like I might vomit. Jiang Ming replied, still retching slightly. Jiang Nanyuan, not far from them, overheard their conversation and frowned. He too had detected the foul odor, but had refrained from mentioning it. Now, hearing their acknowledgement, he wondered if the stench originated from their vicinity. He turned to survey the surroundings and was startled to find Luo Yuro's face flushed. Approaching her, he placed a hand on her forehead. Rua, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He asked, feeling her temperature normal to his relief. Just as he was about to express further concern, an even more pungent odor assaulted his senses, nearly making him retch. Even he, though not the most perceptive, realized the foulness emanated from Luo Yuro. Disgusted, he took a step back, only to discover that the stench persisted behind him as well. Turning, he saw Zhao Shi standing there, her complexion pale. Caught in a vice, he distinctly heard the sounds of flatulence from both sides, and his face turned green with horror. What on earth is going on? Did they eat done? The situation was not isolated to his group. Jiang Zhan's family and Jiang Zilong's were similarly afflicted. Even Jiang Nanyuan and her companions, trailing behind, caught the scent and quickly held their breaths, pulling Lin Jixue away to distance themselves from the source. Lu Ning, bringing up the rear alongside Jiang Zilong's party, was assaulted by the overwhelming stench, prompting him to gag. Sir, I need to relieve myself, Jiang Zilong exclaimed, clenching his legs together as his stomach churned. If he didn't find a solution soon, he risked soiling himself. Truly, the lazy have more troubles. Hurry up and get it over with. Lu Ning had no choice but to halt the procession. They could not deny them the chance to relieve themselves. Should they soil their trousers, it would be Lu Ning who would suffer the consequences. Given the go-ahead, Jiang Zilong dashed into the woods, followed by his family. The others, seeing their departure, hastily informed Lu Ning of their intentions to join. Lu Ning, concerned that so many from the Jiang family were abandoning their post, signaled to two of the guards to keep watch. They understood the gravity of the situation. Losing anyone would be a burden they could not bear. Reluctantly, they trailed behind, maintaining a distance. As they witnessed the group genuinely relieve themselves, they moved further away, unable to bear the stench any longer. Afterward, the families returned to their place and resumed their journey. However, they had scarcely walked for a quarter of an hour before the need to relieve themselves struck again, inciting Lu Ning's ire. He contemplated allowing them to simply soil their trousers, but ultimately decided against it, deeming it too repugnant. Instead, he opted to halt their progress completely. After all the commotion of the afternoon, darkness had already descended. Today, they traversed merely a handful of kilometers. As night fell, they had no choice but to spend the night in the woods. During the evening, Jiang Nanyuan lacked an appetite, having consumed meat at noon. She refrained from foraging for more in the forest. Instead, she exchanged some silver for a few steamed buns. Stealthily, she retrieved some jerky from her storage space and distributed it among everyone. They savored the jerky alongside the buns, washing it down with a sip from their water pouch. Jiang Nanyuan approached Jiang Wenjin to check his pulse. The poison within him was likely becoming uncontrollable. Previously, she had provided him with medication to temporarily suppress its effects. But with each dose, his body developed a tolerance. Consequently, the efficacy waned over time. After a month of treatment, the medication could not be taken excessively, as it would harm his health, and she feared he might not endure it. It seemed he would have to rely on his own strength to survive. It was a matter of whether he could withstand the ordeal. She conveyed this to him, and Lin Jixue, who was listening nearby, felt a pang of heartache upon hearing that he would have to endure alone, wishing she could bear his suffering in his stead. Simultaneously, she cursed Lu Shuang in her heart for her cruelty. Elder sister, I am fine. I can endure, Jiang Nanyuan assured. Noticing the worry etched on the faces of Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan. Determined not to cause them distress, he gritted his teeth, vowing to persevere. Elder sister, if I endure this time, will my body no longer be so frail? Will I be able to live like a normal person? Jiang Nanyuan could no longer bear his current state of weakness. He longed for a swift recovery. Yes, as long as you endure, I will cure the poison within you. And your health will gradually improve, no longer resembling this fragile state, Jiang Nanyuan responded with certainty. A smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Nanyuan's mouth upon hearing her words. All right, for the sake of becoming a normal person, I will certainly endure. Upon reflecting on his situation, Jiang Nanyuan recognized that if the poison were to act up, he would be unable to walk, and they could not continually carry him. The only one among them with a means of transport was Xiao Yuchen. Should she approach them for assistance? Perhaps they could borrow their cart or have Jiang Nanyuan lie on it alongside Xiao Yuchen. But would he be willing? Moreover, what was his condition? Even if injured, he shouldn't need to lie on a cart, yet he had remained silent since their departure. She resolved to inquire further and decided to find that beautiful man. With this thought, Jiang Nanyuan informed Lin Jixue and made her way toward Yuli. As she approached, she noticed Yuli taking Xiao Yuchen's pulse. He practiced medicine? Jiang Nanyuan instinctively softened her steps, striving not to disturb him. Baijian, seeing her approach, initially intended to intervene, concerned she might interrupt young Master Yu's examination. However, noticing her discretion, he refrained from stepping in. After Yuli finished his examination, Jiang Nanyuan made her way toward him. Oh, little beauty, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Yuli's fox-like eyes narrowed, revealing a breathtaking smile as he elegantly fanned himself with a folding fan. Jiang Nanyuan tugged at the corners of her mouth. Didn't he feel cold? She had not noticed before, but upon closer inspection, she realized he wore nothing but a thin red dress. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Jiang Nanyuan replied, averting her gaze and stating her intent. Yuli and Baijian exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom what this young girl wished to discuss. She frequently glanced toward Xiao Yuchen, causing both men to feel a jolt of concern in their hearts. Could she possibly have ill intentions toward him? It is like this, my brother has been poisoned, and he may experience a severe reaction in the coming days. I wish to ask if I could borrow your lord's cart to help him through this ordeal. Rest assured, I will not use it in vain. In return, I can cure him. Jiang Nanyuan gestured toward Xiao Yuchen. The still and silent Xiao Yuchen finally turned his head to glance at Jiang Nanyuan. Uncertain of the schemes these noble ladies were concocting, he found it absurd that they would want to share a cart with him. Many had sought to share his bed, only to be cast out. Except for one incident that still gnawed at him, he had yet to discover the identity of that woman. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, directing a cold glare at Jiang Nanyuan as he icily uttered a single word, scram. Both Yuli and Baijian heard Xiao Yuchen's words and turned to look at Jiang Nanyuan alarmed. Oh no, she won't take offense, will she? Yuli chuckled awkwardly, intending to speak up, but before he could, Jiang Nanyuan sneered. Very well, if I am to be dismissed, then so be it. I was merely going to offer to cure your lord's cold poison. If you do not appreciate my offer, I shall seek alternative methods. With that, Jiang Nanyuan turned on her heel to leave, deliberately slowing her pace, for aside from her, it seemed no one else could cure him of his cold poison. Upon hearing her words, Yuli and Xiao Yuchen exchanged shocked glances. How could she have discerned the matter of the cold poison? Was she the one who poisoned him? No, that couldn't be right. She was far too young, and he had been poisoned for many years. Could she truly possess medical knowledge? Yet, the renowned divine physician Valley had been unable to help him. Could this woman genuinely have the means? Lost in his thoughts, Xiao Yuchen was unaware that Yuli, in his urgency, dashed forward and grasped Jiang Nanyuan's arm. Realizing he had overstepped, he quickly released her. My apologies, miss, I was hasty. Is it true that you have a way to treat Chen's cold poison? His voice lowered as he spoke, fearing others might overhear. In truth, he need not worry. Jiang Nanyuan had cast a barrier nearby, allowing those around them to see but not hear their conversation. Yes, since your lord is uninterested, then let it be. Jiang Nanyuan's resolute declaration brought a smile to Yuli's face. He turned to Xiao Yuchen, excitement coursing through him. Chen, did you hear? She says she can cure your cold poison. Why not let her try? After all, she merely wishes to borrow a cart, not take anything of value from you. Yuli fervently urged, glancing anxiously toward Jiang Nanyuan, fearful she might leave. Then let us give it a try. Xiao Yuchen, though not overly excited, felt no urgency. Jiang Nanyuan appeared youthful, and he doubted her medical skills surpassed Yuli's. All right, I shall inform her, Yuli exclaimed, bounding away before turning back to warn Achen. Temper that foul attitude of yours and treat the lady kindly. Fine, I understand. You're so tedious, Xiao Yuchen waved dismissively. Yuli, seeing his aloof demeanor, could only smile as he approached Jiang Nanyuan. Miss Jiang, Achen has agreed. Thank you for your help. Yes. I will come by tonight at the hour of the rat to examine him. I will only need to borrow your cart. Jiang Nanyuan replied before returning to Lin Jixue and the others. Upon her return, Lin Jixue rushed forward, concern etched on her face. Yuan, how did it go? Did the lord agree? This time, she had heard numerous stories about the capital from Baijian. One matter of particular note pertains to Xiao Yuchen, a man known for his eccentric temperament, often presenting a frigid demeanor that has earned him the moniker of the cold-faced prince. His volatile nature is infamous. Should anyone provoke him, he possesses the capacity to exact severe retribution. It is said that just last year, an official incurred his ire and was subsequently turned into a human puppet, displayed at the entrance of the official's residence. Upon hearing this tale, Lin Jixue could hardly conceal her shock. At that moment, when Jiang Nanyuan was preparing to leave, she momentarily forgot this dreadful incident. Perhaps due to Xiao Yuchen's seemingly negligible presence since their departure. It was only when Baiji approached her with concern that the recollection returned, yet by then, Jiang Nanyuan had already moved on. Mother is fine, you needn't worry. He has already acquiesced. You should rest now. Upon hearing that Xiao Yuchen had agreed, Lin Jixue felt a profound sense of relief, coupled with astonishment at his unexpected compliance. How could he be so amenable? Unable to comprehend this, she dismissed the thought entirely and returned with Jiang Nanyuan. They were to spend the night in the forest, wary of the potential emergence of wolves or other large beasts, knowing they must remain vigilant and not succumb to deep slumber. Lin Jianian and Lin Jiahua volunteered to keep watch throughout the night. There were no objections. The entire Lin family huddled together for warmth as the night grew colder, aware that the delicate constitutions of the women among them could be susceptible to illness. However, Jiang Nanyuan assured them she would ensure they would not suffer from the cold. As they nestled close, those who had consumed the tainted chicken during the day were now exhausted, lying on the ground in a state of near collapse. Jiang Nanyuan leaned against a tree, closing her eyes to rest. As the hour neared midnight, she finally opened her eyes. From her spatial pocket, she retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder, swiftly scattering it into the air. Once the powder settled, she waited until she confirmed that everyone around her had succumbed to sleep before rising to fetch several blankets from her spatial storage to cover them. Having completed this task, she then made her way towards Xiao Yuchen, selecting a position that conveniently fell within their blind spot, unnoticed by the others. As the midnight hour struck, her companions waited anxiously, frequently glancing in her direction, pondering why she had not yet arrived. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, Yuli and Xiao Yuchen caught sight of Jiang Nanyuan approaching them, eliciting expressions of joy across their faces. She had come. Jiang Nanyuan hastened to their side, foregoing pleasantries, and walked directly up to Xiao Yuchen, her voice icy as she extended her hand. Startled by the chill in her tone, which seemed even colder than his usual demeanor, Xiao Yuchen momentarily hesitated as Yuli placed his hand before her. It was then Jiang Nanyuan noticed something amiss. His tendons had been severed, explaining his prolonged recline on the cart. This realization brought her immense satisfaction. How dare he wish her away during the day? Now he would face the consequences. With a smirk gracing her lips, she swiftly turned and hurled several silver needles at Baijian and Yuli, rendering them immobile in an instant. Their mouths agape in shock. What was her intention? How could she move so swiftly? Was she truly a threat to Achen? Chapter 70. Young Master Yuli. Has the master recovered? What are you planning? What have you done to them? Upon witnessing their paralysis and their frantic eye signals directed at him, Xiao Yuchen understood their predicament. Was she truly the daughter of a marquis? How could her martial prowess be so formidable? While Yuli's skills were somewhat lacking, primarily excelling in medicine, Baijian was renowned for his exceptional martial abilities in the capital. How could he be so easily subdued by her? I mean no harm. I simply find the prince exceptionally handsome and have long harbored a desire for him. Now seems an opportune moment not to be squandered, Jiang Nanyuan teased, her tone playful as she caressed his striking visage. Cease this at once, you are courting death. Xiao Yuchen's eyes widened as he felt her soft hand graze his face. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would undoubtedly have throttled this woman for her audacity. Seemingly attuned to his rising ire, Jiang Nanyuan disregarded his anger, climbing onto the cart and sitting beside him. Just as he opened his mouth to reprimand her, she shoved a pill into his mouth. The moment it dissolved, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing him to stifle a groan despite his high tolerance for discomfort. Seeing his handsome face contorted in agony, beads of sweat forming on his brow, she remarked, "If you wish to avoid being completely drained by me, you must endure." With a dismissive glance, she leaped from the cart and approached Yu Li and Baijian, handing Yu Li a small porcelain vial. "This contains the antidote for the cold poison within you. It is a month's supply. Once consumed, return for more. The pill I just administered to him is a bone-strengthening pill, a top-tier remedy. Each one is precious. And I would not have offered such quality were it not for Jiang Wenjin," she explained. "This pill would reconstruct his entire skeletal system, capable of healing past injuries or latent ailments, albeit through a painful process. Nevertheless, pain was a small price to pay for restoration. Do not forget your promises to me. I shall take my leave now." Yawning, she strolled back toward Lin Jixue and the others. As she departed, she removed the silver needles from Baijian and Yu Li, allowing them to move freely. Without a glance back, they rushed toward Xiao Yuchen. "Master, how do you fare?" "Ah Chen, are you all right?" they inquired in unison, noting the distress etched on his face, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Yu Li quickly approached to take his pulse, but found it chaotic and could not discern the cause of Xiao Yuchen's condition. Xiao Yuchen, in agony, gritted his teeth, beads of sweat pooling on his brow as he managed to utter, "Where is that damned woman? Capture her." Baijian turned to obey, but Yu Li grasped his arm, shaking his head. "Hold on. Based on her earlier display, you may not be her match. I suspect she is far more formidable than she appears. You might not survive the encounter." Indeed, Yu Li's judgment was astute, yet Baijian disagreed, believing he had merely been careless. Ignoring Yu Li's warning, he dashed after Jiang Nanyuan. Yu Li watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. "Ah Chen. She just provided me with an antidote for the cold poison in your system. I examined it, and it resembles the one given to you by that woman last time. Do you think this Jiang girl is the same one from that day?" Yu Li posed the question, hoping to divert Xiao Yuchen's attention from his pain. The mention of Jiang Nanyuan's previous teasing sparked surprise in Xiao Yuchen's eyes, deepening his frown. "Ah Chen, do not become overly agitated just yet. I am merely speculating. By the way, what exactly did she give you to eat? What has caused you such pain? How do you feel now?" Yu Li was exceedingly disheartened. Despite his extensive studies in medicine and the numerous perplexing ailments he had resolved, he found himself utterly incapable of addressing the cold poison within Ah Chen's body. Furthermore, he remained entirely unaware of what Jiang Nanyuan had just administered to him. Had he not heard her mention something about a bone restoration pill? Could it truly be a remedy for rejuvenating bones? How could such a miraculous medicine exist in this world? He had never even heard of it. "I don't know. It hurts terribly, as if all my bones are broken," Xiao Yuchen replied just as Baijian, who had gone to Jiang Nanyuan, returned looking utterly defeated. Yu Li was not the least bit surprised by his disheveled appearance. He had advised him not to go, yet he had insisted. And now he returned in such a sorry state that his confidence was likely shattered. After all, Yu Li had also recently experienced a blow to his own confidence. "How does it feel? I told you not to go, yet you insisted, and now you look like this. How embarrassing," Yu Li proclaimed triumphantly, as if he had bested him in battle. Baijian was in a state of profound despondency, wishing to utter not a single word. He cast a glance at Yu Li but chose to ignore him, retreating to a corner to sulk. He could not fathom why he was not her match. He had pursued her intending to ambush from behind, yet before he could even lay a finger on her, she had inexplicably vanished. He thought he must have been hallucinating. And suddenly, he found himself kicked to the ground. Upon rising, he discovered Jiang Nanyuan behind him and immediately attempted to strike back, only for her to vanish once more. This cycle repeated several times, and although he failed to capture her, he ended up eating dirt multiple times, which was indeed humiliating. Seeing that Baijian was ignoring him, Yu Li was unconcerned. His worry lay with Xiao Yuchen's condition. After about a quarter of an hour, Xiao Yuchen finally ceased to feel pain. At that moment, his inner garments were entirely drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to his body. and his tousled hair stuck to his forehead, giving the impression that he had just emerged from a bath. "Chen, how do you feel?" Yuli had been attentively monitoring his movements. Now, seeing him sit up, appearing less tormented than before, he extended his hand to check his pulse, his face lighting up with joy. "Chen, are your limbs healed?" Previously, Chen had been in excruciating pain, and now that the pain had suddenly subsided, he had not yet moved his limbs and thus had not noticed that his tendons had been reconnected. He tentatively tested his movements. Previously, any slight exertion would have resulted in agony, yet now, not only was there no pain, but it felt as if the tendons had never been severed at all. Moreover, all lingering injuries from past wounds had completely healed. Was it possible that this woman had truly saved him? "You all stay here, I need to wash up." After lying down for so long and sweating profusely, he felt sticky and uncomfortable, longing for a thorough cleansing. "All right," Yuli replied, and Chen vanished from sight. "Young Master Yu, has the master recovered?" Baijian, too preoccupied with his own gloom, approached to inquire about Chen's condition. "Oh, now you remember to express concern for your master?" Yuli shot him a glance, then continued, "He's fine now. You stay here. I'm tired and need to sleep for a while." Yuli was also feeling quite vexed. He had no desire to engage with Baijian and instead wanted to study the herbal pill Jiang Nanyuan had given him, pondering the ingredients that comprised it. Seeing that Yuli was disinterested in conversing, Baijian resigned himself to sitting quietly, awaiting his master's return. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan, after evading Baijian for so long, felt utterly fatigued. She had never experienced such exhaustion before, perhaps it was due to her pregnancy. Contemplating this, she took her pulse once more, and after a lengthy examination, she released her wrist, her face etched with astonishment. How could this be? How could there be two? Just last time she had only detected one. Confirming it again, she realized without a doubt that there were indeed two. She felt as if she might faint from the revelation. "Hey, woman, what are you thinking about?" Suddenly jolted from her reverie by a voice near her ear. Jiang Nanyuan trembled. Instinctively turning her head, she found herself face to face with a strikingly handsome face, so close that she could feel his breath. The tip of her nose brushed against his chiseled jawline, sending a shiver down her spine. Chen had found a river to wash himself and returned to see her standing there, lost in thought as she checked her own pulse. Jiang Nanyuan took 2 steps back, regarding him warily, and replied coolly, "It's nothing." Observing her guarded demeanor, he recalled how she had flirted with him earlier. Had he not been certain she was the same person, he would have thought she had transformed. "I have a question. A month ago, did you happen to appear at Lu Family Village?" Lu Family Village was where Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jishui had previously stayed, and it was evident he was inquiring whether she was the woman from that day. "I did. My mother and I resided there for over a decade." Jiang Nanyuan responded truthfully. Originally, she had considered denying it, but since the matter was not secret, it could be easily uncovered. "Did you visit the hot springs at the back mountain?" Knowing this was the question he would ask, she replied that it had merely been a chance encounter. Furthermore, he already had wives and concubines, and she had no desire to admit to anything. Even if she were to have children, she could manage on her own, with or without a man. Initially, she had merely seen him as a remedy. "What? There are hot springs at the back mountain? I have never been there." Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's affirmative tone, disappointment flickered in Chen's eyes. Could it truly not be her? Was it conceivable that such a coincidence could occur? He had pondered this while bathing earlier. If that woman were indeed her, it would not be entirely impossible. "Then how do you possess this antidote for cold poison?" Chen remained unconvinced, his gaze fixed intently on her face, not missing a single expression. Jiang Nanyuan recognized he was testing her, just as she had left that bottle of medicine behind. "Oh, you mean that medicine? It was given to me by my master. I never imagined it would come in handy for you. And is your master male or female?" Chen pressed on. Jiang Nanyuan almost blurted out that it was a male, but paused to reconsider. "A woman. Why is the 9th prince interested in my master? With such a beautiful companion by his side, does he desire other women as well? Is he not afraid of provoking her ire? Perhaps you could take me in as well, and I would serve you diligently." She recalled that he seemed to despise frivolous women. If she were to act sufficiently frivolous, he would likely grow to dislike her. Indeed, after Jiang Nanyuan uttered these words, Chen immediately lost the desire to continue questioning her. He did not even spare her a glance before turning to leave. Once he had departed, Jiang Nanyuan could not help but call after him, "Your Highness, Do not forget your promise to lend me the cart tomorrow. Receiving no response from Xiao Yuqin, she was unconcerned. Once he had completely left, she instinctively touched her abdomen. She had made her decision. She would keep these two children, for they were hard-won blessings. This was also a means of compensating for her past life's regrets. Moreover, to have twins arrive at once was undoubtedly a sign of fate. Now that she intended to keep these two children, she must seek out Lin Jishui tomorrow to disclose this matter. They would need to devise a plan to cover it up. Otherwise, the journey ahead was uncertain, and in just a few months, her belly would surely begin to swell. She decided to inform Lin Jishui in advance, hoping she could provide some cover for her. With this thought in mind, she settled beside Lin Jishui and leaned against her, closing her eyes to rest. The following morning, before dawn, Lu Ning roused everyone, insisting that they must set out early after the delays of the previous day. They were not even offered breakfast. Jiang Nanyuan produced a few fruits to temporarily appease their hunger. Noticing Jiang Wenjin's pale complexion, she took his hand and led him towards Xiao Yuqing. Today, Xiao Yuqing had risen, no longer lying on the cart, and generously offered Jiang Wenjin a space to recline. She climbed up, and he reassured her, if you feel unwell, lie down. If it becomes unbearable, call for me, and I shall remain by your side. Jiang Wenjin, feeling anxious, cast a cautious glance at Xiao Yuqing, and seeing no opposition, she carefully climbed onto the cart, positioning herself opposite him. She kept her gaze lowered, too intimidated to meet his eyes, for his stare was rather intimidating. She couldn't fathom how her elder sister managed to negotiate such an arrangement with the ninth prince, allowing them to share the cart. Not only was she astonished, but the others present also cast incredulous looks in their direction. When had Jiang Wenjin and Xiao Yuqing grown so close that they shared a cart? Some gazed enviously, while others regarded the situation with disdain. To be able to sit on the cart during an exile was indeed a rare blessing. Jiang Xiuxiu noticed the scene and hurried over to Jiang Nanyuan, tugging at his sleeve. Father, look over there. Following her gesture, Jiang Nanfeng's gaze fell upon Jiang Wenjin and Xiao Yuqing together, igniting a furious blaze within him. Xiao Yuqing was now a notorious criminal in the court. Anyone seen close to him would not escape unscathed. During this exile, the second prince had provided him with several packets of poison, intending for him to use them on Xiao Yuqing, hoping he would perish along the way. After all, he commanded a formidable military force. Although he had surrendered his command token, the soldiers still obeyed his orders, especially the Lin family army, which was particularly loyal to him. Hence, in Xiao Yuqing's eyes, he was a significant threat that needed to be eliminated. Jiang Nanyuan had kept the poison given to him by Xiao Yuqing concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to administer it. Now, seeing Jiang Wenjin and Xiao Yuqing together sparked an idea in him. Chapter 72, Zhao Cixi is about to give birth. He planned to use Jiang Wenjin as a pawn to poison Xiao Yuqing. At present, Xiao Yuqing was akin to a helpless being, his hands and feet incapacitated, making it all too easy to end his life. Xiuxiu, come here, I wish to speak with you. Upon hearing Jiang Nanfeng's call, Jiang Xiuxiu quickly approached, eager to listen to his intentions. After he spoke, her eyes sparkled with understanding as she nodded enthusiastically. Father, rest assured, I will handle this matter well. With Jiang Xiuxiu's affirmation, Jiang Nanyuan finally focused on her, noticing the visible bruises still lingering from her earlier confrontation with Jiang Nanyuan. Concern crept into his voice. Xiuxiu, do your injuries still hurt? If we pass through a town, I will procure some healing ointment for you. Jiang Xiuxiu felt a wave of emotion at her father's concern. This exchange did not go unnoticed by Luo Yuru, who watched with clenched fists. She had perceived a decline in Jiang Nanfeng's affection for Jiang Xiuxiu and Jiang Ming in recent days. Why had everything returned to normal so suddenly? She resolved to find a way to eliminate these two eyesores. With each person preoccupied with their thoughts, Jiang Nanyuan escorted Jiang Wenjin to Xiao Yuqing, shamelessly requesting that they look after her. She then returned to Lin Jishui, gently tugging at her sleeve. The two slowed their pace, and Jiang Nanyuan whispered the news of her pregnancy to her. Lin Jishui gasped in shock, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, while simultaneously feeling a pang of sorrow for Jiang Nanyuan, who had lost her innocence due to her prior circumstances. Yuaner, what shall we do? Are you planning to keep the child or not? Lin Jishui was anxious, unsure of the best course of action. After a moment's thought, she inquired further. Do you know the identity of the father? Jiang Nanyuan shook her head. I don't know, mother. These details are unimportant. I intend to keep both children. What? 2. Lin Jishua's astonishment only deepened upon learning there were twins. Seeing her friend so surprised, Jiang Nanyuan leaned closer and whispered a few more words in her ear, to which Lin Jishua nodded repeatedly. Since this was Jiang Nanyuan's decision, if she chose to carry the children to term, then that was what she would do. Moreover, Jiang Nanyuan had already devised an excuse. They would proceed as she suggested. By the way, how is Jiner? Has he begun to show symptoms? At present, he appears stable. He should be able to endure for a while longer. Since yesterday, Jiang Nanyuan had refrained from giving him the medication, estimating that it would not be long before he would exhibit symptoms. Their progress had been satisfactory. They had traversed 15 miles that morning, and Jiang Nanyuan felt quite well, her health having improved significantly under her care. However, not everyone shared this optimism. Zhao Sisi, who was over 8 months pregnant, had previously been imprisoned and was now enduring a long journey. Though her abdomen ached, she persevered, unwilling to hinder the group. Yet, the pain became unbearable, and she suddenly collapsed. This alarming event startled Jiang Yamen, who cried out, "Mother, something is wrong. Sisi has fainted. Oh my, there is so much blood." Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of many nearby. Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jishua were conversing when they heard Jiang Yamen's exclamation. They exchanged worried glances and hurried towards the commotion. Upon arrival, they found Zhao Sisi unconscious on the ground, a pool of blood seeping from her skirts, indicating a dire situation. Su Shi and Jiang Yamen were kneeling beside Zhao Sisi, helplessly unsure of how to assist her without causing further harm. At the back of the group, Lu Ning and Li Wei were drawn by the commotion. Upon realizing the situation, Li Wei promptly ordered the caravan to halt. Lu Ning, displeased by his unilateral decision, had no choice but to comply, recognizing Li Wei's higher rank. With the order given, the caravan stopped to rest. Jiang Nanyuan approached Zhao Sisi to check her pulse, her heart sinking as she realized the gravity of the situation. Zhao Sisi was likely in the throes of labor, and if they delayed any further, both she and the child might perish. However, the current environment was hardly suitable for childbirth, and it appeared they lacked a midwife. With no other options, Jiang Nanyuan retrieved a small porcelain vial from her belongings, pouring out a pill and placing it in Zhao Sisi's mouth. Preserving the mother's life was paramount. A child could be born again, but a mother lost was truly irreplaceable. After swallowing the pill, Zhao Sisi gradually regained consciousness. Finding herself surrounded by concerned faces, she sensed an ominous turn of events and instinctively lifted her gaze to glance at her abdomen. Fortunately, the child remained. Yet upon feeling the continuation of blood loss, a sense of dread enveloped her. Weakly, she grasped Jiang Nanyuan's sleeve and implored, "Yuan, I am aware of your medical prowess. May I beseech you to save my child? This is the only offspring of your second uncle, who has already departed from this world, and I cannot bear to lose his child as well." Zhao Sisi's emotions surged with fervor, fearing the loss of her sole child. "Second aunt, please refrain from speaking. I shall do my utmost to save you and your child." Jiang Nanyuan softly reassured her before retrieving 100 taels of silver notes from her bosom and handing them to Lin Jishua. "Mother, please take this 100 taels to Lord Li Wei and ask him to find a midwife from the nearby town. Lives are at stake, and we must act swiftly. I fear second aunt may not endure much longer." Upon concluding her instructions, she produced a few coins to pass to Su Shi and Jiang Yamen. "Grandmother, aunt, please inquire among the ladies if any would be willing to assist. If they agree, offer them a silver ingot. The conditions here for childbirth are quite dire. We can have them form a circle for some semblance of protection. Grandfather, take these coins to bribe Lord Lu for more time." With her directives issued in an orderly fashion, those mentioned promptly set about their tasks. Once they departed, only Lin Jianian, Lin Jiahua, and Lin Zixuan remained by Zhao Sisi's side. Jiang Nanyuan instructed them to keep a vigilant watch over her. She then strode purposefully toward Xiao Yuchen, and upon reaching him, she wrapped the blanket covering him in her arms. "Your Highness, I am borrowing your blanket. Lives are at stake, and I trust you will not object. I shall return it with a new one in due course. If childbirth were to occur on the filthy ground, it would be far more unsanitary." And though she had supplies in her space, she could not access them directly. The onlookers gaped in shock at Jiang Nanyuan's audacity to seize Xiao Yuchen's blanket, their mouths agape in disbelief. Has she lost her mind? How dare she provoke that demon? She want to know how she meets her end. Just as one crisis seemed to settle, another erupted. Distant commotion heralded further trouble. Chapter 73. Encountering the Wolf Pack. Boss, trouble is brewing. Just ahead. A pack of wolves is approaching. Lu Ning, having just received silver and in high spirits, was suddenly struck by the gravity of another guard's words, his expression shifting to one of concern. Instinctively, he turned to the indicated direction and beheld the shadowy figures of wolves racing toward them. Lu Ning immediately sought out the imperial guards accompanying them. However, Li Wei had departed to assist in finding a midwife and was not present. He was left to rally the remaining guards. There were approximately 8 guards accompanying Li Wei, totaling 9, while their own group consisted of 6. Logically, 6 men would be insufficient to escort so many, yet this time they were somewhat understaffed due to Li Wei's presence. Upon hearing Lu Ning's alarm, the imperial guards unsheathed their swords, stepping forward to form a barrier. As the wolves drew closer, they discerned there were roughly 15 to 20 adult wolves. Lu Ning and his companions, lacking martial prowess, were paralyzed with fear at the sight of so many wolves, retreating behind the guards. This is not good. Wolves. Mother. Father, look over there. A cry broke through their panic, drawing everyone's attention to the approaching pack. The ladies and young women who had previously pledged assistance to Zhao Cixi now wore expressions of terror at the sight of the wolves. Jiang Nanyuan, observing the unfolding situation, quickly spread the blanket upon the ground and, together with Lin Jixue, lifted Zhao Cixi onto it. Ladies, you need not worry. The wolves will not approach us here. I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Once Second Aunt overcomes this trial, should you require anything within reason, we shall do our utmost to oblige. Among the helpers were 2 ladies and 3 young women from the minister's household, who, having maintained a close relationship with the Duke's residence, were eager to lend a hand during their shared exile, particularly upon learning of Zhao Cixi's imminent childbirth. Moreover, they were somewhat motivated by the notion that Jiang Nanyuan's past hunting prowess was not mere happenstance, but indicative of her true skill. They were not driven by the silver, but rather by the hope that if they were to hunt successfully again, Jiang Nanyuan might remember their assistance. They were weary of the bland steamed buns they had been consuming. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, the previously anxious ladies felt their tension dissipate almost instantly. It was as if her words possessed a certain magic, instilling a sense of calm simply by being spoken. Mother, please stay here and do not wander off. I will go check on Wenjin, Jiang Nanyuan reassured them, and the ladies moved closer to Lin Jixue, whispering to her. The wolves needed to be dealt with swiftly, otherwise Zhao Cixi would be unable to give birth properly. Initially considering using poison against the wolves, she realized she could not expose herself, leaving her with no choice but to seek their aid. She walked purposefully toward Xiao Yuchen and the others. Why have you returned? Xiao Yuchen's unease spiked at her approach, his temples throbbing. What did she want this time? Noticing his guarded demeanor, Jiang Nanyuan innocently raised her hands. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to borrow one of your subordinates, if it is convenient. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Baijian. Upon meeting her gaze, Baijian's heart raced with trepidation. Why was Jiang Nanyuan looking at him? The events of the previous night, where she had toyed with him, loomed fresh in his mind. Now, her attention filled him with apprehension. He stepped forward slightly, edging closer to their conversation, straining to overhear. Just as he approached, he heard Jiang Nanyuan request to borrow him. What could she possibly want him for? This question echoed in Xiao Yuchen's mind as well. Sensing their confusion, Jiang Nanyuan nodded toward the wolf pack. See those wolves? I wish to enlist his help to deal with them. At her words, Baijian's face drained of color. What had she just proposed? Did she truly expect him to confront that pack of wolves? Was she overestimating his capabilities, or was this a deliberate challenge? Even with formidable skills, evading the wolves might be feasible, but confronting them was sheer folly. Miss Jiang, you overestimate my abilities. I cannot face that pack alone, he declared. Frustration evident. If she wished him to meet his demise, she should be straightforward rather than resort to such convoluted requests. Baijian initially believed that he had offended Jiang Nanyuan yesterday, and that her anger prompted her to speak in such a manner. He turned to Xiao Yuqing for assistance, for the decision to proceed lay solely in Zhao's hands. You misunderstand. I am not asking you to confront those wolves alone. I have a pouch of medicine here. All you need to do is find an opportunity to scatter it into the air. Upon hearing that it was merely a matter of dispersing a bag of powder, Baijian sighed in relief, having genuinely feared for his life. The task of merely spreading the powder was certainly manageable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Xiao Yuqing signaling him with a glance, and he nodded in understanding, extending his hand toward Jiang Nanyuan. "Miss Jiang, please hand me the medicine." Seeing their agreement, Jiang Nanyuan retrieved a pouch of powder from her sleeve and handed it over. Subsequently, she turned to walk away, making her way toward Zhao Sisi. Upon her return, she found Zhao Sisi lying on the ground, her expression contorted in agony, biting her lip as if in great distress. Lin Jixue and Su Shi stood by. Filled with anxiety, they feared for Zhao Sisi's life, contemplating the possibility of sacrificing the unborn child if it meant saving the mother. Though they understood that this child might be the only heir of the second household, they concluded that they would rather forego the child than risk Zhao Sisi's life. "Yuana, I see your second aunt in such a state of suffering, appearing to be in immense pain. Would you not go and check on her?" Lin Jixue and Su Shi pulled Jiang Nanyuan aside, sharing their concerns. Jiang Nanyuan nodded and approached, glancing at the dire situation. If the midwife did not arrive soon, it seemed the child would indeed be lost, perhaps even suffocating within Zhao Sisi's womb. "If we wait a few more moments and the midwife still has not come, I must prioritize saving Zhao Sisi's life," she resolved. While they were all preoccupied with Zhao Sisi's condition, Lin Zhao had taken Lin Jianian, Lin Jiahua, and Lin Zixuan to assist with the wolves. Only Jiang Nanfeng and his brothers, along with Lu Ning and several other laborers, remained at the back. The other exiles had sent at least 1 or 2 men to help, recognizing the stakes involved. Chapter 74, Resolving the Wolf Pack. When Li Wei arrived with the midwife, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He quickly guided the midwife to Jiang Nanyuan's side. "I leave the midwife in your capable hands. I must assist." After placing the midwife beside Jiang Nanyuan, he immediately turned to join the fray. Jiang Nanyuan, undeterred, urged the midwife, "Please attend to my second aunt. She is on the verge of giving birth." The ladies who had been focused on the situation with the wolves instinctively formed a protective circle as the midwife arrived. Lin Jixue, Jiang Nanyuan, and Su Shi moved closer, creating an impenetrable barrier that obscured what lay within. The midwife wiped the sweat from her brow. She too had been frightened by the sight of so many wolves and felt her legs trembling. However, the gravity of human life compelled her to maintain her composure as she knelt to assess Zhao Sisi's condition. The moment she examined her, she was alarmed. If the birth did not commence soon, they might face a tragic outcome of losing both mother and child. Ignoring the harsh conditions, she began to assist Zhao Sisi in labor. Jiang Nanyuan was vigilant, observing Zhao Sisi's pallor, concerned for her well-being. She felt no anxiety regarding the wolves. As long as Bai Zhan executed her instructions to scatter the powder, those wolves would be vanquished in no time. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Wenjin was also succumbing to his own afflictions, curled up in a cart, clutching his abdomen and biting his lip in distress. Xiao Yuqing, initially focused on the wolves, turned upon hearing Jiang Wenjin's muffled groans, only to discover him lying down, trembling slightly. "Yuli, please check on him. What ails him?" Xiao Yuqing called to Yuli, who had been engrossed in the unfolding drama. Reluctantly, he tore his gaze away, approaching them. Initially believing Xiao Yuqing to be overreacting, he examined Jiang Wenjin's pulse, only to furrow his brow in concern. What a curious case. This young man has been poisoned by 5 or 6 different toxins, one of which is addictive. If he does not ingest an antidote, he will suffer excruciating pain. It is remarkable that he is still alive despite such a multitude of poisons coursing through his veins. Is he not the eldest son of the marquis? How could he have been poisoned so severely? Yuli was perplexed, recalling their previous investigations into the marquis's household. Familiar with its members, the number of wives and concubines was limited, especially for the eldest son, leaving him puzzled as to who could have inflicted such harm. Upon hearing Yuli's remarks, Xiao Yuqing was momentarily astonished. Having thought his own plight was severe, it seemed this young man was indeed worse off. A sudden surge of schadenfreude bubbled within him. "I see him in such agony. Is there truly no remedy for his suffering?" Yuli shrugged helplessly, his tone tinged with bitterness. "None. His elder sister's medical skills surpass mine, and if she cannot help him, I certainly cannot." Xiao Yuqing contemplated this and realized the truth in Yuli's words. While they were engrossed in conversation, they remained oblivious to Jiang Xiuxiu stealthily approaching and swapping their water pouch with another. After completing her task, Jiang Xiuxiu darted away, her heart racing with fear. Once she had distanced herself, She patted her chest to calm her nerves and intended to return. Just then, someone suddenly clamped a hand over her mouth, dragging her swiftly backward. Her eyes widened in terror as she struggled, but before long, she felt a sharp blow to her neck and lost consciousness. Jiang Xiuxiu's abrupt disappearance went unnoticed, as everyone's attention remained riveted on the wolves. Baijian, clutching Jiang Nanyuan's powder, approached but did not immediately release it. Instead, he ventured into the woods to retrieve a stick to aid in the fight. The ferocity of the wolves soon proved overwhelming, and he found himself no match for them. Lin Zhao and his companions, armed only with sticks, were similarly at a disadvantage. Gradually, they were forced back several paces. Li Wei and the other guards wielded weapons. Yet the wolves, undeterred, charged at them even when wounded, making the battle increasingly strenuous. As exhaustion set in, Baijian finally employed his lightness skills to soar forward and disperse the pouch of powder given to him by Jiang Nanyuan. Li Wei, observing this action, refrained from intervening, recognizing Baijian as a hidden protector of Xiao Yuqing. Ordinarily, Xiao Yuqing's covert guards would not accompany him during exile, but having once been saved by Baijian during a mission, he chose to turn a blind eye this time. As long as he safely delivered Xiao Yuchen and his companions to County, his mission would be deemed accomplished, allowing him to return to the palace to report. In that very moment of contemplation, his eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing Baijian sprinkling a powder upon the pack of wolves. The once formidable beasts, moments ago brimming with ferocity, suddenly collapsed lifelessly to the ground. How could he possess such a potent concoction? Those wolves had succumbed without warning. His astonishment was mirrored by everyone present. Even Baijian himself had not anticipated the immense efficacy of the powder. He was aware that Jiang Nanyuan had given him poison, initially believing that even if the wolves were to be poisoned, they would take some time to perish. The rapid onset of the drug took him by surprise. If it were equally effective on humans, a chill ran down his spine. If she truly wielded such a formidable toxin, they would be as helpless as ants beneath her heel. "Boss, what should we do with the dead wolves?" One of the guards, the first to regain his composure, gestured towards the fallen beasts, seeking Li Wei's counsel. Instinctively, Li Wei glanced at Baijian, pondering whether the wolf meat could be consumed. Baijian's lips twitched. He had initially thought the guard was going to inquire about the source of his powder, only to be met with the question of whether it was edible. Given the tremendous potency of the poison, which had felled the wolves with merely a trace of the powder, consuming the meat was out of the question. He shook his head in response, no. Upon hearing his answer, disappointment flickered in Li Wei's eyes, as he had hoped the wolf meat could serve as a meal. Since it was deemed inedible, he instructed the other guards to drag the carcasses into the forest to dispose of them. Chapter 75, Jiang Xiuxiu has disappeared. While they dealt with the wolf pack, Zhao Sisi had already given birth to her child. The infant, born prematurely and frail, lacked warm water. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Jiang Nanyuan conjured a bucket of warm spring water from her spatial pocket. She then handed the bucket to the midwife. The midwife, puzzled by the sudden availability of water, recognized that having water was better than none. Inside the bucket was a white cloth, which she utilized to clean both the child and Zhao Sisi. Only then did she hand the child over to Su Shi, exclaiming, "Congratulations! Mother and daughter are safe." "It's a girl." Su Shi, overwhelmed with joy, accepted the infant from the midwife, tears of happiness streaming down her face. "A girl! How wonderful, we adore girls." Despite Su Shi's exuberance, the midwife harbored concerns. The child had been born too early, and given their current state of exile, the arduous journey ahead could prove fatal for the newborn. However, seeing their elation, she refrained from voicing her apprehensions. Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Zhixue expressed their gratitude to the two ladies and three young misses, discreetly slipping them some pastries and dried meat, signaling them to enjoy it in secret. After the two ladies and three misses left, Jiang Nanyuan summoned Su Shi and Lin Zhixue, retrieving two new blankets from her spatial pocket. Together, they replaced the soiled bedding beneath Zhao Sisi, which was stained with blood and utterly unfit for use. Disposing of the filthy bedding into the woods, Jiang Nanyuan approached Li Wei. Noticing his conversation with Baijian, she initially intended to wait, but Li Wei called out to her as she approached. "Miss Jiang, what brings you here?" Upon hearing her name, Jiang Nanyuan turned to clarify her purpose. "Lord Li, may I trouble you with one more request? My second aunt is in labor and likely unable to walk. I wish to procure a cart from the county. Do you think that feasible?" She had learned from the midwife that a county lay less than 5 miles from their current location. Otherwise, Li Wei would not have been able to escort the midwife so promptly. Evidently, Zhao Cixi was fortunate. Miss Zhang's request is not unreasonable, especially considering the lady's recent childbirth. Without a cart, she may struggle to reach safety, Baijian interjected, supporting her plea. With Baijian backing her, Jiang Nanyuan nodded. Please return and await my word. I shall arrange for it. Surprised by Li Wei's accommodating nature, Jiang Nanyuan reflected on her time spent with him. She had discerned that he was not a bad person, leaving her to wonder why he served that incompetent emperor so fervently. Did he truly remain oblivious to the emperor's incompetence? Regardless, his reasons were his own, and such matters were beyond her concern. For now, her priority was to ensure the well-being of Zhao Cixi and Jiang Wenjin. After receiving Li Wei's agreement, Jiang Nanyuan slipped him some silver, recognizing the magnitude of his assistance. As her fingers brushed against his in the exchange, she inadvertently caused a faint blush to rise on Li Wei's cheeks. It was his first close interaction with a woman. Jiang Nanyuan, however, remained oblivious to his fluster. Suddenly, an icy sensation swept over her, as though a piercing gaze were fixed upon her. She turned abruptly, finding nothing amiss. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Jiang Nanyuan puzzled over the sensation, but remained unaware of any unusual occurrences around her, leaving after handing over the silver. Once she departed, Baijian returned to Xiao Yuchen's side, only to be met with his inquiry. What were they discussing? Who? Baijian momentarily faltered, unsure of who Xiao Yuchen referred to. Moonli, observing the scene, sighed inwardly and approached, delivering a playful slap to the back of Baijian's head. Are you daft? Who were you just speaking with? Rubbing the back of his head in grievance, Baijian finally understood that Xiao Yuchen was inquiring about Jiang Nanyuan and Li Wei. He recounted the entirety of Jiang Nanyuan's request to Xiao Yuchen. Listening intently, Xiao Yuchen's expression darkened ominously, his gaze heavy with a sinister intensity. That wretched woman. How adept she is at charming others, enlisting their help, and yet allowing her fingers to brush against theirs. Noticing Xiao Yuchen's sudden change in demeanor, Baijian was puzzled. What had transpired to provoke such ire? He had appeared calm moments ago, not daring to inquire further for fear of inciting his master's wrath. He remained silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan ambled back, sneezing intermittently. Rubbing her itchy nose, she murmured to herself, how peculiar, why am I suddenly sneezing? Could someone be thinking of me? She turned her head to scan her surroundings, but found no one in sight. Had her pregnancy rendered her paranoid? Shaking her head to dismiss the nonsensical thoughts, she returned to Lin Jixue and Su Shi, informing them of her efforts to procure a cart for Zhao Cixi. The Lin family looked upon Jiang Nanyuan with gratitude. Without her assistance, their days of exile would have been far more arduous. Yuana, thank you. Lin Zhaoyi is a man of valor and he seldom utters any sentimental words. Jiang Nanyuan has been kind to them, and his gratitude condenses into a simple thank you. You're welcome, grandfather. We are family. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, Lin Zhaoyi threw back his head and laughed heartily, his eyes glistening with tears as he replied, indeed, we are family. After conversing with them for a while, Jiang Nanyuan rose and approached Su Shi, glancing at the child in her arms. The infant appeared exceedingly frail, weighing perhaps no more than 4 pounds. She wondered if such a tiny being could endure. Grandmother, may I hold the child? Jiang Nanyuan thought of feeding the child a bit of spiritual spring water. Su Shi, seeing Jiang Nanyuan's intent, carefully placed the child into her hands and instructed her on how to hold him. Once Jiang Nanyuan steadied the infant, Su Shi released her grip. Jiang Nanyuan played gently with the child for a moment and then discreetly dripped a bit of spiritual spring water into his mouth. The child smacked his lips a few times before breaking into a radiant smile at Jiang Nanyuan. Witnessing the child's sudden joy, Jiang Nanyuan couldn't help but smile back. How delightful children can be. Yuaner, look over there. It seems Jiang Xiaoxiao has gone missing, and Jiang Nanfeng is searching for her. Surely, she hasn't even been taken by wolves? Earlier, Lin Jixue and the others had been preoccupied with Zhao Cixi and had not noticed when Jiang Nanfeng's group lost sight of Jiang Xiaoxiao. The first thought that crossed their minds was that Jiang Xiaoxiao had likely wandered off and been snatched away by the pack of wolves. Who do you think took Jiang Xiaoxiao? In Chapter 76, Lu Ning was slain. Lu Ning and his companions also realized Jiang Xiaoxiao was missing. and they immediately grew anxious, commencing a frantic search. Losing a person would reflect poorly on them, and they would face punishment upon their return. You all go into the woods and see if she ran away, Lu Ning instructed the other guards, pointing them in the direction of the forest. Although Jiang Nanyuan found this situation curious, she felt little concern. She occasionally stole glances at Zhao Cixi. Pondering a pressing question, she was nearly 2 months pregnant now, and she wondered whether she would reach her destination in a few months. If she couldn't reach it, would she have to give birth on the road? Encountering a sudden emergency like Zhao Cixi without a midwife would be extremely perilous. Should she perhaps consider securing a midwife in advance? Boss, we found her. She's over here. Just as Jiang Nanyuan was lost in her thoughts, the voice of the guard in the woods broke through, drawing her attention. She saw 2 guards carrying Jiang Xiao back. Upon finding her, Lu Ning's previously taut nerves finally relaxed. He approached Jiang Xiao, crouched down beside her, and slapped her face twice. You foolish girl. What were you doing wandering in the woods? Jiang Xiao awakened in pain, her eyes widening in terror at the sight of Lu Ning's enlarged face as she instinctively pushed him away with force. Lu Ning, caught off guard by her sudden reaction, stumbled backward and fell heavily. Jiang Xiao regained her composure and surveyed her surroundings, only to realize the situation. Seeing Lu Ning sprawled on the ground, she thought to herself that she had made a mistake. She had initially feared he intended to do something untoward to her, prompting her defensive reaction. Just as she opened her mouth to explain, someone suddenly yanked her hair back forcefully. You wretched girl, do you dare strike me? Lu Ning had clambered to his feet, one hand gripping her hair while the other wielded a whip, bringing it down upon her. Her cries of agony echoed, and the onlookers, witnessing Jiang Xiao's brutal punishment, dared not intervene. Jiang Nanfeng sat idly, pretending not to see, indifferent to the beating. Step away. Do not harm my sister. The only one unable to bear the sight was Jiang Ming. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Xiao was still his sister. He rushed forward, pushing Lu Ning with all his might. Yet, his strength was insufficient, and he failed to budge him. At that moment, 2 other guards approached and pulled Jiang Ming away, delivering him a beating as well. Initially, Jiang Nanfeng felt little concern for Jiang Xiao's plight, but upon witnessing Jiang Ming being struck, after all, he was his son, his heart ached. He stepped forward, pleading earnestly and offering some silver, which finally persuaded the guards to cease their assault. Lu Ning, having vented his frustrations, recognized he could not truly kill her and also halted his blows. Get back to where you belong. If you dare run away again, I'll break your limbs. He spat at Jiang Xiao before turning away. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, Jiang Xiao fixed him with a venomous glare, slowly rising from the ground. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, a sinister smile gracing her lips as she uttered 2 words, seek death. Suddenly, as Lu Ning walked away, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by blood trickling from his mouth. He bent to inspect his injury, but as he did, his head fell from his neck. The shocking scene sent a wave of panic through everyone, screams erupting. Boss! The other guards, terrified, rushed toward Lu Ning, only to find him lifeless, exchanging bewildered glances filled with fear. What on earth happened? How did the boss die so suddenly? Could it be her? Their gazes shifted to Jiang Xiao, who appeared equally stunned, instantly dispelling their suspicions. Li Wei and 2 other guards followed to check on Lu Ning, confirming his death was beyond doubt and shrouded in mystery. They examined his body closely. Aside from the neat severing of his neck, there were no other signs of injury, and the cut was too clean to have been made by a blade. Xiao Yuchen also found the situation peculiar. He had noticed Jiang Xiao's movements just before Lu Ning's head fell and similarly suspected her involvement. He exchanged a glance with Baijian, signaling him to investigate as well. Baijian understood and stepped forward to assess the situation, arriving at a conclusion similar to Li Wei's. You all go and take care of his body. Since he is dead, let us deal with it first. After issuing his orders, he took several men to scout the area, growing increasingly vigilant. Li Chang and the other guards hoisted Lu Ning's body away, one trembling guard clutching his severed head, his legs quaking as he walked. They carried the corpse deep into the woods. Li Chang, who had always followed Lu Ning closely, now entertained the thought of stepping into a leadership role among the guards in Lu Ning's absence. With this in mind, he quickened his pace. Before disposing of Lu Ning's body, Li Chang searched him thoroughly, extracting all valuables. He uncovered a considerable sum of silver notes and coins, his eyes gleaming with greed as he stuffed them into his clothing. The other guards watched with envious expressions, feeling it unfair that Li Chang alone should claim all the silver. Li Chang, that's excessive. You can't keep all that silver to yourself. Hearing their protests, Li Chang glanced up reluctantly but realized that to ascend to leadership, he would need to share some of his spoils. Thus, he divided the silver and notes into 3 portions. Thus, the silver coins and notes were all gathered by Brother Liu, and we shall divide them equally. From now on, you may regard me as your elder brother. Rest assured, I will never treat you unfairly. As long as I possess silver, you shall have your share. Previously, when they were with Lu Ning, they would receive a small portion of silver, but it was meager. Now, seeing that Li Chang is willing to distribute the silver, they readily agreed without a second thought. It is evident that his willingness to share now guarantees they will not be deprived in the future. Heh, boss. We can acknowledge you as our leader. You shall be our chief from this day forth. One person spoke, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Chang distributed the silver, and they all began their journey back together. Upon their return, Jiang Xiuxiu had already departed from her original position. She approached several other officers and informed them of Li Chang's new role as their leader. Initially, the other 2 were somewhat reluctant, but once Li Chang silenced them with silver, they quickly acquiesced to his decision. Jiang Xiuxiu returned to Jiang Nanfeng's side, where Jiang Ming was leaning against her, utterly astonished by the earlier scene. Now he shrank beside her, trembling. Jiang Xiuxiu's lips curled into a smile. She had not anticipated such overwhelming power. How unfortunate that it was squandered this time. Chapter 77. The Secrets in the Water Bag. From the moment Lu Ning met his demise, Jiang Nanyuan's gaze had been fixed on Jiang Xiuxiu, particularly when she killed Lu Ning, her brows furrowed tightly. Indeed, she witnessed Jiang Xiuxiu slay Lu Ning. And not only that, she discerned that Jiang Xiuxiu utilized demonic energy in the act. She observed the dark energy penetrate Lu Ning's body before severing his neck. How could she possess demonic energy? What transpired during her prolonged absence? Xiao Han, venture into the forest and investigate for any lingering traces of demonic energy. Jiang Nanyuan communicated telepathically to Xiao Han, who could sense the presence of the dark force. After issuing her command, she took a couple of steps toward the woods, releasing Xiao Han. As he dashed into the forest, she turned back to find that Li Wei's group had returned with the cart, pushing it before them. Lin Jixue and the others stepped forward to express their gratitude, and together they carefully lifted Zhao Sisi onto the cart. They laid down a quilt and covered her with another layer, wrapping her securely. Observing that everyone was lending a hand, Jiang Nanyuan felt her assistance was unnecessary. She retrieved a new quilt from her space, having promised to replace the one used by Xiao Yuqing. She could not go back on her word. Seeing Jiang Nanyuan approach with a quilt, Xiao Yuqing's lips curled into a slight smile. At least this woman had some conscience, not forgetting his quilt and knowing to bring a new one. Jiang Nanyuan first glanced at Jiang Wenjin's condition, noting his pallid complexion and utter weakness as he lay there. She placed the quilt on the cart and then took Jiang Wenjin's water bag, helping him sit up to sip some water. Jean, how do you feel? Can you endure it? After drinking, Jiang Wenjin felt somewhat better. He weakly nodded. Elder sister, I feel fine. There's no need to worry about me. Hearing his words, Jiang Nanyuan felt relieved. Rather than hastily returning, she unceremoniously hopped onto the cart, sitting beside Jiang Wenjin and engaging him in casual conversation. Xiao Yuqing quietly sat nearby, listening to their dialogue, his gaze lingering on Jiang Nanyuan, harboring doubts about her. Jiang Nanyuan had long sensed his unwavering stare, yet she chose to ignore him, allowing him to watch if he wished, continuing her conversation with Jiang Wenjin to divert his attention. Finding it dull, Xiao Yuqing retrieved a water bag from beside him and took a sip. As the water entered his mouth, he suddenly felt something slide down his throat. The sensation was unmistakable, causing discomfort in his throat, and he instinctively gagged a couple of times. Jiang Nanyuan noticed his reaction and assumed he was attempting to draw her attention, giving him an exasperated glance. Your Highness, can you not even drink water without retching? Xiao Yuqing did not respond to her but turned to Yuli, commanding, Yuli, come here and check if there is something wrong with this water. Reluctantly, Yuli approached. Clearly, Miss Jiang is present. Her medical skills surpass mine. Why not let her examine it? Despite his inner thoughts, Yuli took the water bag from Xiao Yuqing, sniffed it, poured out a little, and ultimately took a sip. Acheng, are you overly suspicious? This water is fine. Yuli could detect no issues, and fearing Xiao Yuqing's skepticism, he handed the water bag to Jiang Nanyuan. Miss Jiang, would you mind taking a look? Observing Xiao Yuqing's earlier expression, which seemed genuine, Jiang Nanyuan accepted the water bag from Yuli. She, too, sniffed the water, finding no discernible difference. Then poured some into her palm. Her eyes widened in shock as she clearly saw transparent worms writhing in her hand. Xiao Yuqing and Yuli had been focused on her expression, and upon witnessing her alarm, both glanced at her palm in unison. What could she have seen that was so terrifying? Wasn't the water in her hand simply ordinary? Xiao Yuqing and Yuli could not see the wriggling transparent worms. Jiang Nanyuan quickly discarded the water from her hand, turning to cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Yuqing. Did you just drink this water? Upon his nod, she finally understood why he had suddenly gagged. It was due to the water filled with worms. Where did you obtain this water? It is infested with worms. And you have consumed it. What? Worms? Where? Yuli gasped at the notion of worms in the water bag, hastily taking it back to pour some into his palm. Yet, he still saw nothing. Doubts began to creep in, making him question whether Jiang Nanyuan was merely teasing them. Jiang Nanyuan herself did not understand why they could not see the worms, yet she could distinctly see the transparent creatures wriggling in Yuli's hand. They were numerous and small, densely packed, sending shivers down her spine. Xiao Yuqing did not doubt Jiang Nanyuan's words, recalling that he had consumed the water. His expression darkened considerably. Extend your hand, I shall take your pulse. Jiang Nanyuan, uncertain of the nature of the worms, had never encountered them before in the Phoenix Kingdom. She could only attempt to feel his pulse and ascertain if anything was amiss. Xiao Yuqing obediently extended his arm, and after placing her hand on his pulse, Jiang Nanyuan withdrew it moments later, her expression turning grave. She had discerned the situation. The worms Xiao Yuqing had ingested were indeed goo worms. No wonder she had not recognized them earlier. She had never seen these worms firsthand, but was familiar with their symptoms and effects from her studies. Although she had read about various goo worms and their toxic symptoms in an ancient medical text from her master, the illustrations were often blurred and indistinct. Thus, while she knew the names of certain goo worms, she had no clear idea of their appearance. At this moment, the heart-biting goo was of a kind that she had never encountered before. Those afflicted by this parasitic insect would endure excruciating torment every 3 days if the curse remained unbroken. Jiang Nanyuan was rendered almost speechless. How many enemies had Xiao Yuqing made? First, he was afflicted by cold poison, and before that was even resolved, now he had to contend with a heart-eating goo. Even if his life were extraordinarily resilient, he could not withstand such relentless affliction. Jiang Nanyuan cast a sympathetic glance at him, and upon seeing both him and Yuli looking her way, she did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, "You are cursed." Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's declaration, both Yuli and Xiao Yuqing exchanged astonished glances. The water in the pouch they carried had been filled by Baijian, and as this realization dawned on Yuli, he anxiously retrieved his own pouch, extending it towards Jiang Nanyuan. "Miss Jiang, could you kindly inspect my water pouch to see if it harbors the goo as well?" The mere thought of goo potentially lurking within his pouch made him feel quite uneasy, having consumed its contents for so many days. Jiang Nanyuan accepted the pouch from Yuli and examined it meticulously. Thankfully, it was devoid of any such curse. She then proceeded to check the pouches belonging to Jiang Wenjin and Baijian. Aside from Xiao Yuqing's pouch, the others appeared to be untainted. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's report, both Xiao Yuqing and Yuli quickly grasped the situation. It seemed evident that someone had tampered with their water pouches, but who could it be? Xiao Yuqing scrutinized everyone present before his gaze settled on Jiang Nanyuan. Apart from him, he couldn't fathom anyone else responsible for this deed, as he was, after all, a subordinate of Xiao Yuqing. Yet, how had he managed to act without detection? Furthermore, how had Baijian and Yuli remained oblivious? "Miss Jiang, what are the consequences of being cursed by this goo?" Jiang Nanyuan elaborated on the symptoms that followed the affliction, causing Yuli to furrow his brow with concern for Xiao Yuqing. It was a struggle to recover from his recent injuries, and now, with the cold poison still unremedied, he faced yet another toxic threat. "Miss Jiang, do you possess a remedy for this goo poison?" Yuli pondered, given Jiang Nanyuan's immense medical expertise. Surely she must have a means to counteract the curse. Jiang Nanyuan nodded affirmatively, indicating that she indeed knew of a solution. His face lit up with delight at her response. "Miss Jiang, you truly are remarkable, possessing knowledge of everything." However, his joy was short-lived as she continued. "While I am aware of the remedy, I presently lack the antidote. Sister, the antidote requires a water lily that grows in the sea, an exceedingly rare herb. Without it, the antidote cannot be crafted. However, there exists another method, locating the holy maiden of the Gu tribe. They are said to have a Gu king, and with his intervention, the curse could be swiftly dispelled. In the past, a Gu tribe had existed in the Phoenix Kingdom, specializing in dealings with such insects. Jiang Nanyuan had spent time among them, learning about Gu and their arts. She mused on whether such a tribe might exist in this lower realm, speculating that it must, or else the Gu would not have appeared here. Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's two conditions, Yuli and Xiao Yuqing exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, Yuli had been elated, but now his expression fell. The requirements Jiang Nanyuan mentioned were foreign to them: water lilies from the sea and the holy maiden of the Gu tribe. Were it not for Jiang Nanyuan's credibility, they might have dismissed her words as fanciful nonsense. Yet, Xiao Yuqing, being a loyal friend, resolved to find a way no matter how arduous the task. "Miss Jiang, if we manage to procure the water lily, can you create the antidote?" After much contemplation, he deemed the water lily more attainable than the elusive Gu tribe, of which they had never even heard. Jiang Nanyuan nodded assuredly, yes, but it must be done promptly, ideally within 3 months, or his life may be in jeopardy. Very well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyuan noticed their somber expressions and decided not to linger any longer, suspecting they had matters to discuss. She departed, heading towards Lin Jixue and the others. As soon as she left, Baijian knelt before Xiao Yuqing. "My lord, Baijian has failed in his duties. I beg for your punishment." He genuinely regretted his negligence, having come to protect his lord only to allow the curse to take hold right before his eyes. Xiao Yuqing merely cast him a dispassionate glance, permitting him to rise. This situation could not rest solely on his shoulders. "Get up. Reach out to our contacts in the capital and send them a discreet message. Ensure that the second prince does not enjoy an easy life. Make sure he has matters to attend to." Baijian immediately stood up, knowing they had informants in the capital. In truth, his lord could have completely avoided this exile. But he had chosen to cooperate, first to draw out those lurking in the shadows, and second to bide his time to gather support. After Baijian's departure, Yuli glanced at Jiang Wenjin before shifting his focus back to Xiao Yuqing, channeling a thought to him. "Ah Cheng, can we trust the Lin family?" Upon hearing Yuli's unspoken inquiry, Xiao Yuqing fell into contemplation. His current exile also served the purpose of courting the Lin family. They had been military generals for generations, holding a significant position within the army. If he could win the Lin family over, he would indirectly sway their loyalists as well. With the current emperors in action, he was secretly amassing his own forces, waiting for an opportunity to rebel. Regrettably, he was uncertain how long his own body could endure. If he failed to find the antidote, his life would reach its end, and all his plans would dissolve into nothingness. A sense of reluctance washed over him at the thought of such a fate. "Yuli, do you possess any colorless, odorless poison? We should devise a plan for Baijian to administer it to Jiang Nanfeng's food. And as for Luo Yuru, she too must be dealt with." Both of these individuals stood firmly by Xiao Yujing's side, and since Jiang Nanfeng and Luo Feng were his right-hand men, he would first sever one of their arms. Yuli exchanged a few meaningful glances with Xiao Yuqing before nodding in agreement. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. He then spoke to Xiao Yuqing using their internal energy. "Ah Cheng, I have a splendid idea for winning over the Lin family." Observing Xiao Yuqing's puzzled expression, he continued. "Miss Jiang is the granddaughter of the neighbor. I notice the Lin family treats her quite well, and given her exceptional medical skills and beauty, why not marry her? Ah Cheng, what do you think of this notion?" Xiao Yuqing rolled his eyes dramatically at Yuli without a moment's thought. Setting aside any personal feelings he might have towards the young lady, he considered his own situation. He could scarcely survive much longer. Did he truly wish to bind her to a life of mourning? "Do not utter such words again. Given my condition, marrying anyone is out of the question." Upon reaching this point, Yuli reluctantly closed his mouth, casting a worried glance at Xiao Yuqing. Alas, this turmoil was instigated by Jiang Nanfeng and his companions. They were truly culpable. With this thought in mind, his gaze turned sharp as a blade, directed towards Jiang Nanfeng and his group. Sensing the weight of a stare upon him, Jiang Nanfeng glanced around, finding no one watching him, and assumed it was merely a figment of his imagination. They had lingered here long enough. Li Chang urged everyone to set off once more, lest they remain until nightfall. They yearned for a hearty meal in the county town, hoping for a restful reprieve. Thus, their entire party set forth anew. After a while, Jiang Nanyuan observed that Lin Zhou and Lin Ji were cradled by Lin Jianian and Lin Jiahua, the children too young and weary from their long journey. Now that they had a cart, Jiang Nanyuan approached and suggested that they place the children onto it, thus conserving their strength. Initially, the two intended to do so, but recalling that Zhao Sisi had just given birth and the infants were still so small, they feared the children might be restless and inadvertently harm themselves or Zhao Sisi. Therefore, they chose to continue holding them. However, upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's suggestion, they complied and placed the two children onto the cart, all the while cautioning them not to fidget. As Wen Zhu and Xiao Yu pushed the cart from behind, they finally arrived at the county town as dusk approached. This county, known as Anyang, was the closest to the capital. After so much hassle, they had traversed scarcely 50 miles. Li Chang and his companions found an inn and secured accommodations for the night, allowing for a well-deserved rest, though Jiang Nanyuan and her group, being deemed transgressors, had to remain in the inn's prison cells. Each was confined to separate cells, making sleep elusive, yet they could still enjoy a decent meal. The Lin family and Jiang Nanyuan were incarcerated together, which was fortunate. They were the only ones detained. Jiang Nanyuan felt no hesitation in producing food from her belongings. There were roasted chickens, pastries, and a variety of stir-fried dishes, delicacies she had prepared in the capital's tavern. Witnessing Jiang Nanyuan conjure such an abundance of food, everyone present was taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. They could not fathom how she managed to produce so much. Lin Jixue, aware of their bewilderment, stepped forward to elucidate. Parents, do not be overly surprised. Yuyan's master gifted her with a treasure, a spatial artifact capable of storing items. All of this was prepared in advance by Yuyan. During the day, with so many people around, it was not convenient for her to reveal it. Please, enjoy your meal. Upon hearing Lin Jixue's explanation, the others experienced a moment of enlightenment. Having gone most of the day without sustenance, they paid little heed to the untidy surroundings, settling down to partake in the delectable feast laid before them. Gazing at the spread, Jiang Nanyuan felt little appetite, even experiencing a twinge of nausea, suddenly craving something tangy like plums. Yuyan, why do you sit there without eating? Su Shi noticed Jiang Nanyuan in the corner, apart from the others, and approached her with a chicken leg in hand, concern etched on her face. Seeing the greasy chicken leg, Jiang Nanyuan instinctively covered her mouth and retched slightly. Yuyan, what troubles you? Are you unwell? The others, hearing Su Shi's inquiry, ceased their eating and gathered around her, expressing their concern. Feeling the warmth of their worry, Jiang Nanyuan was touched. She shook her head and smiled at them. I am fine, just lacking an appetite. Grandmother, grandfather, dear uncles, and aunt, please continue your meal. Do not mind me. If I grow hungry, I have provisions in my space and shall not go without. Realizing her spatial capabilities would indeed prevent her from starving, they exchanged a few words with her before returning to their meal. Lin Jixue, understanding that her lack of appetite might stem from her pregnancy, had just eaten a little herself and wasn't very hungry. She decided to sit beside Jiang Nanyuan and keep her company. Once they finished their meal, Jiang Nanyuan stored the plates and table back into her spatial realm. Then, she thought of Jiang Wenjin. She wondered how he was faring. He had remained on Xiao Yuqing's cart, confined with him for the night. Jiang Nanyuan contemplated sending him some food but thought better of it, suspecting he might not have an appetite and resolving to check on him the next day. Later that night, around the hour of Z, as Jiang Nanyuan closed her eyes to rest, she suddenly heard faint footsteps outside. Startled, she opened her eyes to the enveloping darkness. Taking a moment to adjust before peering outside, she spotted someone stealthily making their way past. The footsteps were so light that had it not been for Jiang Nanyuan's keen hearing, she might have missed them entirely. She considered rising to investigate, but since she was nestled next to Lin Jixue, her head resting on the latter's shoulder, any movement would likely awaken her. Yet, curiosity gnawed at her, so she gently shifted Lin Jixue's head towards Baiji. Even though she was cautious, it still stirred Lin Jixue from her slumber. Lin Jixue blinked in confusion, about to ask what was amiss when Jiang Nanyuan signaled for silence. Instantly, Lin Jixue clasped her hands over her mouth and nodded. Seeing her compliance, Jiang Nanyuan rose and utilized her concealment technique to slip out of the cell. It was Lin Jishua's first time witnessing Jiang Nanyuan employ such a skill. Watching a living person vanish before her eyes left her wide-eyed in terror, stifling a scream. Unfazed by Lin Jishua's astonishment, Jiang Nanyuan followed the shadowy figure who had entered moments ago. The individual was clad in a black cloak, fully shrouded, rendering their identity unrecognizable. However, Jiang Nanyuan immediately recognized him as the man who had previously conspired with Lu Shuang. She sensed a formidable surge of dark energy emanating from him, far more potent than during their last encounter. Shock coursed through her. In such a brief time, his dark energy had escalated to a new level, while her own spiritual power remained at its weakest. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Jiang Nanyuan refrained from acting rashly, opting instead to observe his intentions. She watched as he approached the cell containing Jiang Nanyuan, effortlessly severing the iron chains binding the door with a mere flick of his hand. Jiang Xiuxiu, sensing something amiss, opened her eyes and, upon seeing the visitor, smiled with delight as she stepped forward. "What brings you here? Step outside, I have matters to discuss with you." Jiang Xiuxiu cast a wary glance at those nearby, ensuring she wouldn't rouse them. The cloaked figure, noting her apprehension, reassured her, "They will not awaken, you can safely come out." Relieved by his words, Jiang Xiuxiu stepped out without hesitation. As she did, he produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to her. "You must find a way to deliver this medicine to Jiang Nanyuan. He does not need to ingest it, simply sprinkle it on his clothing. By the way, did you manage to administer the powder Jiang Nanyuan requested?" The cloaked figure was well aware of this matter, for the poison previously given to Jiang Nanyuan had originated from him. What seemed like poison was merely a goo insect, cleverly mixed with other powders to deceive them. He coveted Xiao Yuqing's identity and appearance. Once he perished, his body and visage would become his own. Upon reflecting on this matter, he found himself pondering whether the cursed insect had indeed been inflicted upon him. The technique for body transference required several months of preparation. However, should he be afflicted by the curse, death would be inescapable within 3 months. At that point, his body would rightfully belong to him. Jiang Xiuxiu seized the vial from his hand, nodding vigorously, affirming that it had indeed been administered. She had witnessed him consume it firsthand. During Xiao Yuqing's moment of hydration, she had been a direct observer. Upon hearing that the cursed insect had been released, the cloaked figure had no further words to offer. He turned to depart. Yet Jiang Xiuxiu hastily called out to him, greedily inquiring if he could grant her additional uses of that formidable technique. Having tasted its efficacy just yesterday, Jiang Xiuxiu believed the method to be utterly remarkable. Merely by silently reciting the incantation and extending her hand towards Lu Nang, he had already perished. She yearned to practice such formidable arts, especially desiring to eliminate Jiang Nanyuan, for the injuries she currently bore were entirely her doing. Regrettably, he had allotted only 2 uses of the technique, one expended on Lu Nang, leaving her with but a single opportunity, which she hesitated to squander. What if danger arose again, and she found herself bereft of a means to protect her life? "Your current body cannot withstand such a burden. Wait until later," the cloaked figure concluded, disregarding Jiang Xiuxiu further as he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from the cell. Witnessing his departure, Jiang Xiuxiu felt a sense of helplessness and returned to her previous location. At that moment, Jiang Nanyuan and the others remained in slumber. Jiang Xiuxiu opened the vial given to her by the cloaked man, pouring some of the powder onto Jiang Nanyuan's garments. After sprinkling a portion, her eyes started around, uncertain of the powder's purpose, and decided to apply some to the others as well. With this thought, she proceeded to sprinkle a bit on Luo Yuru and Zhao's clothing. With some powder still remaining in the vial, she refrained from wasting it and saved it for later before settling back into her position. All of this was closely observed by Jiang Nanyuan, who had overheard their earlier conversation. Upon hearing about the prior poisoning, she immediately thought of the heart-devouring insect. So, the source of this insect originated from him. Yet, why would he wish harm upon Xiao Yuqing? Furthermore, how had his magical powers increased so rapidly? Although the space allowed for cultivation, Jiang Nanyuan felt her own progress to be exceedingly slow. She was also quite curious about the powder the cloaked man had given to Jiang Nanyuan. With Jiang Xiuxiu awake, she felt it unwise to investigate and opted to disregard it entirely. She entered Xiao Yuqing's cell to ascertain Jiang Wenjin's condition. Seeing him peacefully asleep, Jiang Nanyuan's anxiety subsided. His ability to rest suggested he was on the mend. After tucking him in, Jiang Nanyuan exited the cell, unaware that as she departed, Xiao Yuqing suddenly opened his eyes and scanned the room in confusion. Strange, why did it feel as though someone had been here? Upon her return to the cell, Lin Jixue was still awake, having endured considerable distress that night. She had also seen the cloaked figure leave, and was struck by the surreal nature of her surroundings. As Jiang Nanyuan re-entered, Lin Jixue was eager to discuss her observations, mistakenly believing Jiang Nanyuan had been absent from the cell. Sensing Lin Jixue's fearful demeanor, Jiang Nanyuan surmised the topic of her concern and gently shook her head, mouthing the words, "Mother, do not speak, close your eyes and sleep." She conveyed this message with caution, fearful that the cloaked figure might return. Should he discover that Lin Jixue had uncovered his secret, he might resort to silencing her. Understanding Jiang Nanyuan's gestures, Lin Jixue promptly shut her eyes. Jiang Nanyuan moved closer, sitting beside her and closing her own eyes in meditation. That night was spent in the cell, and by dawn, Li Chang and the other guards arrived to release them. After a simple breakfast, they resumed their journey. Throughout the trek, Jiang Nanyuan meticulously observed the expressions of Jiang Nanfeng and the others, noting their apparent lack of change, which only deepened her sense of intrigue. Just as she was lost in thought, a red figure approached her, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. "Jiang girl, you must hurry to check on your brother. He seems unwell." The one rushing towards her was Yu Li, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet all present heard him, especially Jiang Nanfeng. Upon receiving this news, his face betrayed no hint of urgency, resembling a son who cared little. He even mocked Lin Jixue and Jiang Nanyuan, chuckling. "I truly do not understand your reasoning in bringing back a sickly wretch. Look, he is about to perish." Upon hearing Jiang Nanfeng's words, both Jiang Nanyuan and Lin Jixue shot him murderous glares, hissing, "Close your foul mouth. Have you not yet tasted the sting of my whip? Jiang Nanyuan, you ungrateful child. Regardless of the circumstances, Fomer is still your father. How can you speak so to him?" Zhao's voice dripped with disdain at Jiang Nanyuan's apparent lack of decorum. Jiang Nanyuan cast a cold glance at Zhao, snapping her whip in her direction. "Father? I have no father. Mine has long since perished in my heart. Do you wish to meet him? Shall I send you to join him? You dare curse me?" Jiang Nanfeng trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Jiang Nanyuan. "I despise it when others point at me." In a flash, Jiang Nanyuan lunged forward, seized his finger, and with a swift twist, snapped it with a crack. "Ouch! It hurts! What is all this ruckus?" A whip sliced through the air from another direction. The speaker was Li Chang, who had heard the commotion from afar. Unlike Lu Ning, he was not one to tolerate noise. Observing their reluctance to proceed and the potential delay it might cause, he was immediately incensed. Previously, he had felt that Lu Ning was too accommodating, easily swayed by silver. Now, as the head of the guards for the first time, he wished to assert his authority, and this was his chance. Where did they acquire so much silver? Jiang Nanyuan had long anticipated Li Chang's whip, sidestepping it with ease, while Jiang Nanfeng narrowly avoided it as well. Having just suffered the break of his finger at Jiang Nanyuan's hands, he bent over to evade the strike. Disappointed to have missed, Li Chang glared at Jiang Nanyuan and Jiang Nanfeng as he approached. "What is all this commotion? If you continue to disturb the peace, you will remain shackled." "Sir, they caused the ruckus first. We are not to blame. They approached us, brandishing their whips. How did you allow her to bring a whip without inspection?" Zhao took the initiative, pointing at Jiang Nanyuan to lodge a complaint. Jiang Nanyuan's whip was not her signature Thunderfire whip. It was merely a vine she had picked up. "It is you again, always stirring trouble." "That is clearly a vine. Silence yourself. If I catch you causing more disturbances, you shall go without lunch." Li Chang had noted Jiang Nanyuan's generosity in the past. She seemed to possess ample silver, often giving Lu Ning the most, and he thought it wise not to offend her. Previously, Lu Ning had harbored similar thoughts, showing some tolerance towards Jiang Nanyuan. Observing Li Chang's inclination towards Jiang Nanyuan, Zhao and Jiang Nanfeng felt their frustration mounting. "Are you blind? Did you not see them break our master's hand? Who is truly causing the disturbance?" Luo Yuru could no longer bear the sight before her. Once a lofty princess, she had never endured such hardship and suffering. Regret washed over her. Why had she chosen to accompany them? Had she known, she would have requested her father to facilitate a divorce, thus sparing herself from this ordeal. Yet now, the prospect of returning was utterly impossible. The indignity of being commanded about by a mere lackey stoked her inner fury. With a swift crack, Li Chang lashed his whip across Luo Yuru's face, leaving a crimson mark in its wake, a searing pain radiating through her features. In shock, she covered her stinging visage, incredulity washing over her as she glared at Li Chang, exclaiming, "You wretched servant dare strike me? My father is a prince. I shall have your life for this." Luo Yuru, who had always prized her beauty above all, was driven to madness by the blow. She lunged at Li Chang, intent on clawing at his face. Li Chang, casting a disdainful glance her way, retorted, "And what of your father being a prince? You are not but a lowly prisoner now. Even if your father were the emperor himself, you remain a captive here, daring to challenge me? You must be tired of living." Li Chang raised his whip high again, preparing to strike the advancing Luo Yuru. In a moment of bravery, her maid, Chi Mei, rushed forward to shield her, taking several lashes in her stead. Jiang Nanyuan, witnessing the scene, could not remain passive. He stepped forward, pleading, "Please, Sir Li, my wife is ignorant of her place. I have a bit of silver. May it appease your anger." Though Jiang Nanyuan's own hand throbbed painfully, the sight of Luo Yuru's suffering pierced his heart even more. He had come to understand the mercenary nature of these officials. Appeasing them with silver was the only way to lessen his own tribulations. Regrettably, his funds were limited. And he glanced over to Lin Jishui and her companions, recalling that the Lin family's wealth had been pilfered. How could they possibly possess enough silver? At the sight of the silver, Li Chang's demeanor softened, and he cheerfully accepted the coins, declaring, "Very well, this matter ends here. Should there be any further disturbances, silver shall not suffice to resolve them." With that, he ceased his torment and left them be. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan had approached Jiang Wenjin, who had been lying on a cart, trembling as he had the previous day. Suddenly, he had convulsed, foaming at the mouth, and fallen unconscious. Xiao Yuchen sensed something was amiss with him that day. Although he had not witnessed the episode, he instructed Yuli to investigate. And upon seeing the state of Jiang Wenjin, he was alarmed and rushed to inform Jiang Nanyuan, leading to the current situation. Jiang Nanyuan and Yuli arrived at Jiang Wenjin's side. After carefully examining him, she took his pulse and noted the severity of his condition. From her spatial pouch, she retrieved 2 large pouches of silver, tossing one to Yuli. "Help me with this," she urged. Jiang Wenjin's bout with addiction had subsided, yet other toxins within him had erupted simultaneously. Previously, Jiang Nanyuan had only known that the toxins counteracted each other, but she was unaware of their specific interactions. It now appeared that one poison had been restrained, allowing him to survive these past years, but with its release, his body could not withstand the onslaught of the others. Fortunately, she had arrived in time. Had she delayed even slightly longer, he might not have seen the dawn. Yuli deftly caught the pouch of silver needles Jiang Nanyuan had thrown, and, under her guidance, they worked together to extract the toxins from Jiang Wenjin's body. Lin Jishui, anxious about Jiang Wenjin's plight, also offered some silver to Li Chang, beseeching him to halt their journey for half an hour. Observing Jiang Nanyuan's focused demeanor, she realized that continuing on while administering treatment would be unfeasible. With the additional silver, Li Chang jovially agreed, allowing the group to pause for rest. Li Wei, upon witnessing Jiang Nanyuan and Yuli tending to Jiang Wenjin, was taken aback, not by Yuli's medical skills, but rather by the revelation that Jiang Nanyuan possessed such knowledge. The young lady, who had been raised in the countryside, was unexpectedly formidable, earning Li Wei's respect. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyuan grimaced in pain, his own injuries preventing him from moving, while Luo Yuru continued to wail beside him, demanding a physician to tend to her face. Jiang Nanyuan felt overwhelmed at such a moment. How could he possibly fetch a doctor for her? Had there been one available, he would have summoned them immediately. His gaze fell upon Jiang Nanyuan treating Jiang Wenjin. Could that defiant girl possess medical knowledge? Or was it the woman beside the 9th prince who was skilled? If only he could enlist their help. He wondered if they would be willing. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he offered a few words of comfort to Luo Yuru, then pointed towards Yuli and Jiang Nanyuan, saying, "Do not weep, my dear. They seem to possess medical expertise. I shall inquire on your behalf." Upon hearing Jiang Nanyuan's words, Luo Yuru lifted her gaze to Yuli and Jiang Nanyuan, and upon spotting Jiang Nanyuan, a fierce hatred ignited within her. It was she who had brought about her current predicament. Mark my words, she thought, I shall write to my father and ensure she pays for this. Let her revel in her triumph for a while longer. As night fell, she would summon a carrier pigeon to send a message to her father.